Welcome to the audiobook of Unlikely Allies, Book 5 in the War for Magic series by P.A. Mason. Chapter 1. The Boardring have summoned us to their sanctum to discuss your departure to Earth. It was Leora's voice that slipped into my mind, and by the way that Leylandir's muscles tensed under my cheek, that it was broadcasted to the both of us. Stretching my bare legs against his in bed, I let out a long breath and squeezed the elf around the middle. You think she's too worried about what she might find if she comes to deliver a summons to us in person? My lips twisted into a smirk as I lifted my head to look up at Leylandir. His eyes were shut, with one arm propped behind his head, but his lips quirked as he lifted one eyelid open sluggishly. Most likely. I snorted a laugh and flopped back against the pillows, reminded of just how quickly she'd secured her own apartments in Azogrim once I'd returned with the cuffs that allowed Leylandir and me to finally rid ourselves of what felt like years of sexual frustration. Presently, the cuffs sat on the nightstand, our hunger satiated, at least for now. I suppose we better... I went to roll over as I spoke, but Leylandir's arm snaked around me, holding me fast. In one fluid move, the supposedly sleepy elf had me pinned on the bed, nuzzling into my neck. I tried to hold back a giggle and failed dismally as his mouth drifted down my shoulder. Oh, come on. Aren't you trembling with excitement to go and argue with a bunch of dwarven royalty for hours? I teased. His derisive grunt against my chest as his mouth trailed lower caused me to giggle harder. Then his hand fumbled for the side of the bed, grasping for the cuffs. Seriously? I squeaked. He lifted his head just enough to meet my eye, his hair tickling my belly as he wound one arm underneath my thigh. Seriously. A throaty sound escaped my lips despite my best efforts at the hungry look in his eye. I swallowed and did my best to fix a stern look on my face. It would go a lot better for us if we don't piss these people off before we get in the room. It would go a lot better for you, he purred, grabbing the cuffs and pulling them down to rest on my lower belly. If you allowed me to feast between your thighs before subjecting yourself to their tedious demands. The cool metal against my bare skin made me arch my back slightly, and he grinned, encouraged, before I could form a coherent objection. He had one cuff snapped onto his wrist before an audible thump came at the bedroom door. All right, you two, time to get some bloody clothes on. It was Robbo's voice, and Leylandir threw a murderous look over his shoulder at the door. Impromptu meeting with the half-pints. I pressed the heels of my hands into my eyes for a moment and lifted my leg over Leylandir's head to roll off the bed. What do they want now? I called as I rummaged for clothes on the dresser. Fucked if I know. Apparently they want to go over the plan again. I stepped into a pair of clean underwear and gave the naked elf on the bed a pointed look. He didn't appear to be in a hurry to move, and wearing something approaching a pout, he traced his finger over the one fitted cuff. I leaned over the bed to press my fingers to the runes to release them, mouthing, sorry. Again? I replied. Seriously? That little pocket rocket, Queen Hildren, reckons she's found some bullshit clause in their contract with the king that requires a vote. Of course she has, I muttered under my breath as I continued dressing. When Leylandir only rolled onto his side to watch me, I poked him in the shoulder and waved toward his own folded clothes. We're coming, I said loudly. Mate, you've been coming for days. I've been instructed not to leave this door until you've emerged from your sordid little sex den. A muscle jumped in Leylandir's jaw, and he got up from the bed to stand by the door, apparently uncaring that he was completely naked. His hand reached. Hey! I managed to get the girls strapped in as he pressed the release switch on the door. But it wasn't my body that was in full view of the Australian mercenary, who clenched his eyes shut and lifted his head to the ceiling. Yeah, all right, mate. Usually I insist on flowers and dinner first, if you get what I'm saying. You will leave us, Leylandir said, one arm leaning against the doorframe casually. And tell the Boardring we will arrive in due course. I buttoned my pants and grabbed a shirt as I stamped my feet into my boots. Promise. We're on our way. Robbo carefully slid his eyes around Leylandir's bare frame to meet my eye. The Aussie's beloved red beard was slowly returning as a messy stubble which didn't do much to hide his round cheeks, and he rubbed his chin before taking a sharp breath. Next time I'm sending Jurga, he grumbled before turning to leave. I approached and pressed a kiss to Leylandir's cheek, giving his bare chest a firm, placating squeeze. Get dressed, handsome. Politics waits for no elf. His shoulders slumped, and the playful light in his eyes died, but he finally moved to comply. I gathered my hair up, searching the room for something to tie it with when I felt his presence behind me. For a moment, I tensed, expecting him to try dragging me back to bed. Instead, his fingers threaded through my hair, beginning to weave it into a braid. I closed my eyes, relishing the gentle pressure of his fingertips against my scalp. When he finished, I murmured a thank you and slipped into the corridor where Jurga approached Robbo, bouncing a fussy Cora in her arms. The dark circles under her eyes and the tight set of her jaw told me everything I needed to know about their night. A hot, prickling guilt washed over me as I wondered if I was partly to blame. I hadn't exactly been focusing on maintaining my mental shields for my orc sister while wrapped up with Leylandir. Had our activities kept her restless? As if on cue, Cora let out an ear-piercing shriek. Jurga stopped mid-stride, squeezing her eyes shut as she drew in a long, shaky breath through her nostrils. When Robbo reached for the baby, she snapped, "Touch her and lose the hand, mate." The venom in her voice made him take a step back, hands raised in surrender. I flashed him a sympathetic look, but he only set his fists on his hips, his jaw tight as if biting his tongue. Leylandir chose that moment to emerge from our apartment, fully dressed but still radiating that post-coital satisfaction that apparently only elves could maintain, even when faced with angry orcs and dwarven politics. Jurga's eyes narrowed at him. If you're quite finished rutting with my sister, perhaps we can get this over with before my daughter brings down the mountain with her screaming. She spun on her heel, leading our little procession toward the council chamber, while Cora's wails echoed off the stone walls. As we walked, my stomach growled loudly enough that Leylandir cast me a concerned glance. I found myself fantasizing about a proper breakfast, crispy bacon, eggs over easy sitting on top of buttery toast. The thought made my mouth water before reality came crashing back. As much as I longed for real food, Azogrim's fungus fare was the only thing I could stomach here. If I never saw another mushroom, I'd die a happy woman. The massive doors to the inner sanctum loomed ahead, and as we entered, I took in the assembled crowd around the polished granite table. The boardrings sat in their designated seats with King Jarn Krona at the head. Calathil and Leora had claimed spots near the far end, while Nazgra's imposing frame dominated one corner. Hunding fidgeted in his seat as he shuffled through a stack of papers next to Gunther, who caught my eye briefly before looking away. Cora continued to fuss as Jurga made her way to an empty chair. The baby's cries softened to whimpers as she began nursing, but the tension in the room remained palpable. I felt the weight of the dwarven ruler's stares as I walked to my own seat, their beady eyes tracking my every movement. The acoustic wards hummed softly, a reminder that every word spoken would be precisely translated for all present. I sank into my chair, trying not to fidget under the scrutiny. Leylandir settled beside me, his hand finding my knee under the table in a gesture of silent support. I laced my fingers through his, grateful for the anchor he provided. "We are glad you deigned to grace us with your presence, hybrid," Queen Hildryn leered over the table. "We would hear from you again about this half-fey so-called hedge witch you propose to enmesh into your plans." "Her name is Ishar," I said, keeping my voice level despite the way Hildryn's lip curled around the word witch, like it was something she'd scraped off her boot. "And she isn't enmeshed in the plans. She is the plan. Without her, we don't find Colonel Levine. Without Levine, we don't find the hybrids. Without the hybrids, the yarn later stays dormant, and the worlds continue to bleed magic until they collapse. Is that clear enough? Hildren leaned back, her fingers drumming a slow, irritating rhythm on the stone table. We know the stakes, hybrid. We also know that to rely on chaotic Faelish, mongrel magic is unwise. You ask us to sanction a military operation on a hostile world based on the whims of a woman who lives in a hole. A cave, I corrected, though I knew it didn't help. And she's the only one in this room who has had contact with our target and has the magical facilities to devise a means to track him. It is folly, King Dalgrim of Grundepth rumbled from across the table, his face a web of deep wrinkles. We have no treaty with independent sorcerers. If she betrays our plans, who will she answer to? You? Before I could respond, the wailing in Jurga's arms escalated. The acoustic wards of the chamber, designed to amplify diplomatic whispers, turned the baby's cry into something that vibrated my teeth. Christ, give her here, Robbo said, his voice ragged but gentle. He stood, his movements stiff with exhaustion, and reached for the bundle of blankets. You've been holding her for 6 hours straight, Jurga. Take a breath. Jurga hesitated, her eyes darting between Robbo's reaching hands and the screaming infant. For a moment she looked like she might bite him, but the fatigue won out. She thrust the bundle at him with a sharp exhale. Take her then, Jurga snapped, but mind her head. She is flesh and blood, Robert, not a weapon. I've got her. Easy does it. Robbo retreated from the table into the shadows of the room's perimeter, adopting an exaggerated rhythmic bouncing walk. He murmured low, nonsensical things into the blanket. Yeah, righto. Let's go on a walk, shall we? And miraculously, the wailing subsided to a wet hiccup. The silence that followed felt fragile. Jurga didn't relax, though. She twisted in her chair, her back to the royalty in the room, her eyes tracking Robbo's every step like a wolf watching a limping deer. If the nursery hour is concluded, Queen Hildren said, her voice cutting through the room like a diamond saw. She turned her sharp gaze back to me, ignoring Jurga entirely. The Hrockvalder has the authority to treat with nations, she said, nodding deferentially to King Yarncrona. But you are asking for resources to be allocated based on intelligence from a non-entity, a ghost. She placed her palms flat on the table, her rings clicking against the polished granite. There is a precedent for this. Under the provision of direct attestation, any foreign entity providing critical services to the Crown must present themselves to the bordering. I blinked, processing the bureaucratic speak. The provision of what? It is an archaic vetting clause, Leylandir murmured beside me, his voice low. Usually reserved for foreign entities seeking long-term employ. Entities? I shot back at Hildren. She's one person, and she's certainly not applying for a job. She's doing me a favor, a massive one. She is a foreign intelligence asset, Hildren countered smoothly. If we are to risk dwarven lives on her actions, we must weigh her. A piercing shriek shattered the air. Robbo had stopped bouncing for a split second to adjust the blanket, and Cora had taken immediate offense. He jiggled her frantically, his forehead scrunching into deep lines. Shh, it's all right, kid. Dad's got ya. Don't be like that. Jurga was out of her chair before the echo of the cry faded. She crossed the room in 3 long strides, her patience snapping like a dry twig. You are clutching her too tight, Jurga snarled, snatching the baby from his arms with a mix of maternal ferocity and pure, unadulterated stress. Give her to me. You do not know what you are doing. I'm her father, not a bloody axe murderer, Robbo hissed, though he shrank back, looking utterly defeated. He ran a hand over his stubble, catching my eye with a desperate, pleading look that said, Get me a rifle and a target, because I can't do this. Hildren waited for a brief, pointed silence to fall before meticulously picking a piece of imaginary lint from her sleeve. This is a war council, not a creche. If we cannot maintain order among ourselves, how can we expect to treat with a witch? Rumbles of what I took for agreement sounded from the rest of the board ring. She must stand before us, Hildren continued, raising her voice over Jurga's aggressive shushing. She must submit to our scrutiny. Only then will we vote to sanction her involvement. If she refuses, the mission is abandoned. The High King Yarnkrona closed his eyes for a fraction of a second, the web of lines at their corners deepening, looking like he'd rather be anywhere other than presiding over this council. Though it is a harsh interpretation of the contract that binds the board ring, Queen Hildren has the right of it, Asha Lopez. We are risking much on this gambit. The board ring has the right to weigh her worth. My hands tightened into fists under the table. She won't come, I said immediately. Ishar hates politics. You want me to bring her here just so you can insult her to her face? She'll laugh at me. Then we are at an impasse, Hildren said with a finality that sucked the air from my lungs. Forgive me, Hrockvalder. The voice was soft, melodic, and startlingly clear. Leora stood from her seat near Calathil. She smoothed the silk of her gown, looking every inch the elven noblewoman, deceptively fragile against the backdrop of a heavy chair and granite table. She spoke in perfect Dwarven despite the active translators, her accent held in the high, archaic lilt. I was not aware that the mighty board ring of Azogrim required a showcase of submission from a single woman before they felt brave enough to act. Hildren's head snapped toward her. Watch your tongue, girl. Leora didn't flinch. She walked slowly around the table, trailing her hand along the back of King Svarthak's chair. I only seek clarification. The provision you cite, is it not explicitly drafted for retained foreign assets? Those seeking to provide ongoing services under the direction of the board ring? She stopped behind me, resting a hand on my shoulder, though her eyes remained locked on Hildren. This woman is not a mercenary seeking an ongoing position, nor will she act under your direction. She is a consultant offering a single service not to you, but to Asha. To me, this appears less like due diligence, Queen Hildren, and more like you are simply stalling because you do not agree with this extraction mission your king has already sanctioned. The silence stretched, taut as a bowstring. Calathil watched his granddaughter with a look of undisguised pride, his fingers steepled under his chin. Hildren's face turned a shade of puce that clashed horribly with her crimson dress. She had been cornered. To refuse now was to admit fear. To agree was to yield to an elf girl's logic. King Yarnkrona cleared his throat. He looked from Leora back to the circle of monarchs, his expression unreadable. Lady Leora cuts to the marrow, the High King rumbled. But the Queen of Gromdal has invoked the protocol. It is not for me to dismiss the caution of my equals. He leaned forward, placing his hands on the table, his heavy brows lowering as he addressed the room. How say you, lords and ladies of the board ring? Do you require the witch's flesh and blood to stand before you before committing to this cause? King Dolgrim didn't hesitate. He slammed a heavy fist onto the table. I will see this witch. King Svartak followed suit, his fist hitting the stone with a sharp crack. Then Baldrek, then Rangvid. The sound echoed off the high ceiling like a war drum, a unanimous percussion of distrust. Hildren sat back, a satisfied smirk touching her lips as the echoes faded. The king nodded slowly, accepting the consensus of his council. He turned his gaze to me. The board ring speaks, Asha Lopez. You have your mandate. Go to Earth and retrieve this Ishar. Leylandir's hand squeezed mine under the table. I bit the inside of my cheek to keep my face neutral and muttered, Understood. This council is adjourned until the asset is presented, King Yarnkrona announced, rising from his seat. The scraping of heavy chairs against the floor filled the room as the monarchs rose. Queen Hildryn cast me one last triumphant look before sweeping out of the chamber, her entourage of guards trailing behind her like a metallic tail. Dahlgrim and the others followed, their heavy boots the only sound in the room until the massive doors boomed shut behind them, leaving us in the sudden, ringing silence of the sanctum. "Bloody hell," Robbo muttered, now slumped in his chair while Jurga nursed the baby, glaring at anyone who looked her way. Same shit, different planet. I stood, squeezing Leylandir's hand before letting go. "I'll go and talk to her." Leylandir moved to rise with me. "I will accompany you." "No," I said, putting a hand on his chest. The contact sent a familiar warmth through me, but I ignored it. "Stay here. Ishar barely tolerates me. If I bring an elf to her doorstep, she's liable to turn us both into frogs." He frowned, his eyes searching mine, unhappy with being sidelined. "And," I added, leaning over to whisper in his ear, "someone has to make sure Robbo survives the next hour without Jurga killing him." The corner of his mouth hitched, and a glint of his earlier mischief returned to his eyes. He glanced at the exhausted mercenary and gave a sharp nod. "Very well. But take Dimrin and do not tarry. The bed will be cold without you." "Count on it," I promised. I turned and walked out of the sanctum, the heavy doors booming shut behind me. I had a witch to catch. Chapter 2. It was raining as I took the last few steps toward Ishar's cave, dwelling in the narrow gully in Colorado Bend State Park. Dimrin sat hunched on my shoulders, and while it would have been nice to magic up an invisible umbrella for us both, I thought it was prudent not to risk using any unnecessary magic. Gunther's peculiar disc, which purported to mask my arrival, sat heavy in my pocket, though I still didn't know for certain if the device did anything. "I told you to come back at the full moon," Ishar called before I'd made it past the first step into the cave she called home. "It is not for another 3 days." "Great," I replied, pitching my voice to Carrie as I made my way down the narrow opening. "That gives us time for a little side quest first, then." As the cave widened, Dimrin leaped from my shoulder to scuttle toward the green arcane fire burning in Ishar's living quarters, and skidding to a stop, held out his wings as if to dry them. The hedge witch eyed him curiously from her vantage behind the fire as she sat in a wicker chair, peeling what appeared to be some kind of root. Pinching my wet shirt away from my chest, I made a face and grabbed enough ambient magic to create an untidy puddle of water at my feet before joining her at the fire. "Whatever do you mean?" Ishar's gaze sharpened on the puddle. "It is not I who bears the burden of quests and fate. I am but an old woman who minds her own affairs and likes to listen to stories told by those who are caught up in the winds of destiny." I ran my tongue over my teeth and dropped into a vacant chair. "Yeah, about that. I might have mentioned your part in locating Levine to some of my allies. But let's just say they're a little flighty. They, want to meet you." Ishar's face froze. Then her upper lip curled as she placed the small knife and root into a basket at her side. "My part? Girl, I told you that I would consider how such a feat could be done. I promised you nothing, and you would speak of me to others?" Psht. I picked at a damp seam on my jeans, stalling for a moment as I weighed my response to the aggrieved hedge witch carefully. "Take it as a compliment? I'm sure you've already thought of 3 ways to manage it, and I trust you to pull it off better than anyone else involved in this venture. You're the only person to have actually met him for a start, and do not seek to flatter me." Ishar stood sharply, placing her small fists on her hips. While the woman was petite, she drew herself to impossibly tall proportions despite the fact I couldn't feel the zing of magic over my skin. "I will not be a thread drawn into the chaotic tapestry you weave around you. I have not left this place since I arrived, and I have no intentions to go gallivanting around for causes which have little to do with me." I stood with my hands in front of me, and somehow it broke the glamour in the room because I was suddenly taller than the woman in front of me. I'm sorry, okay? I should have checked in with you before I shared this with the others. I wouldn't ask if it wasn't important, and as it happens, I'm acting at the direction of King Yarncrona himself. Just a quick meeting with his vassal lords, and it's done. Dwarves? A deep line creased between Ishar's brows. I simply cannot keep up with your schemes. First it's elves, then orcs, now dwarves too. Tell me, how long will it be before you cross the Empress of Vajnori herself and beg for me to vouch for you? No, I caught the woman's hands as she finished counting off each finger and looked her squarely in the eye. Of course I knew she lived as a hermit out here, but there was an edge to her tone that spoke of panic. It wasn't that she didn't like people, or maybe that just wasn't all of it. There was a deeper anxiety there that I might have never picked up on if I had continued only ever making house calls to her. There's nothing to be afraid of, I said quietly. Nobody is going to hurt you in Azogrim. The muscles bunched in her jaw, and the anxiety in her eyes dissolved into flint as if it hadn't been there a moment before. I will not agree to travel with you. She hadn't pulled her hands away from mine, and I paused to stare at them, wondering exactly how I could backtrack right to the start of the conversation and try again. I shared some sense of familiarity with the woman, despite only having met her a handful of times and knowing next to nothing about her. But I recalled the first time we met, and slowly worried my lower lip between my teeth as I tried another tactic. You remember when I first came here to get those cuffs altered? Of course, she snapped. I wasn't anything other than a soldier at the time, and you told me that I had an air of destiny about me. I thought it was some kind of bullshit throwaway line at the time. And don't get me wrong, I'm not some chosen one. But the stakes here are huge. Now, the dwarves think they can come up with some kind of device which will help us to find Levine, but that could take weeks, or even months. Time isn't on our side, and we both know you've been dreaming up something that will take us right to him. Ishar snatched her hands back with a scoff. Perhaps, or perhaps it would remain exactly that, a dream. I tilted my head, watching the way her lips pursed as if she knew full well that she could conjure her dreams to fruition with a click of her fingers. I realized then that appealing to her sense of duty was a dead end. Ishar didn't care about the war, or the worlds, or the politics of kings. She cared about her craft, and more importantly, she cared about being the best. I took a step closer, letting my boots crunch softly on the stone floor. I understand. Honestly, it's probably for the best. Ishar didn't look up, but her eyebrow arched for a fraction of a second. Oh? Yeah. When I first proposed bringing you in, it was Queen Hildren who wanted to know about your qualifications. She's the one who oversees magical infrastructure across Dwarengal. With a whole team of the most powerful magical minds in the realms, she actually laughed. Ishar's hands stilled completely. The silence in the cave grew heavy, pressing in against my eardrums. She laughed? Well, I mean, she scoffed, but it was unpleasant. I moved to stand beside the fire, examining my fingernails casually. She said that while you might be capable of enchanting snuff cuffs, relying on chaotic, faelish mongrel magic for an operation which requires absolute precision would be a liability to the Dwarengal interest in this mission. Ishar's focus sharpened, her eyes turning to chips of flint as she lifted her chin. Mongrel. Her words, not mine, I said, suppressing the wince that wanted to surface at the dangerous drop in temperature in the room. I sent a silent prayer out into the universe for the embellishment I was about to share, given that this line of discussion appeared to be piquing her interest. After looking at the cuffs you gave me, she basically insinuated that the work was rudimentary. Ishar went very still. She didn't move, but the air around her suddenly felt charged, like the atmosphere right before a lightning strike. The shadows in the cave's corners seemed to stretch toward her, and the green fire in the grate flared violet. Rudimentary? she whispered. The word hissed like water hitting a hot skillet. I told her she was wrong, I added quickly, perhaps laying it on a bit too thick. But she demanded you present yourself to explain your methods. You know, to prove you're capable of understanding complex magical theory. I told her not to bother. I said you were probably happier here in your... How did she refer to it? Hole. Ishar dusted her hands on her skirt. The movement was sharp, precise, and terrified me more than if she had screamed. Pack your creature, girl, she said, her voice devoid of any warmth. She swept past me toward the back of the cave where a collection of battered leather satchels hung from the rock face. We are going to Azogrim. We are? I asked, feigning surprise. I will not have my art insulted by subterranean masons who think magic must be bound in iron to be useful, she spat, grabbing a cloak made of something that looked like woven shadows and throwing it over her shoulders. I will show this queen that there are forces her equations cannot contain. I couldn't suppress the triumphant little exhale that escaped me as Dimrin launched himself from the floor, scrambling up my jacket to reclaim his perch on my shoulder. His claws dug in, sensing the sudden shift in momentum. I was hoping you'd say that, I murmured. Ishar turned back to me, her eyes blazing. Do not mistake this for kindness, girl. I do this for the insult. If she speaks the word mongrel in my presence, I will turn her blood to ichor. Noted, I said, pulling Gunther's masking disc from my pocket. But try to keep the transfusions to a minimum until we get what we need. We're trying to save the worlds. Details, said with a dismissive flick of her fingers toward the disc. You rely too much on toys. It hides magical signatures from sensors, I explained, gesturing toward the cave's mouth. Or so Gunther claims. And it helps key us into the receiving rooms in Azogrim so we don't trip any alarms. You ready? Ishar snapped her fingers, extinguishing the green fire in the grate, and swept past me into the gray, drizzling daylight. We stood on the slick limestone bank of the narrow creek that cut through the gully. The rain pockmarked the water's surface, and the air smelled of wet cedar and mud. I took a breath, grounding myself, and reached for the magical well deep inside. I focused on the image of Azogrim's receiving rooms in my mind's eye, gripping the disc tightly. With a sharp exhale, I sought to rip the air in front of us to that exact location. A jagged rift of condensing air opened, revealing a swirling vortex of blinding light. I wrapped one arm around Dimrin to secure him and extended my other hand to the witch. She looked at the unstable magical tear with a critical eye, then at my hand, before gripping my wrist with fingers that felt surprisingly strong and cold. Hold on, I warned. This part sucks. I stepped into the rift, pulling us through the void. The sensation of travel was instant and crushing. The humidity of the Texas ravine was stripped away, replaced violently by a heavy, pressurized dryness. We stumbled out of the receiving circle in Azogrim with less grace than I would have liked. I hit the stone floor on one knee, gasping for air that felt too thin and too hot all at once. Beside me, Ishar landed on her feet, though she swayed, fingers pressing against her throat. Barbaric, she choked out, straightening her cloak. We were in the lower diplomatic receiving rooms. It was a cavernous, windowless chamber hewn from black granite, lit by the steady, smokeless glow of enchanted lamps. The air smelled of sulfur, iron, and the recycled breath of 1,000 dwarves. Ishar looked around, her nose wrinkling as if she had stepped in something foul. It smells of stagnation, she announced, her voice echoing too loudly in the quiet corridor. She looked up at the vaulted ceiling, pressed down by millions of tons of mountain. Not even the barest stir of fresh air. How do they breathe in this tomb? We try not to think about it too hard, I muttered, checking the disc I held. It was warm to the touch, but nothing else about it suggested it was active. And the smell grows on you. Eventually. I doubt it, She sniffed. This place, the earth here, does not sing. It groans under the weight of their ego. Ah, sure, I guess, I said, dusting my knees. Come on. The inner sanctum is 2 levels up. The walk was tense. Dwarven guards posted at the checkpoints eyed us warily, which I figured was more to do with the glares Ishar leveled at them than our trespass. Her eyes darted to every rune-etched archway and reinforced pillar, dissecting them with a gaze that seemed to peel back the stone. Every time we passed a vent pumping heat from the forges deep below, she flinched. They bind everything, she murmured as we passed a carved reinforced column. It is unnatural. It keeps the pressure underground stable, I argued, though for the first time, I saw it through her eyes, the rigidity, the control. It was impressive, yes, but it was also suffocating. It keeps the world leashed, she corrected. We rounded the final corner toward the antechamber of the inner sanctum. The massive double doors were shut tight, guarded by 2 dwarves in full plate armor who didn't so much as blink as we approached. But sitting on a stone bench nearby was a familiar burly figure who looked entirely out of place against the ornate carving. Robbo was slumped forward, elbows on his knees, staring at the floor. He looked like he hadn't slept in a week, his red hair sticking up in tufts where he'd run his hands through it. When he heard our footsteps, his head snapped up, his hand drifting instinctively toward the sidearm he wasn't allowed to wear in the dwarven city. Shit, Robbo breathed, his eyes widening as they landed on the small woman beside me. He stood, wiping his palms on his trousers. I'll be damned. You actually got her. Ishar, this is Robbo, I said, gesturing between them. He's part of our team here. Robbo, this is Ishar. Pleasure, Robbo said, offering a tired but genuine smile. Heard a lot about you. Ishar ignored the outstretched hand. She stared at him with unblinking bird-like eyes, tilting her head as she took in his disheveled state. You have the look of a man who is being hunted, she observed quietly, though I suspect your predator is small and loud. Robbo blinked, then dropped his hand with a rusty chuckle. Yeah, too right. Little Cora's got a set of lungs on her that would rival a banshee. I'm hiding out here until the ringing in my ears stops. He looked at me, jerking a thumb back toward the heavy doors. The boardring reconvened for a private discussion after you left. I figured I'd keep an eye on the door. Perfect, I said. That means they're warmed up. You all right, mate? Robbo asked, eyeing the way I was shifting my weight. You look a bit... I'm fine, I cut in. Just ready to get this over with. I gestured for Ishar to take a seat on the stone bench opposite the one Robbo had occupied. She sat stiffly, pulling her cloak around her as if to avoid touching the stone directly. Give us a minute, Robbo? I asked. He looked between us, sensing the shift in tone. Yeah, righto. I'll go make sure no one's sneaking up the lift. He lumbered down the hallway, giving us a respectable amount of privacy. I sat beside Ishar. I knew I had a captive audience for exactly as long as it took for those doors to open, and while I'd primarily gone to see her for the mission, there had been something else on my mind over the past couple of days. This was harder than facing the boardring. Politics I could handle. This was admitting a weakness I had been trying to hide from myself. She is a volatile creature, this queen, Ishar said, staring at the closed doors. I can feel her voice vibrating in the stone. Hildren is formidable, I agreed. I took a breath, steeling myself. Ishar, while we wait, I wanted to ask you for a favor. I know I'm already asking a lot, but... Ishar turned her gaze to me, her eyes glinting in the torchlight. I have agreed to travel to prove a point. I have not agreed to serve you. It's not about the mission, I said quickly. My hand drifted to my belt, though the item she'd gifted me wasn't there. They were back on the nightstand. It's about the snuff cuffs. Ishar cocked her head. You have tested them with your lover? Are they unsatisfactory? No, I mean, yes. They're very satisfactory. Just, a little cumbersome. I was hoping that maybe you could enchant something a little less conspicuous. A bracelet, maybe? Her eyebrows shot up. You wish to keep the elf bound? Not at all. I stared at my boots, unable to meet her gaze, a hot blush flooding my neck. But the chains are a bit much. It'd be nice not to be reminded of his captivity on Earth every time we're intimate. Can you do that? Ishar studied me for a long moment. It was an uncomfortable scrutiny, as if she were peeling back layers of skin to see the nerves beneath. There was no mockery in her face now, only a sharp, clinical curiosity. You ask for a paradox, she murmured. You want to bind a creature of magic so you can love him. Yet you love him because he is a creature of magic. I love him, I insisted. The man, not the power. They are the same, child. Please, I whispered. Can you do it? Finally, she let out a short, sharp sigh, sounding very old. I can bind the magic with a new instrument, certainly, and even craft such an item myself. Metal and intent are simple enough to weave, and I can create filigree that would make these dwarves weep with envy. The tension I'd been holding in my jaw and shoulders vanished, and the sudden release made my head swim. Thank you. I can pay you. Whatever you want. Do not thank me yet. She cut me off, her voice dropping to a harsh whisper. She leaned in, her dark eyes boring into mine, her hand reaching to grip my chin with surprising force. I can bind the power, she warned. I can silence the thrum of the Ladrithiau in his blood so that he feels as dull and flat as a human to your touch. But I cannot bind your fear of it. I froze, her words slicing through my relief like a blade. If you rely on such means, she said, her voice low and intense, you will never learn that he is already safe. You are building a dam because you are afraid of the river. One day the dam will break, or the river will dry up. What will you do then? I opened my mouth to argue, but the truth died in my throat. I didn't have an answer. I supposed I was only looking for a way to make our bedroom aids a little more permanent, but what if she was right? What if, after a little while, the shine wore off on our honeymoon phase and we were right back where we started? I'll cross that bridge when I get to it. The idiom tasted like ash the moment it left my lips. It was a hollow, cowardly thing to say. The kind of lie people told themselves when they knew the bridge was already burning. But it was the only defense I had left. Ishar stared at me for a long moment. The intensity in her eyes softened, not into pity, but into a kind of weary resignation. She released a slow breath and smoothed the front of her dress. If you cannot see a way past the fear, then I will help you hide from it, she said quietly. Bring me the iron, and I will forge your pacifier, child. But I would encourage you to ask yourself how you may eventually overcome it instead. Before I could answer, before I could even process the weight of that question, the massive stone doors to the inner sanctum groaned. The sound of grinding stone echoed through the antechamber as the complex locking mechanisms disengaged. Robbo hurried back from down the hall, straightening his jacket. Showtime, he muttered. The doors swung inward, revealing the long rectangular chamber beyond. The air that rushed out carried the heat of arguments and the heavy acoustic hum of the translation wards. At the far end, the massive, polished granite table dominated the room, reflecting the torchlight like a dark river. A guard in full ceremonial plate armor stepped out, slamming the butt of his spear against the floor. The board ring awaits. Ishar stood. She dusted off invisible specks of dirt from her cloak. The uncertainty and the philosophical warnings vanished from her face, replaced instantly by a mask of imperious disdain. She lifted her chin, looking every inch a queen in her own right. Come, she said, not looking back at me as she swept toward the open doors. Let us see this queen of rust and rocks. Chapter 3. I expected Ishar to make use of her glamour magic to make herself taller on her way into the inner sanctum. It might have been interpreted as a petty power play move, but I had certainly found it impressive when I first met the hedge witch. But Ishar must have been feeling comfortable in her, original skin, because she strode toward the massive granite table still at least a foot shorter than me, looking like she was walking into her own living room rather than a hostile war council. With her chin lifted, she stopped short of taking the seat at the table and stood with her arms loose at her sides. I pulled up next to her, noting from the corner of my eye that her ageless visage was firmly in place. To me, she looked like a woman in her prime. To them, she probably looked like a force of nature packed into a travel-sized container. Ishar of Earth, Queen Hildren began, her voice resonating clearly through the acoustic wards, booming with the base of the mountain. We have summoned... I am not from Earth, Ishar cut in. A piercing static shrieked through the room, accompanied by a violent pop sounding suspiciously like a blown fuse. I pressed my palms to my ears, wincing as the high-pitched whine drilled into my skull. Around the table, the dwarven monarchs flinched, hands flying to their temples. Dolgrim growled something unintelligible, and Hildren frantically tapped at the interface on the table. It took a moment to realize that Ishar's words hadn't translated. The smooth, deep baritone of the translation spell had been replaced by the raw, crackling sound of the witch's actual voice. I blinked, lowering my hands as the whine faded to a dull thrum. A small, terrifying smile curved Ishar's lips. And, she continued, her voice light but carrying to every corner of the vast hall, I do not provide consent for my words to be chiseled and reshaped by your blunt, mechanical instruments. A translation always risks losing the flavor of the intent. Do you not agree? The members of the board ring exchanged confused glances. It was clear that while some, like Yarncrona, spoke English, others like Dolgrim were waiting for the magic to do the work for them. Hildren's face turned a shade of mottled dark red. She understood perfectly. You see? She hissed at King Yarncrona, pointing a heavy, ringed finger at us. This is precisely why the provision of direct attestation was necessary. The Fae are slippery creatures, and this witch is no exception. She insults us before she even sits. Ishar made a soft snorting noise, a sound of pure derision that needed no translation. She reached up, brushing a speck of non-existent dust from her nose, and when she spoke again, the syllables were guttural and hard. First I am of Earth, now I am Fae. Which is it, little queen? Your taxonomy is as sloppy as your enchanting. The silence that slammed into the room was absolute. Ishar was speaking Dwarven, and not just the modern trade dialect I'd picked up during my stay on Azogrim. The cadence sounded archaic, high, more formal than I'd heard even from those assembled in the room. It felt different in the air somehow. Heavier, even. King Yarncrona rose slowly from his seat at the head of the table. He didn't look angry. He looked unsettled. You speak the old forms, he rumbled, his eyes narrowing. We were told you were human. I am as human as the soil that eats the dead and births the trees, Ishar replied, stepping around the chair to prowl closer to Hildren. But my name, since you seem so eager to label things you do not understand, is Ishar. Before your grandfather's grandfather suckled at his mother's breast, I held the title of Keeper of the Severed Veil on Kirilleth. My stomach did a slow roll. Kirilleth? And the title, Keeper of the Severed Veil. That didn't sound like a hedge witch title. That sounded like something from a history book. I stared at the back of her head, suddenly wondering if the eccentric hermit act back in Texas was just that, an act. I realized with a jolt that I had absolutely no idea who I had actually brought into this room. She stopped directly behind Hildren's massive stone chair. The queen stiffened but refused to turn, staring straight ahead. "I walked these halls when Azogrim was nothing but a volcanic vent," Ishar murmured, trailing a hand along the back of Hildren's chair. "I have retired from the politics of covens and councils. I prefer to be left to my own devices. However," she paused, looking at me with a wink that felt entirely out of place in the ancient gravity of her speech. "From time to time, I agree to small contracts, favors, usually for those who are polite enough to ask, rather than demand." Hildren slammed her palm on the table and spun in her seat. "You think age grants you leave to be obstinate in our presence? You are in our domain, which, here, you are nothing but a guest subject to our—" Ishar didn't flinch. She simply tapped the heavy iron torque around Hildren's neck, the badge of her office, glowing with protective runes. Click. The glow died instantly. The heavy metal collar slumped, lifeless and dull against the queen's collarbone. Hildren gasped, clutching at her throat, her eyes bulging. The guards at the door took a step forward, spears lowered. "Peace," Ishar said, raising a hand. "I merely untied the knot. Your wards were constricting. They lacked flow. I thought you might breathe easier without them." King Yarncrona raised a hand sharply, halting the guards. His gaze was fixed on Ishar, calculating. "You dare interfere with the personal protection devices of my people?" I unraveled a clumsily tied shoelace. Ishar corrected, pausing to examine a fingernail with disinterest. "Now, you have seen me. You have heard me speak your tongue better than half your council. You have seen that I can dismantle your defenses without drawing a breath. Are we quite finished with this theater? Or must I perform a card trick next?" I bit the inside of my cheek to keep from laughing. It was terrifying, yes. I was fairly certain Ishar could turn everyone in this room into newts if the mood struck her, but seeing Hildren reduced to sputtering indignation was deeply satisfying. Usable power. That was the only currency the dwarves truly respected. And Ishar had just dumped a vault's worth on the table. Queen Hildren trembled, her hands clutching the dead metal of her torque. She opened her mouth, likely to demand Ishar's immediate execution, but Yarncrona's voice cut through the tension like a gavel. "Enough." The High King looked from the sputtering queen to the serene witch. He sat back slowly, his heavy hands resting on the throne's arms. "You invoked the provision of direct attestation, Queen Hildren. You demanded the entity present herself to the bordering to be weighed." Hildren stood, pointing a shaking finger at Ishar. "She has assaulted a monarch. She has mocked our traditions. This is not—" "The provision," Yarncrona interrupted, his voice dropping an octave, "requires only that the entity stand before us. It does not require that she bow. It does not require that she likes us. It requires only that we see the truth of her nature." He looked at Ishar, a glint of something like respect warring with caution in his eyes. "We have seen. The requirement of the law is satisfied." Hildren straightened, her hands dropping from her throat to slam flat against the stone table. "If the law is satisfied, then the judgment remains. I demand a vote, High King. The bordering must decide if we accept this creature's aid. She is a danger to our cause, and I will not—" "There will be no vote." Yarncrona leaned forward, his massive shoulders eclipsing the torchlight behind him. "The extraction mission was already sanctioned by this council. You invoked the provision to challenge the asset's capability, not to relitigate the mission itself. You questioned if she had the power to aid us, and she has answered that question. To vote now on whether we like her methods would be a waste of breath. The hurdle you placed has been cleared." Hildren's mouth snapped shut with an audible click. She scanned the table for support, but found none. King Dolgrim grunted, crossing his massive arms over his chest. The Hrockvaldur speaks true. She is a menace, aye, but she is a capable one. Send her, preferably far away from here. King Svarthak nodded in agreement. Let her be Earth's problem. We have dwelled on this long enough. Yarnkrona turned his gaze back to me, the matter settled. The board ring stands by its sanction, Asha Lopez. Resources are at your disposal. Take your consultant and go. Hildren glared, her face like thunder, but she sank into her chair, defeated by the very bureaucratic forces she had tried to weaponize. Ishar didn't wait for a dismissal. She turned on her heel. Excellent. Now take me to this crew of yours, Asha. If they are as ragged as that mercenary outside, we have much work to do. She swept toward the door, leaving the monarchs of the dwarven realms staring at her back in stunned silence. A shudder of pure relief ran through me, and my shoulders, which had been bored stiff, slumped. Thank you, your majesties, I managed, giving a quick military nod before turning to chase after the witch. As the heavy doors boomed shut behind us, cutting off the murmur of the council, Ishar let her shoulders drop an inch. By the roots, she muttered in English, adjusting her shawl. They are exhausting. So much bluff. So little imagination. You were amazing, I said, catching up to her. Robbo was already pushing off the wall, eyeing us with anticipation. I was theatrical, she corrected, shooting me a sharp look. Do not mistake the two. Now, where is the elf and the rest of your strays? I require tea. Real tea. Does such a thing exist here? Leora and the others are probably down in the Yarnleader chamber, I said, gesturing toward the hallway with the elevators. I think you might actually prefer seeing that to drinking tea. Ishar's pace quickened. Then lead on, girl. We have a colonel to hunt. The elevator's descent was a rattle of chains and gears that seemed loud enough to wake the city itself. Robbo leaned against the brass grating, scrubbing a hand over his face. He looked like a man who had just come out the other side of a battle, which might not be far from the truth given what I'd seen between him and Jurga that morning. So, he grunted, breaking the silence. I take it the vote went in our favor? Hildren didn't get her vote at all, I said, considering Ishar, who stood in the center of the cage with eyes closed, swaying slightly with the motion of the lift. In fact, I'd say she got beaten at her own game. Ishar's lip curled, though her eyes remained shut. She was reminded of her station. Monarchs often confuse the height of their throne with the breadth of their reach. Oh, yeah? I hooked my thumbs through my belt. Is that for regular folks or just the Keeper of the Severed Veil? What's that? A heavy metal album? Robbo chortled. Could be, for all I know. I kept my gaze on Ishar, who didn't rise to the bait. Do they have heavy metal bands on Kirillith, Ishar? Ishar opened one eye. It was dark, flat, and offered absolutely nothing. It is simply a title from long ago, child. Do not strain your neck looking backward. You might miss the wall you are walking into. The lift ground to a halt before I could press her. The grate slid open. The Yarnleader chamber was a cavernous void of shadows interrupted by pools of light. The massive stone arch dominated the space, a silent, sleeping giant. Ishar stepped out. She didn't falter, but her step slowed. It is loud, she murmured. Loud? I asked, joining her. It's dormant. Perhaps to your ears. She sniffed, and her eyes slid away from the gate as if it were of no consequence. Where are your people? I led her past impossibly tall columns holding up the chamber to where a makeshift command center had been put together by Calathil and Hunding, so they could pore over their collective research on the gates. I scanned the cavernous workspace for the rest of our motley crew. There was no sign of Jurga or Leora, which was probably a mercy. If Jurga had managed to get Cora down, she was likely catching up on the sleep the baby had stolen from her last night, and Leora had probably retreated to her quarters to avoid the fallout. Gunther was present, though, sitting further back at a smaller workstation. He didn't look up as we approached, entirely engrossed in dismantling some kind of gadget, his back to us. Hovering near him was Hunding, the frantic lead researcher of Azogrim, who pointed animatedly back and forth between the device and a glowing tablet anchored at eye level like a monitor. As we approached the main table, Calathil looked up from a scroll he was examining. His eyes, green and sharp like Leylandir's but deepened by centuries of study, locked onto Ishar. He didn't speak immediately. He straightened, folding his hands into the sleeves of his robes. He tilted his head, his gaze sweeping over the small woman in the shadow cloak, taking in not just her appearance, but something else. It was like watching two strange cats consider each other from across the alley, not to fight, but to size each other up. Leylandir rose from a seat at the table where he had been reading from a holoprojector and glanced between his uncle and the witch who had once saved him in the aftermath of a shootout in her forest. "Lady Ishar," Leylandir said, breaking the silence with a respectful bow. "This is my uncle, Lord Calathil Tolcasiel of Eldoraon." Calathil stepped forward. "A pleasure," he said. His voice was smooth, cultured, contrasting sharply with Ishar's rougher edges. He paused, his head tilting as his focus intensified, studying her as if she were a line from a forgotten book. "Forgive me. Have we met?" Ishar looked him up and down, unimpressed by the robes or the title. "I generally remember the elven lords I meet. They tend to leave a lingering scent of entitlement. You, I do not recall." Calathil didn't take the bait. He stepped closer, his curiosity overriding his offense. "Strange. I have had little occasion to visit the Fey worlds, but I have journeyed to the archives in Neasthana. Perhaps we have—" The expression on Ishar's face went utterly blank, all warmth and personality receding in an instant, a shudder coming down. "We have not." "Of course," Calathil apologized smoothly, though the intelligent gleam in his eyes didn't dim. I sensed that he was filing her away for later study. "I meant no offense." Leylandir cleared his throat, sensing the sudden drop in temperature. He gestured vaguely toward the back of the room. "And Gunther, of course. The dwarf beside him is Hunding, an academic of Azogrim. They are helping us calculate the coordinates we may need on Earth." Ishar barely spared them a glance, her eyes still boring into Calathil's. "We are grateful for your assistance, Ishar," Leylandir continued, trying to steer the ship back to calmer waters. "Asha tells us you can help locate Colonel Levine." "Perhaps," Ishar said, finally turning her back on Calathil with a dismissal that was as loud as a shout. "But not here. This place is a tomb. The stone is too thick, the air is dead, and the stink of dwarven order chokes the senses." "Stink?" a high-pitched voice cracked. Hunding scrambled over, clutching a stylus like a dagger, his wild hair practically standing on end. He looked at Ishar as if she were a fascinating yet offensive specimen in a jar. "I'll have you know that I was the architect of the new venting systems we installed throughout the city," he sputtered, looking scandalized. "The air quality is superb, and humidity is kept at an optimal rate in each quadrant for the kind of work that is undertaken in there. Why, my labs are designed to be the perfect place for both contemplation and—" "I will not contemplate anything here," Ishar cut him off, staring down her nose at him despite their heights being almost equal. "I need soil that breathes. I need to return to the surface. And if memory serves me right, the surface of Azogrim is inhospitable for the living." "Not exactly true." Hunding tilted his head back and forth. "There are many species that thrive up there. The early and late hours could be suitable for your needs, with the temperature ranging between— I suspect Ishar will need to perform her magic in the realm from which its function is intended." Calathil's lip quirked. Ishar arched a tart eyebrow. "It is preferable to do so, yes." May I ask of your intended methods? The elder elf couldn't quite hide the faint crinkling at the corners of his eyes that betrayed his amusement. Or whether we can furnish you with anything that might be of assistance? My methods are my own business, elf. He held his hands up in supplication, but his composure cracked, and he snickered softly. Look, I said, stepping forward to intercept whatever cutting remark Ishar might fling across the room. I hear you. You want to go home, and I'll make that happen. It might just be handy to know how whatever means you have planned will work, so we can be ready when we get there. Ishar paused, her hand dipping into the folds of her cloak. Hunding leaned forward, clearly expecting an arcane device of immense complexity. Instead, she withdrew a heavy, circular piece of brass and flipped it into the air. It rang with a clear, sharp note before she snatched it back. Is that... Gunther squinted from his workstation, recognizing the flash of the eagle on the metal. A challenge coin? The token, I realized aloud, the memory of my first encounter with the witch surfacing. Denise told me to give it to you to prove I was carrying out Levine's business. It is a contract, Ishar corrected, her voice dropping. She held the coin up to the violet light. He sent this out into the world to buy my attention. It is a connection, a debt. You enchanted it as a binding contract? Hunding sputtered. Always so literal, she muttered. It is simply a request from a powerful man that has not yet been repaid. And the fates hate an unpaid balance. You're tracking metaphysical obligation? Hunding's stylus twitched. That's preposterous. You can't triangulate a location based on a social construct. It pulls like gravity nonetheless, Ishar said simply, closing her fist around the coin. I am merely going to allow it to drag me back to the hand that spent it. She turned on her heel, her shadow cloak flaring behind her as she dismissed the laws of physics and the high elf lord in one motion. Prepare your portal. I will leave this place now. She marched toward the far side of the cavern, leaving a heavy silence in her wake. The fates hate an unpaid balance, Robbo muttered, scratching his stubble. In that case, I reckon the universe would have a thing or two to say about my credit score. Most likely, I said absently, my eyes still fixed on Ishar. I better go take her back before she pisses off anyone else. Chapter 4. The walk to our guest quarters was shorter than I expected. When I pushed the heavy door open, I found Leylandir already halfway through packing a small canvas bag on the bed. He looked up, surprised, a folded towel in his hands. You returned quickly. Ishar refused the escort, I said, dropping my own gear by the door and rolling my shoulders to work out the tension. Said she knew the way through the void better than I did and didn't need a shadow cramping her style. She's gone. Good. Leylandir tossed the towel into the bag. He wasn't wearing his tunic, just his breeches and boots, and the sight of his bare chest in the room's amber light did things to my pulse that I was too tired to fight. That gifts us more time. Time for what? I asked, eyeing the bag. Restoration, he murmured, stalking toward me with a hunger in his eyes that always made the room feel smaller. He stopped a breath away, his fingers grazing my hip. And relaxation. I have secured us a key to a private mineral pool in the lower quadrant. I let my head fall against his shoulder, groaning. The mineral pools? Really? The water in there feels like warm soup. It is nourishing for the skin, he countered, his lips pressing a warm line against the sensitive cord of my neck. And the steam is conducive to relaxation. It leaves a nasty film, I argued weakly, though my hands were already resting on his waist. It is also incredibly slippery, he murmured, his voice dropping to a low, vibrating purr against my ear. which eliminates certain friction. My thoughts have lingered on how our bodies might glide against each other, deeply. My breath hitched. I pulled back slightly to look at him. His green eyes were dark, heavy with an intent that had nothing to do with hygiene. A slow, deliberate smile spread across my face. "Well," I said, running a hand down his bare chest. "When you put it that way, it does sound intriguing." "I thought you might agree." He stole a quick, urgent kiss before turning back to the bed to fasten the bag. As he did, the fabric gaped open, and a glint of dull metal caught my eye. Resting atop the spongy dwarven towels were the snuff cuffs. I let out a short, dry laugh and reached into the bag, hooking a finger through one of the iron rings to lift it up. "Subtle," I teased, tilting my head as I met his gaze. "Packing the hardware for a spa date?" Leylandir snickered, a small, knowing smile playing on his lips. "I am simply pragmatic. Though if you would prefer to leave them here, I take no issue with returning to retrieve them naked if they are required later." My smile faltered. He meant it as a reassurance, a promise that he would do whatever it took to make me safe. But the words landed like a stone in a quiet pool, sending a cold ripple all the way through me. "I cannot bind your fear," Ishar's voice whispered in my memory. "Right," I said, my voice dropping. I returned the cuffs into the bag. "But let's be careful with these bad boys. I'd hate for them to get rusty." "Come," he said, taking my hand. "The water waits." We made our way down the quieter service corridors and stairs to the private bathing chambers. The air grew thicker with every step, heavy with humidity and wet stone. By the time we reached the suite's foggy, crystalline door, my hair was already starting to frizz in the damp. Inside, the room was dimly lit. A large, sunken pool dominated the center, steam rolling off the surface in thick white waves. "I will ensure the temperature is tolerable," Leylandir said. He dropped the bag on a stone bench and stripped off his boots. "Join me when you are ready." He didn't wait for an answer. He dropped his breeches and waded into the milky water, disappearing into the steam until only the silhouette of his shoulders remained visible. I stood alone in the small changing alcove, the sound of lapping water echoing off the carved stone. I reached for the bag to grab a towel, and my hand brushed the cold iron of the cuffs again. I paused. My heart gave a painful thud against my ribs. "You are building a dam," Ishar had said, "because you are afraid of the river." I looked toward the pool. Leylandir was waiting. He was willing to put these chains on for me without complaint. But how long could we do this? How long until he resented the necessity? How long until I resented myself for needing it? I undressed, my fingers fumbling with buttons. When I was naked, the room's cool, damp air pricked at my skin. I sat on the stone bench. I didn't pick up the cuffs. "Just try," I told myself. "Just a spark." I closed my eyes and reached inward. My magic wasn't like Leylandir's liquid light. It was jagged and chaotic. Unpredictable, even. Leylandir loved to tease me about how little I relied on it for simple day-to-day tasks, but I felt like I'd gotten better with that since meeting him. Had I normalized it enough, though? I pushed a tiny amount of it to the surface of my fingertips. It felt like holding a live wire, a buzzing, prickling heat. Taking a shaky breath, I touched my own fingers to the inside of my thigh. I wasn't trying to arouse myself. I was trying to simulate him. I dragged the sparking energy slowly up my skin, trying to replicate the feeling of his magic engulfing me. It wasn't pleasant. It felt like insects crawling under my skin. It felt like the static charge before a lightning strike. "Relax," I ordered myself, every muscle in my back and shoulders coiling like a spring. "Find the pleasure in it. It's just energy." I tried to force my brain to remap the sensation. I tried to picture Leylandir's face, the way he looked at me with total devotion. I tried to overlay the memory of his lips onto the sensation of the magic. But the moment the energy sparked a little harder, the image fractured. The buzz became a roar. The smell in my nose turned from the soupy mineral steam to burned flesh. I wasn't in a bathhouse. I was 15. I was standing in the ruins of my family kitchen. Everything was burning. I flinched violently, jerking my hand away as if I'd been branded, my breath hitching in a strangled gasp. I sat there on the bench, naked and shivering, panting as the adrenaline slowly receded. The magic dissipated, leaving only the cold, damp reality of the room and a sour, metallic taste coating the back of my tongue. "Damn it," I hissed, pressing the heels of my hands into my eyes. It was visceral. My body remembered what magic had done to me, and it refused to let me forget. I couldn't do it. Not yet. Maybe not ever. "Asha!" Leylandir called from the steam, his voice laced with concern. "Is everything all right?" "Yeah," I called back, forcing my voice to be steady. "Just coming in now." I pressed my fist to my sternum, waiting for the tremor in my limbs to subside, then stood and grabbed the snuff cuffs. The iron was cold and heavy in my hand, and as much as they should have felt like a welcome relief, in that moment I couldn't help the sense of failure niggling at me. One day, I promised myself. Just not today. I plastered a smile on my face that I hoped looked more eager than relieved, and walked out of the alcove into the thick white mist. Leylandir turned at the sound of my approach, water sluicing off his broad chest. His eyes swept over my naked form, darkening with appreciation before landing on the iron in my hands. He didn't see the fear I'd just buried. He didn't see the failure. He only saw the key that unlocked us. A wicked, boyish grin spread across his face as he waded toward the edge, raising his dripping arms in surrender. "Your prisoner awaits," he grinned, backing into the deeper water until it lapped at his chest. "Do your worst." I stepped into the water to join him. The workstation off the main Yarnleader chamber looked less like a war room and more like the aftermath of an explosion in a clockmaker's shop. Gunther had claimed the central table, covering it with a spiderweb of wires, soldering irons, and dismantled tablets. Hunding hovered over the other half with stacks of brittle scrolls and trays of runestones, encroaching on Gunther's territory with an eager gleam in his eye. As Leylandir and I walked in, the mood shifted instantly. The humid intimacy of the bathhouse well and truly evaporated under the harsh white lights of strategy. "Ah, you have returned from depositing the witch back in her cave," Jurga said sharply as she paced the length of the room like a tiger. Cora was nestled in Nazgra's arms as the elder sat with Calathil off to the side. Freed from holding the baby, Jurga's hands were empty, and she kept flexing her fingers as if reaching for a weapon that wasn't there. Her eyes darted to Robbo, who fiddled with what looked like a modified blaster. There was no fear in her gaze for her mate's impending venture, only a sharp, jealous hunger. "I think we both know I didn't go to Earth," I projected silently. "I know what you were doing," she retorted. "I simply wish that I didn't." I schooled my features as I fought an amused grin threatening to dismantle Jurga's spoken alibi. And here I thought orcs were pretty out in the open about their sex lives. If I'd known that I would spend my first weeks as a mother mired in your frequent consummations while trying to sleep, I would have never agreed to the bond. The words were cutting, but the tone was mostly just grumpy. I supposed I'd be annoyed in her situation as well. While I did my best to keep my mind shielded from my orc sister while in the bedroom, sometimes my concentration broke at the worst of moments. "Well, lucky for you, I'll be out of your range pretty soon," I quipped and approached the table to inspect Gunther's work. "What you working on?" I asked audibly. We believe that with some alterations, we may be able to enhance this Earth tracking device to display accurate coordinates based on the magical frequencies this Ishar's coin produces. Hunding gestured toward the wires connected to a small device in the center. I narrowed my eyes at the device and noted it was indeed a GPS. Where Gunther had gotten it on Azogrim was another question, but I supposed he was still in contact with the surface camp to keep up appearances. Just in case, Gunther added. I mean, a magical compass might work, but if it doesn't give us a relative distance, this might be a good backup plan. I nodded appreciatively, having pondered the same about the logistics of the trip. Good idea. But if that coin points to coordinates in Florida, we can't exactly charter a flight, and spending days hijacking cars to cross the country isn't an option. Portals are going to be our best option, Robbo piped in, supposing your little gizmos work to mask incoming signals. The disc Gunther had given me. I wanted to trust it. I needed to trust it. But the thought of relying on something so small to fool modern military sensors in unknown territory sent a familiar cold dread creeping up the back of my neck. I agree, but we'll need to aim for remote locations for entry, even if it puts us miles out from the target. I sucked in my lower lip, concerned that even with careful planning, we would land someplace only to find that we'd pinged an obscure magical device in the area. Do we have anything that will pick up military movement on arrival? We probably only have one real shot at this, but we need to be ready to bug out at a moment's notice. If we are discovered, Dimrin and Naza can help us evade notice. Leylandir cut in smoothly from my side. I stiffened. This was the conversation I'd been dreading since we left the bathhouse. I turned slowly to face him. He looked ready. Too ready. He had that calm, confident set to his jaw that usually made my knees weak. Right now, it just made me defensive. I'm not sure it's wise to bring off-worlders along for this trip. My voice was even, but the pointed look clearly hit its target. A subtle shift went through Leylandir's posture as his shoulders squared and the easy stance evaporated. He knew this wasn't about the cat dragons. The room went very quiet. Jurga stopped pacing. Robbo slowly lowered the rag he was using to clean some components. Even Hunding stopped shuffling his scrolls. I am part of this venture, Asha, he said, his voice dropping a chilling octave. It's a tactical assessment, I reasoned, crossing my arms. Remember Viridia? When you went to face your father? You told me I couldn't come. You said it was safer for an elf to travel through Earendor without a human tagging along to draw attention. I took a step closer, trying to soften the blow as I switched to telepathy. This is the same situation, Leylandir, just in reverse. Humans blend in on Earth. You don't. I see, he said. He didn't shout. He didn't look angry. He looked bewildered. So your plan is to infiltrate a secure facility with, what, yourself, Gunther, and Robert? 3 humans? 3 was enough to extract Calithil from Erengalen, I countered. Leylandir let out a sharp, incredulous snort. He looked around the room as if asking the others if they were hearing this. Gunther suddenly found a very interesting scratch on the table to examine. Jurga looked at the ceiling. Asha, Leylandir said, turning back to me with a pitying shake of his head. Do you truly believe you can blend in? I'm human, I said defensively. I can... You are the focal point of a simmering revolt, he interrupted, gesturing to my face. You allowed yourself to be broadcast to your entire planet. If what I hear is accurate, most of the civilian population of your world knows exactly who Asha Lopez is. He stepped into my space, his height looming over me, dismantling my argument with ruthless logic. You think my ears are the liability? He scoffed. If you walk into a public space, you will be recognized in seconds. You cannot travel anonymously. You are the most hunted woman on your planet. My mouth opened, then snapped shut. I looked at Robbo for support. He grimaced and shrugged. He's got a point, Ash. You're a bit high profile right now. Like Elvis. Who? Hunding asked. Doesn't matter, I snapped. I looked back at Leylandir. He wasn't backing down. He knew I was cornered. And the small hope inside me that we could undertake this mission without blowing up all the soldiers we encountered along the way was dwindling. So much death. I was so very sick of it all. Fine, I conceded, the word tasting like ash. I glanced back at the GPS on the table, refusing to meet his eyes as I delivered the compromise. But you're not going inside. If we can do this quietly, we will. You can keep watch on the perimeter to make sure we have an exit route when we're ready to come out. Asha! It's as dangerous a role as any, I cut in. There's every chance that a whole team gets dropped right at the front door if we set off an alarm. We're going to need a lid on this jar, and I know you can hold it down. It was a compliment wrapped in a rejection. His jaw tightened, a muscle twitching in his cheek. He looked at the bag with the snuff cuffs sitting near my gear, then back to my face. Very well, he said stiffly. I will act as your scout. The tension in the room remained thick enough to choke on. So you will depart together for this coin and then return here? Or will you create a portal from this Ishar's location? Jurga came to inspect Gunther's work at the table. I lifted a shoulder, unsure I had the answer. I guess that depends on the location, and whether we feel we have enough information about the terrain. If it's in the middle of nowhere, it's probably safe enough. But near a city? I glanced at Gunther, arching an eyebrow in invitation. The maps should give us an idea about the population density, but we might need to do more recon, he agreed. We've also been working on a hopping device which might be a less conspicuous form of travel than a portal between realms. But either way, we'll still end up going in blind to some degree. Oh, what? Robbo scoffed, though a grin cracked his composure. You're telling me you don't have the clearance to run a search on all the black sites from your army doodads? Gunther blinked, his expression going completely blank as he tried to parse the comment, and I figured it would take time for my former comrade to get used to the Aussie mercenary's sense of humor. I guess we'll have to wait and see. I directed that at Jurga, then scanned the faces in the room. For now, I suggest we get what rest we can and be ready to deploy tomorrow morning. Yes, Jurga said dryly, running her tongue over her teeth. Rest. I had the misfortune of meeting Calathil's eye as Jurga spoke, and the elder elf clearly didn't miss the sarcasm as he chuckled. Rubbing the bridge of my nose, I turned before anyone else had something to say about what I chose to do with my R&R time. Leylandir followed hot on my heels. Chapter 5. You see, Ishar scoffed, there is no need for your digital contraptions. She gestured at the coin on the ground outside her cave, which had begun vibrating as soon as it touched the dirt. The effect had been like somatic patterns turning into pretty designs, except instead of sand, dirt, and the forest floor detritus formed a map around the coin, which apparently stretched right across the country. Dimran hovered above the map, his iridescent sky-blue scales flashing in the sunlight. He tilted his head, mesmerized by the vibrating dirt, until a sharp hiss from the lavender-scaled female on a nearby rock warned him not to touch. Naza scrutinized the magic with intelligent eyes before fading slightly into the background, her camouflage rippling over her scales. Assuming the coin was the X that marked the spot, it appeared our target was located somewhere in Nevada. It's pretty nifty, Robbo agreed as he peered down at the map with his fists on his hips. Gunther, however, had his eyes fixed on the GPS, fiddling with dials on the side which had clearly been retrofitted. His lips pressed in a thin line, and I guessed that picking up on the coin signal was a little more problematic than he'd first surmised. Thank you, Ishar. I lifted my hand to rest it on her shoulder and offered her a warm smile. I don't know that we ever would have found him without this. Ishar's lips curved faintly, but the proud gleam in her eye was evident. You may tell your colonel that he still owes me a debt when you free him from his captivity. Now, would you like some tea? The question was aimed at all of us. Dimrin let out an eager squeak, landing on Leylandir's shoulder with hopeful golden eyes, clearly translating tea to mean snacks. I figured it might be a while before Gunther was ready to concede, so I nodded just as my comrade lifted a fist into the air with a goofy grin. "Got it," he said. Ishar's lips thinned, and she gave a small, almost imperceptible shake of her head, as if dismissing a fool's antics. I squeezed her shoulder and let my hand fall to my side. Maybe next time. There better be a next time, girl. Ishar had already turned to track back to her cave. You also owe me. I snickered, catching Robbo's eye with a private, amused smile, and noted the cold, analytical stare Leylandir fixed on the hedge witch's retreating form. I do not recall her being so insufferable from our first meeting, he said. I went to open my mouth to tell him that she probably heard that, but figured Ishar could tell him that herself. But she didn't deign to respond, so instead I poked out my bottom lip and shrugged. In fairness, you were on the ground with a blaster shot to the chest, and she did heal you, if you recall. Leylandir made a non-committal sound in his throat, though he reached up to scratch Dimrin absent-mindedly under the chin as he turned to Gunther. You have discerned a precise location? Yup, Gunther muttered, his fingers flying across the keypad of the GPS unit. Signal lock is solid. It's definitely Nevada. He reached into his pack and pulled out a slim, matte black tablet. It was a piece of tech I didn't recognize, likely something he'd cobbled together from salvaged innovations parts. This is air-gapped, he explained, answering my unasked question as he booted it up. Passively scrapes satellite data without sending a ping back. Nobody's going to see this query. He typed in the coordinates, and a grainy satellite image resolved on the main screen. That's desolate, Robbo observed, leaning over Gunther's shoulder. Looks like the surface of the moon. Close, Gunther said, tapping the screen to zoom in. That is Pahut Mesa, Area 19 and 20 of the Nevada National Security Site. Nuclear testing? I asked, my voice dropping, suddenly tight. Gunther didn't answer right away as he thumbed through a digital file. Let's see here. Extensive, Gunther muttered. I'm looking at records of underground detonations starting in the mid-60s and running right up until 92. You see those depressions? Makeshift stylus in hand, he circled a series of massive sunken rings scarring the landscape on the screen. Subsidence craters. The Earth literally collapsed in on itself after they vaporized the rock below. Leylandir peered over Gunther's arm, his expression tight with distaste. You have scarred the Earth deeply here. Is it stable? There's residual radioactivity, Gunther said, distracted as he tapped a new menu. He squinted at the screen, waiting for the data to load. Okay, geology says this is the Silent Canyon caldera. It's mostly tuff and rhyolite, ancient volcanic rock. It's porous, brittle stuff. He switched views to a topographical overlay. The coin is pointing specifically to this quadrant here, near the darker crater field, but according to the satellite thermal, there's nothing there. Nothing? I asked, leaning in. No fence line? No barracks? Zero surface infrastructure, Gunther confirmed, shaking his head. I'm not seeing heat blooms or vehicle tracks, just scrub brush and big holes in the ground. Ha, it's a fucking ghost site, Robbo mused, hitching his thumbs into his belt. Your government loves them. Mark it as unsafe due to radiation, put up a few keep out signs and nobody comes poking around. Which makes it the perfect place to bury a prisoner, I finished. If Levine is there, he's deep underground. You think they repurposed one of the craters? Or excavated a new one under the cover of a test, Gunther speculated, chewing the inside of his cheek as he zoomed in on the map. Think about it. If they blew a cavity deep enough, they could have built an entire facility inside the void without anyone noticing. He paused, tracing a jagged line on the map. Though if they dug that deep into volcanic rock, the structural integrity would be a nightmare. It would be fractured and unstable. They would need significant reinforcement to keep the roof from coming down. So we're looking for a bunker entrance, I surmised. Maybe concealed in a canyon wall or inside one of those craters. Likely, Gunther agreed. And if there's no surface bloom, it means their shielding is top tier. Or... He hesitated, tapping the screen where a patch of static blurred the image. Or the radiation from the old tests is scrambling the scan. We assume it's shielding, I said firmly. We assume they have eyes on every inch of that crater field. 10 miles out? Robbo asked, eyeing the scale of the map. Maybe more, I grunted. We portal into this ridgeline here to the east. It gives us high ground and puts a mountain between us and the target zone. We hike in, find the entrance, and breach. A simple walk in the park, Robbo grinned, patting the blaster at his hip. Just watch out for the glowing scorpions. Right, I said, ignoring him as I shifted the pack on my back. Naza materialized fully at my side, her tail flicking with anticipation, while Dimrin took flight to circle above us. Let's move. The heat hit us first, a dry, aggressive wall that smelled of sagebrush and ancient dust. Then came the brightness. We had materialized on a jagged ridge of volcanic tuff, overlooking a landscape that looked less like Earth and more like the aftermath of the apocalypse. The Pahut Mesa stretched below us, a vast, bleached canvas scarred by so-called progress of the past century. From up here, the craters Gunther had shown us on the screen were terrifyingly real. Gigantic, perfectly round depressions where the ground had simply given up and slumped into the radioactive voids. Well, Robbo wheezed, bending to brace his hands on his knees as the color returned to his skin. That was vivid. Felt like being shoved through a straw arse first. It was efficient, Gunther defended, kneeling to check the cooling vents on the brass and obsidian box he'd set on a flat rock. His hopper had produced a portal keyed in to the location on his GPS, but it felt a lot more turbulent than regular portals. Even with the disk, I'm not sure that a portal from Azogrim would have gone unnoticed. The hopper kept it at low frequency. We're invisible. We are nauseous, Leylandir corrected, though he remained standing, his gaze sweeping the horizon with an intense, predatory focus. He looked out of place here, his elf features jarring against the stark, brutal landscape of the Nevada desert. Dimrin didn't seem to mind. The Sirion had already taken to the air, a shimmer of sky-blue scales banking against the updrafts, while Naza remained close to the ground, her lavender form blending almost perfectly with the purple hues of the shadowed volcanic rock. I ignored the sour taste of nausea in the back of my throat and crept to the edge of the ridge, raising my binoculars. "Gunther," I said, my voice low. "How big is the perimeter of the arcane shield?" "Based on the magres readings?" "Massive," Gunther replied, stepping up beside me. "It encompasses the entire crater field. We're lucky you insisted on dropping further out." I lowered the glass, staring at the shimmering heat haze dancing over the valley floor. To the naked eye, there was nothing down there but scrub and craters. But there was no way that the military hadn't erected a shield of that magnitude unless they didn't want people to know about what was inside. A cold memory surfaced, the night of the escape from Fort Hood. I remembered the screaming wind, the creak of the Golugum shore beneath my boots, and the sheer, overwhelming resistance of the military-grade arcane shield covering the base. "That's going to be a problem," I said, turning my gaze from the valley floor to the faces of my team. "When we escaped out of Fort Hood, it took a shit ton of magic to punch a hole through the shield there, and if we have 10 miles after that on foot, we'll be giving whoever's down there plenty of notice about our arrival." "Bloody brilliant," Robbo chortled, straightening and uncapping his canteen. So much for subtle. Not helping, I murmured, kicking a loose stone and watching it skitter down the slope. I'm open to ideas. If they're underground, you think the shield is too? What? You reckon we can tunnel in? Robbo dragged his hand across the rough red stubble on his cheeks. Wouldn't be a bad idea if we had the gear for it. Gunther peered up from one of his gadgets. I should have planned for an underground site. It's not like you could have lugged half of Hunding's lab with us, I said, waving my hand dismissively. Would have been bloody nice if the dwarves weren't too piss-weak to send along some soldiers, though. Robbo puffed out his cheeks. Born with a pickaxe in their hands, yeah? I'm sure one of the little buggers would have something to say about a tunneling approach. We do not need to break it, Leylandir said softly, stepping up to my other side. He extended a hand, long fingers splayed as if feeling the texture of the wind. Consider the shield as a net. It may be possible to find the gaps in the weave and slip through without tearing the fabric. And if we snap a thread by accident? Robbo asked dryly. Then we ignite a signal flare on the doorstep of a black site, I grimaced, easing my blaster in its holster at my hip. And our invisible entrance won't have mattered a damn bit. Leylandir tilted his head from side to side as if he were agreeing that both could be true, but with the casualness of someone considering whether it would be wise to take an umbrella with them on a walk. I crossed my arms, my fingers tapping restlessly against my bicep, considering what a responsible leader might put forward as next steps. I'd never aimed to climb the totem pole in my time as a soldier. I certainly didn't consider myself a commander. But both Gunther and Robbo were looking at me like I was going to make a call. Even with Leylandir gazing into the distance, I knew he would respect whatever choice I made while we were standing on my home planet. We get inside that bubble, and what? My nose wrinkled. If we're looking at an underground site, there's a door or a hatch leading down, probably an elevator, one way in and one way out, with all kinds of security measures along the way. With just the four of us here, that'd be a death sentence. We need to know more about what's down there. Gunther gave an absent nod and continued scrolling on his tablet like there'd be answers buried deep on the web, and Robbo kicked at the dust at his feet as if he could map out whatever was down there if he glared at the ground hard enough. Any ideas? I asked Leylandir, who had more magical experience than the three of us combined, and had spent the past week hooked up to a magical IV to recharge his reserves whenever we weren't being amorous. Who was I kidding? Sometimes even when we were being amorous. Geological surveying equipment is present on Eldarion, and is sometimes employed by Kestriel and her team as they examine the ruins of Eldaland. He drew in a long breath through his nose. But other than operating them, I cannot say I have experience in using magic to discern structures beneath the ground. He means no, Robbo said with a grimace and strode off down the ridge. Leylandir's eyes bored into the back of the Aussie's head, but he didn't open his mouth to argue. I ran my tongue over my teeth, figuring we'd need to fall back to Azogrim and try again with more appropriate supplies, which would involve reporting back to the board ring and having our plan put under the microscope by a bunch of dwarves who had never set foot on Earth, let alone. Hunding will know what to do. Gunther pushed his glasses further up his nose and stuffed his tablet back in his pack. Honestly, he was devastated when he found out he wouldn't be coming along. I understand he tried bypassing Hildren to appeal to the High King but didn't get anywhere. What are you suggesting? I asked. We should keep eyes on that crater for at least 24 hours to see if there are any notable comings and goings, he said. But it doesn't take the entire team to sneak back to Azogrim to procure a consultant with a whole warehouse full of devices that'll help us blast right in the middle of whatever's down there. My lips curved as I fought the urge to smile while maintaining an appropriate, stern expression. You're going to get me in trouble. I'm going to get Hunding in trouble, he quipped. It's a risk, I said, my voice dropping as I glanced toward the empty horizon. If Yarn Krona finds out we're smuggling his lead researcher onto Earth for an unsanctioned field trip, We could lose our diplomatic standing. And if we don't get inside that bunker, Gunther countered, his tone sobering, we lose the colonel. He was right. I tucked my hands under my armpits, warring with the need to get Levine out of that hole balanced against the likelihood that this would be one suicide mission too far. As it sat, we were staring at a blank wall, and Hunding was the only one with the sledgehammer. I let out a sharp breath, the dry desert air scraping my throat. Do it, but be fast. If you get caught, it's my ass on the line. Gunther smirked, a rare expression that made him look 10 years younger. What's one more race gunning for you across the realms? I let out a humorless laugh at that, and he knelt by the brass and obsidian hopper, fingers dancing over the runes etched into the metal. The air around him began to hum, a low-frequency vibration that rattled the loose gravel at our feet. There was no flashy vortex this time, just a sudden distortion in the light, like a mirage becoming solid. Keep your heads down, Gunther warned. I'll be back before the sun hits the western ridge. With a soft pop that sounded like a cork being pulled from a bottle, Gunther and his equipment vanished, leaving only the smell of burned rubber to mix with the sagebrush. Well, Robbo muttered, wiping sweat from his forehead with the back of a dusty hand. The bloke's got plums, I'll give him that. Only just switched over to the dark side and now he's going rogue to kidnap a dwarf. He is not kidnapping him, Leylandir said, though the severe lines of his face softened with barely suppressed amusement. He is merely facilitating Hunding's adventurous spirit. Right, facilitating. Robbo snorted and turned his attention to the rocky overhang behind us. Come on, then. If we're stuck here for the next few hours, I'm not doing it in this bloody heat. Let's get a shelter rigged up before we roast. It's not like I've got me beard these days to keep my face turning into a bloody beetroot. I nodded, grateful for Robbo's practical streak. While the Aussie set about erecting a tent to give us a patch of shade, I moved to the edge of the ridge. I lay on my stomach, ignoring the heat radiating through my clothes, and raised the binoculars again. Below, the craters remained silent. The heat haze made the air ripple, turning the sunken earth into a shifting oil painting. It looked abandoned, dead. But every nerve ending hummed a tight note of warning that told a different story. A shadow fell over me, blocking the punishing sun. I didn't flinch as Leylandir settled beside me, his movements fluid and silent. You are worried, he stated quietly. It wasn't a question. I'm calculating, I corrected, lowering the glass to look at him. His hair was already pulled back, but stray strands stuck to his cheek in the heat. We're exposed out here. If their sensors outsmart Gunther's gear, we're sitting ducks. Trust is a currency you spend reluctantly. His cool fingers brushed the back of my hand, grounding me. But you spent it wisely today. Gunther is capable, and Hunding is Hunding. I let out a dry huff of laughter, turning my hand to lace my fingers through his. Not exactly inspiring. Rest your eyes for a moment, he murmured, his thumb tracing the line of my knuckles. I will watch the emptiness. If the sand shifts, I will know. I wanted to argue, to stay vigilant, but the desert heat was a heavy blanket. Just for a minute, I whispered, squeezing his hand. I shuffled back to join Robbo as Leylandir watched the scars of the past, and we all waited for a dwarf to bring us the future. Chapter 6. The desert at night was a liar. During the day, the Pahut Mesa was an oven, a bleached expanse of alien heat that blistered the skin. But as soon as the sun dipped below the jagged horizon, the heat evaporated into the thin atmosphere, leaving behind a cold that had teeth. I pulled up the collar of my jacket, shifting my weight on the ridge's hard volcanic rock. The binoculars were heavy in my hands, the rubber eye cups freezing against my face as I scanned the crater field's dark expanse for the 100th time. Nothing. just deep, swallowing shadows where the earth had collapsed in on itself decades ago. "Stop hovering, Dimrin," I whispered, not taking my eyes off the target zone. A soft, chittering growl answered me from the air above. The small Sirion was doing tight, agitated loops in the darkness, his scales flashing a dull, irritated gray in the starlight. Naza perched on a boulder a few feet away, her lavender form almost perfectly black against the night sky, her tail twitching with a rhythmic thump, thump, thump. They were bored. We were all bored. "They wish to hunt," Leylandir said softly from his position beside me. He hadn't moved in 2 hours, his stillness absolute, like a statue carved from marble. "There are small creatures in the scrub to the east. Dimrin can hear their heartbeats." "No hunting," I murmured, lowering the glass to rub my tired eyes. One yip from a rabbit getting snatched by a flying cat dragon, and the sensors down there light up like a Christmas tree. "Keep them close." Leylandir made a small gesture with his hand, and Dimrin reluctantly spiraled down to land on his shoulder, letting out a huff that sounded suspiciously like a teenager being told to clean his room. "It has been 6 hours," Leylandir observed, his gaze fixed on the spot where Gunther had vanished. "Gunther knows what he's doing," I said, though my gaze kept flicking to the dark horizon, my fingers unconsciously checking the grip of the binoculars until my knuckles ached. 6 hours was a long time to fetch a dwarf when the means of travel was instantaneous. "Perhaps Hunding is currently explaining to King Yarncrona why he was caught carrying equipment toward the departure chambers," Leylandir said, "with your friend lying prostrate in front of the throne beside him." "That's a bit over the top," Robbo grunted from under the tarp he'd rigged. He was cleaning his nails with a combat knife, the metal glinting faintly. "I reckon they stopped for a drink. Dwarves can't pass up a pot of that tar they call—" The air in front of us buckled. It wasn't a sound so much as a pressure drop, like the atmosphere was suddenly inhaling. Dust kicked up in a swirl, and I held a hand in front of my mouth to keep from breathing in a lungful of it. 2 figures materialized from the distortion, stumbling as gravity reasserted itself. Gunther landed in a crouch, his face slick with sweat, clutching the brass hopper. Beside him, clutching a satchel that looked heavy enough to anchor a boat, was Hunding. The dwarf looked ecstatic. He whipped his head around, his wild, thinning hair even more unkempt than usual, and his wide eyes took in the moonlit desert. He inhaled deeply, then immediately started coughing as the dry dust hit his lungs. "Magnificent!" Hunding wheezed, straightening his scholar's robes which were hopelessly out of place against the tactical gear the rest of us wore. "Absolutely desolate. The sedimentary layering is exposed. So many new substances." "Shh," I hissed, scrambling down from the perch. "Keep it down." "We're clear," Gunther panted, standing and wiping his forehead. "Nobody saw us leave. Calathil is covering the lab. He agreed to tell anyone who comes asking that Hunding had contracted spore lung and is highly contagious. Apparently nobody wants to check on a dwarf coughing up fungus." "You bloody ripper," Robbo chuckled, holstering his knife. "Is that—" Hunding ignored us, scrambling to the edge of the ridge, his boots crunching loudly on the gravel. He pointed a trembling finger at the dark craters below. "Is that a subsidence event? By the stone, it's massive. You humans did this? Intentionally?" "We blew up nuclear bombs underground," I said flatly, coming up beside him. "It's a scar, Hunding, not a landmark." "Bombs, you say?" He leaned down and picked up a piece of volcanic rock, turning it over and over in his palm as he considered my words. "Rudimentary, but efficient. I myself do enjoy a good explosion. Are we likely to encounter any on our travels?" "Travels?" I frowned. "We didn't bring you here to tag along, Hunding. All we need is your professional opinion. Did you bring a scanner so we can get a picture of what's underneath that crater?" Hunding looked at me as if I'd asked if he brought his hands. "Did I bring the scanner? Woman, I am the lead researcher of Azogrim. I do not go into the field without my equipment." He dropped his heavy satchel with a thud and began rummaging. He pulled out a device that looked like a surveyor's tripod mated with a tuning fork. It was made of dull iron, etched with runes inlaid with something that resembled amethyst. Was that Ethereum, maybe? "The deep resonance scanner," Hunding announced, snapping the legs into place. "We employ these devices even on the most far-flung worlds across the Dwaringal realms to survey underground. I have made improvements to its design over the years, and am proud to say that it provides a complete picture even when employed above water." He picked up the device and moved along the ridgeline. It was an odd sight. The frantic, diminutive dwarf holding the humming iron fork in front of him, but not pointing it at the ground beneath his boots. Instead, he angled the prongs outward, aiming them down toward the distant crater field like a sniper aligning a shot. We followed in silence, the tense crunch of our boots on gravel the only sound other than the desert wind. "The volcanic rock here is troubled," Hunding muttered, twisting a dial on the side of the fork that caused the hum to pitch up into a whine. "Fractured, brittle. The trauma to the crust is extensive, and the distance is creating dispersion. It makes the reading messy, too much noise from the surface debris." He stopped suddenly, freezing in place. He tilted the fork slightly to the left, squinting one eye as if listening for a whisper in a hurricane. The amber light on the runes flared brighter, and a low, vibrating thrum emanated from the device, a sensation felt in the teeth more than heard in the ears. "Here," Hunding whispered. "Something rigid. Gunther, the echo plate." Gunther scrambled forward, pulling a heavy, polished copper disc from his pack. He set it on a flat stone between us and backed away. Hunding twisted the top of his device, and a beam of concentrated amber light shot from the base of the fork, hitting the copper plate. Instantly, the air above the plate shimmered and warped. A holographic projection sprang to life, glowing in the darkness in a way that made me hiss a sharp breath in through my teeth. "Quick, Dimrin, hide that damn glow!" I projected. I couldn't focus on the display until Dimrin darted in and responded with a quick, no-see affirmative. Shaking my head, I closed my eyes for a moment and gritted my teeth, hoping Hunding wouldn't get us all killed. When I opened them again, I held off reprimanding the dwarf and focused instead on the topographic map rendered in shimmering particles of blue and gold light that looked like suspended dust. We crowded around, staring at the picture of what was underneath our feet. "This is the surface," Hunding explained, pointing to the jagged top line. "And this—" He scrolled a finger through the air, and the map moved downward, plunging into the digital earth. "Holy hell," Robbo breathed. Deep beneath the fractured surface crust lay a void past the point where any standard military bunker should end. It wasn't natural. It was a perfect, geometric cylinder, suspended in the chaotic web of rock like a darkly smooth monolith buried in the earth. The sheer scale of it was dizzying. It looked large enough to house a skyscraper, buried upside down. But the cylinder itself was blank, a black hole in the blue map. "Is it empty?" I asked, pointing to the hollow space in the projection. "That can't be right." "I cannot discern what lies within," Hunding said, frustration leaking into his voice. He tapped the side of the scanner. "Look at the perimeter of the structure. That density? That is a substance indicative of heavy metal, perhaps a compound concocted to shroud whatever is inside. It scatters the resonance. I can see the shape of the box, but not what is inside it." "So we're blind," I said, crossing my arms. "We know there's a box, but we don't know what we're up against in there." "We are not completely blind," Leylandir corrected gently, pointing a long finger at a jagged, red-highlighted vein running parallel to the cylinder on the map. "What is this?" Hunding squinted and tilted his head, pressing a finger to his temple. "Ah, yes. That is fortuitous. That appears to be an ancient magma tube. a natural capillary where lava once flowed to the surface. It is empty now, cooled and hollow. He looked up, a manic grin spreading across his face. And would be an ideal distance for my scanner to penetrate the material of this underground box. I looked from the map to the dwarf. How close? Close to touching it in some places, Hunding said. Your human engineers likely utilized the basalt of the tube as structural support of a kind. So we have a back door, Gunther realized, his head snapping up from the device to stare at the holographic map, a fierce, focused intelligence suddenly sharpening his features. A side door, Hunding corrected. He reached into his satchel again and pulled out a heavy, cylindrical device that looked disturbingly like a cannon. And perhaps a key. What's that? Robbo asked, eyeing the weapon warily. A geothermal impact driver, Hunding said proudly, loaded with a concentrated alchemical compound. We drill into the rock wall and insert the compound. It will superheat instantly and liquefy the stone for a depth of 3 meters, then cool it into a stable archway within seconds. That sounds loud, I said dryly. Nonsense, Hunding promised. It can be achieved in absolute silence, until the moment the wall breaches, of course. Then, well, you shall have your hole at least. I ran my tongue over my teeth, staring at the red ghost of the magma tube. It wasn't the kind of silver bullet I was hoping for. It relied on a tube we hadn't seen, a gadget we hadn't tested, and a dwarf who treated covert ops like a field trip. But at least I'd already conceded that some form of tunneling would be required to get inside, whatever it was down there. Okay, I said, straightening. Here's how we do this. Gunther, can the hopper get us inside that tube? Sure, if the coordinates are precise. Gunther nodded. I should be able to lift them from this display. It means we bypass the surface sensors entirely. We pop in underground, melt the wall, grab Levine, and hop back out to the tube for extraction. The risks? Leylandir asked, his voice cool. We don't know if the arcane shield extends underground, I admitted. If we hop in and trip a silent alarm, we could have a welcoming committee waiting on the other side of the tunnel. And the radiation, Gunther added. The rock down there might be hot, literally and radiologically. We'll be quick, I said. Dimrin goes with the breach team to cloak us once we're inside. Breach team? Leylandir stiffened. I took a steadying breath. Breach team is me. Robbo, Gunther, and Hunding too, supposing he's the only one who can melt the wall, I said, keeping my voice professional. You'll be our overwatch. See if you can pick up any disturbances with the shield. With Naza too, of course. The silence on the ridge was sudden and absolute. Even Hunding stopped adjusting his scanner. Overwatch, Leylandir repeated. The words sounded ridiculous coming from him. You intend to leave me on a rock while you assault a fortified prison? I intend to leave my strongest asset in the only position that guarantees we don't get buried alive, I countered, turning to face him. We're going underground, Leylandir. Once we're in that tube, we have zero intel on what's happening up here. If a patrol comes along, we won't know until we've already walked into their trap. I can serve you better at your side, Asha, he said, and all the warmth drained from his green eyes, leaving them as cold and hard as jade. You are taking a researcher and leaving me behind? I'm taking a tech specialist, a demolition expert, and 2 humans with guns, I snapped. Correct me if I'm wrong, boys, but if the shield pings us, you don't have the magical finesse to pick it up, right? Robbo only cleared his throat and looked at the ground while Gunther shrugged awkwardly. It was a tactical truth, but I saw the flash of hurt in Leylandir's eyes nonetheless. He might have agreed to play scout back on Azogrim, but now that it came to the part where he was sidelined, it was clearly stuck in his craw. Naza stays with you, I added, softening my tone slightly. Between the both of you, you're our early warning system. If you see movement up here, you tell us. If the shield fluctuates, you tell us and we'll fall back. Leylandir stared at me for a long moment. The wind whipped a strand of white blonde hair across his face. He didn't look at the others. He looked only at me, dissecting my logic, finding nowhere he could stab in a solid argument. "Very well," he said stiffly. "I will watch the sky." "Good." I turned back to the group. "Pack it up. Gunther, key in the coordinates for the tube. We jump in 5. The next few minutes were a blur of checked weapons and secured straps. Robbo confirmed the charge on his blaster. Hunding cradled his impact driver like a newborn baby. I checked my own sidearm, and Erding, which was strapped to my back. I wasn't sure just how much good a sword would do in close quarters underground, but I always felt a lot safer carrying it with me. Leylandir stood apart, near the edge of the ridge. Naza had already curled around his ankles, sensing his mood. I walked to him. I didn't reach out physically, but I stood close enough to fill my nose with the uniquely fresh scent of him. "Don't do anything heroic up here," I murmured. "Do not die down there," he replied, not looking at me. His gaze was fixed on the stars. "If you do not return within 3 hours, I will melt this crater down to glass to find you." "I know," I said, and I did. I returned to the others. Gunther had the hopper set up on a flat rock. Detailed runes glowed a soft blue, warding off the darkness. "If anyone can detect any anomalies with the shield, it's you," I projected to him, a final, silent peace offering. "Keep us safe." There was no answer in my mind, just a cold, static wall of silence. Pushing emotion aside, I bounced on the balls of my feet, then stepped into the circle with the others. Hunding looked like he was about to burst right out of his skin from excitement. Robbo gave me a grim nod. "Coordinates locked," Gunther said, his hand hovering over the activation rune. "Magma tube injection in 3, 2. He pressed his hand down. The world twisted. The cold desert night vanished, and for a split second, there was nothing but the crushing pressure of the void. Chapter 7. I swore I would never get the hang of Gunther's pseudo-portals. Real portals were a tear in the fabric of the world, a step across a threshold. The hopper was more like being disassembled, shoved through a keyhole and then violently reassembled on the other side. My boots hit solid rock with a bone-jarring thud. The first thing that hit me was the heat. It wasn't the dry, radiating heat of the desert surface. This was a thick, oppressive humidity that tasted of sulfur and iron. It pressed against my lungs, heavy and stagnant, air that hadn't moved in 10,000 years. The second thing was the darkness. It was absolute. An inky physical weight that seemed to press against my eyeballs. "Nobody move," I whispered, my voice sounding flat and dead in the confined space. "Fucking hell," Robbo wheezed from somewhere to my left. "Is this what being eaten feels like?" "Light, Hunding," Gunther murmured, the sound of him shuffling through his pack echoing loudly. A moment later, a sharp hiss cut through the dark, followed by a flare of crimson light. Hunding held up a rod, its chemical glow revealing our surroundings. We stood in the throat of a dead titan. The magma tube was a vast, cylindrical cavern that stretched up and down into the gloom beyond the red light's reach. The walls weren't rough stone. They were slick, rippled sheets of obsidian and basalt, frozen in the moment of their flow eons ago. The floor was a treacherous slope of glass-smooth rock, angling sharply downward into the abyss. "Touch nothing without gloves," Hunding warned, his voice echoing eerily. "The glass is sharper than any steel blade, and the air pockets. Mind your step. If the floor is thin, you may fall into a void that likely has no bottom." "Comforting," I muttered, shaking out my arms to get the blood flowing again. "Gunther, let's rig this beacon, now." Gunther was already kneeling, jamming a heavy, spike-shaped device into a fissure in the floor. He activated it, and a steady, pulsing blue rune lit up on its head. "Beacon is anchored," he said, checking a wrist-mounted monitor. "This is our lifeline. The hopper will transport us at a moment's notice with the signal in place. If this gets destroyed, we're liable to get shot in the back before I have time to calibrate an emergency exit." "If we make it back at all?" Robbo added, eyeing the slick walls. I took a deep breath, trying to ignore the sulfur stench, and closed my eyes. I reached up, pushing my mind through the millions of tons of rock above us. It felt heavy, a suffocating blanket of earth, but I focused on the image of Leylandir's face in my mind's eye. "We're in," I projected, the words feeling thin and strained over the distance. "Beacon is set. Standing by." The response was immediate, clear as a bell, cutting through the interference of the stone. The surface is quiet. The shield hums, but it has not spiked. "You are invisible." "Good. Keep watching." I opened my eyes to find the team looking at me. "Surface is clear. Let's find out where we are." Hunding had already deployed the scanner again, balancing the tripod precariously on the slanted floor. In the tube's confined space, the device's hum was louder, vibrating in the marrow of my bones. "The reading is much cleaner down here," the dwarf muttered, twisting the dials with manic precision. "Direct proximity to the structure wall aids in penetration. Gunther, hold the plate steady." The holographic map sprang to life again, but this time it clearly showed our position, a tiny cluster of dots inside the magma tube's red vein. To our right, pressing uncomfortably close, was the facility's massive lead-lined cylinder. "Look at the striations." Hunding pointed to horizontal lines cutting across the cylinder's frame. "This is not one open vessel. It is segmented, air-gapped levels. I count 45 distinct floors." "That's a lot of doors to knock on," Robbo grimaced. "Can you see any signs of life?" I asked, leaning over the projection. "Faintly," Hunding grunted. "The interference is still troublesome. But look here." He pointed to the upper 10 levels. "Heat blooms are concentrated on the upper levels. I expect this shows where the workers are." He scrolled the map down. The middle levels were sparse, intermittent heat signatures. "Maintenance? Storage?" "And the bottom?" I asked. Hunding frowned, scrolling all the way to the lowest tiers. "Cold, very cold, but distinct pockets of warmth." "Prisoners," Gunther stated, tapping a command into his wrist-mounted monitor without looking up from it. "Makes sense for them to be kept at the bottom." "Great, just 10 levels to search," I surmised, pressing my lips into a hard line. "We can't act like a door-to-door salesman down here. We breach the wrong floor, we trigger alarms, and the elevator comes down with a squad of shooters." "We need a specific floor," Robbo said, hitching his blaster belt up. "Otherwise, this is a hell of a gamble, Ash." I stared at the map. The blue lines flickered in the dark. A gamble. Everything I'd done since leaving Earth the first time had been a gamble, but Robbo was right. A guess wasn't good enough right now. I reached into my pocket, my fingers brushing the cool metal of the challenge coin Ishar had given me. The fates hate an unpaid balance. "Gunther," I said slowly, pulling the coin out. "Can you hook your GPS unit into the scanner's input? Make it read a localized signal?" Gunther looked at the coin, then at me. "You want to use a magic coin as a tracking arrow for a dwarven scanner? Can you do it?" Well, frequencies are frequencies," Gunther muttered, looking intrigued. "I tapped into the coin once, but that was when it had already drawn a map. Supposing you can make it do that again, we could get it to work, theoretically." He grabbed a set of alligator clips from his pack, attaching them to the side of the GPS. He plugged the other end onto the copper plate currently displaying the terrain beside us. "Give me a signal," Gunther said, tapping his keyboard. I looked down at the floor. It was a pristine slide of solidified lava. There wasn't a speck of dust or loose debris for the coin to manipulate into a map like it had back in Texas. "Forget the wires, Gunther," I murmured, pulling my hand away before he could attach the clips. I closed my fingers around the heavy brass disc, feeling the heat already rising in the metal. I didn't try to poke it with magic. I didn't try to guide it. I simply focused on what Ishar had told me. The debt. This coin was a contract, an unpaid balance between the Colonel and the universe. Find the debtor. The coin vibrated against my palm, a low, demanding buzz that traveled up my arm. It didn't need Gunther's interface. It didn't care about the GPS. Suddenly, Hunding's blue holographic map flickered. A sharp, pulsing gold interference bled into the projection, overriding the scanner's sensor data. The light swirled erratically for a heartbeat before diving down the cylinder and locking hard onto one specific striation near the bottom. Gunther sat back on his heels, letting the alligator clips dangle uselessly from his fingers. A slow grin spread across his face. "Well, would you look at that?" It bypassed my signal entirely. Hunding grumbled, glaring at the golden dot invading his perfect blue schematic. Triangulating a physical location based on metaphysical obligation. It is sloppy. No appreciation for the scientific method whatsoever. "The old bird still got the job done, though." Robbo barked a laugh and clapped the dwarf on the shoulder. "Level 43, Hunding replied, sounding just a little terse. "The witch coin reading has stabilized in this location." 43, I repeated, staring at the dot. "That's deep. Do we think this tube goes down that far?" "Only one way to find out," Robbo noted, looking down the dark slope. "And if we're not careful, we're going to be sliding down on our arses half the way." "Then we better get moving," I said, returning the coin to my pocket. "Gunther, map the distance. Hunding, pack it up. We have a date on level 43. The descent was a nightmare of controlled sliding and burning thighs. The incline of the magma tube was steep enough that every step was a calculation. The volcanic glass was slick, offering zero traction, and more than once I heard Robbo curse as his boot slipped. The heat grew worse the deeper we went. It wasn't the air anymore. It was the rock itself. It was like we were approaching the core of the damn Earth, and even though the magma was long gone, the memory of the lava remained. Sweat soaked through my tactical gear, making my clothes stick to my skin. "How much further?" I rasped, taking a sip of warm water from my canteen. 100 meters to breach point, Gunther whispered, checking his wrist. "We're almost parallel with level 43. I stopped, wiping sweat from my eyes. I reached out to the surface again. "Leylandir, I am here." His voice was a cool balm against the heat. "The wind on the surface has picked up. Sand is obscuring the crater, but the facility remains quiet. No vehicles have approached." And then, a hesitation. "Are you safe?" "We're hot," I admitted. "But we're close. Hold the line. Always." "Okay," I said to the team. "This is it. Hunding, find us a wall." We moved down another 50 feet until Gunther signaled a halt. To our right, the tube's basalt wall seemed to flatten out slightly. Hunding braced himself against the angled floor and sidled carefully toward the wall, his boots whispering on the slick stone. Yes. Feel the vibration? The rock here is different. It is stressed. The facility wall is directly behind this layer of basalt, maybe 2 meters thick. He swung the massive satchel off his shoulder and began assembling the geothermal impact driver. It looked even more like a cannon in the reddish gloom of the rod lighting our path. He mounted it on a tripod, then kicked a release at the base of each leg. With a sharp hydraulic hiss, heavy, diamond-tipped spikes shot out, biting into the obsidian floor and anchoring the device securely to the treacherous slope. He aimed the barrel point-blank at the wall. Explanation for the layman, purely for my peace of mind. Robbo eyed the device dubiously. When you say it's going to turn that rock into liquid, should a bloke expect to be dodging lava on the way in? Certainly not, Hunding said, loading a glass canister of glowing orange liquid into the breach. The compound excites the particles of the stone so rapidly they lose cohesion. It turns to liquid magma for exactly 10 seconds, then compresses the molecules close to the density of your earth diamonds before flash cooling into a stable archway. No explosion, no shockwave, just chemistry. 10 seconds, I repeated. And you're sure it'll go the whole way through? It may take several applications, Hunding conceded, but we are close. I am confident that we will penetrate this structure. Everybody ready? I asked, drawing my sidearm. Just in case we have someone waiting for us on the other side? Robbo unslung his blaster, nodding. Gunther balanced his blaster on his shoulder as he continued fiddling with the tablet he held, ready to interface with whatever electronic hell awaited us on the other side. Dimrin, perched on my shoulder, gave a low growl, his claws digging into my vest. Do it, I ordered. Hunding pulled the trigger. I braced myself for a magical beam of light. Instead, a heavy, diamond-tipped probe shot out of the barrel with a hydraulic thump, striking the basalt wall. Immediately, a high-pitched, grinding screech filled the cavern as the drill bit chewed into the ancient stone. I flinched, my hands flying to cover my ears, glaring at the dwarf's back. Silent? My ass. That sounded like a blender full of silverware being dropped down a flight of stairs. If there were sensors on the other side of that wall listening for vibrations, we'd rung the doorbell with a sledgehammer. Before I could hiss a reprimand, the screeching stopped. Hunding slammed a plunger on the back of the device, injecting the glowing orange fluid deep into the borehole. He yanked the probe back and scrambled away, dragging the tripod with him. Wait for it, he whispered, unbothered by the noise he'd just made. For a second, nothing happened. Then, the rock around the small drill hole rippled. It turned gray, then angry red, then blinding white. It sagged, dripping like melting wax, flowing downward into a glowing puddle on the floor. The intense heat hit us hard enough to be sure it had singed my eyebrows clear off, forcing me to shield my face. A perfect circular tunnel opened up through basalt, revealing a gray metallic surface behind it. The facility wall. Do not despair. The compound eats metal too, Hunding shouted over the hissing sound. Watch! The gray metal dissolved just as the rock had, peeling back to reveal a sterile white hallway beyond. The edges of the circular breach were blinding white, dripping liquid slag that hissed as it hit the floor. My muscles coiled, every instinct screaming at me to breach, but the heat radiating from the opening was enough to stay me. I forced myself to take one slow, deliberate breath, and then another, watching the white-hot edges dull to a sullen, angry red. Now, I barked. I stepped through the cooling tunnel, feeling the sudden drop in temperature as I crossed the threshold. My boots hit the concrete floor with a sharp thud, and I immediately swept the corridor, weapon raised. Robbo was hot on my heels, falling into a crouch. Gunther and Hunding scrambled through just as the molten rock behind us began to groan, the liquid stone flash-freezing into a jagged but solid obsidian archway. We were in. The silence was deafening. After the magma tube's oppressive heat and sulfur, the air here was freezing. It smelled of bleach and refrigeration. Fluorescent lights hummed overhead, casting a harsh, clinical glare on the gray concrete walls. We stood in a corridor that curved in both directions. No windows, no decorations, just doors spaced every 20 feet. Clear left, Robbo whispered. Clear right, I confirmed, my voice coming more steady than I expected. I reached with my senses, listening for alarms, for footsteps. Nothing. It was dead quiet. Gunther? Any chance your GPS converted Ishar's map into a proper floor plan? I hissed. Sadly, no, he said, tapping a useless command into his tablet. And I doubt these guys keep evacuation maps on the wall. We'll have to use the coin again. Let's maybe use it the way I'm sure Ishar intended us to, I said, reaching into my pocket. I pulled the challenge coin out and focused on it. The moment it hit my skin, it jerked in my palm, pulling my hand physically toward the left. The magnetic drag caught me entirely by surprise, and I had to suppress a yelp as it tried to lug me along with it. That way, I nodded down the hall. Dimrin, scout. The cat dragon leaped from my shoulder. He shimmered, his scales shifting to match the gray floor until he was nothing more than a distorted smudge in the air. Let me know what you see, I projected, pointing in the direction the coin was dragging me. And if you sense anyone behind those doors. Dimrin trilled softly in my mind and darted off. I watched through the bond, catching flashes of his perspective, blurring gray walls and identical doors passing in a rush. He ignored them, and I stumbled along behind wondering how long it would take to find the right location. Then, Dimrin slowed. He hovered in front of a heavy steel door about 50 feet down. I felt his curiosity spike, followed by a sudden, sharp recognition. Here, he sent back, accompanied by the sensory impression of a faint, steady vibration. Dimrin's got him, I signaled to the team, pocketing the coin. Move. We moved swiftly, our boots the only sound, until we reached the door Dimrin circled. It was a heavy, blast-proof slab of metal with a biometric keypad and a retinal scanner. No handle, no keyhole. I hope you've got a gadget for this, I whispered to Gunther. I'm not sure blasting the keypad will get us anywhere. Gunther moved into position, pulling a mess of wires and a small contraption from his vest. He jammed a lead into the keypad's casing. Now this I did plan for. How long? I asked, checking the hall. Give me 30 seconds, he muttered, sweat beading on his forehead despite the cold. 30 seconds is a bloody long time, mate, Robbo hissed, pointing to a camera dome in the ceiling corner. My guess is that someone's noticed we're here by now. 15 then, Gunther snapped. His fingers hovered over the dials. Nothing happened. Gunther froze, his face paling as he stared at his own hands. We can't use magic in here, he whispered. The dampening field. It's like trying to scream in a vacuum. Shit, dampening fields. Another thing we should have accounted for. If Gunther couldn't get that device working without magic, we were just people standing in front of a locked door. Improvise, I hissed, watching the red light on the keypad blink mockingly. Right. Gunther fumbled at his belt, ripping the power pack out of his spare blaster magazine. He bit the casing off the positive lead and jammed the raw battery against the exposed wires of his decoding unit. Eat this, you piece of junk! Blue sparks, electrical, not magical, spit from the connection. The smell of frying circuitry filled the air. Come on. I held a fist against my mouth. The keypad flashed red, then red again. My patience frayed to a thread, and I eyed the camera dome like it might shoot a laser beam at us if we stood there any longer. Gunther. Beep. Green. With a heavy hydraulic gasp, the door unlatched and swung inward a few inches. I didn't wait. I kicked the door open and swept into the room, weapon up. And then I froze. I wasn't sure what I was expecting. Something dirty, maybe. Inhumane, even. But it wasn't a cell. Not really. It looked more like a hospital room combined with a barracks. A single cot, a metal desk, and a bookshelf. Sitting on the edge of the cot was a man. He was wearing gray fatigues that hung loosely on his frame. His hair, usually shorn close to the scalp in a strict regulation fade, had grown out into a dense, unkempt layer of tight coils that were heavily frosted with silver. Against the pale sterility of the room, his skin looked sallow, but his eyes were sharp, alert. Colonel Levine looked up from the book he held. He didn't flinch at the blaster pointed at his chest. He didn't look surprised. He slowly closed the book and set it on the cot beside him. He looked at me, then at Robbo, then at the dwarf and the mage crowding the doorway. "Took you long enough, Lopez," he rasped, his voice rough from disuse. I knew it was going to be tough. I absolutely had mixed emotions about the man I'd counted as a father figure after I'd killed my own family in the aftermath of the gates opening across Earth. He didn't know that I knew he'd given shoot-to-kill orders back when Leylandir and I had escaped Earth, but seeing him sitting there, alive, breathing, it didn't matter. Tears pricked at the corners of my eyes, blurring the sight of him. I lowered my weapon, the metal suddenly feeling too heavy to hold up. "Colonel?" I tried to say, but the word caught, breaking on a wave of emotion. I cleared my throat and tried again, my voice rough and unrecognizable. "We're here to get you out." Levine stood. He moved stiffly, favoring his left leg, but he stood tall. He crossed the distance between us in 2 strides and reached out, his hand gripping my shoulder. His grasp was firm, warm, and grounding, the anchor I hadn't realized I'd been drifting without for months. For a second, the mission didn't matter. The magic, the elves, the war, it all fell away. I just stared at the man who I'd spent most of my life looking up to, and seeing the glassiness of his eyes behind that stoic mask was almost enough to make the solid floor feel unsteady beneath my feet. "Good work, soldier," he said softly. I opened my mouth to respond, to tell him we had an exit strategy, to tell him I was sorry it took so long. "Whoa!" The wail of a siren cut through the air, high-pitched and urgent, vibrating in my teeth. Levine's grip on my shoulder tightened, the warmth vanishing, replaced by painful tension. The relief on his face evaporated, overwritten by the hard, cold mask of command. The overhead lights died. Pitch blackness swallowed the emotional moment whole. A heartbeat later, the emergency lighting kicked in, bathing the room in a deep, strobing, violent red. "Let's move!" Levine shoved me toward the door, the father figure gone, the colonel fully reinstated. Chapter 8. Whoa! Oop! The strobe lights turned the corridor into a disjointed nightmare. Red, black, red, black. Every flash froze the scene. Levine's grimace of pain, Gunther's terrified eyes, the sterile gray walls, before plunging us back into darkness. "Move! Move! Move!" I screamed, my voice barely audible over the din. We rushed back the way we came, retracing our steps toward the breach point, but it wasn't a clean run. Levine limped heavily. His left leg dragged with every step. I grabbed his arm, slinging it over my shoulder to take his weight, while Gunther took his other side. "I can walk, Lopez," Levine grunted, though sweat plastered his hair to his temples and his face was bleached of all color, his lips pulled back from his teeth with every jarring step in the flashing light. "You can run, sir," I corrected, heaving him forward. "Robbo, take point. Hunding, get your ass to the breach." "The hole!" Hunding squeaked, clutching his satchel to his chest as he rounded a corner toward the glowing red rim of the magma tube breach ahead. "I am going! I am going!" He scrambled through the obsidian archway and vanished into the safety of the tube. Gunther and Levine were right behind him, stumbling toward the threshold. "We're clear!" Gunther gasped, reaching for the edge of the melted stone. "Not yet," Robbo barked. He didn't turn toward the exit. He sprinted past the breach, overshooting our escape route by 10 yards to plant his boots firmly in the center of the corridor. I saw why a split second later. "Contact front!" I yelled, abandoning the colonel, my own blaster snapping up, its stock tucked tight against me without conscious thought as I rushed to Robbo's side. I felt Dimrin bristle on my shoulder, his muscles coiling to launch himself at the threat. The hallway was about to become a kill box, and he wouldn't last a second against military-grade armor. "Dimrin, tube. Now!" I projected the command with a mental shout that brooked no argument. "Go!" With a frustrated yowl that echoed in my skull, the Sirion launched himself from my shoulder. He was a blue blur, darting over Hunding's head and banking hard into the magma tube just as the squad rounded the intersection. A squad of figures rounded the intersection just beyond our position. They weren't standard soldiers. They were clad in heavy, matte black armor that looked like insect carapace, their faces obscured by full-visored helmets. If Robbo hadn't moved past the hole to intercept them, they would have had a clear line of fire into the tunnel while Gunther and Levine were trying to climb through. And they were fast. Before I could squeeze the trigger, a wall of blinding white light hit us. Their weapon-mounted strobes were synchronized, designed to disorient, turning the red pulsing hallway into a wall of agonizing brightness. "Down!" Robbo roared. He didn't dive for cover. He dove forward. The Aussie mercenary slid on his knees across the polished floor, his blaster leveled. He unleashed a torrent of superheated red plasma into the blinding lights. These weren't standard military blaster shots. Robbo had fawned over those modifications back on Azogrim, and the results were horrific. The first volley caught the lead soldier in the shins. The black armor didn't just crack, it liquefied. The man screamed, crumpling as his legs gave out beneath him in a shower of molten composite and bone. Stray shots slapped into the corridor walls, sizzling and burning deep, hissing pockmarks into the concrete instantly. The heat was palpable even from where I stood. The squad broke. The sheer ferocity of the plasma fire forced them to scramble backward, diving into the doorways for cover to avoid being melted where they stood. "Go! Get through the fucking hole!" Robbo screamed, scrambling to his feet and firing suppressing rounds that turned the edges of the doorways into slag. "I'll hold 'em!" "Robbo, fall back," I ordered, bringing my own weapon up to fire over his shoulder. Gunther and Levine were dragging themselves along the wall, inching toward the breach which still glowed faintly red. Hunding had already vanished through it. "I'm right behind you, mate," Robbo yelled back, a grin visible even in the chaotic light. "Just get the old man out." He stood in the center of the hallway, a defiant target, the air around him shimmering from his weapon's heat. The enemy soldiers popped out from cover, realizing their armor wouldn't hold. But they didn't return fire. Instead, a heavy trooper with the distinct yellow stripe on his shoulder pauldron stepped boldly ahead, ignoring the hissing walls. He raised a bulky, drum-fed launcher. "RPG!" I screamed. But it wasn't a rocket. The weapon thumped, a deep, hollow sound. A projectile arced through the air, trailing purple smoke. Time seemed to slow. I saw Robbo turn, his eyes widening. He tried to dive. The round didn't explode on impact with the wall. It detonated in midair right in front of his chest. Crack boom. It wasn't fire. It was force. Pure, concentrated magical energy. A magical explosive round. The hypocrisy of it burned my mind even as the horror set in. They dampened us, but they planned to use weaponized magic to kill us. The blast wave hit me a split second later, a hammer blow of compressed air that threw me off balance and made my ears scream. Through the ringing, I saw Robbo lifted off his feet as if he'd been hit by a freight train. He flew backward, his body ragdolling through the air, and slammed into the concrete floor 10 feet away with a sickening, wet crunch. He didn't move. "Robbo!" I screamed, abandoning my cover. A blaster shot went wide, striking a conduit on the wall beside him. The panel exploded in a shower of blue sparks, and thick, acrid smoke poured into the corridor, obscuring everything in the strobing red emergency light. That was my chance. I scrambled forward, lungs burning, sliding on the slick floor into the swirling chaos. I grabbed his vest and hauled, my boots slipping on the floor as I dragged his dead weight. I pulled him back around the corner of the intersecting hallway, just as a hail of blaster shots chewed up the concrete where he had been lying. His chest plate was shattered. Beneath the Kevlar and ceramic, his tactical shirt was torn, and blood, dark and rich in the strobe light, already pooled on the gray floor. His eyes were open, staring at the ceiling, glazed and unseeing. His mouth hung open, a trickle of blood escaping the corner. "No, no, no," I hissed, pressing my hand over the ruin of his chest. Gunther! Gunther and Levine were there in a second, sliding in beside me. Levine, despite his bad leg, immediately began reefing Robbo back by the broken vest. "They're advancing!" Gunther yelled, firing his blaster around the corner. "We can't carry him and shoot at the same time!" The domed juncture mirror on the ceiling showed the squad advancing down the hallway. They were disciplined, knowing they had us pinned. They were leapfrogging, one providing cover while the other moved up. In 30 seconds, they'd be on top of us. I holstered my blaster. "Take him," I ordered Levine. "You and Gunther drag him. I'll buy you the time." "Lopez, you can't." "Go!" I reached over my shoulder and gripped the hilt of Erding. The dwarven sword hummed against my palm, a low, angry vibration that felt entirely separate from the facility's dampening field. The iron of Azogrim didn't care about dampening fields. I'd proven that on Eldarion in that damn Square of Seasons. I drew the blade. The sound of steel ringing against the scabbard cut through the siren's wail. The rune-etched metal glowed with a faint, blue inner light, hungry for a fight. I stepped out from cover. When I pulled at the magical font which should have been brimming inside me, the dampening field hit me instantly. It tried to smother the spark inside me like a wall of cotton wool wrapped around my brain. It tried to tell me that physics was the only law here, that magic was a lie. I gritted my teeth, tasting copper. Screw you. I focused on the blade. I focused on the anger at the soldiers, the anger at the colonel's imprisonment, the anger at Robbo lying bleeding on the floor. Channel it. I swung the sword in a wide arc, screaming as I forced my will through the suffocating blanket of the field. Then I let it go. It wasn't a storm. It wasn't the sky-splitting strike I had called down in the swarm of elves at the Festival of Seasons. The dampening field stripped most of the power away before it even left the blade. But even a small bolt of lightning was still a hell of a lot of voltage in a confined space. A jagged arc of blue electricity snapped from the tip of Erding. It sizzled through the air, erratic and wild, seeking the nearest conductor. It slammed into the lead soldier's chest plate. He seized, his body going rigid as the current fried his suit's electronics. He dropped like a stone, convulsing. The arc jumped to the man beside him, blowing out his weapon's power cell in a shower of sparks. The squad froze. For a second, the discipline broke. They hadn't expected magic. Not down here. Not with their precious wards. "Move!" I screamed over my shoulder. My vision swam black at the edges. The effort had cost me. My legs wobbled and I had to lean on the sword to stay upright. That was it. I was dry. The dampener had swallowed everything else. But it was enough. "I have him!" Gunther grunted. He had Robbo's shoulders. Levine had his legs. They hauled the mercenary's dead weight down the corridor toward the breach's glowing red rim. "Cover fire!" I yelled, switching the sword to my left hand and drawing my blaster with my right. I walked backward, firing steadily. My aim was shaky, the exhaustion from the magical exertion making my hands tremble, but the blaster shots were close enough to keep the soldiers' heads down. "We're at the breach," Levine shouted. I risked a glance back. They were shoving Robbo through the whole feet first. It was ungraceful, brutal work. Robbo's head lolled, bouncing against the hardened lava frame. "He's through!" Gunther yelled, diving in after him. "Colonel, go!" Levine hesitated, looking back at me. He stood framed in the obsidian archway, the red light of Hunding's sunrod from the magma tube illuminating his silhouette. "Lopez! I'm coming!" I fired 3 more shots, forcing the advancing soldiers to scatter into the doorways again. I didn't turn and run. That was how you got shot in the back. I backpedaled furiously, keeping my weapon raised, my boots skidding on the slick floor as I put distance between myself and the squad. 30 feet, 25. I saw the rough texture of the solidified lava framing the breach behind me. I smelled the sulfur from the tube mixing with the facility's chemical scent. I heard Gunther shouting for me to hurry. "Come on, Asha!" Gunther's voice echoed from the tunnel. "We're clear!" I was maybe 20 feet from the threshold, close enough to feel the heat radiating from the magma tube. But then the soldier with the yellow stripe stepped out into the hallway again. He didn't aim his rifle. He raised his arm and threw a small, dense sphere. It wasn't a frag grenade. It pulsed with a sickening greenish light. It sailed high, a perfect, damning arc that went right over my head. My world narrowed to the sickening green pulse of the grenade. Time seemed to warp, every instinct in my body screaming a silent warning. It wasn't aimed at me. It was aimed at the lintel of the breach behind me. "No!" I screamed, scrambling backward, trying to gain traction to launch myself at the hole. The grenade hit the junction where the steel facility ceiling met the volcanic rock of the magma tube wall. Whump! It wasn't a loud explosion. It was a gravity implosion. The structural supports groaned, a sound like tearing metal. Then, the ceiling came down. Tons of concrete, twisted rebar, and ancient volcanic tuff crashed downward. "Asha!" Levine roared. I threw myself flat, diving away from the collapsing ceiling and the heavy blast door frame that buckled inward. The world turned into dust and noise. The floor shook violently, knocking the wind out of me. Debris rained down, pelting my armor, burying my legs. I coughed, choking on pulverized concrete and ancient dust. I scrambled backward, crab-walking further away from the settling pile of rubble until my back hit the opposite wall. The breach was gone. Where the glowing red tunnel had been, there was now a solid wall of collapsed ceiling and rock. It was blocked, completely, utterly blocked. "Colonel!" I screamed, my voice cracking. "Gunther!" Silence answered me. Well, not silence. The sirens were still wailing, but the voices of my team were cut off. I scrambled up the pile of rubble, tearing at the jagged rocks with my bare hands. "Levine, can you hear me?" A muffled sound came from the other side. A shout, a curse, then a voice in my head, faint, panicked, distorted by the thick rock and the dampening field, but audible. "Asha. Trapped. Can't move it." It was Gunther. He must be pressing right up against the other side of the collapse. Behind his panic, I felt a sharp, jagged sense of distress. Dimrin. An image of claws scrabbling against rock flashed before my eyes. Blinking, I looked over my shoulder. Through the dust, I saw the soldiers were advancing. I heard their boots. They weren't firing anymore. They knew they had me trapped. I looked back at the wall of rock. Even with Hunding's impact driver, it would take minutes to clear this. We didn't have minutes. And Robbo was dying. If he wasn't dead already. If they stayed to dig me out, they would be caught in the tube. The hopper beacon was out there. The escape was out there. Here, there was only a cage. My head dropped, my eyes squeezing shut as I funneled every ounce of my focus inward, tears mixing with the dust on my face. I reached outward with everything I had left, projecting the thought so hard it felt like screaming. "Go! Asha, no!" Gunther's mind voice wavered. "Robbo is unconscious," I projected, imagining I was shoving Gunther backward. "You get them out! You get them to a healer! Save him! We cannot leave!" "That is a direct order, soldier." I channeled Levine's command voice, putting every ounce of my authority into the mental shout. "Get the Colonel to safety. Don't you dare let Robbo die. Go!" I softened the projection for a split second, aiming it at the frantic presence scratching at the wall. "Go to Leylandir, Dimrin. Tell him I'm sorry." I felt the hesitation, the anguish, and then, slowly, the recession of their presence. They were moving. They were retreating up the tube to the beacon. I slumped against the pile of rubble, gripping Erding's hilt. A ragged, shuddering breath tore from my lungs, catching on something that might have been a sob. I was alone. trapped in a collapsing bunker, 45 stories underground, with a squad of heavily armed soldiers closing in. Using the sword as a crutch, I pushed myself up, my legs trembling with the effort. Once upright, I stood for a moment, wiping the blood from my nose with the back of my glove. Then I turned to face the corridor. The soldiers emerged from the dust cloud, their weapons raised, their tactical lights cutting through the gloom. Only 6 of them left. I raised my sword. It barely glowed. My blaster was empty. The lead soldier stopped 10 feet away. He didn't fire. He reached up and slowly engaged the safety on his rifle. "Asha Lopez," a voice boomed from the facility speakers, overriding the siren. "Drop the weapon. You have been acquired." I tightened my grip on the hilt. "Acquired," I muttered, spitting a mouthful of bloody dust onto the pristine floor. "We'll see about that." I didn't drop the sword. Instead, I took a step forward, and then the butt of a rifle, swung by a soldier hidden in the thick dust to my right, connected with the back of my skull. The world dissolved into black. Chapter 9. The universe was reduced to a singular rhythmic throb at the base of my skull. It wasn't a sound. It was a geological event, a tectonic shifting of bone and gray matter that pulsed with every beat of my heart. I tried to open my eyes, but the connection between my brain and my eyelids seemed to have been severed. Or maybe they were open, and the world had simply decided to end in darkness. I floated in that black, viscous space for an eternity. Images flashed behind my retina, disjointed and terrifyingly vivid. Robbo crunching against the wall, blood pooling underneath him, the way his head lolled backward, the ceiling coming down, the dust, the screaming. My stomach rolled, a wave of nausea so violent it forced me back into the waking world. I gasped, my body jerking in a reflexive spasm, only to be brought up short by something hard digging into my wrists. "She's up." The voice was distorted, like hearing someone speak underwater. It was male, flat, and bored. "Barely," a second voice replied. "That love tap with the blaster scramble her wiring?" "Does it matter? Orders are to prep for transport. Chopper ETA is 0800 hours. Transport. Chopper." My brain seized on the words, trying to drag them into context. I was acquired. The soldier had said I was acquired. I forced one eye open. The light was harsh, fluorescent, and blinding. I squeezed it shut immediately, a groan escaping my lips. "Water," I croaked. My throat felt like I'd swallowed a handful of the volcanic glass from the magma tube. "No time for refreshments, sweetheart," the first voice said. "Get her up." Hands grabbed me. Not the firm, grounding grip of the Colonel, nor the gentle touch of Leylandir. These were rough, impersonal hands. They hooked under my armpits and hauled me upright. My legs were jelly. My knees buckled instantly, and I would have hit the floor if they hadn't dragged me forward. My boots scraped against the floor. I tried to plant my feet, tried to find my center of gravity, but the room tilted violently to the left. I stumbled, my shoulder impacting a hard surface. Pain flared in my arm, sharp and immediate, cutting through the dull roar in my head. "Walk, Lopez." I knew that name. That was me. Asha Lopez. "Where?" I mumbled, my tongue feeling too big for my mouth. "Where is Levine?" "We should be the ones asking you that," the voice sneered. "Now move." We entered a new room. The acoustics changed instantly. The dead, muffled silence of the holding cell was replaced by a hollow, echoing clatter. It smelled of heavy industrial disinfectant and mold. A drain. It smelled like a drain. My vision finally cleared enough to endure the light. We were in a tiled room, floor-to-ceiling white ceramic with yellowed grout lines. A single, heavy drain sat in the center of the slanted floor. Coiled against the wall was a thick black hose. An animal bolt of panic shot up my spine, and the air in my lungs turned to ice. "No," I rasped, trying to pull my arms free. "No, wait." "Strip her," the first guard ordered. He was wearing the same black carapace armor as the squad in the hallway, but had removed his helmet. He had a buzz cut and a scar running through his eyebrow. He looked at me with the same disinterest a butcher might show a hanging side of beef. "Wait," I tried again, but my coordination was shot. They didn't wait. They didn't even acknowledge I had spoken. One of them grabbed the collar of my tactical vest and yanked. The buckles groaned, then snapped. They stripped the armor from me efficiently, tossing it into a pile in the corner. Then came my shirt. When it was gone, one of the guards spotted the leather cord around my neck. Fingers hooked under it and yanked. The cord bit into my skin for a split second before snapping, and the small, familiar weight of my translation amulet vanished, tossed carelessly onto the growing pile of my life along with my pants and boots. I tried to fight. I tried to kick out, to twist away, but I was weak as a kitten. My head spun with every movement, and they were strong. Within seconds, I was standing naked in the center of the cold, tiled room, shivering violently as the air conditioning bit into my bruised skin. It wasn't sexual. It was clinical. They didn't look at my body. They looked through it. I wasn't a woman. I wasn't a soldier. To them, I was just dirty equipment that needed to be washed off before being loaded onto the truck. The guard with the scar picked up the hose. He twisted a valve on the wall. "Face the wall," he commanded. I stood there, swaying, my arms wrapped around my chest in a futile attempt to retain some warmth, some dignity. I didn't turn. I stared at him, forcing my eyes to focus, forcing him to look at the human being he was about to brutalize. He didn't blink. He just squeezed the nozzle. The water hit me like a gut punch. It was ice cold. It slammed into my chest, knocking the breath out of me. I gasped, choking as the spray hit my face, forcing water up my nose. I stumbled back, slipping on the wet tiles, and hit the wall hard. The spray followed me. It blasted the dried blood from my nose, the dust from my hair, the sweat from my skin. It stung the cuts on my arms and legs. A relentless high-pressure assault that numbed my skin and turned my bones to ice. I huddled against the cold tiles, turning my back to the spray, curling into a ball. I didn't scream. I refused to give them the satisfaction. I bit my lip until it bled, locking the sound in my throat, enduring the freezing deluge until my body went numb. Then, as abruptly as it started, it stopped. The silence rushed back in, broken only by the sound of water gurgling down the drain and the chattering of my own teeth. "Clean enough," the guard grunted. He dropped the hose. It clattered loudly on the tiles. A bundle of fabric hit me in the face. It was heavy and smelled of starch. "Get dressed. You got 2 minutes." I peeled the fabric away. It was a jumpsuit. Gray, one piece. My fingers were stiff and fumbling as I shook it out. I tried to pull it on, but the fabric stuck to my wet skin, refusing to yield. I hopped on one foot, losing my balance, catching myself against the wall. It was a small, petty struggle, but in that moment, it felt insurmountable. I finally got the zipper up. The suit was too big, hanging off my frame like a sack. I stood there, shivering, water dripping from my hair onto the shoulders of the gray suit, creating dark, spreading patches. "Hands!" the guard barked. I held them out. I don't know why, but I expected zip ties. Or rope, maybe. Instead, the guard pulled a metallic object from his belt. Snuff cuffs. They weren't the ones Ishar had crafted, the heavy iron decorated with carved runes. These were military issue. Regular steel connected by a rigid bar rather than a chain, designed to immobilize the wrists completely. He slapped them onto my wrists, and the effect was instant. In the facility, the dampening field had felt like a heavy blanket, muffling the magic, making it hard to reach. This was an amputation. It felt like a steel door slamming shut inside my soul. It was like a part of myself was severed. Gone. I let out a sharp gasp, the sudden hollowness in my chest making me feel nauseous all over again. "Huh," the guard said, checking the lock. "Try to spark up the place now, bitch." He turned, and the other guard kicked my boots toward me. They skidded across the wet floor, stopping by my bare feet. My socks were gone, likely tossed in the trash with my armor. "Put 'em on. We walk from here." I sank to the floor, my knees hitting the wet tiles. The jumpsuit soaked up the water instantly, clinging cold and clammy to my legs. I reached for the boots. My hands, locked together by the rigid bar, were clumsy. I had to maneuver them awkwardly to grab the laces. I moved slowly, deliberately. "Hurry it up," the guard snapped. "My hands," I whispered, my voice trembling. "I can't reach properly." It was a lie. I could reach, but I needed a second, just 1 second to think, to breathe, to check. I bowed my head over my boots, letting my hair fall forward to curtain my face. I closed my eyes. "Leylandir?" I pushed the thought out. I visualized his face, the sharp angles, the green eyes, the way he looked at me when he thought I wasn't watching. I tried to send the image of him down the bond, a beacon in the dark. "Can you hear me?" Silence. Not the comfortable silence of a shared room. This was the static hiss of a dead channel, a void. Sour bile rose in my chest. Was it the cuffs? Leylandir had managed telepathy just fine while wearing his own set of cuffs, but he was an elf. Maybe that was different. Dimrin? Gunther? Nothing. Just the cold, aching echo of my own panic. A tear leaked out, hot and stinging against my frozen cheek. It splashed onto my boot. "If you do not return within 3 hours, I will melt this crater down to glass to find you." His voice echoed in my memory, fierce and unyielding. 3 hours. How long had I been out? Did the guard say 0800? Was he up there right now, watching the sun rise, thinking I was dead? A sob bubbled up in my throat, jagged and painful. I clamped my teeth together, forcing it down. "Don't do it," I begged silently, staring at the wet laces. "Please, Leylandir. Don't melt the world. Just run. Be safe. If you get yourself killed trying to find me..." The thought of him dying, of his light being snuffed out by a stray blaster shot or magical explosive round just because he was looking for me, was worse than the cuffs. It was worse than the cell. "Time's up." Authoritative hands grabbed me by the back of the jumpsuit and hauled me to my feet. I stumbled, my boots barely tied, the loose laces dragging on the floor. "Move!" They marched me out of the room. The corridor was long, narrow, and utilitarian. Pipes ran along the ceiling, dripping condensation. We passed other doors, all closed, all silent. Who else was behind these damn doors? We reached a heavy freight elevator. The guard swiped a card and the metal grate rattled open. They shoved me inside and hit the button. The gears groaned, a deep mechanical protest, and the floor pushed up against my feet. I leaned back against the cold metal wall, closing my eyes, and started to count. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi. I already knew we were on level 43, supposing I was on the same level as the attack. And if they were transporting me, that meant we were on our way to the top. But the counting filled the terrifying spaces between thoughts and was oddly comforting in its own way. At 35 Mississippi, the heavy vibration of the ascent abruptly smoothed. The elevator slowed, then shuddered to a halt. I tensed, backing into the corner as the grate rattled open. We weren't at the surface yet. The air still tasted recycled and thick with industrial cleaners. A man stepped inside. He offered a sharp nod to the guards but didn't so much as glance at me as he turned to face the doors. The grate slid shut, and the floor pushed up against my feet again as we resumed our climb. He wasn't military. He was wearing a suit that had seen better days, cheap fabric, ill-fitting at the shoulders, with a tie that was loosened at the neck as if he'd been pulling at it for hours. He held a tablet in one hand, his stylus tapping against the screen. I stared at the side of his face, trying to place him in the hierarchy of my capture. He seemed too bored to be an interrogator, too soft to be a soldier. "Agent Snyder," he said, not looking up from his screen. "Since you're staring." I blinked. "Where are you taking me?" He finally looked up. He had a narrow face, pale and pinched, like a man who spent too much time under fluorescent lights and not enough time sleeping. His eyes were watery blue and entirely devoid of empathy. "You're going for a ride, Lopez. Don't get comfortable," he sniffed, tapping the screen again. "Must say, you created quite a mess down there. Paperwork is going to be a nightmare." "A mess?" I asked, my voice rasping. "My friend is dead. Is that what you call a mess?" Snyder paused. He tilted his head, regarding me with a sneer. "You want to pin that on us? He shouldn't have been there. I'm sure I don't have to tell you that trespassing on a secure federal facility is a breach of national security." "He was a father," I whispered, the anger flaring hot in my chest, warring with the grief. "He was an obstacle," Snyder corrected coldly. "Just like you were. You were supposed to be the smart one, Lopez. You've outfoxed 2 separate realms and sent an entire planet into unrest. And yet, here you are, crawling around in the dirt just to fetch an old relic like Levine." "A relic you couldn't keep," I shot back, allowing a dangerous edge to creep into my voice. I watched his face closely, looking for the tell. Snyder's tapping stopped. He didn't look at me, but his jaw tightened visibly. "He's a washed-up cripple, Lopez. If your little band of freaks thinks dragging him into a hole constitutes a strategic victory, you're welcome to it. He won't get far." Relief, sharp and dizzying, washed over me. They made it. They were out. Probably not even on Earth by now. Snyder wouldn't be this bitter if he had units in hot pursuit. "He'll get far enough," I said, a small, bloody smile touching my lips. Snyder finally looked at me, his watery eyes narrowing. "Don't look so smug. You traded a pawn for a queen. You think he's the priority? You're the one the general wants." "If I'm so important," I challenged, raising my cuffed hands, "why am I in a jumpsuit instead of a body bag?" Snyder smiled. It was a thin, unpleasant expression. "That's not for me to say. Personally, I'd have left you in the rubble, but orders are orders." The elevator jolted to a halt. I'd lost count of the Mississippis it had taken to get to the top. "Showtime," Snyder muttered. The doors slid open. The light hit me first. Real light. Not the harsh white of fluorescent lighting or the red strobe of the emergency alarms. This was the sun, pure, unfiltered, aggressive Nevada sun. I winced, squeezing my eyes shut as tears streamed down my face. It was blinding. "Keep moving." The guard shoved me from behind. I stumbled out onto a concrete pad. The heat slammed into me, a tangible burn that instantly began broiling the wet jumpsuit. The roaring sound I had heard muffled in the shaft was deafening now. A helicopter waited on the pad, its rotors spinning, whipping up a miniature sandstorm. It was a Black Hawk, sleek and menacing, with no markings on the tail. My hair whipped across my face, stinging my eyes. I blinked rapidly, trying to adjust to the glare and trying to take in my surroundings. We were in a depression, maybe one of the shallower craters. The walls of the caldera rose up around us, blocking the horizon, but I saw the ridge line to the east. The ridge we had portaled onto. The ridge where we had set up the tent. The ridge where Leylandir was supposed to be waiting. My breath hitched. my gaze snapping instinctively to the ridgeline, wishing and hoping that he was there, all while panicking that he might be. I stopped, digging my heels into the concrete, ignoring the guard shouting at me to move. I scanned the ridgeline. Through the shimmering heat haze, the volcanic rock looked like jagged teeth against the bright blue sky. I searched for a glint of metal, a flash of a tent, a silhouette of a tall, blonde figure standing watch. "Leylandir," I whispered, the sound torn away by the rotor wash. I imagined seeing him there. I imagined seeing Robbo standing next to him, waving his arms, miraculously alive. I imagined Gunther peering through his binoculars. But there was nothing. Just rock. Just scrub. Just the empty, indifferent desert. If it was daylight, if the sun was this high. It had been hours. They were gone. They had to be gone. If Gunther had gotten them out, they would have portaled away the moment they cleared the tube. They wouldn't have stayed. They couldn't have stayed. A mixture of relief and devastating loneliness crashed over me. They were safe. Gunther had followed orders. Levine was free. As for Robbo, the image of his broken form flashed in my mind, and I shoved it away fiercely. Hopefully, he was with a healer. The thought was a flimsy shield against a truth I couldn't bear. And I was here. "Let's go, Lopez," Snyder yelled over the engine noise, grabbing my arm. "I don't have all day." As he yanked me toward the helicopter's open door, he gestured curtly with his tablet to the other guard. The man hefted my pack. The familiar leather-wrapped hilt of Erding, still in its scabbard, was lashed to the top. The guard heaved the entire bundle into the helicopter's hold, and I flinched as the scabbard clanged loudly against the metal floor. The lightning-infused dwarven crafted sword, the one I'd risked my life to earn for this country, was treated like cumbersome luggage. The casual indignity of it was a fresh, sharp pain that stole the air from my lungs. He yanked me again. The wash from the blades threatened to knock me over, but the guards held me fast, propelling me forward. I stumbled to the door, the heat of the engines burning my face. I grabbed the handle with my cuffed hands, hauling myself up into the cabin. They shoved me into a seat and strapped me in. Snyder climbed in opposite, putting a headset on over his ears. He looked at me, tapped his watch, and signaled the pilot. The helicopter jerked, lifting off the ground. The nose dipped, and the ground fell away. I twisted in my seat, straining against the harness, pressing my forehead against the plexiglass window. I looked down at the crater one last time. I looked at the ridge one last time. It was still empty. The desert sprawled beneath us, vast and silent, keeping its secrets. I leaned my head back against the seat, the vibration of the engine rattling my skull. A single tear tracked through the dust on my face. I was alone. Chapter 10. I don't know how long we flew. Long enough for the damp gray jumpsuit to dry into a stiff, salty crust that chafed against my skin with every movement. Long enough for the throbbing at the base of my skull to settle into a dull, nauseating ache. Long enough for the adrenaline to bleed out, leaving behind a hollow, terrifying clarity. Snyder ignored me the entire time. He sat with his headset on, tapping away at his tablet, occasionally speaking into the mic with a flat, bureaucratic tone. He was organizing the cleanup, the paperwork, the erasure of what had happened at the crater. I stared out the plexiglass window, but there was nothing to see. We were flying high, and below us was just a blur of blue sky and rugged terrain, which grew increasingly pockmarked with buildings. Eventually, the pitch of the engines changed. The helicopter banked hard, pressing me back into the canvas seat, the cuffs biting into my wrists. We dropped altitude quickly. The blur of desert scrub resolved into structured lines, fences, pavement, rooftops. We weren't landing at a major base. Whatever was below us looked like the husks of what civilization used to be. We touched down on a cracked concrete pad in the middle of an industrial wasteland. It looked like a graveyard for the Cold War, its corrugated metal warehouses marred by peeling paint, rusted water towers, and chain-link fences topped with razor wire that gleamed in the sun. The rotors wound down, the whine descending in pitch until it was just the ticking of cooling metal and the wind. "Let's go," Snyder barked, pulling off his headset. The door slid open and the heat rushed in again, dry, dusty, and smelling of motor oil and old asphalt. The guards unbuckled me and hauled me out. I stumbled on the tarmac, the loose laces of my boots dragging. I tried to walk with some semblance of dignity, but it's hard to march like a soldier when you're dressed like an inmate and shuffling to keep your boots on. They didn't take me to a processing center. They marched me toward the largest of the warehouses, a hulking, windowless monolith of gray sheet metal. There were no signs, no unit insignias, just a heavy steel door that looked like it hadn't been painted since the 80s. Inside, the air was stagnant, and rows of high-bay fluorescent lights hummed overhead, casting a sickly, flickering pallor over the vast, empty space. A few dusty forklifts sat parked in the shadows among stacks of pallets covered in ratty tarps. In the center of the cavernous room, a single area had been cleared, a metal folding table with a file sitting on it. 2 chairs. It was almost cheesy. "Sit," the guard ordered, shoving me toward one of the chairs. I sat and folded my cuffed hands in my lap, staring at the empty chair opposite me. Snyder walked in, my heavy pack slung over one shoulder. The familiar hilt of Erding, lashed to the top, seemed to mock me from its position behind his head. He dumped the pack on the concrete floor near the empty chair with a thud and a loud clang from the scabbard, then retreated to the wall to tap on his tablet, looking bored. The guards took up positions behind me, close enough that I heard their breathing, far enough that I couldn't reach them with a backward headbutt. I waited. My eyes traced the cracks in the concrete floor. I counted the shafts of light cutting through gaps in the sheet metal. I tried to reach for the spark again, just to test the cuffs. But I found nothing. It was like having phantom pain from a missing limb. I knew the magic was there, part of my blood, part of me. But the connection was severed. Minutes ticked by. 10? 20? Then, the heavy steel door opened again. Footsteps echoed on the concrete, heavy, deliberate strides, not the shuffle of a bureaucrat or the stomp of a grunt. These were the steps of a man who owned the ground he walked on. I didn't turn. I kept my eyes on the empty chair. A figure walked into my peripheral vision. He circled the table slowly, letting me see him. He was wearing dress blues, immaculate and perfectly tailored. The ribbons on his chest were a colorful display of a lifetime of war. His hair was iron gray, cut high and tight. His face was a map of brutal decisions and bitterness. General Rind. He stopped at the chair opposite me. He didn't sit immediately. He stood there, looking down at me, a small, smug smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He looked at the grubby patches on the gray jumpsuit, the unlaced boots, the bruises darkening on my face from the explosion. He pulled the chair out slowly, the metal legs screeching against the concrete, and sat. He leaned back, lacing his fingers over his stomach, looking for all the world like a man who had just finished a satisfying meal. "You look like shit, Lopez," he said, his voice calm and almost conversational. I slowly lifted my head. My neck cracked audibly. I met his gaze, refusing to let him see the fear that had tightened the muscles in my neck, threatening to choke off my air. "That's why I'm still alive?" I rasped. "You needed an opportunity to gloat before you put me in the ground?" Rind chuckled. It was a dry, humorless sound. "Gloat? No, I'm just appreciating the poetic justice of it. You caused me a hell of a lot of trouble, Asha. You brought shame to the United States Army. You compromised global security. You conspired with alien entities." He leaned forward, resting his elbows on the table. "And for what? To fall into our hands again while rescuing a man who was already broken?" "Colonel Levine didn't look broken to me," I said, leaning forward to match him, ignoring the bite of the cuffs. And neither am I. Debatable, Rind noted, his eyes flicking to my wrists. But permit me to answer your question. You asked if I was going to put you in the ground. He smiled, showing perfectly capped teeth. Who says I'll execute you? The way he said it made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. This man wanted me dead. And even if he didn't pull the trigger himself, he had command of every blaster in the room. You can't, I realized aloud, the pieces clicking together in my exhausted brain. That's it, isn't it? You can't kill me. Can't is a strong word, Rind mused. I could have a soldier walk in here right now and put you down like a dog. The reports would classify it as a tragic accident during transport, or a failed escape attempt. Then why don't you? Because you've made yourself messy, Rind said, his lip curling with distaste. You've become a symbol to a certain demographic of the civilian population. If I kill you, you become a martyr. Resistance cells pop up in Chicago, Seattle, D.C. It creates a narrative I don't have the time or the budget to suppress. He shrugged. But if I keep you, you're a liability, a security risk. You have powerful friends, or at least useful idiots, who will come looking for you. So you're stuck, I said, trying to summon a smirk. Poor General. Not stuck, Rind corrected, resourceful. He stood and walked around the table, pacing slowly behind me. You see, Asha, the beauty of this new world order is that jurisdiction is fluid. You are a citizen of the United States, technically, but you are also now other. You told the whole world that, remember, and your crimes? He stopped and leaned over close to my right ear. Your crimes didn't just happen on American soil. You committed acts of aggression against our soon-to-be allies. You kidnapped 2 individuals of their ruling class. You embarrassed powerful people. 1,000 sharp, tiny prickles raced right up my back as I followed the thread of where this was going. You're handing me over, I whispered. I'm passing the problem of Asha Lopez onto another party, Rind said, walking back to his seat. A party who shares my outlook on what you deserve after the chaos you've caused. I stared at him. You're giving me to the elves. House Shadarian claims you attempted to assassinate their leader at a public event, Rind said smoothly. They have requested extradition. He spread his hands in a mock display of helplessness. Who am I to interfere in inter-realm justice? It strengthens our position going into these peace talks. It removes a terrorist from my custody, and it ensures that whatever happens to you, well, the United States government has clean hands. A sudden sweeping coldness turned my skin to ice. House Shadarian, Nerianthus, Milornith. That's bullshit, I said, my voice rising. I didn't try to assassinate anyone, and what I did wasn't kidnapping. I was there on a mission to extract a target who was being held against his will. I expect you'll have your day in court to give your version of events to the Elven Council, Rind said, checking his watch. I opened my mouth to argue, to scream, to invoke the Constitution, anything. But then a whining sound spiked in my head. It wasn't a noise in the room. It was internal. A sharp, jagged burst of static that felt like a migraine drill hitting a nerve. I winced, squeezing my eyes shut, my hands flying up to clutch my temples. Asha? The voice was faint, distant, distorted, like a radio signal bouncing through a canyon during a thunderstorm. But I knew the cadence. I knew the tone. Asha, answer me. Where are you? Leylandir, I gasped, the name slipping out before I could stop it. Rind frowned. What did you say? I ignored him. I squeezed my eyes tighter, focusing on that thin, frayed wire of connection. Leylandir! I screamed the thought in my mind. I'm here! I'm alive! The static hissed. Please, I can feel you. Tell me where you are." His mental voice sounded frayed at the edges. It lacked the cool, collected composure of the elf I knew. He sounded terrified. I pushed against the mental block. I gathered every scrap of will, every memory of his face, every feeling of his skin against mine, and tried to shove it out into the world. "I am answering," I thought, frantic tears leaking from my eyes. "The cuffs. It's the cuffs. I can't send." That was the cruel joke. I was screaming into a void and he couldn't hear me. My mind flickered back to the first time Leylandir's mind had brushed against my own, way back in that prison yard when he was wearing Ishar's cuffs. It had seemed impossible at the time, but he'd later explained that elves didn't require magic for telepathy. But it seemed that even with my mixed heritage, I couldn't achieve the same feat. "I will clear the magma tube and find you." Leylandir's voice came again, sharper with grief. "Even if I have to dispatch every human inside." "No," I whispered aloud. "No, don't go back." Rind looked at me with mild curiosity. "Who? The elf? Is he talking to you right now?" "You have to let me speak to him," I begged, looking at the general through blurred vision. "He thinks I'm still in the bunker. He's going to attack the site." Rind shrugged. He actually shrugged. "If he attacks, my men have every right to defend themselves. It'll be one less elf to worry about." "You're wrong!" I yelled. "You just did a deal with Nerianthus Shadarian. What you probably don't know is that Leylandir is his son, and Nerianthus wants him more than he wants me." Rind's smile faltered for a fraction of a second, but then it returned, colder than before. "If he dies attacking a U.S. military installation, that's on him, not me." I have cleared the entrance. Leylandir's voice was fading now, growing distorted by distance or maybe by the depth he was descending into the earth. "I will find—" Then the connection snapped. It cut out mid-syllable. Just gone. "Leylandir!" I screamed. The silence in my head was absolute. I slumped in the chair, a sob ripping out of my throat. It was a jagged, ugly sound. He could have been hit with blaster fire, or another of those magic rounds like— "Something wrong, Lopez?" Rind asked, tapping his fingers on the table. "You son of a bitch," I whispered, shaking. "You just killed him." "Not my problem," Rind said, standing. "And frankly, neither are you anymore." He looked toward the large steel doors just as they began to open. But my mind wasn't on the door. It was replaying the snap, the sudden silence. Rind hadn't fired a weapon. He hadn't pressed a button. The connection had just cut out, like a signal hitting a wall like a dampening field. The thought was a sudden, sharp intake of breath. The bunker. He wasn't dead. He couldn't be. He'd crossed the threshold between the magma tube and the facility. He was flying blind, right into a trap, and Rind was just letting it happen. I blinked at the figures that stepped through the door who looked like they had walked out of a high-definition fantasy film. 3 of them, tall, lethal. The 2 guards were clad in deep blue armor with silver trim, the colors of House Shadarian. Their helmets were sleek, their movements fluid and synchronized. But the man in the center— he wore no helmet. He wore a long coat of midnight blue velvet over silver chainmail that shimmered like liquid mercury. His hair was black, pulled back in an intricate braid that exposed the sharp points of his ears. His face was beautiful in the way a sword is beautiful, sharp, precise, and capable of causing immense pain. Maelornith Shadarian. He walked into the warehouse, his nose wrinkling slightly as if the very air of Earth was offensive to him. He stopped 10 feet from the table, looking from Rind to me. "General Rind," Maelornith said. His voice was smooth, melodic, and dripped with false charm. "You have the gratitude of the Elven Council for securing this criminal on our behalf." Rind stepped around the table, extending a hand. "The package is ready, Lord Shadarian. As promised." Maelornith shook the general's hand briefly, as if touching something slimy, then turned his full attention to me. His eyes were a piercing, icy blue. They swept over my unlaced boots, the stained jumpsuit, the red marks on my wrists from the cuffs. A slow, cruel smile spread across his face. "Father sends his regards, hybrid," he purred. "He has been eager to meet you since our last encounter." Rind picked up a file from the table, my file, presumably, and handed it to one of the elven guards. "She's all yours. Consider it a gesture of goodwill." "Ideally, this paves the way for our continued talks?" Maelornith asked, arching an eyebrow. "It does," Rind agreed. "Our people will be in touch soon." Rind turned to walk out. He didn't look at me. He didn't say goodbye. He just checked his watch again and gave a curt nod to Snyder, who stooped to retrieve my pack. With my entire life in one hand, Snyder fell into step behind his general. They walked past the elves and disappeared without looking back. I was alone with him. Maelornith circled me slowly. I glared at him, trying to summon the soldier, trying to find the defiance that had kept me alive this long. But I was exhausted. I was cuffed. I was heartbroken. "There are no windows to jump through this time," Maelornith said softly, stopping in front of me. "Your magic is bound. Your allies are dead or scattered. This time you will not escape me, Asha Lopez." "Leylandir," I gasped, my new, terrible hope making me reckless. "You have to tell him where I am." Maelornith laughed. It was a light, tinkling sound that terrified me more than a threat. "Oh, and why would I do that?" "He's heading right into that facility," I pleaded, leaning forward as far as the cuffs would allow. "He thinks I'm trapped. They'll kill him." "Yes," Maelornith said, his smile widening. "I expect they will." His words shouldn't have come as a surprise, but they did anyway. Your father. He wants him." "Perhaps," Maelornith corrected. "But he is an embarrassment, a stain on our bloodline, a half-breed who has caused my house nothing but grief. If he chooses to throw his life away digging in the dirt for a human pet, who am I to stop him?" "Nerianthus wants him alive," I said, grasping at straws. Maelornith leaned down, bringing his face close to mine. Perhaps I did warn him, and perhaps it was simply too late to keep him from his fate. He straightened, snapping his fingers. "Take her." The two guards moved instantly. They grabbed me by the arms, hauling me roughly to my feet. I stumbled, my unlaced boots nearly tripping me again. Maelornith raised a hand. He didn't use a device. He simply sliced his hand through the air, and reality tore itself open inside the warehouse. A vertical slash widened into an oval of swirling quicksilver light. Through it, I caught a glimpse of sleek chrome walls and violet lighting. The air that drifted through smelled like overripe fruit. "No," I whispered, digging my heels into the concrete. "No, please." I looked back toward the warehouse door, toward the Nevada desert beyond it. "Leylandir," my mind screamed. "Please. It's Maelornith. He's taking me somewhere." "Move, hybrid," the guard hissed, shoving me toward the portal. I struggled and kicked, but they were elves, stronger and faster than me. They dragged me across the floor, my boots scraping streaks in the dust. Maelornith stepped through first, his velvet coat billowing. He turned back, watching me struggle with a look of bored amusement. "Welcome to Lumenfell," he said. The guards shoved me. I stumbled forward, crossing the threshold. The last thing I saw of Earth was the flickering fluorescent lights of a warehouse ceiling and a moth fluttering blindly against the bulb. Then the world turned violet, and I was gone. Chapter 11. Thump. My boot heel hit the wall with a dull, unsatisfying thud. "I demand to see Nerianthus Shadarian," I screamed, my voice cracking on the last syllable. It felt like the 100th time I'd shouted it in the last hour. Or maybe it had been 2 hours. Thump. "May Lornith, show your face, you coward." Silence answered me. Not the dead, oppressive silence of the bunker, which had felt like being buried alive. This was a cultivated silence, a pristine, expensive silence that hummed with a low-frequency vibration just beneath the threshold of hearing. I was no longer in a warehouse. I was in a pretty cage. The cell was a perfect cube of white material, something that looked like stone but felt warm to the touch. There were no visible seams, no cracks, no drains in the floor aside from the toilet in the corner. And the light didn't come from fixtures, instead emanating from the walls themselves with a soft, diffuse glow that cast zero shadows. The fourth wall, the one facing the corridor, wasn't solid. It was a shimmering field of energy that looked like a heat haze rippling over asphalt. When I got too close, the hair on my arms stood up, and I knew better than to touch it. I sat on the floor, my knees drawn up to my chest, ready to thump my boot against the dusty footprints I'd been stamping on the wall to no effect. The stiff jumpsuit scratched against my skin, and the military-issue snuff cuffs were still locked around my wrists, even though I suspected the containment ward and these walls likely would have kept me from using magic in any way that was useful. My head dropped back, striking the warm floor with a dull, hollow thud. I let out a long, shuddering breath of pure frustration. How much time had passed? I tried to do the math, but my brain felt sluggish, as if wrapped in cotton wool. If the flight from the crater to the warehouse took an hour, and the interview with Rind took 20 minutes, and the portal transit was instantaneous. Leylandir had been at the crater when I'd been speaking to Rind. He must have gone back to Azogrim when Gunther, Robbo, and Levine made it to the surface and returned after the chopper left. I will tear this facility apart stone by stone. The imagined memory of him, sword drawn, hair wild, digging into that collapsed magma tube, played on a loop in my mind. I thought when the telepathic communication stopped mid-sentence that he must have been killed. The consolation that it was likely only the dampening field wasn't all that comforting, though. Not with all those soldiers with their magical explosive rounds. He would be one elf against them without magic, without backup, driven by fury to find me when I wasn't even there. "He's alive," I whispered to the empty room. "He has to be." It was a dangerous hope, fragile as spun glass. But looking at the cuffs on my wrists gave me a sliver of logic to cling to. If these cuffs cut me off from magic, maybe whatever substance surrounded the facility's walls had cut him off from telepathy. Maybe the silence in my head wasn't death. Maybe it was just magically enhanced concrete and lead. "He's just blocked," I told myself, squeezing my eyes shut. "He's fighting. He thinks I'm still in the rubble." Which meant he hadn't left. Which meant he was still in the kill zone. I curled into a ball on my side, pressing my forehead to the warm floor until the seamless surface was all I could see. A sound that was half whimper, half gasp escaped my throat as the sheer, suffocating weight of my helplessness settled over me. I was a world away. Literally. I was on Lumenfell while the man I loved was trying to extract me from Earth. I had to get out. I had to send a message. I focused inward, diving past the panic, past the grief, searching for anything that wasn't silent. My connection to Jurga was gone. The distance between realms was too great for the sister bond, especially with the cuffs dampening everything. But there was something else. A shadow in the back of my mind. A presence that had been with me since the day I'd taken a bite of orc barbecue at a funeral against every instinct telling me to run for the hills. Rushka. She wasn't alive. She was a memory, an imprint of a soul that had hitched a ride in my psyche. She was unreliable, cryptic, and often dormant. But she was part of me. not an external connection. Maybe the cuffs couldn't block her because she was already inside the house. I took a deep breath, visualizing the old orc's face, the green-gray skin, the ritual scars, the round, knowing eyes that had seen a lifetime's worth of pain and grief. Rushka, I projected, pushing the thought into the deepest recesses of my own brain. Are you there? Silence. I know you're in there. You like to watch, don't you? Nothing. I need a way out, I pleaded, changing tactics. This cage, it's pure energy. How do I break it without magic? You studied the gates. Tell me how to break out of here. I pushed harder, imagining myself grabbing the old shaman by her bony shoulders and shaking her. Answer me! The shift was subtle. It wasn't a voice. It was a sensation, like the smell of dried herbs drifting through the cell's sterile air. Then, a flicker. The white walls of my cell dissolved for a split second. I felt heavy. My joints ached with a deep, weather-worn throb that felt like it had been with me for centuries. I looked down at my hands resting on my knees. They weren't my hands. They were broad, green-gray, wrinkled. My knuckles were swollen, gnarled like the roots of an ancient tree. The air was thick with the smell of burning herbs and smoke. Across the fire pit, a figure sat in robes that were reminiscent of priestess garb on Gashak Tor. I couldn't shake the feeling that she looked insufferably young, even if it seemed she was roughly my age. I laughed. It was a wet, rattling sound deep in my chest. You seek to bind your will, I rasped, feeling the vibrations of the old tongue in a throat that wasn't mine. You build walls of stone and iron in your mind in an effort to hold on to control. I raised a heavy hand, tapping a sharp, yellowed fingernail against my temple. But the mind? The mind can never be enslaved, even by oneself. It can only be convinced to sleep. Wake it up and the chains become suggestions. The memory dissolved. I gasped, my eyes snapping open. I was back in the white cell. The hum of the containment field was the only sound. Suggestions, I muttered, sitting up. Great advice. Thanks a lot. I thumped my heel against the floor again. Suggestions won't turn off a disintegration field, Rushka, I yelled at the ceiling. I dropped my head into my cuffed hands, pressing the heels of my palms into my eye sockets, trying to grasp the tail of that memory, trying to pull Rushka back for clarification. How? How do I get out of here? But the presence had receded. She was gone, slipping back into the dark waters of my subconscious, leaving me with riddles and a locked door. I lay there for what felt like another hour. My stomach growled, a sharp reminder that I hadn't eaten since... When? The protein bar Gunther had shared on the ridge? That felt like a lifetime ago. I stared at the shimmering field. It rippled slightly, like water disturbed by a pebble. Wait, ripples. I sat up slowly. If it rippled, it reacted to something. To air pressure. To sound. I crawled toward the barrier on my hands and knees. The hair on my arms stood up again, that prickly warning of immense energy. I stopped a foot away. I took a deep breath and blew gently at the field. Nothing. I whistled, high and sharp. Nothing. I picked up my bootlace, which was trailing on the floor. I whipped it at the field. A spark of blue light arced from the field to the lace tip. It vaporized instantly. I yanked my hand back, clutching the singed lace. Okay. Not sound. Physical matter. It reacted to matter. Disintegration, I muttered. Check. I heard a sound. It wasn't inside the cell. It was outside. In the corridor. Click-clack, click-clack. Footsteps. Hard soles on polished stone. Not the heavy, rhythmic march of a guard patrol. This was solitary. Purposeful. I scrambled to my feet, ignoring the stiffness in my legs. I stood as close to the barrier as I dared, stopping just short of the zap zone. I clasped my hands together to stop them from shaking. "Hey!" I shouted. "Is someone there? I demand to see the High Lord." The footsteps didn't speed up. They didn't slow down. They just kept coming, a steady, measured cadence that echoed slightly in the hush of the hallway. A shadow fell across the floor outside the field. Then, a figure stepped into view. I froze. The low hum of the energy field, the scrape of my jumpsuit, my own ragged breathing, it all vanished. The world seemed to tilt on its axis, narrowing to the impossible figure stepping into the light. It wasn't a guard. It wasn't Nerianthus. It wasn't Maelornith. She was stunning. Tall and slender, wearing a gown of pale green silk that seemed to flow around her like water. Her hair was a sheet of golden blonde that fell to her waist. But it was her eyes that stole the air from my lungs. That almost iridescent green, which I was sure would have had golden flecks if I could have seen them up closer. The exact same shade as Leylandir's. She stopped in front of my cell. She folded her hands formally in front of her waist, her posture perfect, regal. She looked at me not with hostility or curiosity or even pity. Just a cold, detached assessment. Iolanthe. I knew it instantly. I needed nothing other than the picture in front of me to verify this woman's identity. I'd seen her eyes every time I looked at Leylandir. This was his mother. The woman who had abandoned him. The woman Calathil had mourned as lost. The woman who had walked away from her family, apparently uncaring that everybody thought she was dead. She stood there, staring at me. At the bruised, dirty human in the oversized jumpsuit on the other side of the energy field. I stumbled a step closer to the barrier, the cuffs on my wrists clinking with the involuntary movement. It was irrational. She was Team Shadarian now, wasn't she? Or at least under their protection. But she was his mother. Mothers protected their children, didn't they? I didn't wait for her to speak. I couldn't risk her walking away. I scrambled for the words, my tongue tripping over the phrases in trade Elvish. "My lady," I blurted, my trade Elvish rough but understandable. "Please, you need to listen to me." Her expression didn't change. She tilted her head slightly, a bird-like movement that was jarringly familiar. "You speak our tongue," she said. Her voice was cool, like water flowing over ice. "Poorly. But you speak it." "You've got your son to thank for that," I said, rushing the words out. "Leylandir." Her eyes flickered, just a momentary tightening of the smooth skin around them. "He is in danger," I pressed, staying as close to the field as I dared. "He is on Earth, right now. He is looking for me." Iolanthe said nothing. She watched me with those unreadable green eyes. "Please, you have to listen." I fought to keep my voice steady, but the words came out thin and reedy. "I was taken, by General Rind, by Maelornith. They brought me here, but Leylandir, he thinks I'm still in a bunker on Earth. He's going to try to dig me out." I swallowed hard, my throat dry. "There are soldiers there. They have magical dampeners. He's walking into a slaughterhouse, Iolanthe. He's going to die because he doesn't know I'm gone." She stayed silent. Her face was a mask of porcelain perfection. "I tried to tell Maelornith," I said, my voice shaking. "I begged him to send a message. Just to tell him to stop. To tell him I wasn't there anymore." I paused, watching for a reaction. "He laughed," I whispered. "He said he hoped Leylandir would die. He said he was an embarrassment." Something shifted in her then. It wasn't much, just a slight rigidity in her posture, a tension in her folded hands. "And why should I believe you?" she said finally. In English. Her accent was flawless, and I had to shake the surprise from my mind and focus on her words instead. A human who has led my son so far astray, I fear he will never return to his people again. We don't have time for this, I argued, gripping my cuffed hands against my chest. Didn't you hear me? He's in danger. A message. That's all I'm asking for. To tell him where I am so he doesn't get himself killed. You are so certain he would sacrifice himself for you, she countered coolly. The disdain in her voice stung, but I didn't care. I couldn't afford pride. He loves me, I said simply. And I love him. That's why he's there. That's why he's going to die. I took a step closer. The field hummed angrily, a spark jumping from the barrier to my jumpsuit's zipper. I flinched, recoiling with clenched teeth as the static shock zipped through me, but I didn't step back. I met her eyes. I poured every ounce of my fear, my love, my desperation into that gaze, hoping that somewhere beneath the silk and the ice, there was still a mother. Please, I whispered, my voice breaking. Save him. Send a message. Tell someone. I don't care what happens to me. I don't care if I rot in this cell forever. Just don't let Melornith win. Iolanthe stared at me. For a long, agonizing moment, the only sound was the hum of the field and my own ragged breathing. She looked at my hands clad in cuffs. She looked at the dirty jumpsuit. She looked at the tears running down my cheeks. Then she looked back into my eyes. Her expression softened. Just a fraction. It wasn't kindness. It was recognition. Pain. Melornith has always been ambitious, she murmured, almost to herself. He hates him, I said. He wants him gone. He told me he wouldn't stop it. Iolanthe took a slow breath. She unclasped her hands, smoothing her silk skirt. She looked away, down the corridor toward the exit. A shadow of indecision crossed her face. If he is indeed on Earth, she began, then stopped. She shook her head slightly, the golden waves catching the light. He is, I promised. He's in a place called Nevada, in a crater field deep underground. Please, Iolanthe, if you ever loved him, save him. She looked at me one last time. The mask was back in place, cool and impenetrable. You have no right to talk to me of love, she said. She turned on her heel. The silk dress swished softly against the floor. Wait! I shouted, lunging forward, stopping only inches from the deadly field. Iolanthe, tell me you'll help him. She didn't look back. She walked away, her footsteps echoing down the corridor until they faded into the humming silence of the facility. I sank to my knees, pressing my forehead against the cool floor, the static of the field buzzing in my ears. Be fast, I whispered to the empty air. Please, just be fast. Chapter 12. The reprieve, if staring at a wall while battling the encroaching horror of my own thoughts could be called that, didn't last long. The corridor's humming silence was broken by the heavy, rhythmic thud of armored boots. The sound grew louder, vibrating through the floor until two silhouettes stopped outside the shimmering containment field. There was no preamble. No taunts. One of the guards raised a gauntleted hand, tapping a sequence into a panel on the wall. The disintegration field's angry buzz died instantly. Get up, human! The guard snarled. I scrambled to my feet. I didn't fight. I didn't offer a smart remark. I held my cuffed hands out, showing compliance. Take me to him, I said, my voice hoarse. Take me to Nerianthus. The guard entered the cell and backhanded me. It wasn't a warning tap. It was a calculated strike with a plated glove. My head snapped back and instantly my mouth flooded with the metallic taste of blood. I staggered, catching myself against the wall, stars exploding in my vision. You will speak when spoken to, the guard said, grabbing my upper arm in a vice grip. And you will walk. They hauled me out of the cell. We moved through a maze of corridors that seemed designed to disorient. The architecture was seamless and terrifyingly cold. The walls were all the same white substance as my cell, which made the place seem less like a fantasy world and more like the inside of a spaceship. We passed windows, tall, narrow slits in the stone. I caught glimpses of a sky that was more of a green than blue, choked with strange, spiraling clouds. Below, a city of dull purple crystal, fashioned in sharp lines, stretched out. If I had to guess, we were at least 5 floors from ground level. Lumenfell, the contemporary counterpart to Viridia, apparently, one of the 2 worlds that House Shadarian ruled over. We reached a set of double doors which gleamed metallically with no visible handles. The guards didn't knock. One swiped their hand across a discreet panel to the side, and the doors glided open. The room was vast. It was an office, but on a scale that made the Oval Office look like a broom closet. The floor was a polished white marble, except the veining was purple, which I guessed had to be Ethereum. A floor-to-ceiling window dominated the far wall. In the center of the room sat a desk that looked like a slice of a massive geode, and behind it sat Nerianthus Shadarian. The guards marched me to the center of the room and shoved me into a hard, high-backed chair. They stepped back, retreating to the shadows by the door, leaving me alone in the spotlight of the head of House Shadarian's gaze. I had seen him before, briefly, during the chaotic events on Eldoraon. I had seen his likeness in Melornith and in Leylandir, but seeing him up close, in his own domain, was different. He was terrifying. He possessed the same sharp, devastating beauty as his sons, but where Leylandir was warm gold and green, and Melornith was icy blue and silver, Nerianthus was shadow and steel. His hair was a curtain of midnight black, spilling over robes of deep indigo embroidered with silver thread. But it was his eyes that held me. They were old, impossibly old. They were the eyes of a predator that had eaten everything in its path for centuries and was still hungry. He stared at me for a long minute. He didn't blink. He just let the weight of his presence press down on me, testing my resolve. "He's in danger," I blurted. "Leylandir, he's walking into a trap on Earth right now." Nerianthus didn't move. He didn't even look surprised. He just leaned back slightly and picked up a single sharp shard of purple Ethereum from his desk, turning it over and over between his long fingers. The movement was deft and casual, but my eyes were drawn to the way the light glinted off its razor-sharp edges. I cringed, about to repeat myself in Trade Elvish, but Nerianthus cut me off in English. "So you have claimed," he said, his voice a low rumble, "to my son, to my guards, to the walls of your cell." "Because it's true." I leaned forward, grateful we could have this conversation in English, so I didn't have to fumble for the right words. "You have to send someone back. You have scouts, don't you? I can show you his location. He's trying to breach a U.S. military facility." "I have already sent scouts," Nerianthus said, his tone bored. "Though I expect they will find nothing." "That's because Melornith didn't collect me from that location," I insisted, desperation sharpening my voice. "It's a black site deep underground. It's lined with material that blocks magic. It blocks sensors. That's why you can't hear him." Nerianthus watched me, his expression utterly still, his face a mask of regal indifference that offered no purchase for my desperate plea. "Convenient." "It's the truth," I pleaded. "I was transported in a helicopter for about an hour for the handover. You know what helicopters are, right? They can travel over 100 miles in an hour. We had casualties, so Leylandir likely came back after getting them to a healer. I was with General Rind when he made contact, but I couldn't reply because of these stupid cuffs. He was about to head right into a fortified military installation to get me out." "Or," Nerianthus mused, standing and walking slowly around the desk, "he is not there at all. Perhaps this is a trap. Perhaps you and your rebel allies have lured me into focusing on Leylandir so I may become incensed enough to attack your human armies and prolong this war. You think I'm making this up? I cried. General Rind sold me to you. Do you really think I'm part of some grand conspiracy? Look at me. I'm in a jumpsuit, beaten half to death, trapped in your dungeon. Nerianthus stopped in front of me. He towered over the chair, his shadow falling across my face. General Rind is an opportunist, Nerianthus said softly. He gave you to me to solve his own problems, or at least he says as much. But who is to say that you are not in league with him? He is of your world, after all. He looked down at me with cold, analytical eyes. Why would you be so eager to help me retrieve my son, Asha Lopez? After all the death you have both left in your wake to avoid me? Because the alternative is death, I whispered. Rind's men, they have magical explosive rounds and dampeners. If he goes in there without backup, they will kill him. I looked up at him, pleading. You wanted him back in the family. You wanted to add him to your collection along with Leora and Eldarion. Fine, you get what you want. I don't care if you lock him in a tower for 100 years. Just keep him alive. Nerianthus studied my face. For a second, his focus sharpened, the intensity in his gaze shifting from dismissive appraisal to something colder, more analytical, as if he were reevaluating an equation. You speak as if you know my mind, he said quietly. You speak as if you know the villain of your story. I know you don't want your son dead, I said, even if he's just a useful piece on a chessboard to you. Nerianthus let out a short, sharp laugh. It was a humorless sound. He turned his back on me, walking toward the window to look out at the cityscape. You have listened to Calathil Tolcasiel for too long, he said. You have swallowed his poison. You see the world through the lens he has crafted for you. A simple tale of noble rebels and wicked tyrants. Did it ever occur to you, human, that the narrative might be flawed? What narrative? I asked, confused. That you abandoned him? That you refused to acknowledge him because he was a hybrid? Nerianthus turned to face me, his silhouette sharp against the alien light. Is that what he told you? That I turned my back? Everyone knows it, I said, though my certainty wavered under his gaze. You cast Iolanthe out. You left Leylandir to be raised by Calathil even after everyone thought she was dead. I sent emissaries, Nerianthus said. The words were clipped, precise. Every year, on his name day, every year I petitioned Calathil for an audience with the boy. Every year I was refused. Calathil claimed he was protecting Leylandir from my influence, from the taint of House Shadarian. He walked back toward the desk, his movements fluid and predatory. Calathil needed a weapon against me. He needed a symbol of Shadarian cruelty. So he took my son, raised him in isolation, and fed him lies about his own blood until the boy hated the very name of his father. I stared at him. The conviction in his voice was chilling. It didn't sound like a lie. It sounded like an old, festering wound. But Iolanthe, I stammered. She's here. I saw her. If you wanted him, why didn't she go get him? Nerianthus's face tightened. Iolanthe made her choices. She left the Tolcasiel house because she could not bear the suffocation of their righteousness. She eventually came to me seeking sanctuary. But by then, the damage to the boy's mind was done. He leaned over the desk, pinning me with his eyes. So tell me, Asha Lopez, why should I believe you now? Why should I believe that this rescue isn't just another move in Calathil's treacherous game? Another attempt to pull me along by the heartstrings into wreck and ruin? Because Calathil isn't here, I shouted. Because I'm telling you I was there. I felt him going into that bunker, and neither Rind or your son lifted a damn finger to stop what was going to happen. I balled my fists, the cuff biting into my wrists. The bunker is real. The danger is real. If you wait for your scouts to confirm a signal that can't get out, you won't even get a body to bury." Nerianthus stared at me. The silence stretched, tight as a bowstring. I watched him weighing it. The strategic risk of troop deployment shattering the fantasy of peace versus the potential loss of a son he never knew. Was what he said about Calathil refusing his overtures true? Right now it didn't matter, so long as he saved him. "You ask me to trust the word of a spy," he said finally. "A woman who has committed crimes on Earendor soil, fractured years of careful planning by the Elven Council, and seduced my son." "I didn't seduce anyone," I snapped. "And I'm not a spy. I'm just someone who doesn't want him to die for your pride." Nerianthus went utterly still, his head tilting by a fraction of an inch. The air in the room seemed to drop 10 degrees. "My pride is not the issue here. The issue is verification. And since you are the only source—" He walked to the side of the room and pressed a rune on the wall. The heavy doors opened instantly. "I need the truth, Asha Lopez, not your version of it. Not the version Calathil taught you. The raw, unfiltered truth." 2 figures stepped into the room. They weren't guards. They wore pale gray robes, their faces obscured by hoods. They moved silently, drifting across the floor like smoke. A violent, involuntary shiver racked my body, a primal recoil from the silent figures in the doorway. Rushka's warning. The mind can never be enslaved. Why did I have a sharp feeling that whoever these people were, they were about to prove her wrong? "What are you doing?" I asked, my voice trembling. "We have readers in House Shadarian," Nerianthus said, his voice silky. "They do not ask questions. They do not use pliers or fire. They simply enter the mind and sift." "No," I whispered, shrinking back in the chair. "It is not a gentle process," Nerianthus continued, watching me with cold detachment. "They will peel back every layer, every memory of the last 24 hours, every secret, every coordinate. They will verify your story at the source." The hooded figures flanked me. I felt the cold radiating off them, causing an involuntary shiver on my part. "If you are telling the truth," Nerianthus said, "we will know, and perhaps I will send soldiers. But if you are lying, if you are hiding plots behind desperate words, we will find that too." I looked at the so-called readers. I looked at the pale hands reaching for me. Fear spiked in my chest. Fear for Gunther, for Levine, for all the people on Azogrim who I might betray in this process. Queen Hildryn could rot, for all I cared. But I suspected people like her never did. And then I thought of Leylandir. Was he even alive? I swallowed the fear. I forced myself to meet Nerianthus's gaze. "Do it," I whispered. Nerianthus paused as if he'd misheard me. "Do it!" I shouted, leaning forward in the chair. "Tear it open! Look at the memory! See what he's about to walk into and tell me I'm wrong!" I glared at him, tears of desperation leaking from my eyes. "You want the truth? Take it! Just send help!" Nerianthus stared at me for a long moment, and for the first time since I entered the room, his mask of cold command slipped. His eyebrows lifted by the barest fraction, an almost imperceptible break in his composure that was a more honest reaction than anything he had shown me yet. Then, a slow, predatory smile spread across his face. "Very well," he murmured. "Let us see what you are truly made of, Asha Lopez." He nodded to the elves flanking me. "Begin." The pale fingers touched my temples. It wasn't pain. It was ice. A shock of absolute zero that slammed into my brain, freezing thought, freezing breath. I gasped, my head snapping back against the chair. The white room dissolved, and I fell screaming into my own memories. Chapter 13. There was no sound. only the sensation of being dragged backward through a tunnel of broken glass. My breath hitched. I tried to pull back, but my body was no longer under my command. I was a passenger strapped into the back seat of a car, speeding off a cliff. "Open," the command whispered. It wasn't a voice so much as an impression of a prying bar wedged between my ribs. I didn't have a choice. The white room vanished, sucked into a vacuum, and I was dragged backward, tumbling into the raw, bleeding sensory data of the last 24 hours. I was back in the warehouse. The fluorescent lights buzzed like angry hornets. General Rind sat across from me, his face a mask of smug indifference. "If he attacks, my men have every right to defend themselves. It'll be one less elf to worry about." I felt the surge of helplessness, the feeling of being ripped from the inside out as I realized Leylandir was walking toward his own death. I tried to scream at Rind, but the memory was rigid and unyielding. I was trapped in the script of what had already happened. The readers moved through the memory like locusts. They didn't care about my grief. They stripped the emotion like meat from a bone, searching for the marrow, the tactical data, the coordinates, the confirmation of Rind's betrayal. Swipe. The scene fractured and reassembled. The vibration rattled my teeth. The smell of recycled air and industrial solvent. I was in the shower room. The water hit me and I gasped, freezing under the relentless torrent. I huddled against the yellowed grout, shivering, trying to cover my nakedness. The shame washed over me, hot and stinging, contrasting with the ice-cold spray. The readers lingered here. They didn't look away. They cataloged the bruises on my skin, the vulnerability, the way the guards sneered. It was a violation on top of a violation. They sifted through my humiliation looking for signs of deception, checking if I had hidden anything, testing the reality of the cuffs. I thrashed against them. "Get out!" I screamed in the silence of my own skull. "You don't need to see this." "Irrelevant," came the cold reply. Swipe. They shoved me deeper. The sensation of falling was visceral. Red light. Strobe. The siren wailing like a banshee. I was back in the corridor at the moment the mission failed. Desperate to hold the line until the team was clear, bile rose in my throat as I saw the grenade arc through the air, trailing green smoke. Whump! The ceiling came down. The impact knocked the wind out of me, driving the breath from my lungs. I scrambled backward, coughing, staring at the wall of rubble where the red glow of the breach had been seconds before. Gunther's mental voice, jagged with panic. "Asha, no!" My own projection, desperate and commanding. "Save him! That is a direct order, soldier!" The connection severed. I felt the awful, yawning silence where my team had been. The readers picked this moment apart with surgical precision. They examined the collapse. They analyzed the structural integrity of the blockage. They verified that I was truly cut off, that there was no secret tunnel I had used to escape. Swipe. We were moving faster now. The memories blurred into streaks of light and sound. Robbo flying backward, his chest a ruin, the magical shockwave hitting him. Swipe. Hunding's impact driver screeching against the rock, the smell of sulfur and melting stone, the heat of the magma tube pressing in on all sides. Swipe. The ridge. The chaotic motion stopped abruptly. The stillness was jarring. The desert night was vast and cold, the sky filled with stars and the night air brisk. I stood on the edge of the volcanic shelf, the wind whipping strands of hair across my face. I smelled him, not the burned rubber smell of teleportation, but the grounded, earthy scent that was just Leylandir. He stood before me, his face illuminated by the moonlight. His expression wasn't surly at being left behind so much as terrified devotion. "If you do not return within 3 hours, I will melt this crater down to glass to find you." The vow vibrated in the air. I felt the weight of it, the resonance of an elf pledging his life to mine. The readers froze the moment. They circled it like sharks. They tasted the truth of it. They analyzed every micro-expression to weigh his intent. There was no deception here, no trap laid by rebels to lure Nerianthus out. Just a son, desperate and foolish, promising to burn the world for a human woman. See? I projected the thought at them, turning my mental anguish into a weapon. He is there. He is going to die down there if you don't intervene. I felt a ripple of acknowledgement from the intruders. Verification complete. The boy was in danger. "Let me go," I begged. "You have what you need." But they didn't withdraw. The pressure in my skull simply intensified. They pushed past the ridge. They weren't done. "Where is the nest?" the alien thought hissed. "Where are the rats?" My thoughts shattered, scattering like birds before a gunshot. They were digging for the source. They were looking for where the hopper had come from. They were looking for the portal's origin. No. I built a wall. I took every brick of fear, every stone of stubbornness I possessed, and tried to seal the corridor of my memory. "You can't go there, stop." The readers laughed, a dry, rustling sound like dead leaves skittering on pavement. They smashed through my wall as if it were made of paper. The memory shifted. I was outside Ishar's cave. The sun was bright. The coin vibrated in the dirt, drawing the map. We went back further. No! The scream tore through my mind. They were seconds away from seeing the stone walls of Azogrim. They were seconds away from seeing Calathil standing in the Yarnhleader chamber before we departed. I was losing. I was too weak, too exhausted, too human to fight the disciplined might of trained elven mindwalkers. Rushka. I didn't just call her name this time. I didn't ask politely. I reached down into the dark, silted bottom of my soul where the old orc shaman slumbered, and I yanked on the bond with everything I had left. "Wake up, old woman. They are breaking the door down. Help me." The response was immediate. It wasn't a voice. It was a drumbeat. Bum-ba-dum, bum-ba-dum. The sterile, linear progression of the memory scan shuddered. The gray fog of the reader's influence turned a sickly, bruised green. "Pain is a door," a voice rasped, vibrating in the marrow of my bones. "Chaos is a key. You cannot build a wall against the wind, little bird. You must become the storm." "How?" I screamed as the readers pushed closer. "Do not hide the memory," Rushka growled, her presence swelling until I felt like my brain might just explode out of my skull. "Drown it in blood. Show them what it means to be prey that bites back." Suddenly, I wasn't fighting to block the image. I was fighting to obscure it. I let Rushka in. The memory of Azogrim twisted. The stone walls began to bleed. The floor turned into snakes, the air filled with the deafening roar of 1,000 screaming orcs. The readers faltered. I felt their confusion, their sudden recoil as the orderly library of my mind turned into a charnel house. "Chaos," Rushka whispered. "Feed them chaos." I threw memories at them, not in order, but in a blender of the most potent sensations I could muster. The Erlin Galad's pull against my soul after I'd unwittingly activated it. The exquisite pleasure of Leylandir's bare skin against mine as he brought me to a climax. The smell of smoke as my family home had burned. The terror of watching Leylandir almost fall from the back of an untamed Volan. I wrapped the memory of Calathil in a shroud of screaming noise and blinding red light. "Get out! Get out! Get out!" For a second, just a heartbeat, I thought it worked. The readers pulled back, overwhelmed by the sheer, unadulterated turmoil that was my mind. But they were readers of House Shadarian. They were masters of the mind. They didn't fight the chaos. They simply froze it. A wave of absolute crushing stillness washed over Rushka's storm. The bleeding walls turned to gray ice. The screaming stopped. The chaos solidified into a brittle, frozen tableau. Rushka snarled, a sound of frustration and fading power, and I felt the bond between us stretch thin and go cold before she was pushed back down into the dark. "I cannot hold them," she hissed, her voice fading. They are cold. The ice cracked, the illusion shattered, and there it was, pristine, unprotected, undeniable, the inner sanctum of Azogrim, the massive granite table, the boarding in their seats, and standing there, bathed in the torchlight, looking regal and defiant, Calathil Tolkasiel. The readers pounced. They froze the image, zooming in with terrifying clarity. They analyzed the robes. They mapped the room. They recognized King Yarncrona. Location confirmed. Azogrim. The connection snapped. I gasped, my physical body lurching forward as if I had been punched in the gut. I vomited bile onto the polished floor, my body seizing in aftershocks of the intrusion. Blood streamed freely from both nostrils, dripping onto my hands. The room spun violently. I felt hollowed out, scraped clean, as if they had taken a wire brush to the inside of my skull. Through the haze of pain, I heard the rustle of fabric. The two gray-robed readers stepped back, sliding their hands into their sleeves. They showed no sign of the battle we had just fought. They looked serene. Neriantha stood by the window. He turned slowly, a look of profound satisfaction smoothing the cruel lines of his face. Azogrim, he whispered. The word hung in the air like a guillotine blade. The rat is on Azogrim. I wiped my mouth with the back of my hand, smearing blood across my cheek. You. I suspected he had found allies, Nerianthus mused, walking back to his desk. But the dwarves? Yarncrona? He let out a low, dark laugh. The old king preaches neutrality while harboring the enemies of the council. He has overplayed his hand. He's not an enemy, I wheezed, my throat raw. Calathil is trying to save your people. He's trying to stop you from burning everything down. He is a traitor, Nerianthus corrected calmly. And now, thanks to you, I know exactly where to find him. I tried to stand, but my legs refused to support me. I collapsed back into the chair. And Leylandir, I managed to choke out. You saw him. You saw the ridge. You know he's in danger. Nerianthus paused. He looked down at me, his expression tightening, not with grief, but with distaste. I saw a confused boy, he said slowly. I saw a prince of House Shadarian debasing himself with promises to a human who has clearly bewitched him. He loves me, I rasped, the copper taste of blood heavy on my tongue. And I love him. That's not bewitchment. That's real. It is Tolkasiel poison, Nerianthus corrected, turning back to the window. Calathil raised him to be soft, to mistake dependency for affection. What I saw in your mind was not strength, Asha Lopez. It was pathetic. He's fighting, I pleaded, tears cutting tracks through the dust on my face. He's alive. Send your fleet to Earth. Get him out before Rind's men kill him. So I may expend my soldiers to retrieve him from a situation which you created? Nerianthus sneered. The words hit me harder than the reader's touch. What? I whispered. You ask me to send a legion to scratch at the dirt of a human world, Nerianthus said, his voice cold and analytical. To breach a treaty I just secured, all to retrieve a son who walked into that trap of his own free will. He's your son, I pleaded. He turned back to me, his eyes hard as flint. If Leylandir is truly Shadarian, he will survive. He has the blood of kings in his veins. If he is strong, he will find a way out. He trailed off, and his jaw tightened, the only outward sign of the cold fury that briefly hardened his features. I cannot place his life ahead of our entire populace. He's alone, I screamed. He has no magic. Then he must adapt, Nerianthus snapped. But I will not waste this opportunity. You have given me a gift, human. You have given me the head of the snake. He pointed a long finger at the desk, which erupted into a holographic map suspended in the air. It resolved from the surface of a sphere into a maze of chambers. Calathil is on Azogrim, the architect of my son's rebellion, the thief who stole him from me. He is sitting exposed, protected only by a senile dwarf king. You're going after Calathil? The pieces clicked into place with a horrifying crystalline clarity. Instead of Leylandir? I am going to the source, Nerianthus said. I recover my son, he returns to Calathil. If I kill Calathil, my son returns to me. It is simple. You're wrong, I hissed. If Leylandir dies on Earth because you were too busy settling a grudge, you lose him forever. He will not die, Nerianthus said, though it sounded more like a command to the universe than a belief. Leylandir will have no choice but to come home once Calathil is gone. There will be nowhere else for him to go. You don't understand him at all, I choked out, the words broken by ragged, painful sobs. He'll never forgive you. He does not need to forgive me, Nerianthus said. He only needs to obey me. He nodded to the readers. She is finished. Secure her. One of the robed figures stepped forward. From the depths of his sleeve, he produced a heavy silver torque. It was hinged and etched with runes that pulsed with a sickly pale light. It wasn't jewelry. It was a collar. No, I gasped, trying to scramble backward in the chair. Get away from me. The guard grabbed my shoulders, pinning me to the wood. The reader stepped in close, smelling of incense and dry rot. He clamped the torque around my neck. The lock engaged with a sound like a gunshot. The reaction was immediate and catastrophic. My wrists were still encased in the snuff cuffs, and the two suppressions went to war. A feedback loop of raw, agonizing energy exploded in my spine. I convulsed. My back arched off the chair, every muscle in my body seizing at once. It felt like being electrocuted from the inside out. My jaw clamped shut so hard I thought my teeth would shatter. A scream tore from my throat, but it was strangled, a guttural animal noise of pure agony. White fire blinded me. I thrashed, the chair tipping over, crashing to the floor. I kicked and jerked, foam gathering at the corners of my mouth. The resonance is conflicting, the reader observed dispassionately. The human iron is crude. It resists the bind. I heard the words as alien sounds in the air, but at the same instant, the meaning bloomed in my mind. Cold, sterile, and unwelcome. The torque wasn't translating exactly. It was forcing comprehension, bypassing language entirely, which only felt like another violation. Remove the cuffs, Nerianthus ordered, his voice sounding miles away, distorted by the roaring in my ears. Again, the sharp elven syllables were accompanied by the cold, clear concept of the command in my skull. The torque is sufficient for containment. I will not place my faith in human devices. Hands grabbed my flailing arms. I felt the key turn in the military cuffs. Click. The steel bands fell away. I gasped, sucking in a jagged breath as the conflicting currents died. My body went limp, twitching with aftershocks. The relief was physical, but short-lived. The torque settled against my skin. It was heavy, cold. It buzzed with a low, parasitic hum that seemed to vibrate directly into my brainstem. It felt like a cold hand wrapped around my throat, squeezing just enough to remind me it was there. Just enough to whisper, "I own you." I lay on the floor, staring up at the ceiling, drool mixing with the blood on my face. "Rushka?" I projected, weak and terrified. "Quiet," the old voice whispered, faint as a ghost. "Sleep now, little bird. We must be very small." She was hiding. The torque was hunting, and Rushka was going deep. "Take her back to the cell," Nerianthus said, turning back to his desk. He picked up a quill, already drafting orders. "And send word to the council. We must discuss our incursion to Azogrim." "No," I rolled onto my stomach. I pushed myself up, my arms shaking violently. "You can't," I rasped. I lunged. Without the cuffs and fueled by a mother bear desperation for the people I had just betrayed, I moved. I threw myself across the granite desk, sending a delicate crystal inkwell scattering across the polished surface. My fingers clawed for his indigo robes. "Leave them alone!" I screamed, scattering parchment and ink. Nerianthus didn't flinch. He didn't even look up until my hand was inches from his face. He caught my wrist. His grip was shocking, stronger than the guards, stronger than steel. His skin was ice cold. He looked at me with those ancient dead eyes. There was no anger there, only the mild annoyance of a man swatting a fly. "You should have stayed in your bunker, human," he whispered. "You have doomed them all." He shoved me. I flew backward, crashing into the guards. They seized my arms, twisting them behind my back until the shoulders popped. They dragged me toward the doors. "Leylandir!" I shrieked, the name tearing my throat. "Please, he's your son! Don't leave him there!" The heavy metal doors slammed shut. But even through the wall between me and Nerianthus, I heard the silence. The silence of a man who had chosen his war over his child and hadn't hesitated for a second. Chapter 14. The darkness had weight, not the darkness outside. The cell was sterile and fluorescent lit with the kind of brightness that bled into your skull until you couldn't remember what true dark looked like. This was deeper, internal. The space behind closed eyelids where thought dissolved into sensation, where the body became optional. I floated. "Be the ocean, little bird." Rushka's voice came from somewhere distant, a thread of sound unspooling through the void. The old orc's presence was muffled, suppressed by the Torca's invasive hum, but it was there. A lifeline I could follow when the fear threatened to pull me under. But I wasn't trying to be the ocean. Not anymore. I was trying to be a lockpick. The only bodily sensation I felt was the metal torque, heavy against my collarbone, warmed only by the heat of my skin. Its suppression wasn't passive. It was active. A living thing that pressed against my magic like a hand around my throat, squeezing just hard enough to remind me it could crush at any moment. But nothing was perfect. Nothing was absolute. I felt along its edges with the part of myself that wasn't quite thought, wasn't quite magic. The place where intent formed before it became power. The suppression had a shape, a texture, like cold metal pressed against the inside of my skull. It hummed at a frequency just below hearing, a bone-deep vibration that set my teeth on edge and made my stomach churn if I focused on it too long. I pushed against it, and then the pain came. White-hot, blinding, like a spike driven through my temple. I gasped and knew that somewhere far away my physical body jerked. I pulled back. Breathe. Try again. This time slower. Gentler, like pressing on a bruise to see how deep the damage went. The torque pushed back immediately. The suppression flexed, tightening like a fist. Adaptive. It reacted to my attempts to bypass it, which meant it had to sense my magic to suppress it, which meant there was a connection, a thread, thin as spider silk. But there, if I could follow it. I drifted along it. Hours passed, or minutes, or days. Time was meaningless in this space where my body was just distant static and thought was the only real thing. But I'd stayed in this place long enough to learn that the torque's suppression wasn't a wall. It was a net. Thousands of microscopic filaments woven through my magical pathways, each one a tiny leech, draining power before it could form from intent to force. I felt them now, branching through me like invasive roots, choking every channel where magic tried to flow. But nets have holes. I searched, patient, methodical, following each filament to where it connected with the next, mapping the architecture of my own imprisonment. And there, a gap, so small I almost missed it, A space where two filaments didn't quite meet, like fingers that couldn't quite touch. The width of a thought. I pressed into it, and the net moved. It didn't break, but it gave, just slightly. A tremor, electric and sharp, shot through my consciousness, a bright, painful spark of triumph in the void. Finally. I couldn't break the net. Not yet. Not from the inside. I was too weak, too drained, too suppressed. The extraction had left me hollowed out, scraped raw. Even this meditation was taking everything I had, but I'd found it. And now I knew where the flaw was. When I was stronger, I could exploit it. The thought settled into me like a stone dropping into still water. The first concrete piece of control I'd had since the guards dragged me into that elevator in Nevada. I could get out of this. Not now, but eventually. I just had to survive long enough to... Static raced over my skin with enough intensity to remind me I was a living, breathing creature with a body. I gasped and my eyes snapped open. The white cell flooded my vision, too bright, too harsh after the darkness of my mind. I blinked hard, trying to orient myself. I was on the floor. My legs were numb, pins and needles crawling up my calves like angry insects. I tried to shift my weight, and my right foot didn't respond. I looked down. I'd been sitting cross-legged apparently for long enough that my circulation had given up entirely. How long? Iolanthe stood in the doorway watching me. The containment barrier was down. No hum, no warning buzz against my senses. It was a shame I couldn't command my limbs to rush her so I could pummel her with my fists before finding a way out of this place. How long had she been watching? I stared at her for a long moment, daring her to say the first word. She looked exactly as she had during her first visit, elegant, composed, not a hair out of place. Her robes were a pale lavender today, embroidered with gold thread that caught the light when she moved. She tilted her head, studying me like I was a specimen under glass. "Do you find meditation useful?" she asked, her tone almost conversational. I swallowed. My throat was dry, painfully dry. When had I last had water? My lips were cracked. When I ran my tongue over them, I tasted copper. Blood, probably. It wasn't like I'd been afforded the dignity of bathing since being interrogated. "What do you want?" The words came out as a croak. Iolanthe stepped inside. The containment ward didn't spark back into life, but I supposed I wouldn't want to be stuck in here with me either if I were in her shoes. I had no doubt there were guards in the hallway outside of my line of sight, waiting for any sign of trouble. "You were quite deep," she said, moving to stand against the side wall, leaving a respectable distance between us. "I called your name 3 times before you stirred." I pushed myself upright, trying to ignore the way my legs shook. "How long have I been here?" I asked. "In this cell?" Iolanthe leaned against the wall, smoothing her skirts in a gesture that suggested she wasn't quite sure what to do with her hands. 6 days. In that trance? I cannot say. The guards reported you had not moved for at least 12 hours. My head swam. It had felt like minutes, hours. The meditation had swallowed time whole. 6 days since the extraction. 6 days since Nerianthus had ripped through my memories and found Azogrim. 6 days since I'd known anything about what was happening outside this cell. 6 days of not knowing if Leylandir was alive or dead. The fear I'd been suppressing through meditation came rushing back, cold and visceral. I shoved it down again. Forced myself to focus on Iolanthe's face, on the here and now, on anything except the spiraling what-ifs that would tear me apart if I let them. "Why are you here?" I asked. "I have news," Iolanthe said. Her voice was calm, almost gentle, which meant whatever she was about to say was going to hurt. "And a request." I didn't respond, just waited. Iolanthe studied me for a moment, then said, "My son is alive." The world stopped. I couldn't breathe, couldn't move. Everything in me went still. Where? I managed. Where is he? Unknown, Iolanthe said. But he is not dead. Nerianthus's scouts returned from this Nevada location 4 days ago. 4 days. He'd lied in his big-ass office when he'd said he wouldn't save Leylandir, and then left me to rot here for 4 days thinking he was gone. Had Nerianthus's anger given way to reason after I'd been dragged away? Had whatever scrap of feeling he had for his son overcome his revulsion over our relationship? Either way, he'd sent them. What did they find? My voice was steadier than I felt. An empty facility, Iolanthe said. The bunker had been thoroughly scoured by dwarven soldiers based on the residual magical signatures. The only bodies recovered were human. Your people. Relief and grief crashed into me in equal measure. Leylandir had gotten out. Somehow that big, beautiful elf had convinced Yarn Krona to send dwarf soldiers to Earth to come rescue me. Except I wasn't there, was I? And how many humans had been killed as a result? Dead because of me. So he got out, I said, forcing the words past the lump in my throat. He's safe. Safe. Iolanthe's laugh was bitter. You use that word as if it means something. He's not dead, I said. That is something. He is likely on Azogrim, Iolanthe said flatly, and the entire Elven Council are aware of this fact now. I stared at her. How do you— The extraction, she said. You revealed more than you think. Nerianthus knows exactly where my son is hiding. He knows about the Alliance. He knows about Calathil. He presented all of it to the Elven High Council 3 days ago. He's going to attack, I said a little dumbly. No. Iolanthe shook her head. The council refused to authorize it. My nose wrinkled as I attempted to process her words. What? The dwarves have maintained strict neutrality for 15 years, Iolanthe said. She sounded almost bored, like she was reciting a lesson she'd memorized long ago. Attacking Azogrim without clear provocation would be seen as an act of aggression against the entire Dwaringal realm. Even Nerianthus cannot ignore that risk. The council voted against him, unanimously. Why the hell was this woman telling me this? I watched the muscles around her mouth, the subtle shift in her posture, searching for any tell that would betray the emotion she was so carefully concealing. But it was useless. I couldn't tell if she was happy or pissed off that the council had cut Nerianthus off at the knees on this. So, I couldn't quite process it. They are safe, then. Azogrim is safe. For now. Iolanthe's eyes were hard. But Nerianthus does not accept defeat gracefully. He will find another way. He always does. Another way to what? I asked, though I already knew the answer. To get what he wants, Iolanthe said. To make staying on Azogrim more dangerous for Leylandir than coming here. To create a situation where surrender is the only option. What situation? One quite beyond whatever we might imagine. For the first time, Iolanthe looked genuinely frustrated. Nerianthus does not confide in me as he once did. I am— She paused, choosing her words carefully. An image from the past, nothing more. But I know him. He is planning something. Something that will leave Leylandir with no choice. The way she said it made my skin crawl. Not a threat, a certainty. Isn't that what you wanted? I asked, watching her face. For Leylandir to come crawling back to you both? I wanted my son safe, but others are now at risk. Iolanthe's expression flickered, just for a second. Pain, guilt, fear. Then it smoothed back into perfect composure. Calathil, I reasoned aloud. If Nerianthus can't attack Azogrim directly, you think he can find a more indirect means to hurt him? My brother is not Nerianthus's target, she said carefully. Calathil is a scholar, an academic. He has no interest in politics or war. You want to tell Nerianthus that? I said. Because from what I saw, he seems to place the blame for all of this at your brother's feet. You think Nerianthus is going to ever forgive the man who raised his son? If Leylandir surrenders willingly, Iolanthe said, her eyes overly bright, there will be no need for retribution. Nerianthus will have what he wants. Calathil will return to Eldareon, to his books, to his quiet life. You don't believe that? Iolanthe looked away. I have to believe it. Silence fell between us. I studied her, really looked at her, and saw the cracks in her perfect facade, the tension in her shoulders, the way her hands were clenched too tightly. She was terrified. Not for herself. For them. For Leylandir and Calathil. I recalled the version of events Nerianthus has given about trying to connect with Leylandir as a kid, and wondered whether Iolanthe's story would even come close to lining up with her former lovers. Why are you here? I asked again, gentler this time. Iolanthe reached into her robes and withdrew something small. A crystal, no bigger than my thumb, that glowed with a faint inner light. I need you to record a message, she said. My entire body went cold. A message to who? I asked, though I already knew. To my son. No. This device will capture your voice and your image, Iolanthe continued as if I hadn't spoken. I will arrange for it to be delivered to Leylandir by a trusted messenger. You and I can avert any unpleasant outcomes. Together. I said no. Iolanthe set the crystal on the floor, just far enough away that I couldn't kick it. It sat there, glowing softly, waiting. You will tell him that you are alive, she said, that you are adequately treated, and that the only way to secure your release is for him to come to Lumenfell, alone, to negotiate terms with his father. You want me to bait the trap, I said flatly. I want you to save his life, Iolanthe said, meeting my eyes. Do you understand what will happen if Leylandir does not come? Nerianthus will find another way to draw him out, a way that costs thousands of lives, including that of my brother. You don't know that. I know him, Iolanthe said, her voice rising. He wants his son, and he will burn worlds to get him back. Then why the hell has it taken so many years for it to come to this? I shook my head, completely exasperated, trying to understand. Why now, Iolanthe? The elf stuck her lower lip out slightly, as if trying to decide whether the truth or another elaborate lie would get her what she wanted. I set these events in motion only to save my son's life when I learned that he was held by your people and was on a path toward execution. I had to intervene. And when Nerianthus's mercenaries returned without him, She halted as a strangled sound escaped my mouth. Everything clicked into place all at once. I'd told Amy what felt like months ago that I didn't know why the Russians had sent orc mercenaries to attack the military prison at Fort Hood, but they didn't. Not really. They had been just another intermediary. Nerianthus sent the orcs to rescue him from the prison? He couldn't outvote the council, she admitted, so he took another path instead. My mind turned to that evening at Fort Hood. The alarms, the explosions, the orcs tearing through the perimeter like a hurricane. I'd thought it was Russian opportunism, a surgical strike to capture a strategic asset to curry favor with elves or get intel on the U.S. Army. But it wasn't. It was this. Iolanthe, desperate to save her son, convincing Nerianthus to send mercenaries. And when the attack happened, I'd made my choice. I'd stopped being a soldier and had become a fugitive. In a twisted way, Iolanthe had saved him, by forcing my hand. Then stop him, I said. You're the mother of his son. Tell him to let us go. Iolanthe laughed, a sharp, bitter sound. You think I have that power? She leaned forward, eyes blazing. I gave that away a long time ago. He is well beyond listening to what I have to say. Not when... She didn't finish the sentence, and while in that moment I was desperate to understand how the hell this woman's mind worked, it didn't really matter. It didn't change anything. I stared at the crystal. It pulsed gently, rhythmically, like a heartbeat. If I send that message, I said slowly, Leylandir walks straight into Nerianthus's hands. And he will be safe, Iolanthe said. He will live a life I was never qualified to lead, welcomed among his people despite the taint in his blood. Taint? I almost laughed. There is nothing wrong with his blood, or yours either, even if there's plenty of other shit wrong with the woman who left her family to think she was dead. The woman stared at me long and hard, but didn't appear to want to argue the last point. Suddenly, she just looked plain tired. Nerianthus wants his son, and I want what is best for him. You say you love him, and if that is true, you would do as I ask. If Leylandir arrives willingly, the weight of his uncle's death will not rest on his soul. I flinched at that, but only because I knew deep down that he would do anything to keep his family alive, even if it cost him his own freedom. You want your son to be miserable, then? You want Calathil to live with the weight of that on his shoulders? I want them to survive. Iolanthe's composure cracked. Her voice shook. My brother and I, we have not spoken in years. Not since I chose to leave Eldareon. But I do not want him dead, Ms. Lopez. Whatever you think of me, I do not want that. Then help us, I said. Tell us what Nerianthus is planning. I don't know. The words burst out of her like a confession. He doesn't tell me. She took a shaky breath. I slew what it was between us many years ago. Now we are simply aligned in our purposes. I studied her face. Saw the desperation there, the fear. She wasn't lying. She really didn't know what Nerianthus was planning, but she knew something terrible was coming. You have a choice, Iolanthe said, composing herself. Record the message I have asked for. Bring my son here before more people die. Or refuse, and perhaps Nerianthus will keep you alive long enough to witness the consequences of your inaction. Those aren't the only options, I said. Aren't they? The corners of Iolanthe's mouth lifted, but there was no warmth in it, only a profound, exhausted sorrow in her eyes. You have been a soldier. You know what is at stake should another war erupt. You're asking me to betray him. I am asking you to save him, Iolanthe said. There is a difference. Not to me. Iolanthe stepped out of the cell in one fluid motion. The device will remain here. You have until tomorrow morning to decide. Record the message I have asked for or refuse. But know this. If you do not send word, Nerianthus will assume Leylandir has abandoned you, and he will execute you as a terrorist, publicly. Your death will be witnessed both across Earendor worlds and on Earth. It will serve as a lesson. With that, she left, and the containment barrier snapped back into place. Chapter 15. The crystal sat on the floor, glowing softly, waiting. I stared at it for a long time. My options cycled through my mind like a loop I couldn't break. Record a message begging Leylandir to come, to surrender. Maybe it saves Calathil. Maybe it prevents a war between elves and dwarves. Maybe Nerianthus will actually negotiate. Okay, probably not the last part. Or I record a warning and tell him it's a trap. Tell him to stay the hell away. But Iolanthe would check the message before sending anything. Heck, she could probably fake something to look like it came from me anyway. And then my death would achieve nothing. The third option was to not touch the device at all and let Iolanthe send whatever she wanted. At least I wouldn't have to live with the consequences of Leylandir's decision sitting squarely on my shoulders. But I knew that I would anyway. The only reason Leylandir would set foot on this world would be to save me. So, just by virtue of being here, this was my fault. I leaned over and closed my fingers around the crystal. It was warm to the touch and heavier than it looked. There was no choice that led to where I wanted us to wind up. A more cynical version of myself would have told me I was better off dead at this point. But that would only hurt him. So I took a breath and spoke. "Leylandir," I said. My voice sounded strange in the silence. Raw. "It's me. I'm alive. I'm on Lumenfell. I don't know if this message will actually reach you. I don't know if Iolanthe will even send it. But if you're hearing this..." I paused, tried to find the right words. "They want me to tell you to come," I said. "Nerianthus wants you here. He wants you to surrender. And if you do, you'll lose everything. Your freedom, your future, yourself." The crystal pulsed in my hand, recording. "But if you don't, things will get worse." My voice cracked. "I'm sorry. They had these stupid mind readers, and all I wanted to show them was that you were in that bunker, but they kept digging, and now he knows that everyone is holed up on Azogrim. He knows Calathil is there, and I'm telling you, he wants your uncle dead. I don't know what Nerianthus is planning. Iolanthe says he's going to force your hand somehow, that people will die if you don't come. And I paused to scrub a hand over my face, to find it inside myself to tell him the truth. "I'm scared," I whispered. "I'm scared she's right, that there's no way out of this that doesn't cost everything. But I can't. I won't ask you to sacrifice yourself for me. Not when the fate of 4 worlds is at stake. So, whatever you decide, whatever you choose to do..." I looked directly into the crystal's glowing heart. "I love you, and I trust you. Make your own choice. I'll stand by it, whatever it is." I set the crystal on the floor gently, as if it might explode if I mishandled it. The light died, which I had to assume meant the message was recorded. Now I just had to wait to see if Iolanthe would actually send it or if she'd erase it and record her own version. Either way, deep down I knew he would come. I returned to my spot against the wall and closed my eyes, diving back into the meditation. Back to the net. The flaw. The thread I could follow. Because when Leylandir came, I needed to be ready with a better set of choices that were currently available. If that included breaking out of here to strangle Nerianthus with my bare hands, well, I figured I'd done worse. Being yanked from my cell by rough hands and brought back to the world of the living and breathing caused my whole body to go rigid with the pain of thousands of pins and needles through my dormant limbs. That, and a healthy wave of panic at the thought that I was too late to change anything. I was either being frog-marched to my execution, or Leylandir had arrived. Possibly both. That's why eventually getting stuffed into an empty room with the doors closed behind me came as a surprise. Except it wasn't empty like the cell, it simply didn't have any people inside. We'd traveled upward. Of that, I was sure. Never mind the fact that there were windows on the far wall which showed open sky and the glimmer of purple buildings below. The carpets felt spongy like moss, and furniture was arranged like an elf lounge room. Carved armchairs with plump cushions, light sconces in the wall that gave off a warm glow. A doorway which led to... Was that a bathroom? I blinked, trying to figure out what just happened. Other than a hole in the corner, I'd enjoyed no bathroom amenities since arriving in Lumenfell, but if Nerianthus was attempting to paint himself in a favorable light to his son, it was in his interest for me to be presentable. I stepped forward tentatively, finding the prospect of a bath almost more tempting than remaining filthy out of spite. Almost. I sniffed and noted the smell of food in the air, coming from a covered tray on a table. Food was absolutely more tempting than spite, and I certainly hadn't been offered anything warm to eat in my cell. Of course, I'd been introduced to elven cuisine back when I'd been detained in Leora's apartments on Eldoraon, so I wasn't anywhere near as wary of what I'd find on my plate as I was on Azogrim when I pulled a lid off the tray. A waft of steam tickled my nose as I peered at the offerings. If I was correct, the array of beans and grains suspended in a light translucent sauce would be delicious. And if it wasn't, my body was past caring anyway. I wolfed down every scrap on my plate and drank some kind of juice that was sweet going down and a soothing balm against my throat. As I sat back in the chair to cradle my belly in my hands, I felt my limbs melt, eager for a nap on something comfortable after days of being pent up in that cell. But my mind was turning too fast on the why of it. Why I'd been brought to this room, which was no doubt guarded, left to my own devices with comfortable amenities, without so much as a word for what came next. I stood and pressed my nose against the window, trying my best to estimate the drop from whatever the hell this level was. High enough to create a portal before hitting the ground like I did while escaping Malornith last time, for sure. Except, with this damn collar on, that wasn't going to be possible. Surely elves didn't have a concept for a last meal before capital punishment, or give a shit if I'd been afforded a chance to bathe before they killed me. That meant either Leylandir was here right now in this building, or they expected him to arrive very soon. They would give him his proof of life, and then force his hand to whatever path would deliver Eldoraon into Shadarian hands most efficiently. That, and prolong the magical imbalance between the worlds that sorely needed fixing. I could be petulant and sit in the corner or something. But that would gain me nothing. So instead, I marched into the bathroom to consider the pool in the corner and shucked off the jumpsuit to climb inside. The water grew cold long before I was ready to leave it. I stepped out of the pool, dripping onto the heated stone tiles, and looked around for anything resembling a towel. But of course, I already knew elves didn't deal in towels, and I didn't have the magic to dry myself off. Instead, draped over a low velvet stool, I found a garment that made my lip curl just looking at it. It was a dress. Of course it was a dress. I held it up, the fabric slipping through my fingers like water. It was a deep midnight blue silk, sleeveless, backless, designed for a delicate elven maiden to lounge in while awaiting her prince, not for a human soldier who had been dragged through a war zone. "You have got to be kidding me," I muttered. I checked the room again. The closets were empty. The drawers contained sachets of dried herbs and nothing else. It was this, or nakedness, or the filthy jumpsuit that remained crumpled on the floor. I pulled the dress on. It fit perfectly, which was disturbing in its own right. Someone had sized me while I was deep in meditation, or simply knew my dimensions through magic. It clung to my hips and draped to the floor, the silk cool against my skin. I felt ridiculous, like a doll that had been washed and dressed for a tea party after being dragged through the mud. I caught my reflection in the glass of the window. The bruise on my cheek had faded to a sickly yellow, and my split lip was healing, but the eyes staring back were haunted. The silver torque around my neck looked dangerously close to jewelry, a brutal reminder of who actually owned the doll. I turned away from the reflection and paced. The room was comfortable, luxurious even, but the silence was eating me alive. I tried to sit in one of the plush armchairs and meditate, seeking the vast ocean in my mind and that slip space between the weave of the torque's suppression. The magical device hummed against my collarbone with a physical vibration that rattled my teeth and scattered my focus like leaves in a gale. I growled in frustration, my eyes snapping open. "Get out of my head!" I stood and paced again. 3 steps to the window, 3 steps back. The anticipation was a physical itch under my skin. Iolanthe had sent the message. That meant Leylandir was coming, or he was already negotiating what happened next for both of us. The not knowing was torture. "Focus, Lopez," I chided myself, my hands clenching and unclenching into tight fists at my sides. But I couldn't focus. Knowing what was at stake only fueled adrenaline pumping through my body, my muscles twitching with the urge to fight, to run, to do something. I sat on the edge of a narrow bed against the wall, bouncing my leg. I lay back and stared at the ceiling. I stood and drank some water. Time stretched. Shadows lengthened across the floor as the sun dipped lower in the sky. Then there was a sound outside the door. Not the march of guards. Not the softer scuffle of Iolanthi's slippers. I froze, facing the door, my shoulders locking like I was suddenly a statue. Then the handle turned, the heavy wood swung inward. And there he was. He looked wrecked. He wore a shirt and breeches like he'd rolled out of bed and hadn't even bothered to grab a coat before traversing to a whole new world. His white blonde hair was braided, but strands escaped to frame a face that was drawn and pale with exhaustion. There was dirt in his hairline and a smudge of grease on his jaw. But his eyes, those piercing, impossibly vivid green eyes, found mine instantly. "Asha," he breathed. My face crumpled. The soldier, the interdimensional terrorist, the defiant prisoner, they all evaporated. I crossed the room in 2 strides. He met me halfway, crashing into me, his arms wrapping around me so tight it knocked the wind out of my lungs. I buried my face in the crook of his neck, smelling the dust, sweat, and the underlying scent that was just him. I clung to him, gripping the back of his shirt, checking that he was solid, that he was real, that he wasn't a hallucination induced by the torque. He was shaking. Or maybe I was. "You're real," I whispered into his skin. "You're here." He pulled back just enough to frame my face in his hands. His thumbs traced the healing cut on my lip, the bruise on my cheek. His gaze devoured me, assessing the damage, his expression a war between relief and murderous rage. "I thought..." His voice cracked. He cleared his throat, resting his forehead against mine. "When I couldn't feel you, I was certain they had you captive. But when we could not find you inside that bunker..." "I'm okay," I lied, tears spilling over to wet his thumbs. "I'm okay." I pulled back, looking him in the eye, and the reality of the situation crashed down on me. "I wish you hadn't come," I whispered, each word a sharp, rough-edged stone in my throat. Leylandir shook his head, a fierce light burning in his eyes. "There is nothing in this universe, no army, no distance, no magic that would ever keep me from you. You know that." "I know," I said, a fresh wave of tears hot in my eyes. "That's exactly what I was afraid of." He pulled me into him again, softer this time, resting his chin on top of my head. I listened to the steady, rapid beat of his heart. "How did you get out?" I asked into his chest. "The bunker. Rind had it locked down. The dampeners." "The dwarves," Leylandir rumbled. "Hunding. He found a way to break the wards encasing the structure, so we were free to use magical weapons. Yarn Krona agreed to send an entire squad." I pulled back, staring at him. "You convinced the dwarves to attack a U.S. military site?" "I convinced them to retrieve their impact driver," he corrected with a shadow of a smile. "Evidence of Dwarangal interference on Earth, which would void their trade agreement with your peoples." A lump formed in my throat, hard and painful. There was one question I was terrified to ask, but I had to know. "Robbo?" I whispered. Leylandir's expression shifted. The relief dimmed, replaced by a heavy sorrow. He cupped my face again, his thumbs brushing away my tears. "Alive," he said softly. The breath I'd been holding escaped me in a rush, leaving me so lightheaded I had to grip his arms to stay upright. "Oh, thank God." "Barely," Leylandir qualified, his voice grave. "The healers on Azogrim, they are doing what they can, but the damage was severe. He is in stasis." "But he's alive," I repeated, clinging to that single thread of good news. He's alive. Yes. I gripped his wrists, my fingers digging into his skin, my entire posture shifting from a soft embrace to a rigid, frantic hold. Leylandir, listen to me. We don't have time. Nerianthus, he knows. He knows everything. Leylandir frowned. What do you mean? The readers, I said, the memory of the intrusion making me shudder. They went into my mind. I tried to stop them, but they broke through. They saw Azogrim. They saw Calathil. They know exactly where everyone is hiding. It's not safe there, I rushed on, the words tumbling out. He's planning an invasion. He's going to attack Azogrim to get Calathil. We have to warn them. We have to— Leylandir moved his hand from my cheek to my lips. He pressed a finger gently against my mouth. You talk too much, he said softly. It was the old line, the one he'd used in the forest, in Leora's apartments, and a dozen times after that. But there was no humor in his eyes now, only a sharp, warning intelligence. He tilted his head slightly toward the ceiling, then toward the decorative sconces on the walls. I swore in that moment the torque must have been powerful enough to block telepathy, but it didn't matter. The inference was clear enough. We were being watched. We were in the hospitality suite of a man who used mind readers as effective interrogation tools. There would be magical surveillance in the room. I kissed his finger, then pulled his hand away, forcing a small, trembling smile. Sorry, I whispered. I'm just nervous. We shared a look, a long, silent exchange of information that no sensor could pick up. I walked him backward a few steps, away from the door, toward the window where the view of Lumenfell sprawled below us. Have you seen him? I asked, keeping my voice neutral. Have you spoken to your father? Leylandir shook his head. He looked out at the city, his jaw setting in a hard line. I refused to speak to anyone. I told the guards I would not utter a single word of negotiation until I saw you with my own eyes, until I knew you were breathing. I rested my forehead against his chest, the rough fabric of his shirt a small, grounding reality against my skin. You idiot, I whispered, though there was no heat in it. You stubborn, beautiful idiot. I looked at him, at the lines of exhaustion around his eyes, the dust on his boots, the sheer, immovable force of his love for me. It wasn't fair. The universe was cruel to grant me a man like this only to place us on opposite sides of a firing squad. You handed him all the leverage, I said softly. I fear he already had all the leverage, Leylandir corrected. He has nothing else I want, only you. He has your freedom, I pointed out. He has your life. He has the safety of your uncle. None of that matters if you aren't here, Leylandir said simply. He turned back to me, running a hand over my dress. His fingers lingered on the silver torque, and his expression darkened. Does it hurt? He asked, his voice low and dangerous. Only when I try to poke at it, I said. It's manageable. He touched the metal, and I saw a spark flare in his eyes, a compulsive desire to rip it off. But he didn't. So I supposed he either didn't know how to or worried that it might cause some kind of blowback if he attempted it. He is going to have a long list of demands, I warned him. Surrender, titles, Leora. He wants it all, Leylandir. He wants to win. Leylandir looked deep into my eyes. Let him have his list, he said. I have only one counter-demand. What? That you are safe. He said, that you are unharmed. That is all. That's not enough, I argued. You have to think about the others. You have to— The heavy door creaked open again. We broke apart, turning as one to face the intruder. It wasn't a guard this time. It was a tall, slender elf in robes of severe gray and silver. He didn't look at me. His gaze fixed solely on Leylandir. Lord Leylandir, he said, the master awaits you. Leylandir straightened. He rolled his shoulders, the exhaustion vanishing behind a mask of cold, imperious nobility. He took my hand, squeezing it once, hard. "I'll be back," he said to me. I squeezed back, terrified that if I let go, I would never touch him again. "Give him hell," I whispered. He offered me a small, grim smile. "Always." He dropped my hand and went toward the door. He didn't look back. He walked out to meet the father who was no real father at all, armed with nothing but the conviction to save the woman he had returned for. Chapter 16. Days passed, or maybe it only felt like that. After the relief of seeing Leylandir, albeit with the sad aura of resignation surrounding him, I was finally able to stay still for long enough to drop back into a trance. So I sat, and I meditated, and I felt along the edges of the Torque's suppression, mapping the flaw I'd discovered, and testing its limits with increased confidence with each pass, because it wasn't too late to turn resignation into opportunity. If I could get free of this damned Torque and escape, I could rip a portal away from this world and communicate my location telepathically with Leylandir before it was too late. I could land back on Azogrim and get the team evacuated. Maybe not Robbo in his current condition if he was in stasis like Leylandir said, but I would have to trust Hunding to keep the Aussie safe in whatever oversized test tube he was in. When I resurfaced, it was only for long enough to eat what had been delivered to the small table while I'd been deep inside my own mind. To fuel up, confirm that nothing notable had changed, and to allow myself a small measure of agonizing about my current situation. What was happening out there? Had they reached terms? Was Leylandir being forced into something worse than I could imagine? What did a binding elf agreement look like? Would it magically compel him to follow the terms? I had no way of knowing, but my imagination unhelpfully supplied all manner of ideas, including Leylandir's death time and time again. No, I wouldn't let that happen. Standing, I arched my back with my fists on my hips and considered the twilight which could have been dawn or dusk through the windows. Time felt slippery, unreliable. I tried reaching for him telepathically, but that earned me nothing aside from the dull, suppressive hum of the Torque around my neck. Then I tried reaching for Rushka and got static and fragments. Her presence was there, but muffled, like hearing someone speak through a thick wall. I knew I wasn't at my best. Even with decent food and a comfortable bed, I felt like I'd just run a marathon every time I surfaced. Sleep would have helped, surely, but I couldn't risk it. I couldn't live with the idea that I'd been dozing while Leylandir was committing to become a traitor, not only to his family, but himself. So I sat against the wall and let my limbs sink into rubber as I dove inwards yet again. It felt like only a moment later that I was interrupted as I was lifted under the armpits by two guards. "Wake, human," one said. A sudden, hollow coldness bloomed in my gut and spread through my limbs, leaving them feeling like lead. This was it. Whatever Leylandir had agreed to, whatever price Nerianthus had extracted, I was about to find out. "Where are we going?" I asked in Trade Elvish. "Lord Shadarian has requested your presence." I stood on shaking legs. The elegant dress I wore felt wrong without shoes, and my dirty boots remained with my jumpsuit in the bathroom. I almost considered asking them to wait so I could put them on, but they were already nudging me toward the door. I wondered absently if sacrificial offerings usually went to their doom in bare feet. They didn't bind my hands, didn't even touch me, just flanked me as we walked through corridors. Ethereum crystals glowed in wall sconces, casting everything in soft violet light. The carpets were thick enough to muffle our footsteps. Everything smelled faintly of something floral, and we didn't pass anybody on our way. We stopped at a set of heavy metallic double doors inlaid with Ethereum in what felt like a more linear Art Deco style than the vines and flowers I was used to on Eldoraon. But I didn't get a chance to wonder at that overly much before the guards pushed them open. The room beyond was circular, a ritual space. A colonnade of smooth stone pillars ringed the outer edge, clearly designed to hold a gallery of onlookers, but the shadows between them were empty. This was a clandestine arrangement. Nerianthus wasn't parading his prized capture before the Elven Council. He was locking this little deal down in private. Aside from my guards, the only witness at the edge of the room was a single hooded figure standing motionless in the periphery, their face lost in the dark folds of a gray cloak. In the center of the room sat a raised stone dais. On it, a simple table held a scroll of parchment, a ceremonial blade, and a silver bowl. Leylandir stood beside it. He'd changed since I'd seen him last. He wore formal robes in Shadarian blue and silver, stiff, high-collared, embroidered with patterns that probably meant something to people who cared about elven hierarchy. His white blonde hair had been re-braided, pulled back in a style that was severe and elegant and made him look like a stranger. But when his eyes found mine, the mask slipped. Just for a second. I saw the exhaustion there, the grief, the fury barely contained. Then his expression smoothed back into something unreadable. My gaze swept the empty colonnade, looking for Nerianthus, and landed on the hooded figure instead. As my guards marched me toward the dais, the figure stepped out of the shadows. She reached with pale, delicate hands to push back the heavy gray hood, letting the cloak fall open. Beneath it, she was tall and elegant, dressed in strict, high-collared robes of deep purple and silver. Her dark hair was swept into an elaborate crown of braids, woven with what looked like actual silver thread. Her face was beautiful in the way a statue is beautiful, perfectly proportioned, utterly cold. High cheekbones, full lips set in a line of aristocratic displeasure, eyes the flat, chilling gray of a frozen lake, deep and utterly devoid of warmth. She watched Leylandir with an expression I couldn't quite read. Possessive, annoyed, like he was hers, and she was irritated that he wasn't behaving properly. When the guards forced me up the dais steps, her gaze shifted to me, assessing, dismissive. Her lips curved into something that wasn't a smile, more like the expression you'd make when you found a bug in your food. I met her eyes. A jolt of pure chemical hatred shot up my spine, making the muscles in my shoulders and jaw lock tight. My first instinct was to ask, "Who the hell are you?" But I had a sinking feeling that I knew exactly who she was. Nerianthus entered from a side door, flanked by 2 more elves and Iolanthe, who hovered at the edges like a ghost. He wore robes of deep blue and gold, formal and imposing, and he moved with the kind of confidence that came from knowing everyone in the room would obey him. His eyes swept over me, cold, clinical, then moved to Leylandir. "We may begin," he said. An official scurried behind him, the same elf who had retrieved Leylandir from my quarters. He carried a scroll, which he unrolled with deliberate ceremony. "You will stand here," Nerianthus said to me, gesturing to a spot on the dais opposite Leylandir. I didn't move. "What is this?" "A contract," Nerianthus said. "My son has agreed to terms in exchange for your life. Blood magic requires the presence of both parties to bind the exchange." The air seemed to thin, and a wave of dizziness washed over me. "Both parties? You mean—" "Your blood is required," Nerianthus said, "as the anchor, the collateral for his oath." I looked at Leylandir. He wouldn't meet my eyes. "What did you agree to?" I asked him. "Everything," he said quietly. The official began to read. His voice was formal, cadenced, like he was reciting something he'd memorized 1,000 times, but the words hit me like stones as they translated into my head thanks to the torque. "Leylandir Shadarian, son of Nerianthus Shadarian, does hereby swear to acknowledge Nerianthus Shadarian as his father and liege." I'd expected that. It still made my hand rise unconsciously toward the cold metal of the torque at my throat. To pledge his fealty to House Shadarian and obey all lawful commands. Obey. Not serve. Obey. Like he was property. To accept the title of Lord of House Shadarian. I glanced at the woman in purple. She watched Leylandir with an expression that grew colder by the second. To wed Lady Cylindra of House Uldwin within one lunar cycle, binding House Shadarian and House Uldwin in alliance. For a heart-stopping moment, the violet light from the sconces blurred, and the sharp edges of the stone pillars swam in my vision. I stared at Leylandir. He still wouldn't look at me. To wed. Her. Lady Cylindra's gaze flicked to me, her lips curved into a satisfied smirk. To provide full and truthful sworn testimony to the Elven High Council regarding all matters of the interdimensional alliance, military deployments, strategic intelligence, and the location and disposition of traitorous forces. No, I said. The official paused. Nerianthus raised an eyebrow. You object? You're making him betray everyone, I said, the words struggling past the tightness in my throat. Everyone who helped him. Everyone who trusted him. I am redeeming him in the eyes of the Elven Council, Nerianthus said. You're turning him into a weapon, I said, against his own people. They are not his people, Nerianthus said. He is Shadarian now. I looked at Leylandir. Don't do this. Please. You don't have to. Yes, I do, Leylandir said quietly. Why? My voice cracked. Why would you agree to this? He finally met my eyes. Because you're alive, he said. The official continued. To renounce all claims, real or symbolic, to titles, lands, and inheritance associated with House Tolkasil, severing all legal and familial ties. You don't even have a damn inheritance, I said desperately. Leora is the heir. This doesn't mean anything. It means everything, Nerianthus said. It means he belongs to House Shadarian now, not to Calathil, not to the Tolkasils, to me. Leylandir's jaw tightened. I understand the terms. Leylandir, I started. Enough, Nerianthus said. The official paused, then continued to the second half. In exchange, Nerianthus Shadarian does hereby guarantee the continued life of Asha Lopez, hybrid of Earth. I held my breath. Her confinement in private quarters with adequate comfort, food, and safety. Confinement, not release, not freedom. Confinement. Stop! Leylandir's voice cut through the room like a whip. He turned fully toward his father. That was not our agreement. Nerianthus didn't flinch. It is the exact letter of our understanding. You agreed she would be afforded the freedom of the estate, Leylandir said, his voice dropping to that dangerous, quiet register that usually prefaced violence. Not locked in a gilded cell. I agreed she would live, and that she would not be thrown into my dungeons, Nerianthus countered smoothly. I did not, however, agree to let a hostile hybrid roam my halls unescorted. She is a prisoner of war. She remains confined. Leylandir took a step toward his father, his hands balled into fists. You deliberately misled me. Change the terms, or I do not sign. Then she dies, Nerianthus said, utterly unbothered. Here. Now. In front of you. I saw the trap snap shut in real time. Leylandir had already surrendered his entire life just to keep my heart beating. Nerianthus knew he wouldn't throw that away over the square footage of my prison. Don't, I said to Leylandir. Don't sign it. I'd rather die than watch you do this. I know, Leylandir said, his green eyes finding mine. His voice was gutted, hollow. But I can't let you. He turned back to the official, though his glare remained locked on his father. Revise the terms to specify, Leylandir demanded, that Asha is treated with dignity. If she must be confined, the quarters will be expansive. Natural light, open-air access, proper bathing facilities, clean clothing, books. Lady Cylindra made a sound of disgust. Leylandir didn't even glance at her. If you want my cooperation, you will ensure her mind does not rot in whatever cage you place her in. Narionthas considered. Private quarters, comfortable amenities, and provision for leisure. Agreed. And her magic, Leylandir pressed. You will remove the suppression. No. She is no threat if she is permanently confined. She is a hybrid, Narionthas said. Chaos incarnate. Unpredictable. She remains suppressed, non-negotiable. Leylandir's jaw worked. His hands flexed at his sides, but he didn't argue. He didn't have the leverage to fight with, and his father knew it. Narionthas gave a dismissive wave to the official. Continue. Lady Cylindra glared at Leylandir. She watched him agonize over the specific wording of my comfort as if it were a direct insult to her honor, instead of the final act before signing away his soul. She turned her gaze to me with a curled lip that promised to make me pay for her perceived indignity. The official touched a finger to the parchment. A brief flare of gold light rippled across the page, rewriting the contract in real time. He cleared his throat and resumed reading. Amended terms of exchange regarding the hybrid, Asha Lopez. She shall be confined indefinitely to expansive private quarters, afforded natural light, open-air access, adequate sustenance, proper bathing facilities, clean clothing, literature, and other means of leisure. The official didn't blink as he moved to the rigid restrictions. For the safety of House Shadarian, she shall remain under total magical suppression for the duration of her natural life. Leylandir's throat bobbed, but he said nothing. Furthermore, the official read, Asha Lopez will be publicly declared executed. Her survival and presence on Lumenfell shall remain under a shroud of secrecy. I stared at Narionthas. You're burying me. I am protecting my investment, Narionthas corrected smoothly. A dead terrorist incites no human rescue missions, and your supposed execution satisfies the political bloodlust of the Council and your Earth counterparts. As far as the universe is concerned, you cease to exist. The official didn't wait for me to process that before moving to the final stipulations. Failure to uphold these stated terms by Leylandir Shadarian will result in the immediate execution of Asha Lopez. Violation of these terms by Narionthas Shadarian voids the contract in its entirety and releases Leylandir from all obligations. The official took a breath and paused. Final addendum. Leylandir will show public support that the House of Tulcasiel, including Leora Tulcasiel, are declared rebels. Leylandir will commend the actions of the Elven Council to strip Tulcasiel's stewardship of Eldarion, as directed by Narionthas Shadarian. Leora, I whispered. She was not present to pledge her loyalty, Narionthas said. Therefore, she remains an enemy of this house. The Council will strip House Tulcasiel of Eldarion. It will be reassigned to a house loyal to the Elven Council's interests. No, I screeched. You're destroying his family. I am reclaiming my son, Narionthas said. What happens to the Tulcasiels is a consequence of their choices. The official approached Narionthas first, offering the ceremonial blade. The head of House Shadarian took it without a change in expression, slicing a clean line across his palm. He held his hand over the silver bowl, letting the heavy drops of blood fall. Next, Lady Cylindra stepped forward. Her chin tilted up proudly as she took the blade, cutting her own palm and adding her blood to the vessel, sealing her part in this twisted alliance. Then the official moved to Leylandir. Your blood, Lord Leylandir, to seal your oath. Leylandir extended his hand. The blade opened his skin, and his blood dripped into the silver bowl, mingling with his father's and his future bride's. Finally, the official turned to me. I took a step backward, my heel hitting the stone of the dais. "I didn't agree to this," I said. "Your agreement is not required," Nerianthus said flatly. "The contract binds your fate, not your will. Secure her." The 2 guards flanked me instantly. I didn't think. I just reacted. 15 years of combat instincts flared through the exhaustion. I dropped my center of gravity, threw a sharp elbow into the ribs of the guard on my left and shoved hard against the one on my right. But I had no magic, and my body was running on fumes. They recovered instantly, their grips like iron vices as they slammed my arms behind my back. I thrashed, kicking wildly at their shins, throwing all my dead weight around to keep them from pulling me forward. Leylandir's carefully constructed mask shattered. "Get your hands off her!" he roared. He lunged across the dais, throwing off the false nobility he'd worn throughout the entire exchange. His eyes flared from dead to feral in an instant. The 2 guards who had entered with Nerianthus moved to intercept him, but Leylandir fought them off, throwing one stumbling backward into a stone pillar with a sickening crunch. Nerianthus didn't even blink. He gave a flick of his wrist. The heavy double doors burst open. The guards stationed in the hallway flooded into the circular room. 3 of them swarmed Leylandir, dragging him down to the stone floor, locking their armored arms around his throat and shoulders to force him to his knees. "Don't touch her!" Leylandir snarled, his voice cracking as he strained against them, his eyes wild and fixed on me. "Nerianthus, tell them to let her go." "Take her hand," Nerianthus ordered, completely unbothered by the chaos on his dais. A guard twisted my arm up sharply until a bolt of searing, white-hot pain shot through my shoulder, forcing me to my knees. The other grabbed my right wrist, pinning my hand flat over the bowl. I clamped my fist shut, shaking with the effort, but the guard simply applied pressure until my fingers were forced open. "Don't do this," I choked out to Leylandir, watching him tear himself apart trying to reach me. The official slid the cold ceremonial blade across my palm. I hissed through my teeth. Bright red human blood spilled over the edge of my hand, dripping to mix with the blood of the elves in the bowl beneath. "It is done," Nerianthus said softly. The guards released Leylandir. He slumped forward, his chest heaving, his eyes tracking the blood on my hand with a look of utter devastation. The official stepped back from us, taking the bowl and pouring the mixed blood directly onto the curled parchment. The air pressure in the room vanished. My ears popped. A blinding white gold light erupted from the parchment itself. The air hummed with a raw, terrifying power. I felt it in my teeth, vibrating deep in my bones. The torque around my neck pulsed in aggressive unison, growing momentarily hot against my collarbone. The blood soaked into the parchment, and as the blinding light faded, the contract solidified. The handwritten ink replaced by words burned into the page in shimmering gold. The magic was primed. Waiting. Nerianthus stepped forward. He picked up a quill from the table, dipped the nib into the remaining blood in the silver bowl, and scratched his signature at the bottom of the page in elegant, flowing script. He held the quill out. "Sign." I looked at Leylandir. He was still on his knees, breathing hard. He looked up at me. "Don't," I whispered, tears finally breaking free and spilling down my cheeks. "Please. I'd rather die than watch you do this." "I know," he said, his voice a broken rasp. He stood, shaking off the lingering hands of the guards, and walked heavily to the table. Taking the quill from his father, Leylandir pressed the bloody nib to the parchment and signed his name. The contract sealed and the magic locked. I gasped as it snapped into place, sinking into my chest and settling around my ribs like heavy iron bands. It was absolute, unbreakable. I was tethered to this now, My life directly anchored to his subservience to Nerianthus's will. Iolanthe let out a breath from the shadows. "Welcome home, my son." Lady Cylindra stepped forward, taking Leylandir's arm with a possessive grip. "I expect you at the betrothal ceremony tomorrow," she said coldly in Elvish, which, unfortunately, translated into my head on account of the torque. "Do try to look less grieved." Nerianthus turned to the guards. "Take Ms. Lopez to the South Tower, private quarters. See that she has what was promised." He looked at Leylandir. "You will attend your oath-taking at dawn. Lady Cylindra will escort you." Cylindra tugged Leylandir toward the side door. He didn't move, just stared at me. The guards grabbed my arms, dragging me toward the main doors. "You didn't have to do this!" I screamed. Leylandir's expression didn't change. "I know," he said. Lady Cylindra pulled him harder. "Enough," she said, her tone as dismissive as if she were shooing away a stray animal. "The matter is concluded." The doors slammed shut. Chapter 17. My new quarters in the South Tower were expansive, precisely as Leylandir had demanded. Sunlight, or whatever passed for it on Lumenfell, streamed through high, crystalline windows, washing the room in a rich, violet-tinged glow. There were soaring arches, plush velvet furnishings, a bathing pool, and shelves stacked with leather-bound books I couldn't read. It was gorgeous, and it was a cage. I paced the length of the woven rug, my bare feet sinking into the ridiculously soft pile. Everything was too perfect, too clean. The air smelled of jasmine, a cloying sweetness that coated the back of my throat. I was wearing another stupid, flowing elven garment someone had left in the wardrobe, but at least this one was a dove-gray tunic and trousers that felt like spun air. Better than the midnight silk dress, but it still felt like the uniform of a prized pet. I tried to sit on the floor and meditate. I folded my legs, closed my eyes, and reached for the quiet, still place Thrala had taught me to find. But there was no quiet. My mind was a violently spinning centrifuge of rage and despair. Every time I breathed, the heavy silver torque hummed against my collarbone, a low parasitic friction that mocked my total powerlessness. And underneath the torque's hum, I heard the faint, synchronized shifting of armored boots in the stone corridor outside my heavy oak doors. 2 guards. Always 2. I shot to my feet with a frustrated growl, resuming my pacing. 10 steps to the balcony doors. Pivot. 10 steps to the bookshelf. Pivot. I felt like an animal rattling the bars of a trap that had already snapped shut. Then the heavy thud of the lock disengaging stopped me dead in my tracks. The doors swung inward. The 2 guards stationed outside snapped to rigid attention, their armored fists striking their breastplates in a flawless salute. "My Lord Leylandir Shadarian," one of them announced, his voice practically dripping with newfound groveling deference. The title was puke-inducing. Leylandir stepped over the threshold. He had stripped off the high-collared ceremonial robes, but he was still wearing a finely tailored dark tunic bearing the silver crescent of his father's house. His pale skin pulled taut across the sharp angles of his cheekbones, and the shadows beneath his piercing green eyes looked like bruises. Before he could even speak, a blur of iridescent sky-blue scales shot between his legs. Dimrin darted into the room, his wings tucked tight to his body, and scrambled immediately under a plush armchair in the corner. I stared at the Sirion in shock, but Leylandir didn't even look down. He turned his attention to the guards hovering in the doorway. "Leave us," he commanded. It wasn't the voice of the rebel I knew. It was the cold, unyielding authority of elven nobility. "And do not disturb this room. Are we clear?" "Yes, my lord." The heavy doors clicked shut, plunging the room into a sudden, suffocating silence. For a long moment, we just faced each other across the expanse of the carpet. The air between us crackled with the weight of everything that had been destroyed in the span of a single morning. Leylandir took a hesitant step forward, his hands opening at his sides. Asha. That was all it took. The rage boiled over, searing through my veins. I crossed the room in what felt like 3 rapid, aggressive strides. I didn't slap him. I didn't push him. I planted my back foot, rotated my hips, and threw a full-force, trained soldier's punch dead into his jaw. The impact vibrated up my arm to my shoulder. Leylandir's head snapped violently to the side. He stumbled back a step, thrown off balance, but he didn't raise his hands to defend himself. He just took it. From beneath the armchair, Dimrin released a sharp, panicked chitter. Leylandir slowly righted himself as I shook my smarting hand. He touched his jaw, his thumb wiping at the corner of his mouth. It came away smeared with a tiny trickle of blood. He looked at it, then back at me, his eyes wide and dark. How could you? The accusation exploded out of me, raw and jagged. How could you just throw it all away? Asha! I didn't ask you to do that, I yelled, shoving him in the chest. He stepped back but refused to fight back. I didn't ask you to sign away your life to that monster. I would rather have died, Leylandir. I told you I would rather die. And I told you I wouldn't let that happen, he fired back, his own voice rising, defensive and sharp with exhaustion. They would have executed you on that dais. He would have opened your throat while I watched. So you become his lapdog instead? You betray Calathil? You betray everything? I stepped into his space, my finger jabbing hard into his sternum. You marry Cylindra? Leylandir flinched. The name hung in the air between us, poisonous and heavy. He closed his eyes and turned his head away, utterly incapable of meeting my gaze. Look at me, I demanded, grabbing his tunic. You're going to pledge yourself to her? It is a political arrangement, he said, his voice dropping to a gravelly, pained whisper. It means nothing. It means he owns you, I cried. It means they both own you. Dimrin scrambled from under the chair, darting between our feet, bumping his scaled head anxiously against my ankle, and throwing out messy telepathic waves of what might have been impressions of comfort. We were terrifying him. My hands, still gripping Leylandir's tunic, began to shake. The explosive anger was cracking, fracturing down the middle to reveal the cavernous, bleeding hurt underneath. You didn't trust me, I whispered, my voice breaking. Tears I hadn't realized were welling up finally spilled over my lashes. We were supposed to be a team. But you didn't trust me enough to let us find another way out of this. Leylandir's head snapped back to me. The stoic mask completely disintegrated, leaving only naked, desperate vulnerability. He caught my wrists, stepping so close the heat of his body radiated into mine. There was no other way, he pleaded, his voice cracking on the words. I calculated every angle. I looked for every flaw. But you were kneeling on that stone, Asha, bleeding into a bowl with a blade to your palm. I had seconds. And I swear to you. He leaned down, pressing his forehead against mine, his breath ragged against my skin. I would sell my soul 1,000 times over if it kept you alive. The fight drained out of me. The terrible, agonizing truth settled over us both. I was right to be livid that he had destroyed his life to save mine, and he was right to have done it anyway. His admission allowed the space between us to vanish. His hand moved from my wrist, sliding up to cup my face. His thumb caught the tear tracking down my cheek, wiping it away with a touch so gentle it broke the last of my resolve. I grabbed the front of his tunic and pulled him down. The kiss wasn't gentle. It was desperate, practically violent in its intensity. Our teeth clashed. I tasted the salty metallic tang of the blood on his lip and swallowed his groan as his arms wrapped around me, crushing me against his chest. I felt like I was drowning, and he was the only pocket of air in the universe. Suddenly, Leylandir pulled back, his chest heaving, his hands gripping my shoulders to put an inch of space between us. "Asha, wait!" he gasped. His green eyes were dilated, practically glowing in the ambient light. A faint static charge lifted the hairs on my arms. The magic. I don't have the restraints. If I lose control. Without the magical dampeners of the snuff cuffs, the sheer emotional intensity of our connection was already raising the hairs on my neck from ambient magic. If he slipped, we would be right back where we started, back on Gushak Tor. But in that moment, none of it mattered. I grabbed his tunic again, yanking him back until our chests collided. "Don't you dare stop," I breathed against his mouth. "Don't you dare." He let out a shuddering breath that sounded like a surrender, and the last shred of restraint evaporated. A chitter in the background reminded me that the Sirion in the room had yet to excuse himself. "Out," I projected mentally, shoving the command as hard as my torque-suppressed mind could manage. I don't know if the creature heard it, but all the same, a blur of sky-blue scales shot toward the cracked-open balcony doors. Leylandir snickered and kissed me again, walking me backward blindly until my calves hit the edge of the massive, velvet-draped bed. We tumbled onto the mattress in a tangle of limbs. I tore at the unfamiliar, fine fabric of his Shadarian tunic, desperate to get it out of the way, desperate to feel his skin beneath my hands. He made short work of my borrowed gray clothes, tossing them over the edge of the bed. Naked now, with the heat of our bodies chasing the chill from the air, the world narrowed to the press of his body against mine, his lips against my neck, his hands squeezing my hips. But then his head snapped back and sucked in a sharp breath, and I clenched my teeth knowing this was going to be the moment. A sharp jolt of static electricity cracked against my hips where he gripped me, like a whip's kiss. It wasn't pain. It shot straight to my core, a delicious spark clenching my thighs and tightening my nipples with electric arousal. Goosebumps erupted across my bare skin, the magic sizzling against my nerves in what should have been pleasure. But the sizzle was a sound too close to memory, a precursor to heat and destruction. I flinched hard, body locking in betrayal, breath hitching as phantom screams clawed up. Air should reek of burning flesh. The teasing magic vanished as if it had never been. The effect was instantaneous. Leylandir went rigid above me, his hands pulling away from my hips as if he'd been burned. "Asha," he gasped, the sound broken. He started to pull away properly, his intent clear. "No, we stop." His retreat felt more shocking than the static had been, like a shard suddenly wedged between my ribs. No, not this. I won't lose this too. In that split second, a particular thought slammed through me. Ishar was right. My body learns the hard way. Fuck the trauma. I've had enough for one goddamn day. Before he could pull back fully, I anchored my hands in Leylandir's long white blonde hair, the strands digging into my fists as I grounded myself in the physical reality of him and ignored everything else. The slick heat of his skin, the corded flex of his muscles, and the ragged, desperate sound of his breathing against my ear, each gasp a sign of his restraint. "I'll tell you when we stop," I ground out, my voice raw but unwavering as I met his shocked green eyes. For a long moment, he just stared at me, searching my face. Then, with a shuddering breath that sounded like surrender, he gave a slow, deliberate nod. He didn't ask if I was okay, instead trusting my command. Leylandir's mouth trailed to my throat, teeth grazing my pulse as his hands roamed, possessive but tentative, mapping every curve and scar like he was afraid I'd shatter. He settled between my thighs, his hard length pressing hot and insistent against my core. The friction sent a spark of pleasure shooting through me, but it tangled with another magic surge like a static storm across my nipples, tightening them to painful peaks. He paused, eyes locking on mine, searching. "Asha, if it's too much—" "No," I cut him off, voice thick. "Keep going." Tears pricked my eyes already, discomfort warring with the raw ache of needing this connection. He nodded, swallowing hard, and reached down to position himself against me before inching forward slowly, breaching me inch by inch. I gasped at the stretch, but halfway in, the magic spiked, harder, this time feeling like it was coming from the dam inside. Flashes of past horrors clawed up, and my body went rigid, betraying me. "Stop!" I rasped, body tensing, a ragged sob tearing from my throat. Tears spilled hot down my temples. Fuck. The trauma. Leylandir froze instantly, still half-seated inside me, his face crumpling with guilt. "Asha, I am sorry," he whispered in breathy Elvish, burying his face in my neck. His lips pressed tender, grounding kisses along my pulse, body utterly still. "We don't have to do this." Tears streamed freely now, but I shook my head, wiping them away with shaking fingers. "No. I need this, Leylandir." I forced as much conviction into the words as I could. I wasn't the victim here. I refused to be in that moment. With a surge of strength born from fury and love, I planted my feet against the mattress and flipped us. Suddenly, he was on his back, green eyes wide with shock, and I straddled his hips, taking him deeper in one controlled descent. The sheer, overwhelming fullness of him inside me was a breathtaking shock to the system, but I set the pace. He groaned, hands flying to my hips, but he let me lead, thumbs stroking soothing circles over my skin. "Asha." "Trust me," I murmured, leaning down to capture his mouth in a bruising kiss. I rocked slowly, grinding myself against his pelvis, pleasure rebuilding layer by layer. His magic hummed low now, a thrumming undercurrent that amplified every slide, every clench without the vicious spikes. Tears still leaked from my eyes, dripping onto his chest as I leaned back, but I held his gaze, piercing green ripping into the truth in my soul. No words, just that deep, unblinking connection. The one that promised that I trusted him, that we were in this together. His hands roamed up my sides, cupping my breasts gently, thumbs teasing my nipples until I arched into him. I rode him with deliberate slowness, hips circling, savoring the drag of him inside, the way he filled me completely. Sweat slicked our skin, breaths mingling in ragged harmony. Another faint buzz prickled my thighs, but it was softer now, pleasure-edged, not punishing. He checked in again, voice hoarse. "Are you sure?" "Always," I whispered, leaning forward, foreheads touching. Our eyes stayed locked, breaths sinking as I quickened just enough, deep, rolling thrusts that built like a gathering tide, not an explosion. Trust wove through every motion with his restraint for my sake, my dominance to reclaim us both. The coil in my belly tightened inexorably, his length throbbing inside me, our bodies speaking the vows the contract had stolen. It peaked not as fireworks, but as a profound, shuddering culmination. A quiet unraveling of tension we'd carried since our separation on Earth. I came first, pulsing around him in waves of release that drew a broken moan from my lips, tears mixing with sweat. He followed with a guttural "Asha," hips bucking up once, twice, spilling deep inside me in hot, steady pulses. We held there, gazes intertwined, proving it was possible. Raw, messy, but necessary. When it was over, we were both shivering, breathless, and wrapped in the ruined velvet covers. We lay there in the heavy aftermath. The silence was loud, weighted with everything that still hadn't been solved. The contract was still signed. He was still engaged to Cylindra. I was still a prisoner. Leylandir lay fully on his side, his arm draped heavily over my waist, his face tucked into my shoulder. I stared up at the violet-tinted ceiling. Slowly, tenderly, his fingertips traced a lazy circle over my collarbone. He carefully avoided the cold silver of the torque, as if touching it would burn him. I lifted my hand and flattened it gently over his chest, right above where his heart beat a steady, rhythmic drum. Neither of us spoke. This hadn't fixed a single thing. Not really. Not that it made it any less necessary. But as his breathing leveled out against my skin, the suffocating panic in my chest finally receded, replaced by the cold, hard pragmatism of a soldier analyzing a battlefield. Dimrin hopped cautiously through the balcony doors, fluttered onto the foot of the bed, and curled into a tight turquoise ball. He peered at me with large, knowing, golden eyes. Is better. I blinked, surprised that the little Sirion could penetrate the barrier of the torque to communicate with me. Leylandir had already told me that a Sirion's magic was different, but that little fact didn't make the revelation any less surprising. It would be better if you weren't staring at us both naked, I sent back tentatively. The creature chittered in what I took as a chortle, then stood to arch his back before gliding off the bed, most probably in search of snacks. Leylandir lay there with his eyes closed, and I trailed fingers over his forehead, wondering if he would sleep now that the deal was done and we had reconciled. Things were far from reconciled for me, though. I kept my eyes on the ceiling, replaying the horror of the circular room, replaying the words the elven official had read from that cursed parchment. Failure to uphold these stated terms by Leylandir Shadarian will result in the immediate execution of Asha Lopez. Violation of these terms by Neriantha Shadarian, blah blah blah, voids the contract. It was ironclad, blood-sealed. To save my life, Leylandir had to obey. To keep his son bound, Nerianthus had to keep me alive and confined. If Leylandir ran, I died. If Nerianthus killed me, Leylandir was free. They were locked in a perfect, horrible stalemate centered entirely around me. Except... I blinked, the thought catching in my mind like a snagged thread. I pulled at it. Nerianthus had said it himself when he ordered my palm cut. Your agreement is not required. The contract binds your fate, not your will. The contract binds Leylandir. It binds Nerianthas. The contract binds Leylandir. It doesn't bind me, though. I lowered my chin, feeling the heavy silver torque sitting tight against my throat. It was suppressing my magic. It was strong, but it was just an obstacle. I had broken out of worse. I turned my head and looked at Leylandir, who had drifted into sleep. He had given up everything, his freedom, his family, his future, just to keep me breathing, locking himself in a cage to put me in a slightly nicer one. His tactical mind, his love for me, he couldn't see the board past his terror of losing me. But I wasn't paralyzed. I looked across the room to where Dimrin blinked his golden eyes at me from a table where he was chewing on whatever prize he'd found. His tail gave a soft, inquisitive flick. A tiny, dangerous ember of a plan sparked in the darkness of my mind. It was reckless. It was borderline suicidal. But as I felt the cold bite of the torque at my throat, my lips curved into a small, humorless smile. I don't have to obey shit. Chapter 18. I woke slowly, pulled from the dark by the steady, rhythmic rise and fall of the chest beneath my cheek. My body ached. It was a good ache, the kind that came from a battle hard fought and thoroughly won, bleeding into the profound exhaustion of the past 2 days. I was curled entirely against Leylandir, my leg thrown over his, our limbs tangled in the bed covers. After the initial violent collision of our reconciliation, we hadn't made love again. We had just held on to each other, as if letting go would mean fading out of existence. I tilted my head, looking up at his face. In sleep, the harsh, imperious lines of his new Lord Shadarian mask had melted away. His jaw was relaxed. The bruising exhaustion under his eyes seemed less severe. He looked unguarded. He looked younger. But he still looked like the stubborn elf who told me I talked too much when I was winning an argument, not the tragic prince who had just signed his life away to a tyrant. My feelings were a tangled, choking knot in my throat. First came the love, a deep tide that threatened to drown me. Then came the anger, a hot, pulsing fury at Nereonthus, at the council, at the universe, and yes, a little at Leylandir too for being so predictably selfless. But wrapping around it all was a new, cold sense of resolution that had nothing to do with submitting to the cage I was currently in. Morning was breaking over Lumenfell. Through the high, crystalline windows, a strange, rich violet light spilled across the thick rug. A new day. The same shitty situation, but not for long, if I had it my way. A sharp, authoritative knock hammered on the heavy doors. Leylandir snapped awake. His green eyes flew open, his combat instincts flaring before he even remembered where he was. He shifted, pulling me instinctively behind him as he sat up. The doors didn't wait for permission. They swung open with a heavy thud. "Lord Shadarian," a guard's voice barked from the threshold, though the armored elf had the sense to avert his eyes, staring fixedly at the wall. "Your presence is required. It is time for the oath-giving." The oath-giving. Nereonthus had said it would be today. Leylandir visibly swallowed a curse. The soft, unguarded man I had been watching sleep vanished. He moved with rigid motions, swinging his legs over the side of the bed and standing to snatch his discarded Shadarian tunic from the floor. He pulled it over his head, adjusting the high collar that hid the faint, reddish bruises I had left on his neck. He was composing himself, rebuilding the cold, impenetrable armor of the so-called obedient son. I wasn't about to make it easy for them. I sat up, dragging the heavy velvet sheet with me, wrapping it loosely around my torso. I didn't bother fixing my hair. It was a wild, tangled mess tumbling over my bare shoulders. I swung my legs over the edge of the bed and walked behind him as he approached the doorway. Out in the corridor, flanked by the two guards, stood Lady Cylindra. She was a vision of elven perfection, dressed in formal, high-collared robes of deep amethyst and silver that caught the morning light. Her dark hair was woven into an even more elaborate crown of braids than yesterday. She looked like a queen waiting to claim her throne. Then her ice-chip eyes slid past Leylandir to land on me. She took in the messy hair, the flushed skin, the silver torque around my throat, the sheet barely covering my nakedness, the absolute, undeniable proof of what her future husband had been doing for the last 8 hours. Her perfectly proportioned face tightened, her upper lip curling in disgust. I leaned against the doorframe, letting the sheet slip half an inch lower, and gave her a deliberate, nasty, wolfish grin. It was a pure, petty, territorial display, and I didn't regret a second of it. A muscle in Cylindra's jaw jumped, and her nostrils flared almost imperceptibly, the only signs of the fury raging behind her perfect mask. She looked me up and down, her voice dripping with aristocratic venom. "Enjoy your borrowed time, human. The novelty of your body will wear thin soon enough." My grin sharpened. "I wouldn't hold your breath, Princess. I'm not entirely finished with him yet." Leylandir stepped squarely between us, physically blocking my line of sight to her. He was visibly uncomfortable, his shoulders bunching around his ears as if warding off a blow as he glanced back at me. "The formal oath-giving to the house," he said quietly, his voice pitched only for me. "And the presentation of the betrothal. It cannot be avoided." "Oh," I said tightly. "That." Cylindra scoffed, turned her back on us in disgust, and walked a few paces down the hall to wait with the guards. Leylandir reached his hand cupping the side of my neck, his thumb carefully avoiding the torque. His eyes searched mine, looking for the frantic, desperate woman he had comforted last night. I didn't give her to him. I made my face a mask of loving resignation, because for now, that's what he needed to see. He leaned in, kissing me. It was tender but rushed, the kiss of a soldier leaving for the front lines. "I will return as soon as it is concluded," he whispered against my mouth. Stay here. Stay safe. I'll be right here, I promised. It was a lie, I hoped. My mind was already racing, calculating, plotting, but he couldn't know that. Leylandir's fatal flaw was me. If he even suspected I was planning to break the contract, to risk my life and the execution clause binding us, he would panic. He would lock me in this room himself, place guards inside the doors, and throw away the key just to ensure I kept breathing. His knowledge of my plan would endanger us both because his obedience to his father was now written into the contract. If he knew I was planning to escape, he would be magically compelled to stop me. I patted his chest, smoothing the silver crescent of his house sigil with a small, sad smile. Go on, play the part. He squeezed my hand, offered a grim, tight nod, and turned away. I stood in the doorway, clutching my sheet, and watched him walk down the corridor. Cylindra fell into step beside him, her posture rigid, her hand reaching out to loop possessively through his arm. He didn't pull away. They rounded the corner, flanked by guards, the perfect image of highborn power. The heavy doors swung shut in my face. The lock engaged with a solid thud. The second I heard the mechanism click, the loving, resigned facade evaporated. I dropped the sheet, grabbed the dove-gray tunic and trousers from the floor, and yanked them on. All right, I said to the empty room. Coast is clear, Dimrin. From beneath the heavy carved oak wardrobe, a pair of golden eyes blinked in the shadows. Dimrin shimmied out, shaking his wings and stretching his clubbed tail with a theatrical yawn. I dropped to the floor, sitting cross-legged at his level. We have work to do, I projected, trying to push the thought through the oppressive hum of the torque. It felt like trying to shout underwater, but Dimrin's peculiar Sirion magic was receptive enough to catch it. He tilted his head, hopping closer. Work? I need to know the layout of this place, I projected, maintaining the telepathic relay in case the room was bugged with magical recording devices. Do you know the palace? The outside? Dimrin gave a small trill, sending a fragmented mental image of towering crystal spires, sweeping gardens, and overlapping stone walls. We need a way out of here, I projected. Somewhere to make a portal. But I doubt anyone can create one inside the palace walls. Can you find where the wards end? A way to get outside? I'd prefer not to create a portal in midair this time if we can avoid it. I don't like my chances of wrestling Leylandir over the side of that balcony. Dimrin preened, puffing out his chest. Dimrin's scout. My voice faltered for a second as I looked at the little creature before me. Was I putting him in danger? If Nereonthus caught a Tyrion scouting his defenses, he wouldn't hesitate to kill the little creature. But I looked at Dimrin's bright, intelligent eyes. He was fiercely loyal to Leylandir. He had to hate seeing his elf chained to that cold woman and his ruthless so-called father. He must want him free just as much as I did. I stood and moved to the balcony, unlocking the glass doors and stepping into the cool morning air. We were high up, vertigo-inducingly high. The south tower overlooked a sweeping expanse of the Lumenfell Palace grounds, perfect geometric gardens, crisp paths, and thick outer walls. Damned if I was going to stay locked up like a damsel in a tower, though. Okay, buddy, I whispered, leaning over the stone balustrade. Dimrin scrambled up my arm to perch on my shoulder. I pointed out across the grounds. 3 things. First, find a portal spot outside the wards. Second, map the route from my door to wherever they put Leylandir's quarters. Third, watch the guards. I need to know what the obstacles are going to look like, and if there are any weak points. I reached up, scratching the soft spot right behind his ear frills. He leaned into it, purring like an oversized, scaly cat. My hand lingered, my fingers gently tracing the line of his jaw before I pulled back. Be careful, I whispered, and be back before Leylandir returns. He can't know. The Sirion cocked his head with a questioning chirp. The contract, I clarified, my voice measured but soft. Naryanthus Shadarian has made Leylandir agree to obey him with magic, and Naryanthus wants to keep me prisoner here. So we need to work out a way to make sure Leylandir doesn't know that we're all escaping. Yeah? Elves odd. Dimrin gave a short, derisive chirp. But Dimrin sneaks. Asha escapes with Leylandir. He launched himself from my shoulder, his wings snapping open. Within 3 seconds, his innate stealth magic kicked in. His sky-blue scales shifted, blurring into the lavender-tinged sky and gray stone until he was nothing more than a distortion in the air, gliding down toward the palace grounds. I watched him go, gripping the cold stone of the balustrade until my knuckles were white, begging the universe not to let the little guy get caught. Then I stepped back inside and closed the balcony doors. While I had been outside, a small panel near the door had opened, and a breakfast tray had been slid into the room, steaming tea, fresh fruit, and warm elven bread. Yesterday, I had ignored the food, too sick with grief to eat. Today, I picked up a piece of the bread and took a massive bite. I ate deliberately, methodically. I choked down the fruit, drank the tea, and consumed every crumb on the plate. I needed fuel. I needed strength. It was amazing how the exact same room, the exact same locked doors, felt entirely different the moment despair was replaced by a tactical objective. This wasn't a cage anymore. It was simply a staging ground. I pushed the empty tray aside and stretched. I rolled my neck, ignoring the bite of the torque, and dropped into a set of push-ups. A deep, burning protest radiated from my shoulders and triceps, still battered from all the things that had happened since shit went seriously south, but I pushed through it. I needed to know exactly what my physical limits were without magic to bolster my stamina. After flipping over and moving into a brutal set of rapid sit-ups, my eyes swept the room, taking mental inventory. Heavy brass bookends on the desk, a decorative glass vase near the bathing pool, drawstrings on the velvet curtains. Nothing forged of iron or steel, of course. Naryanthus wasn't stupid, but a soldier can make a weapon out of anything if they have to. After tearing through a series of squats, burpees, and stretches, I stepped to the center of the woven rug, sweating and breathing hard, then dropped into a cross-legged meditation pose. It was time for more mental mapping. I closed my eyes. I didn't try to summon my spark, and I didn't try to break the torque. I just breathed, letting my awareness drift upward toward my throat. I felt the suppression field, a tight, suffocating net of pressure surrounding my skull. I traced the pathways, feeling where the net dug its tiny little claws into me, looking for the spaces between. I found one. It was still there. Small, stubborn, and entirely exploitable. I studied it methodically. I didn't push on it so much as stretch it a little. I didn't want to alert the guards or Naryanthus that I was testing the bars. I just wanted to memorize the lock, to get it greased up enough to yield when I was ready. Confidence bloomed in the dark of my mind. I can break it. It would require perfect timing, a massive surge of willpower, and it would probably hurt like a son of a bitch, but I could do it. I opened my eyes, a sense of absolute razor-sharp readiness settling over my bones. The shadows in the room had shifted enough to tell me that I had been at this for more than just a couple of minutes. But Leylandir wasn't back yet. I reviewed the board. I knew the stakes. The odds were astronomical. I had no weapons, no backup, and I was deep inside enemy territory with a magical bomb strapped to my neck while my boyfriend played prince to a sociopath to keep me alive. If I failed, Naryanthus might just kill me anyway, and Leylandir would lose his mind. But if I did nothing, Leylandir's soul would die a slow, agonizing death right in front of me, trapped in a loveless marriage and chained to a father he despised. I refused to accept that. A soft scratching sound broke the silence. I looked toward the balcony. The glass door pushed open a crack, and Dimrin squeezed through. He reverted from his camouflage, his blue scales shimmering as he padded excitedly across the carpet toward me. He didn't just chitter. He flooded my mind with a chaotic burst of sensory data. Images of overlapping patrol routes, the bitter smell of specific guards, a mental map of a high, arched corridor leading to Leylandir's massive double doors, a shadowy corner near the outer garden wall where some obliging vines could play a part in scaling the walls. I smiled, reaching to let him scramble into my lap. He was the best spy I'd ever worked with. I looked out the window toward the towering citadel of Lumenfell. I took a slow, deep breath, held it for a beat, and then let it out in a sharp, focused sigh. My gaze sharpened, the lofty spires turning from a prison wall into a tactical map. Time to plan a jailbreak. Chapter 19. A few days of regular meals and uninterrupted sleep can do wonders for a battered body. I finished a set of 50 push-ups without my arms shaking, rolled to my feet, and didn't feel a single wave of dizziness. My bruises were fading to almost nothing. The split in my lip had completely healed. I was physically back to field ready. The only thing keeping me caged was the heavy silver torque around my throat. Over the last few days, I had mapped the microscopic flaw in the torque's magical suppression so thoroughly I could find it in my sleep. I knew exactly how to wedge my intent into that tiny gap and pry it wide open. I was absolutely confident I could break it. I just hadn't done it yet. Strategic caution is a bitter pill to swallow when you're locked in a room, but I only had one shot at this. If I snapped the torque and failed to make it out of the palace, Nerianthus wouldn't give me a second chance. He'd probably just cut off my hands. Did that count as grievous bodily harm to elves? Dimrin had been my lifeline. The little Sirion had spent all the time we had without Leylandir practically living in a state of active camouflage, combing the Lumenfell palace and grounds to report back. At first, the sheer volume of guards, wards, and reinforced doors had seemed impossible, but Dimrin had found less worn paths. It turned out that the citadel of Lumenfell ran on massive Ethereum generators housed deep in the subterranean levels. Those generators gave off an incredible amount of ambient magical heat, which had to be vented to prevent the crystalline infrastructure from cracking. The venting systems, unfortunately, didn't bypass the outer walls entirely, but at least they met the surface past the ornate gardens, so snooty elves didn't have to look at them. If I could slip past my door guards and make it down into the sublevels without being intercepted, I could crawl through the vents and arrive almost exactly where I needed to be to make the climb over the walls. I was pacing the length of the rug, agonizing over whether to wait for better intel or pull the trigger tonight, when the lock on my door clicked and swung open. Leylandir stepped inside, dismissing the guards with a sharp flick of his hand. I knew the moment I saw him that the timeline had dissolved. He looked like a thundercloud. The stoic, icy mask of Lord Shadarian he had been wearing for the guards was gone, replaced by a tight, vibrating frustration. He paced directly to the nearest velvet chair, gripped the high back with white knuckles, and exhaled in a sharp, controlled gust, as if venting steam from a boiler. "They've moved the timeline," he said bluntly, skipping any greeting. The fine hairs on my arms stood on end, a sudden, cold dread washing over me that had nothing to do with the temperature of the room. "What do you mean?" Nerianthus received a summons from Athelis. The Elven Council has decided to meet to discuss progress toward the Earth peace talks. Leylandir looked up at me, his green eyes dark with stress. Nerianthus has decided it creates an opportune moment to present his new son to the court. We leave tomorrow morning. Tomorrow? I managed to keep my voice steady, while my hands, hidden behind my back, clenched so tightly my nails dug into my palms. If he left for Aethelis, an entirely different world, I couldn't execute the plan. It had to be tonight. That soon? I thought I would have more time. Leylandir ran a hand over his scalp. But it seems House Oldwyn is eager to share news of Cylindra's upcoming nuptials. I am not convinced the council meeting would have taken place without their insistence. How can that woman be so excited about the wedding? Leylandir's expression crumbled into a mask of pure revulsion. He let go of the chair and scrubbed a hand over his face, as if trying to physically wipe the disgust away. Not only is she eager, she is pushing to accelerate the planning. She wants the ceremony finalized immediately upon our return. He hesitated, a look of profound disgust washing over his features. What? I pushed. What is it? He swallowed hard, looking physically ill. She cornered me in the gardens. She proposed an arrangement. She told me I am free to maintain my discreet amusements with you, provided it remains strictly within these walls and does not embarrass her house. A cold, ugly laugh punched its way out of my throat. Oh, how generous of her. An open marriage. I suppose she has a lover or two of her own. Sadly not. Leylandir's jaw clenched so hard I thought he was liable to crack a tooth. She also insisted we must produce heirs immediately. While she lamented my regrettable human blood, she was quite clear that any babe she produces must have proven Shadarian blood in their veins. The sheer audacity of the woman was almost impressive, but seeing the shame and revulsion radiating off Leylandir sent a sharp, protective ache through me, a visceral need to shield him from it. I crossed the room and wrapped my arms around his waist. He sank into my embrace immediately, resting his chin on the top of my head, breathing in the scent of my hair like it was the only clean air in the room. I looked up with a smile and squeezed his butt. Tell her she can go and fuck Malornith, then. That earned a snort from Leylandir, but while his lips curved upward, it didn't do anything to wash away the lines of irritation on his forehead. I am skipping the banquet tonight, he murmured against my hair. I froze. What banquet? A formal reception Nerianthus is hosting for the local Lumenfell nobility before the departure to Ethelis. Cylindra will be presented. His arms tightened around me. I am not going. I am staying here with you. It is our last night before I am shipped to the capital. I'm not spending it parading around for sycophants. Shit. Leylandir, no, I said, pulling back just enough to look at him. My mind raced, calculating variables at light speed. I needed him at that banquet. I needed him deeply distracted, surrounded by witnesses, completely unaware of what I was doing until the exact right moment. He frowned, confused. Asha, I want to be with you. And I want you here. I lied smoothly, infusing my voice with a heavy, sympathetic dread. But you can't defy him tonight. Not publicly. I don't care about his public image. You should, I pressed, sliding my hands up to cup his face. Think about it tactically. If you skip the formal presentation of your own betrothal to hide in my room, Nerianthus will see exactly how much leverage I still have over you. You'll embarrass Cylindra. You'll embarrass him. And who do you think they'll punish for that? Leylandir's eyes widened slightly as the logic hit him. You have to play the part, I urged softly, using his overpowering protective instinct against him. The lie tasted like bile in the back of my throat, a cold self-loathing twisting in my gut, but it was the only way to save him. Go, smile, shake hands, let him think his dog is completely broken to the leash. Keep me safe, and I'll still be here after the stupid party finishes. The fight drained out of his shoulders. The mention of my safety was an automatic override to any of his own desires. He leaned forward, kissing my forehead with a bitter sigh. I hate this, he whispered. I know, I said, my relief perfectly masquerading as disappointment. Just come back to me when it's over. If I haven't already hit you over the head with a brass bookend by then. When Leylandir finally left to prepare for the evening, a frantic energy surged through me, making it impossible to stand still. I paced the room, mentally reviewing the timeline. The decision was made. The board was set. I called for Dimrin to return from his ventures. Except this party was a variable I hadn't accounted for. There would be increased activity in those halls that I wanted no part of. which meant I should only get started after all the attendees were safely stashed away in their ballroom. Dimrin could scout ahead while I broke the Torca's hold on me, just to check for any last-minute surprises. After I was free, there was a chance I might set off some magical alarm, forcing my hand with the guards on the other side of the door. I hoped it wouldn't be necessary for anyone to lose their life so I could escape. But I didn't have time to lament on that. After the guards were dealt with, I would lean on Dimrin's cloaking magic to reach the subterranean levels where the Ethereum generator vents were. Supposing the Sirion's intel was good, I should be able to navigate them without getting cooked and be out into the grounds ready to go. And that's when shit got tricky. I was sure Dimrin could come up with some plausible emergency to have Leylandir come running. It was necessary to keep him completely in the dark on this because the contract explicitly required him to obey Nerianthus, and Nerianthus wanted me caged like a bird. What would happen if he broke the contract? I wasn't sure if magic would instantly execute me or something. I guessed it was possible. But if he was kidnapped against his will? If he was unconscious and physically dragged through a portal? He hadn't broken the terms. He was a victim of circumstance. It was a terrifying, fragile loophole. But it was all I had. I didn't pretend to understand the mechanics of how elf contracts worked, so I wasn't about to take any chances until I could get him in front of someone with the skill to break it, which meant keeping him unconscious was my safest bet. When it came to it, though, did I have the heart to knock out my terrifyingly lethal, highly trained elf boyfriend before he realized what was happening? Never mind getting him over the wall where I could portal us off this damn world. At the heavy oak desk, I picked up the solid brass bookend I had eyed on day one. I took the velvet sash from the window curtains and wrapped it tightly around the metal, fashioning a crude equivalent of a loaded sock. It would have to do. From the balcony, Dimrin slipped through the glass doors, shaking out his wings. "This is it, buddy," I told him, crouching to his level before switching to telepathy. "Final recon. I need you to verify the route is clear. Watch the guard rotations upstairs. There's a party going on tonight, so please check if they pull guards off the regular patrol to work security." Dimrin chirped a soft, vibrating note of understanding. He bumped his head against my knee, a wave of nervous excitement washing over my suppressed mind. "You remember the plan, right?" I sent. "When I get this stupid necklace off, I'll reach out to you. Then you wait for me on the other side of that door." He gave an affirmative chitter, his golden eyes bright. He scampered up the stone wall, launched himself from the balcony railing, and vanished into the twilight. I turned back to the room and paced as the light faded, casting long, dark shadows across the velvet furnishings. I had to wait for the opportune moment. It arrived only after I heard the faint, muffled strains of elven string instruments echoing from the balcony. That had to mean the banquet had begun. I moved to the center of the plush rug and sat. No more pacing. No more anxiety. I settled into a cross-legged position, resting my hands on my knees. I closed my eyes and breathed in the heavy, floral air of the cage one last time. I turned my focus inward, sinking deep into my own mind. I visualized the magic of the torque, a tight, suffocating net of barbed silver wire wrapped around the core of my being. For days I had just studied it. Now it was time to cut it. I gathered every ounce of physical strength, every shred of rage and desperate, clawing love I had left in me, and I funneled it all directly into my spark. I found the microscopic flaw in the weave, the loose tumbler in the lock, and I pushed. Immediately, the torque reacted. The iron grew searingly hot against my throat. A spike of pure, blinding pressure shot through my skull, trying to force me back down into the dark. My teeth ground together. Sweat beaded on my forehead as my magic went to war with the elven spellwork. Push. The pressure in my head became a high-pitched scream. My vision flashed red behind my closed eyelids. The torque was a vice, squeezing harder, threatening to snap my windpipe if I didn't submit. The doubt crept in, the terrifying whisper that I wasn't strong enough, That Narionthus magical device was too powerful, too absolute. Then I pictured Leylandir's face when he spoke of Cylindra. I pictured being locked in this room for 50 years. And I remembered that I had activated an ancient artifact with the power to balance an entire world's magical energy completely on accident. This torque was nothing in comparison. I slammed my will against the flaw with everything I had. Then a sharp, perfect click echoed in my mind, followed by a physical snap at my throat. The torque's clasp gave way. The heavy metal separated, sliding off my collarbone and landing in my lap with a dull, heavy thud. The suppression vanished. Magic rushed back into me like a breached dam finding its level. It saturated every cell, an electrifying flood that made the tips of my fingers tingle and the air crackle around my skin. I felt less like a person and more like a barely contained storm. I opened my eyes. The room's shadows seemed to pull back, terrified of the sheer physical presence of the power radiating off my skin. I took a deep, shuddering breath, and while I should have felt a wave of nauseating fear and revulsion at the sensation of magic filling me up, I was just so fiercely relieved that the plan had worked. I should have shoved it back down in case the guards could sense it from the hall. But instead, I just let it sit there, vibrating beneath my fingertips, a loaded gun finally put back in my hand. I reached with my mind, testing the telepathic connection. Without the suppression net, it wasn't a muffled whisper underwater. It was a blessedly clear channel. Dimrin. Despite his relative distance, the Syrian projected images of his location in the subterranean vents, along with the sound of utter, unadulterated joy. It was so strong I went to cover my ears instinctively, but I found myself grinning nonetheless. I stood and tucked the velvet-wrapped brass bookend into the waistband of my tunic. I adjusted my clothes and rolled my shoulders. My posture straightened, my shoulders squaring as I lifted my chin, my gaze now fixed and purposeful. It's time. Chapter 20. I couldn't afford to waste a single second marveling at the return of my magic, but for a dizzying moment, my body gave me no choice. It wasn't a thought. It was a physical recalibration. For the last few days, I had been breathing through a straw. Now, the heavy, suffocating weight was gone. The spark of magic hasn't just returned. It was actively knitting itself back into my nervous system. A dazzling, electric hum that made the fine hairs on my arms stand on end. I braced myself, waiting for the feeling to sour, waiting for the memories to creep in and turn the vibrant energy to ash in my veins, as they always did. I waited for the phantom scent of burning flesh, the echo of screams, the familiar terror that had defined my entire relationship with this power. But nothing came. Only a profound, breathtaking silence where the memories should have been. Perhaps it was the sheer urgency of the moment, the life-or-death clarity of the mission ahead that held the ghosts at bay. I couldn't afford to analyze it now. All I knew was that for the first time in years, the magic felt less like a curse and more like a blade being placed back in my hand, and I had a job to do. I kicked the broken halves of the silver torque under the velvet armchair, ensuring it was hidden from a cursory glance, and crept silently to the heavy oak doors. I pressed my eye to the ornate brass keyhole. I couldn't see the guards through the narrow gap, but I heard the faint clink of their armor as they shifted their weight. I needed them inside the room, and I needed them grouped together so I could take them both out simultaneously. A cry for help would bring them running, but I didn't want them to be looking for me when they got inside. Holding my breath, I stepped to the side of the door and pressed my back against the wall. I closed my eyes for a fraction of a second, focusing my will inward until it became a single, sharp point. Then I reached out with a thin, invisible thread of magic and sent a hard, deliberate smash directly against the balcony glass doors on the opposite side of the room. The sound of shattering glass was sharp, violent, and brilliantly out of place in the quiet corridor. Outside, the guards fell dead silent. A beat passed. I heard the unmistakable scrape of elven steel being drawn from scabbards. The heavy lock disengaged with a solid clunk, and the doors swung inward with defensive urgency. The two guards burst in, shoulders squared, weapons raised. Their attention was immediately and wholly drawn toward the shattered balcony doors where the night wind billowed the velvet curtains inward. Neither checked the blind spot behind the door. It was a rookie mistake. I stepped out behind them, moving with absolute silence. I grabbed the backs of their armor, grounding my grip against the metal, and unleashed a massive, concentrated surge of electricity straight into their nervous systems. I wasn't going for a lethal dose, but certainly enough to short-circuit every synapse in their bodies. They seized violently, their armor rattling. One guard's sword clattered to the floor as his hand spasmed open while the other's legs buckled, his entire body jerking in a horrific, uncontrolled dance. I held the charge for 3 seconds, then cut the power. They crumpled to the woven rug like cut strings, their heavy bodies landing with a muffled pair of thuds that the thick carpet absorbed wonderfully. It would have been prudent to slit their throats before I left, but standing there looking at their prone forms, I couldn't summon the courage to do it. "Sorry," I muttered, stepping over their twitching forms and dragging them fully behind the door. Asha, a streak of iridescent sky blue, shot down the corridor. Dimrin scampered over the polished stone floor, his wings half extended. He launched himself off the floor, scrambling up the front of my tunic, and threw his wings around my neck, rubbing his scaled head frantically against my cheek. "We did it, buddy," I whispered, keeping my voice barely audible as I scratched the soft spot behind his ears. "There'll be plenty of time for scratches later, though. We're on a timeline. Hide us, please." Dimrin chirped a sharp, high note of acknowledgement. He flattened himself against my shoulder, his scales shifting rapidly. The air around us shivered, feeling momentarily like stepping into a walk-in freezer. To my own eyes, nothing about my hands or my clothing changed, but I felt the distinct, icy wash of his innate stealth magic settle completely over my skin. To anyone else in the corridor, we had just blurred into empty space. "Let's do this," I breathed. We moved. I stuck to the walls, the upper levels of the Lumenfell Palace a labyrinth of soaring arches, violet ethereum sconces, and intersecting pathways dotted with paintings, and fancy ornaments in little alcoves. The cloaking magic bent light, but it didn't make me intangible. We couldn't be seen, but we could certainly be bumped into or heard. Twice, I had to plaster my back against the cold stone wall as servants carrying heavy silver trays of wine hurried past. Once, a heavily armored 4-man patrol marched right down the center of the corridor in the opposite direction. I had to hold my breath and pull my elbows in tightly as the closest passed so closely that the tassel of his sword brushed against the fabric of my trousers. I controlled my breathing, forcing my heart rate down, timing my movements perfectly with the mental map Dimrin projected into my mind. As we crossed a high, arched colonnade that bridged 2 wings of the upper palace, a wave of noise and music drifted up from the lower levels. I couldn't help myself. I stopped and glanced over the sweeping marble balustrade. Deep in the belly of the palace, the grand banquet hall was entirely exposed from this vantage point. Dozens of elven nobles mingled beneath floating, carved ethereum chandeliers that cast a warm, flattering glow over the assembly. They laughed, they drank from sculpted goblets, and they celebrated the immense wealth and power of House Shadarian. And there he was. Leylandir stood near the high table on a slightly raised dais. He was dressed in the dark, severe formal wear of his new house. His white blonde hair was perfectly braided, but his face was a mask of utter desolation. He looked hollowed out, staring straight through a laughing nobleman gesturing animatedly with a cup of wine. Cylindra stood at his right side, radiant in deep purple silks, her hand woven through his arm like a steel trap. She was smiling, leaning in to whisper something into his ear, completely broadcasting her absolute ownership over the half-blood prince she had claimed. I gripped the balustrade's cold marble, the stone biting into my palms. He was down there, completely unaware that I was making my move. If I failed, or if he noticed I was gone too soon and did something reckless. "Hurry!" Dimrin projected, gently but insistently nipping at my earlobe. I tore my eyes away from the glittering, sickening display of elven high society and slipped softly through an unmarked heavy iron doorway at the far end of the colonnade. Instantly, the architecture shifted. The transition was jarring. The ornate, polished elven aesthetic gave way to utilitarian, blocky stone and heavy, riveted metal. This was the true foundation of Lumenfell, the industrial underbelly that kept the sparkling crystal spires afloat. With every spiraling, steep step we descended, the air grew thicker, heavier, and substantially hotter. By the time we hit the first subterranean landing, the ambient hum of massive machinery explained the heavy, static-laced air. A thin layer of sweat beaded on my forehead, and more sweat slid down my back beneath the gray tunic. Dimrin shifted uncomfortably against my neck, complaining telepathically about the heat and sending me a flash of an image of a fish slowly baking on a rock. The cloaking field around us rippled and wavered dangerously for a split second as the Sirion struggled to maintain his magical focus in the oppressive heat. "Hold it together," I breathed, wiping the stinging sweat from my eyes with the back of my wrist. "Just a little further. Once we're in the vents, you can drop it." We reached the bottom of the stairwell and stepped out into a cavernous subterranean chamber. It was breathtaking, but in a terrifying industrial sort of way. Massive Ethereum generators dominated the room, arranged in a precise hexagonal grid. They weren't carved into pretty, decorative shapes like the crystals upstairs. They were raw, jagged geodes humming with purple-white energy. Thick pressurized brass pipes and heavy metal conduits snaked across the ceiling and bolted into the floor, carrying the refined arcane power up to the palace above. A dry, electric warmth radiated off them, like standing too close to a roaring hearth, making the room feel stifling. I scanned the far wall through the shimmering haze of heat distortion. There, about 50 yards away, sitting 10 feet off the main floor, was the heavy iron grate of the ventilation system Dimrin had promised. "We're going to make it," I thought, a massive surge of adrenaline sending a tremor through my fingers that I immediately suppressed by balling my hands into tight fists at my sides. "It's right there." Then I heard the laugh. I froze, my boots locking to the grated floor. Dimrin tensed so hard his claws pricked my skin, tightening the wavering cloaking field around us as best he could. The laugh came from a shadowed, recessed maintenance alcove bolted to the side of the nearest generator. It was smug, inherently cruel, and instantly recognizable to anyone who had ever had the displeasure of dealing with House Shadarian's legitimate heir. Maelornith. I reached for my neck as he spoke again in Elvish, and this time I had no magical aids to help me figure out what he was saying. But his voice echoed out over the hum of the generators, dripping with arrogant amusement. A woman's voice replied, her speech just as fluid and incomprehensible. She sounded breathless and haughty, but a nervous flutter entered her tone when she spoke Maelornith's name. I strained my ears, trying to parse the foreign sounds. There were similarities with some words to trade Elvish, and I caught a couple worth noting. One which sounded a lot like husband or mate, the other which I took to mean as hidden. Maelornith purred a low response. It was a single dismissive phrase. There was the distinct rustle of heavy, expensive fabric being pushed aside. The shadows cast by the glowing Ethereum shifted, merging into one. I stood perfectly still, my jaw clenched so tightly it ached, processing the sheer, unbelievable stupidity of the universe. Of all the places to have a clandestine, arrogant affair with some asshole's wife, Maelornith had to pick the exact escape route I was currently taking. It made sick, twisted sense, of course. Maelornith was a political animal. Sleeping with the wife of some guy upstairs wasn't about sex. It was just proving to himself that he could take whatever he wanted from men more powerful than him. I had a choice. I could stand here, perfectly still in the muggy air, and wait for them to finish their hot yoga sex. Or I could try to sneak past them while they were thoroughly distracted. Given the tight timeline I was working with, and the very real chance that the guards I had left twitching on my floor would be discovered soon, I didn't have the luxury of waiting. I moved. I kept my steps agonizingly light, inching my way around the chamber's wide perimeter. My eyes were glued to the alcove, watching the shifting and tangled shadows cast by the glowing Ethereum. I placed each foot down carefully, testing the grated floor for creaks before applying my full weight. I was halfway to the vent, completely focused on the voices echoing from the alcove, when my boot came down on something loose. It was a heavy, discarded maintenance wrench, carelessly left behind by a worker. I felt the uneven shift under my sole a fraction of a second too late. My heel slipped. The wrench kicked outward, spinning violently across the metal floor. It slammed directly into a pressurized brass pipe with a clang. The noise shot through the cavernous room like a gunshot. Maelornith's voice snapped out immediately, the lazy arrogance instantly vanishing, replaced by the sharp instincts of a warrior. Before I even attempted to correct my footing and retreat, the pipe I had hit reacted. The impact had loosened a pressurized valve. It hissed violently, and a high-pressure jet of scalding, white-hot steam shot out, blasting directly across the aisle where I stood. A high, telepathic shriek of pure panic from Dimrin exploded in my mind, his survival instincts overriding my commands. The Sirion instinctively dropped the cloaking magic to curl into a tight, defensive ball on my shoulder, wrapping his wings around himself and covering his sensitive ears with his wings to block the steam. The illusion stripped away like torn paper. Suddenly, I was standing in plain sight, fully visible in the harsh, purple-white glare of the Ethereum generators, dressed in borrowed gray clothes and sweating like a pig. Maelornith stepped out of the alcove, pulling the collar of his fine formal tunic closed with one hand. He froze. His icy blue eyes locked onto me, wide with initial shock. Behind him, the elf woman peeked over his shoulder, let out a scandalized, horrified gasp, and immediately scrambled backward into the shadows to hastily rearrange her disheveled robes. Maelornith's shock lasted exactly 1 second before his face morphed into a terrifying, predatory grin. He didn't even look back at the woman beside him. He barked a command at her in Elvish, his voice low and dangerous, his eyes never leaving mine. She didn't need to be told twice. She grabbed her heavy skirts and sprinted for the far stairwell, disappearing into the darkness without looking back. Maelornith took a slow, deliberate steps toward me. The silver blade of his beautiful, rune-etched sword hissed menacingly as he drew it from its scabbard. "Well," he laughed, switching to trade Elvish, the sound echoing maliciously over the thrum of the machinery. "Look what we have here. I assume my father didn't authorize a tour of the palace for Leylandir's human strumpet." "Bold words, Maelornith," I said, unable to resist a sharp, bitter smirk. "Considering I literally just caught you with your pants down." The arrogant smirk on Maelornith's face evaporated, his lips pulling back from his teeth in a childish sneer that was utterly at odds with his handsome features. I backed up slowly, creating space, keeping my center of gravity low. My right hand went to the velvet sash tucked into my waistband, gripping the heavy brass bookend I had prepared. "Did you break the torque?" "Clever girl," Maelornith mocked, closing the distance with the fluid, utterly confident grace of a master swordsman. "But very, very foolish. I don't know where you thought you were going, but when I drag you back upstairs by your hair, my father will make a public example of you. You broke the terms. My pathetic brother will have to watch you die." I ran the tactical math in my head, throwing a split-second glance over my shoulder. The heavy iron ventilation grate was still 20 feet behind me, set a good 10 feet up the stone wall. It would take me precious, vulnerable seconds to haul myself up to it, never mind getting the grate off. Maelornith was only 15 feet in front of me. With his elven speed and long reach, if I turned my back and made a break for it, his blade would sever my spine before my fingers even grazed the iron bars. I couldn't outrun him. I had to severely incapacitate him. But Leylandir was the best swordsman I had ever seen, and Maelornith had held his own against him in a duel. He was fast, ruthless, and armed. I, on the other hand, stood holding a decorative paperweight tucked inside a curtain sash. I could throw magic at him, but his blade was already shimmering with what I assumed were wards designed specifically to cut through and dissipate arcane energy. In a fair fight, he would fillet me. So, I wasn't going to fight fair. I adjusted my trajectory as I backed up, angling my retreat so that the closest monolith of Ethereum stood between his path of advance and my escape route. Maelornith stalked forward, stepping right into the shadow of the massive, glowing crystal. "Put down that crude instrument you are holding, human," Maelornith sneered, raising his blade into an offensive guard. His eyes dropped to the heavy brass wrapped in velvet in my hand. "Before I take off the hand holding it." "You know, Maelornith," I said, my voice steady despite the adrenaline hammering in my ears. "That's probably a good idea." I dropped the bookend. It hit the metal grating with a dull thud. Maelornith frowned, confused for a fraction of a second. I raised both my hands, palms facing outward, completely ignoring Maelornith's chest as a target. Instead, I aimed slightly to his right, pointing point-blank at the center of the crystalline, jagged Ethereum housing that towered directly beside him. All the magic I had kept carefully restrained since breaking the torque rushed to the surface. Maelornith would be ready to shield himself against an onslaught of magic. But he didn't have power to stop what I was about to do. I screamed as I unleashed a massive, brutally unfiltered blast of magic straight from my palms into the heart of the Ethereum. The immediate reaction was utterly terrifying. The purple-white light trapped inside the massive crystal spiked to a blinding, agonizing brilliance that burned my retinas. Deep inside the geode, a sound like a fracturing glacier echoed outward. Mechanical alarms bolted to the walls shrieked in a deafening, frantic wail. Runes etched into the metal housing flared violently red, desperately trying to bleed off the excess power. For the first time since I had met him, Maelornith's arrogant expression completely shattered. He looked up at the blinding generator towering beside him, vibrating with catastrophic pressure, and he finally grasped exactly what I had just done. "You insane bitch!" he screamed, abandoning his attack stance entirely. He threw his arms over his head and dove frantically to the side, desperately trying to find cover behind a heavy structural pillar. He dove left. I went right. I had set the bomb, and I knew what came next. There wasn't time to think, only to react, a lifetime of training screaming at me to find cover. I hurled myself sideways, aiming for the massive, solid base of the adjacent generator. As my boots slid on the grated floor, I threw my hands up, not in surrender, but to project. It wasn't a shield. I didn't have time to weave a complex ward. It was a desperate, unrefined cocoon of raw power, a physical manifestation of my will to live, slammed into the space in front of me and Dimran. The pressure blew. The explosion was a sensory overload of pure, concussive violence, a shockwave of blistering heat, blinding light, and jagged, raw magic blasted outward from the ruptured generator. Maelornith, caught at the epicenter behind his pillar, was engulfed in the primary, focused blast. My own sliver of cover, the base of the second generator, took the brunt of the initial shrapnel, glowing metal fragments pinging off its housing like bullets. My raw magical shield flared a brilliant, agonizing white for a single, eye-watering second before shattering like spun glass. The remaining force of the shockwave, stripped of its heat and shrapnel, but still immensely powerful, hit me like a freight train. I was thrown off my feet instantly, hurled backward through the air. I hit the stone wall hard. My legs gave out, and I crumpled to the floor in a boneless heap directly beneath the ventilation grate. For several agonizing seconds, I couldn't hear. A high-pitched whining pierced my ears, drowning out the world. The cavernous room instantly filled with choking, acrid smoke, the smell of burning, and the frantic, chaotic shrieking of the subterranean alarms. The ceiling rained dust, twisted metal, and shattered fragments of violet etherium. I groaned, spitting blood onto the floor, and pushed myself up onto my hands and knees. A sharp, stabbing pain lanced through my side with every ragged breath, and my left shoulder was a deep, grinding knot of agony that refused to move properly, but my arms held my weight. Amazingly, nothing was completely broken. I had survived the blast. "Hurry! Move!" Dimrin's frantic voice punched through the ringing in my head. The little Kyrion had somehow managed to tuck himself into my collar through the explosion. He leaped off my shoulder, scrambling straight up the stone wall with his sharp claws, and landed nimbly on the edge of the ventilation shaft. I looked up. The explosion's shockwave had been forceful enough to completely shear the heavy iron cover right off its hinges. The path was open. I whipped my head around, trying to peer through the thick, settling smoke that blanketed the room. I couldn't see Melornith. I didn't know if the blast had killed him, knocked him unconscious, or just severely pissed him off, and I absolutely wasn't going to stick around to find out. If he was still breathing, he would be coming for blood, and he wouldn't bother trying to take me alive. I scrambled up the wall, my boots finding traction in the stone joints, grabbing the jagged, heated edge of the metal opening. Grunting with effort, I hauled my battered body up and into the dark, sweltering tunnel of the vent. Dimrin darted ahead of me, his blue scales barely visible in the choking dark, serving as my only guide. The ventilation shaft was a sweltering, claustrophobic nightmare of riveted brass and searing iron. I dragged myself deeper into the tight metal space, my elbows and knees scraping against the rivets. The steam threatened to bake my skin, while behind me, the deafening alarms continued to wail through the subterranean level, echoing up into the grand halls of the palace above. There was no going back now. In a matter of minutes, the entire palace guard would swarm the grounds hunting us. Chapter 21. I dragged myself forward on my elbows and knees, my throat spasming around a reflexive cough as the air scorched my lungs. Plume after plume of acrid, bitter smoke billowed up from the ruptured etherium generator below, chasing me through the dark. My left shoulder throbbed with a sickening rhythm from where I had slammed into the stone wall. But I had magic. And I had a pulse. Everything else was secondary. "Quick!" Dimrin's telepathic voice was a sharp, frantic beacon piercing the dizzying heat. The little Sirion darted ahead of me, though. In the pitch-black vent, I couldn't see him. He wasn't so much guiding me with words as projecting fragmented, flashing images directly into my mind's eye. A sharp, 90-degree turn. A steep incline. A junction branching into 3 smaller pipes. "Keep going, buddy," I rasped, pausing for a split second to cough up a lungful of smoke. "Don't stop." Below us, the subterranean levels of Lumenfell were in absolute chaos. Muffled shouts echoed up the metal shafts, blending with the relentless mechanical shrieking of alarms. Narionthus's security forces were fast. They would seal the sublevels, execute lockdown protocols, and fan out to search every square inch of the blast radius. It wouldn't take a genius to notice the blown-out ventilation grate. Doubt gnawed at the edges of my focus. If this shaft ended with a bunch of guards ready for me, the whole venture was a bust. I gritted my teeth, shoving the panic down into a dark box in my mind, then pulled myself forward. I didn't have the bandwidth for worry. The suffocating heat finally broke. A sliver of cool, violet-tinged moonlight sliced through the darkness ahead. "Out! Sky!" Dimrin projected. I scrambled the last 10 feet, hauling myself up to the heavy, slatted iron grate that capped the vent. Peering through the narrow gaps, I saw manicured grass silvered by the moonlight. No guards as far as I could tell. I braced my boots against the sides of the duct, pressed both palms flat against the iron grate, and pushed magic into the metal. The hinges groaned, snapped, and the heavy cover blew outward, tumbling silently into a patch of tall, decorative ferns. I dragged myself out of the vent and collapsed onto the cool, damp grass. I lay on my back for 3 precious seconds, staring up at the sprawling, infinite cosmos above Lumenfell, taking huge, greedy gulps of clean oxygen. Then my military training kicked back in, overriding the exhaustion. I rolled onto my stomach, keeping a low profile in the ferns, and assessed my surroundings. Behind me, the citadel of Lumenfell was lit up like a Christmas tree. Lights flared from the towering spires, casting harsh searchlights across the sprawling gardens. The muffled roar of alarms inside had transitioned into the sharp bark of ordered commands outside. Armored guards poured out of the lower archways, fanning across the terraces like a colony of disturbed, lethal ants. I turned my attention forward. There, about 100 yards across the exposed lawns, stood the estate's perimeter wall. It was a massive, sweeping construct of pale stone. The final obstacle. But to breach it, I needed the third cog in the machine to arrive. I did a rapid physical inventory. I had my magic, I had Dimrin. But the heavy brass bookend I had wrapped in the velvet sash currently sat on the floor of a blasted-out generator room. I had no weapon, and I needed one. Badly. "We need a rock," I sent to Dimrin, crawling forward on my belly through the dirt and shadows of the landscaping. A big one. The Sirion hopped along beside me, his cloaking magic rippling defensively as he sensed my tension. I dragged myself toward a decorative stone pathway that wound through the gardens. My hands skimmed the perfectly arranged borders until I found exactly what I was looking for. A smooth river stone, roughly the size of a large grapefruit. I picked it up, testing the weight in my palm. It was heavy, solid. A sudden, icy stillness washed through me, rooting me to the spot. My hand froze, the weight of the smooth riverstone becoming impossibly heavy. I knelt there in the dirt, staring at the rock, running the terrifying, sickening calculations in my head. Leylandir was an elf, and they healed faster than humans. But a skull was still a skull. If I hit him too hard, I could cause massive brain hemorrhaging. I could kill the man I loved instead of saving him. But if I hit him too lightly, he would recover instantly, realize what I was doing, and his absolute terror for my safety would cause him to fight me right here on the lawn. If he willingly agreed to flee with me, the magical contract binding us would recognize it as a breach of his obedience. I could always use electrocution like I did on the guards, but I wasn't sure if they were even alive after I left them twitching on the floor. Dimrin nudged my wrist, his golden eyes wide in the dark. "Is sure?" "I have to, Dimrin," I replied, my mental voice fracturing around the edges. The thought itself a ragged shard in my mind, my hand trembling as I gripped the stone. The contract binds his choices. If he chooses to run, the magic might kill me. If he fights me to stay because he thinks he's saving me, we both get caught. The only way around the blood magic is if he's an unwilling victim. He has to be unconscious. He has to be kidnapped. The Sirion whined, a miserable, high-pitched telepathic note of distress. But he didn't argue. He understood survival. He understood the stakes. I crawled to the absolute perimeter of the gardens, pressing my back against the towering trunk of an ancient, twisting tree that stood 30 yards from the warded outer wall. It was as close to the exit as I dared to get without stepping into the perimeter's glaring light. "Okay," I breathed, turning to Dimrin. "Send the signal." Exactly what we practiced. Dimrin scrambled up the bark of the tree, perching on a low-hanging branch. He closed his eyes, the frills behind his ears flaring wide. "Leylandir, Danger! Come now. We waited in the tense, suffocating silence of the shadows. Across the lawns, guard activity increased. Torches and magical spotlights actively swept the gardens, moving from the palace steps toward the outer walls. They were executing a grid search. Great. Then, a side door near the conservatories burst open. Leylandir sprinted out onto the grass. He had clearly abandoned the banquet the second Dimrin's terrified scream hit his mind. His pristine, formal Shadarian attire was disheveled. The high collar of his midnight blue tunic was unfastened, and he hadn't even grabbed a weapon. He was moving with desperate, reckless speed, his sharp green eyes scanning the darkened gardens wildly. Dimrin let out a soft, directional chirp. Leylandir immediately changed course, sprinting directly toward our tree. "Make sure he can't see me," I ordered Dimrin silently. The icy wash of Sirion magic tightened around me, blurring me into the gnarled bark. I pressed myself flat against the trunk, raising the heavy landscaping stone in my right hand. The frantic beat of my own heart was a deafening, dull roar in my ears, and all I could think was that the sheer vibration of it would give me away. Leylandir slid to a halt at the base of the tree, his boots tearing up the manicured grass. He looked utterly ragged, his face pale with raw, unadulterated terror. "Dimrin," he gasped, reaching out his hands as the Sirion dropped from the branch. "Where is she? Dimrin, show me where she is." The moment of terrible clarity crashed over me. I was really going to do this. I was going to assault the man who had just sold his soul to keep me breathing. "I'm sorry," I thought, stepping silently out from the camouflage of the tree trunk directly behind him. "I am so sorry." Gritting my teeth, I swung the heavy stone down in a precise, brutal arc. The impact was a sickening, meaty crack against the side of his head, right behind his ear. Leylandir didn't cry out. The lights just went out. His knees buckled instantly, his powerful frame going entirely limp. I dropped the rock and scrambled forward, catching him under the arms before his face could slam into the dirt. The sheer, dense weight of his unconscious body hit me like a bag of wet cement, dragging us both down into the roots of the tree. A fresh, searing bolt of pain shot through my side as his weight settled against me, but I managed to ease him onto the grass. I hastened to press 2 trembling fingers flush against the pulse point on his neck. Steady. Strong. Unconscious. But alive. A ragged sob of relief tore itself out of my throat, and I leaned over, pressing a frantic kiss against his temple. Dimrin was in absolute hysterics. He buzzed around Leylandir's motionless head, letting out angry, distressed chitters, nipping anxiously at his pointed ear. "I had to. I'm sorry. Keep quiet," I hissed. The cloaking field around us was flickering dangerously as his emotions spiraled. "Focus, Dimrin. We have to go. Now." I grabbed the thick fabric of Leylandir's tunic in both hands, dug the heels of my boots into the dirt, and pulled. It was a nightmare. He was a tall, heavily muscled man, and I was a battered human woman running on pure adrenaline. Hauling his dead weight backward across 30 yards of open grass felt like trying to move a boulder uphill. My boots slipped in the damp earth. My shoulders burned. Giving up, I drew magic, took a deep breath, and ripped out the grass from under him to lift the elf into the air. "Hey, over there!" We should have been invisible, but the bare dirt left from my improvised landscaping had drawn attention. I gave up on sneaking and pushed magical energy toward the wall and hightailed it after him. I let Leylandir and his makeshift lawn bed drop once we arrived at the massive pale stone perimeter wall. I didn't have the strength to lift him over it with magic while climbing. "Dimrin, get behind me," I ordered. Before the torque, I had spent years terrified of the magic inside me. Sure, when life or death called for it, I could make big things happen. And maybe this qualified as one of those times. But right now, standing in the dirt with guards bearing down on us, I was never so glad to pull at the torrent at the core of my being. I planted my feet, I pulled deeply, grabbing hold of every thread of sizzling energy I could, and channeled it directly into my palms. I didn't try to unravel the complex wards. I just fed them more power than they could possibly swallow. The collision was spectacular. The wall itself flared blindingly white as the wards tried to swallow it all. But I kept pushing, driving deeper and deeper into the structural integrity of the stone itself. "Shatter!" I screamed in my mind. The wall exploded outward. A jagged 6-foot-wide hole was blown through Lumenfell's impregnable perimeter, exposing the dark, sloping bedrock of mountain cliffs beyond. Then 2 glowing arrows struck the dirt precisely where I had been standing a second before. I spun, grabbed Leylandir beneath the arms, and dragged him backward through the smoking breach, ignoring the jagged stone that tore at my shins. The second we were clear of the wall, I dropped him and threw my right hand forward, visualizing the very specific coordinates of an interdimensional receiving room. Then I ripped a hole in reality. The air in front of me tore open with a sound like tearing canvas. A glowing, liquid-mirrored surface instantly formed in the dark. Dimrin launched himself off the grass and darted directly through the shimmering portal. Another arrow whistled through the air, and this one sank into my calf. I screamed, then grabbed Leylandir's collar and strained backward with everything I had left. A squad of armored Shadarian guards burst through the breach in the stone wall, their weapons drawn, their faces twisted in fury. I gave one final, desperate scream of exertion, threw my body weight backward, and hauled Leylandir's unconscious form entirely over the threshold. The transition through the gate was a sickening, visceral pull of gravity, a breathless plunge through the in-between. I had one last fractured glimpse of the furious guards lunging toward the tear, their hands outstretched into the vacuum, before the portal snapped shut with a hollow boom. We hit the floor hard. My back slammed against solid, polished granite. Leylandir's heavy body collapsed half on top of me, knocking the wind out of my lungs. I lay there for a second, my eyes screwed shut, my chest heaving erratically. The air here was entirely different. It smelled of dust, wet stone, and something mildly spicy. It smelled like Dwarengal. We had escaped. "Identify yourselves!" A gruff, heavily accented voice roared. I cracked my eyes open. We had landed precisely where I had aimed, one of the highly secure interdimensional receiving rooms inside Azogrim. The room was bathed in the warm, flickering orange light. 4 heavily armed dwarven guards in full battle plate rushed in, their crossbows drawn and pointed squarely at us. I shoved Leylandir's dead weight off my legs and struggled to my knees. I looked like absolute hell. I was covered in soot, bleeding from half a dozen cuts. My clothes were torn. I had a damn arrow buried into my leg, and I was gasping for air. "Stand down," I barked, my voice cracking, throwing up a hand to shield my eyes from the lanterns. "It's Asha Lopez and Leylandir Tolkasiel. Stand down." The captain of the guard lowered his crossbow slightly, his bushy eyebrows shooting up to his hairline as he recognized me. "Lopez? By the ancestors, girl, you look like you were chewed up and spat out by a drake. What the blazes happened?" "No time," I coughed, staggering to my feet and immediately swaying against the granite wall for balance. "Where is Hunding? Fetch Hunding now, and get a medical stasis pod ready immediately." The guards stared at me, completely bewildered by the sudden chaotic entrance. One of them pointed a thick, mailed finger at the unconscious elf bleeding onto their polished granite floor. "Is he alive?" "Yes, but if we don't get him into stasis right now, he might as well be dead," I screamed, the panic finally bleeding completely through my soldier's facade. "We can't let him wake up. Get him on a stretcher, now!" My sheer desperation finally cut through the guard's stunned surprise. The captain barked a sharp command in Dwarven. 2 guards instantly slung their crossbows over their backs, grabbed a canvas stretcher from the emergency alcove, and rushed to Leylandir. They hoisted his heavy frame onto the canvas and carried him rapidly down the wide stone corridor. Dimrin flew anxious circles above the stretcher, chittering madly. I limped after them, ignoring the shooting pain from where the arrow remained lodged in my calf, my breath hitching as adrenaline finally began to crash out of my system, leaving only raw, agonizing pain behind. "Send for the Hrockvalder," I heard the captain demanding to another guard behind me. "And get a healer for the human." "I don't need a healer until he is secure," I barked, keeping my eyes fixed on the stretcher ahead of me. We hurried through the sweeping, angular halls of Azogrim. The stone architecture blurred together until the guards finally pushed their way through the heavy iron doors of the primary medical wing. The chamber was a vast, circular room lined with rune-etched dwarven stasis tubes. In any other situation, I would have stopped and gaped at the sight in front of me. Hunding was already there, adjusting brass dials on one of the open tubes. His thinning hair was standing on end, and he looked thoroughly panicked by the sudden intrusion. "Put him in," I ordered the guards, pointing to the nearest empty cylinder. "He needs to stay unconscious." "But, Asha," Hunding started. "No, I'll explain once it's done." The guards shoved Leylandir into the glass tube, then sealed it shut. Hunding scrambled to the control panel, twisting a series of heavy brass valves. A wave of thick blue gas flooded into the cylinder from the bottom vents, rapidly enveloping Leylandir's prone form. I leaned heavily against the console, watching the blue mist obscure his peaceful, unconscious face. The runes on the glass flared, which I had to assume meant the process was done. The tension that had been strangling my heart for 4 days finally snapped. He was safe. He couldn't void the contract because he was incapacitated. The magic couldn't register it as a willing defiance. I had frozen the entire blood oath in tactical purgatory. "Okay," I whispered, pressing my forehead against the cool glass of the tank. "Okay. We made it." "Asha?" I jumped at the sound of Hunding's frantic, high-strung voice. The small dwarf peered at me over his spectacles, awkwardly twisting his robes in his hands. I am glad you have returned in one piece," Hunding stammered nervously, glancing over his shoulder. "But if you don't mind explaining, preparation for stasis should be a methodical undertaking, you see." And I'd stopped listening to the dwarf's words, because right there over his shoulder, suspended perfectly motionless in the back corner of the room, was another active stasis tube. The blue gas swirled thickly around the occupant, keeping the muscular frame suspended inside. I stared through the glass, and it felt as though a physical hand had just punched through my ribs and seized my lungs, squeezing every last molecule of oxygen out. He was clad in something of a smock, which I assumed was for his dignity. His weathered, tanned skin was pale in the magical suspension, and his cropped red beard had clearly continued growing since being stuffed inside that thing. Robbo, Australian ex-mercenary, a newly minted father to a human-orc hybrid, loyal to a fault. And from where I was standing, he looked absolutely, unmistakably dead. Chapter 22. I stood frozen in front of the massive stasis tube, the rhythmic, terrified pounding of my own heart echoing in my ears as I stared through the thick glass. The swirling, translucent blue gas parted just enough to reveal Robbo's face. He looked physically diminished, his robust, muscular frame somehow flattened in the magical suspension. Even through the medical smock, I saw the horrific, jagged concavity of his chest cavity where the blast had struck him. The memory that hit me was so visceral it made me gasp, the deafening sirens and strobing red and emergency lights in the bunker. The black-armored trooper stepping into the center of the hall, ignoring the hissing walls of molten slag. The heavy drum-fed launcher raising, the dull thump as the projectile arced through the air, trailing thick purple smoke. I squeezed my eyes shut, but the flashback kept playing. The sickening sound of the magical explosive round detonating in mid-air right in front of Robbo's chest. I saw him lifted off his feet as if he'd been hit by a freight train, his body ragdolling backward through the air, the wet crunch of his body slamming into the concrete floor. It was my fault. I was the one who was supposed to be the magical heavy hitter, but the dampening field had stripped me of my power, and Robbo had stepped into the firing line to buy me, Gunther, and Colonel Levine the time we needed to escape. The sheer weight of the past weeks finally broke through the dam of my military discipline. A hot, stinging tear spilled over my lashes, tracking through the thick soot and dirt that coated my cheek. "I'm so sorry, Robbo," I whispered, pressing my palm flat against the tube's cold, condensation-slicked glass. My voice cracked, thick with a suffocating leaden guilt. "I shouldn't have let you come. You had too much to lose." Behind me, Hunding hovered awkwardly, his hands nervously wringing the edges of his singed scholar's robes. The frantic little dwarf clearly didn't know what to do with a crying human soldier. "Asha, please," Hunding stammered, adjusting his spectacles. "The temporal shock of the dimensional transition, coupled with your severe physical state. You must be seen." The heavy iron doors of the medical wing burst open, slamming against the solid stone walls with a deafening clang that made me jump. Jurga tore into the room. The towering orc warrior looked more haggard and frayed than I had ever seen her. Her gray olive skin was an ashen, sickly color, and the dark circles sitting under her normally vibrant blue eyes looked like fresh bruises. The braids of her black mohawk were unraveling, and her tunic looked hastily thrown on, as if she'd rolled out of bed despite not sleeping in days. She spotted me immediately, standing by the stasis tubes. Crossing the cavernous room in 3 massive, purposeful strides, she threw her muscular arms around me, hauling me into a fierce, crushing embrace. "Ancestors preserve us! You are alive!" Jurga growled, burying her face into my shoulder, her voice thick with an emotion she fought ruthlessly to control. Her grip's brutal pressure flared the bruised ribs I'd suffered in the generator explosion, and the sledgehammer ache in my left shoulder burned to agonizing life. But I didn't pull away. I closed my eyes, gritted my teeth against the pain, and hugged my orc sister back just as fiercely. She pulled back to arm's length, her hands resting heavily on my shoulders, her eyes darting over my face, firing questions like a repeater blaster. "What happened? How did you escape Lumenfell? Where is Leylandir? Is he—" Jurga stopped abruptly. Her sharp eyes dropped to my leg. She took in the blood-soaked, torn fabric of my gray trousers, the superficial burns on my arms, and the soot caked deep into my skin. Her frantic warrior's anxiety instantly snapped into a cold, clinical medical assessment. "You have an arrow wound," she stated, her voice hardening into steel. She looked over her shoulder at Hunding, and her focus narrowed, promising a very direct, physical reckoning. "Fetch a healer immediately. Why is she standing here? She is bleeding on your floor." "I'm fine, Jurga," I rasped, weakly trying to bat her hands away as she knelt to inspect my calf. I pointed a trembling finger toward the stasis tube behind me. "Forget about my leg. What is Robbo's status? I saw him take that explosive round. His chest plate shattered. Why is he in a tube instead of a healing ward?" Jurga's frantic energy immediately evaporated. Her broad, strong shoulders slumped. The fiery matriarchal authority that usually defined her gave way to something deeply subdued, vulnerable, and incredibly tired. "Gunther, Levine, and Hunding brought him straight back here," she explained softly, standing and stepping to stand beside me at the glass. But the physical trauma was too extensive. His ribs were crushed and his organs were failing. He would not have survived a live medical procedure. The shock to his system alone would have stopped his heart. She crossed her arms tightly over her chest, as if trying to physically hold herself together. The dwarven healers had no choice but to place him in near-total suspension. The tube is running at almost 100%, but they modified the stasis gas. Her green fingers lightly brushed the glass where the blue mist swirled around his shattered chest. The gas is designed to trigger incredibly slow tissue regeneration. It is the only way his body can bear the strain of rebuilding the bone and muscle without killing him in the process. Jurga looked at Robbo's pale, suspended face, her jaw tightening. We do not know if it will work. We do not know if he will ever wake up. A fresh wave of physical nausea rolled over me, mixing horribly with the adrenaline crash. I pressed a hand to my stomach. God, if he hadn't thrown himself into the firing line for us. He did what a warrior must do, Jurga interrupted sharply, though her voice wavered on the final syllable. It was a complex, heartbreaking contradiction of deep grief, immense pride, and undeniable, fierce love. Foolish, foolish man, she whispered. She let her hand drop into a fist at her side and turned to me. All the vulnerable exhaustion seemed to drain from her face, leaving behind the stark, impassive features of a commander assessing a liability. And you will follow his stubborn, idiotic example if you do not sit down right now. You are utterly useless to him, to me, and to Leylandir if you do not tend to your own injuries. Sit. I was too utterly drained to argue with an angry orc. I finally relented, letting Jurga practically carry my weight as she guided me to a low stone bench near the center of the room. By the time I pushed through the massive double doors of the inner sanctum, the razor-sharp edges of my physical pain had been mercifully blurred. The dwarven healers had worked fast, but the bitter, chalky taste of their liquid painkillers still coated the back of my throat, leaving me floating in a state of slightly muted detachment. They washed me of soot and dressed me in a fresh, dark green tunic. My left calf was tightly bound, the poultice underneath the bandage still burning like dry ice against the muscle with every limping step I took. I could have opted for more pain relief, but I knew I needed to be sharp for what was about to happen. The Dwarven Command Center was exactly as I had left it days ago, before embarking on a mission that had gone horribly wrong. The powerful acoustic wards hummed softly over the massive, polished granite table, capturing and translating every whisper. King Modsvartir Yarnkrona sat heavily at the head, flanked by the monarchs of the bordering. Near the far end of the table, Calathil sat beside Leora. The old elf had his long fingers steepled tightly under his chin, watching me with an unreadable, intense calculation. Nazgra's ancient orcish form dominated the shadowy corner, while Hunding hurried to his seat, fidgeting nervously with a stack of parchment. As I limped into the room, leaning on my right leg to keep the weight off the bandaged calf, the low murmur of conversation abruptly died. Every set of eyes locked onto me. They took in my fresh clothes, my limp, and the sheer, haggard exhaustion that must have radiated off my face. King Yarnkrona leaned forward, resting his thick forearms on the granite table. The board ring demands your immediate report, Asha Lopez. I understand you have returned not from Earth, but from Lumenfell as a hostage of Neriantha Shadarian, and insisted that Leylandir Tulkasiel be placed into a magical suspension. Speak. I slowly pulled out my heavy chair and took my seat. I let the dwarven painkillers steady my frayed nerves, took a deep breath, and delivered the debrief with cold, detached words as if events had happened to somebody else. I recounted the chaos of the incursion gone wrong after picking up Colonel Levine, being separated from my team, being transported for a handoff from General Rind to Maelornith, the mind readers scouring the inside of my head in Lumenfell. And then, in the blandest words I could find, I laid out the contract binding Leylandir to his father, Nerianthas. Nerianthas pushed for invasion of Azogrim to capture who he calls the rebels, I stated, looking around the faces of the dwarven monarchs. But he is currently outvoted. The Elven Council aren't keen to start a new war, but I have no way of knowing if they are deeply divided or if Nerianthas is the outlier among them. Divided, perhaps, but still incredibly dangerous, King Svarthak of Barukar grumbled, stroking his thick, gem-woven beard thoughtfully. We have received no word from Earendor demanding answers. This is ominous. It speaks to plotting. I deliberately avoided looking directly at Calathil as I laid out the rest of the intelligence, particularly the threats Nerianthus had made against House Tulcasiel, though I simultaneously made a mental note that I needed to corner the old elf after the meeting. He needed to know exactly how much danger he and Leora were in. I also encountered Leylandir's mother. Iolanthe, I continued, pitching my voice to cut through the acoustics. Calathil stiffened instantly in his chair, his eyes snapping wide at his long-lost sister's name. Leora placed a steadying hand on his forearm. She is committed to House Shadarian, I said softly, allowing myself a brief second to meet Calathil's devastated gaze before looking back to the king. And she gave me a very specific warning about Nerianthus. She said he always has a backup plan. He always gets exactly what he wants. A low, anxious murmur rippled around the granite table. A backup plan? Queen Hildren scoffed from her seat, her lips curling in a condescending sneer. The man just successfully bound his prodigal, rebellious son with unbreakable elven blood magic only to lose him to a prisoner. I would say his lack of contingencies is evident. For now, I countered sharply, the heat rising in my chest. But he's going to be pissed about what happened. I blew up his damn Ethereum generators on the way out. He might not wait for a green light from the council in the fallout, or he might just get the support he needs. Queen Hildren made a small, dismissive sound in the back of her throat and pointedly inspected the rings on her fingers, as if my words were a minor annoyance completely beneath her notice. I leaned forward, placing my hands flat on the cold stone, ignoring the lingering pain in my shoulder. Which is exactly why I am requesting permission for me and my entire team to depart Azogrim entirely. The sanctum utterly erupted. You want to leave? King Dulgrim demanded, half standing from his chair, his face a web of deep wrinkles. After all the support this boardring has extended to you, you promised us the return of Magic Girl, and you have yet to deliver. I am a walking target, I said firmly, raising my voice to be heard over the rising din. And Leylandir in the medical wing is an even bigger one. Nerianthus will not stop until he reclaims his son. As long as we are hiding here, we are painting a giant target on Azogrim. Let us draw the attention away from your cities. Absolutely not! Queen Hildren slammed her heavy, ring-covered fists against the granite. You are collateral, human. If House Shadarian moves against us or violates the treaties, your physical presence here is the only diplomatic leverage we have. She brings nothing but trouble and chaos, Hildren, King Baldric argued loudly from across the table, his face turning red. Let the humans leave. This is not Dwaringal's fight. The threat is profoundly significant, Calathil interjected, his melodic, carrying voice slicing smoothly through the dwarven shouts. Nerianthus is entirely ruthless. If he believes Azogrim is harboring Asha Lopez and actively keeping Leylandir from executing his duties to his house, he will not hesitate to send his armies to retrieve them, particularly now while a ceasefire exists with Earth. King Yarncrona sank back in his throne-like chair and ran a heavy, gauntleted hand down his entire face, his fingers catching in his beard, looking like a man carrying the weight of a mountain range on his shoulders. He struggled to maintain order as the monarchs shouted furiously over one another, the political dynamics of the room fracturing precisely along the predictable lines of risk versus reward. The dwarves wanted their magic back. I sat back in my chair, utterly frustrated by the bureaucratic, circular delay. I didn't have the patience or the bandwidth for this. Robbo was dying in a glass tube down the hall. Leylandir lay trapped in a magically induced coma because of me, and I needed to figure out how to hit Nerianthus back before he struck first. "Forgive me, Rockvalder!" Hunding's high-pitched, frantic voice desperately pierced the chaos. The anxious scholar stood, furiously tapping a sequence into the brass control panel embedded in the granite. A massive holographic map sprang into existence, hovering a foot above the table's center, bathing Queen Hildren's face in golden light as she sneered. "This is exactly why you cannot leave Asha Lopez." Hunding cried out, aggressively jabbing a finger through a cluster of overlapping holographic runes right in the center of the projection. Or rather, why you must remain entirely focused on the task at hand, the yarn leader. The room quieted just enough for him to speak. We have made groundbreaking progress while you were captured by the elves, Hunding explained passionately, his eyes wide and wild behind his spectacles, and performed further tests with great success. We may not have another window to properly activate the artifact if we abandon the project now. Colonel Levine has diligently organized a growing team, and he is ready to move. My heart skipped a solid beat at the sound of my commanding officer's name. Levine was here. Of course he was. I'd seen them escape into the magma tube. I pushed my heavy chair back, the iron legs scraping loudly against the polished stone floor. I grabbed the edge of the table to steady my bad leg. Excuse me. We are not adjourned, Asha Lopez, Queen Hildren snapped, her eyes narrowing dangerously. You do not have permission to leave this table. You can vote on my fate without me, I replied dismissively, turning my back on the board ring without a second thought. As I limped past the far end of the long table, I caught Calathil's eye. I paused for a moment, leaning in slightly. We need to talk later, privately. Calathil gave a single, measured nod of understanding. If he was half as anxious as I was over the fate of his nephew, he was masking it flawlessly. I pushed through the great doors and left the inner sanctum, and the muffled, enraged sounds of heated dwarven debates instantly walled off behind me. I walked purposefully through the grand, sweeping halls of Azogrim, navigating toward the heavy iron grates of the deep-level elevator which would take me to the Yarnhlider chamber. My leg throbbed with every step, but the painkillers kept me moving, driving me toward the one thing in this universe that still fundamentally made sense to me, even if I wasn't technically a soldier anymore, reporting to my CO. The ancient hydraulic elevator groaned and rattled as it carried me down into the absolute bedrock of the planet. When the heavy iron gates finally pulled back, I stepped out into the cavernous expanse of the Yarnleader. The immense circular stone archway leading to the dormant dwarven artifact still dominated the cavern, its deep, rune-carved surface waiting silently in the dark. But the staging area directly in front of the massive gate had been completely transformed. It was a jarring, chaotic slice of earth dropped directly into an alien tomb. Portable, high-lumen floodlights cut harsh white beams through the gloom. Heavy green canvas cots lined up in neat, organized rows against the ancient stone walls. Topographical maps of Earth, piles of black tactical gear, and familiar olive-drab rucksacks stacked alongside crates of dwarven instruments. Thick magic power cables snaked across the polished granite floor into lodestone batteries. Standing around a makeshift drafting table, brightly illuminated by a harsh, glowing holographic projection, were incredibly familiar faces. Gunther stood on the left, his face drawn tight with a lingering guilt as he saw me approach. It was the guilt of a man who had survived when a comrade fell. Beside him stood Jennings, his usual cocky bravado stripped away, leaving only a hard, focused tension in his jaw. And Lewis, Jennings' perpetual wingman, tracing a finger over a glowing blue coordinate on the map. My comrades from the Fort Hood Adept Forces. And another 4 faces I didn't recognize, wearing army green. But standing at the absolute head of the table was Colonel Levine. He looked better than the last time I had seen him. The man had always held himself with unyielding authority that had always anchored me in a crisis. He looked up from the table as I stepped into the light of the flood lamps. He took in my bandaged leg, my bruised face, and the soot still clinging to my hairline. A slow, grim smile broke through his harsh professional demeanor. "About damn time you showed up, Lopez," Levine said, his deep, gravelly voice washing over me like a welcome anchor of reality. I let out a shaky breath I felt like I'd been holding for 4 days. I straightened my spine, forcing myself to stand at attention despite the throbbing in my calf. "Sorry I'm late, sir. Minor detour in Earendor." Levine turned his attention back to the glowing tactical map, his dark eyes hardening with lethal intent. "Better late than never, soldier," Levine rumbled, tossing a tactical marker onto the table. "Because while you were off playing prisoner with the elves, we've been building an army." Chapter 23. "We haven't just been sitting on our hands while the dwarves argued upstairs," Levine said, gesturing toward the 4 unfamiliar faces gathered around the opposite end of the drafting table. They were all wearing military fatigues, their postures radiating the distinct, hyper-alert tension of AFOs in unfamiliar territory. 2 men, 2 women. "Lopez, these are the new recruits," Levine continued, his dark eyes scanning the group with a commander's pride. "Captain Miller, Lieutenant Vance, and our newest additions, Cortez and Hill." A broadly built man with a close-cropped silver buzz cut stepped forward first, extending a calloused hand. I took it, matching Miller's firm grip despite my exhaustion. Beside him, Vance, a tall, severe-looking woman with thin, unsmiling lips and a gaze that seemed to miss nothing, whose tightly coiled hair was buzzed into a harsh military fade, offered a crisp nod and a quick professional handshake. Cortez, a stocky, square-jawed man built like a tank, shook my hand next, followed immediately by Hill. She was the youngest of the group, a wiry, intense woman with red hair whose grip was unnecessarily firm. "They are the absolute cream of the crop I've had the privilege of working with back home," Levine explained. "And we've been casting a wider net across the states. Just got back from our latest extraction mission a few hours ago to bring Hill into the fold." I gave them all a weary but respectful nod. "Good to meet you." "And, of course, no introduction is necessary for Jennings and Lewis," Levine added, gesturing to my 2 former Fort Hood comrades. A pair of quiet, knowing snickers came from the duo. It took a surprising amount of effort, but I managed to pull the corners of my mouth into a genuine smirk as I looked at them. How could I forget these 2 idiots? Jennings offered a customary 2-finger salute in response before Levine pulled the focus toward group with a sweep of his hand. "They've all undergone genetic baseline testing, except for Hill, of course," Levine explained, tapping a knuckle against the glowing holographic schematics of the massive, dormant stone archway towering behind him. "The dwarven tech guys have been working with us. We've set up magical buffers around the yarn leader to test human interaction with the artifact's resonant field. So far, no incidents. We've been working our way up to direct contact." Levine crossed his arms, his massive frame looking entirely at home in the subterranean command center. "I was hoping to scrounge up a few more AFOs to join the team before we make the final push. But now that you're back, Lopez, that might not be necessary." He stepped away from the drafting table, and I noticed the slight, stiff-kneed limp in his stride. He still favored his left leg, and I made a mental note to ask him about it later when we weren't standing in a room full of new faces. He signaled with a tilt of his head for me to follow him out of earshot of the new recruits. Once we stood in the shadows near a stack of olive-drab supply crates, Levine's professional optimism dropped away, replaced by the sharp, intense scrutiny of a battlefield commander. "Now," he said quietly, "what the hell happened up there?" Despite my utter exhaustion, 15 years of ingrained military discipline took over. I squared my shoulders and gave him the concise, tactical report. "I was held captive in the citadel of Lumenfell, sir, Lord Nerianthus Shadarian's stronghold," I reported, keeping my voice flat and objective. "Security is elite, but heavily reliant on magic. I blew an Ethereum generator to cover my exit, leaving via a structural vent and blasting a hole in their perimeter wall." Levine absorbed the information, his eyes narrowing as he ran the strategic math. "Potential pursuit?" "Negative for immediate pursuit through the portal. I sealed it the second we crossed the threshold," I replied. "But the information that was compromised is severe. Narionthus is maneuvering the Elven Council toward a confrontation with Azogrim. They know we're here, so this activation needs to happen soon. And your elf boy? Levine asked, his gaze flicking to the heavy iron doors of the elevator I had just descended from. You brought him back with you? Yes, sir, I said, my voice catching for just a fraction of a second before I forced it back into a steady, even tone. But I had to incapacitate him to bypass a magical blood contract. I hit him with a rock. He's currently in medical stasis in the upper wing until we can sort it out. Levine didn't flinch. There was no judgment in his eyes, just the grim, unspoken understanding that exists entirely between career soldiers. When the board goes to hell, you make the hard choices, and you live with the fallout later. You got him out. You got yourself out, Levine rumbled, his voice dropping into a register of deep, absolute approval. That's what matters, Lopez. Good work. The sheer comfort of the military structure, along with the familiar ease of reporting to a commanding officer who understood the toll of survival, was a welcome relief. I nodded, feeling unburdened in a way that reporting to the people upstairs didn't compare to. But as I looked past Levine's shoulder, a movement at the periphery of the staging area caught my attention. Someone was quietly organizing a pile of supplies and field rations near the canvas cots. She wore green fatigues which looked entirely out of place on her graying hair pulled back into rows of tight, no-nonsense braids. My breath hitched. A flood of memories rushed into my mind, overlapping and vivid. Lorraine Levine. The woman who had taken me in when I was completely broken. The woman who had shown me unconditional kindness in the aftermath of what I did to my family back when the gates opened and the world went to war. But the woman organizing the supplies wasn't the pre-war Lorraine I remembered. Her face was harder now, etched with deep, permanent lines of grief. Dustin's death in the war, her son, only a couple of years older than me, had irreversibly transformed her into a recluse for years. Yet, standing there in the subterranean depths of an alien world, she was still so recognizably herself. As if feeling the weight of my stare across the cavernous room, Lorraine paused. She turned, her hands still resting on a box of bandages, and our eyes met. My vision blurred, a sudden hot pressure building behind my eyes as I approached, ignoring the throbbing pain in my bandaged calf. Lorraine took a step toward me, and then I threw my arms around her neck in a desperate embrace. She stiffened for a microsecond in surprise, and then her arms came around me, holding me with a fierce, grounding strength. I'm so sorry. The apology poured out of me in a frantic, broken rush, burying my face in her shoulder. For Dustin, for dragging Hank into danger, for all of it. I'm so sorry, Lorraine. Hush now, Asha, Lorraine murmured, her voice steady and warm, smoothing her hand firmly over my hair. There is nothing to forgive. The world went to hell in a handbasket and we all broke with it. And now we're all soldiers, whether we like it or not. She pulled back just enough to look me in the eye, her hands resting firmly on my shoulders. Hank told me he was heading up this interdimensional archaeological team when he came to get me in the middle of the goddamn night, Lorraine explained, a ghost of a wry smile touching her lips. Apparently, my place here was a condition of his agreement to work with these folks, and I wasn't going to sit in a quiet house on Earth waiting for news that might not ever make it back to me. I looked over my shoulder. Levine stood near the table with the other AFOs, all tactfully turning their attention to the holographic maps, giving us the space for a personal moment. The heavy, suffocating guilt I carried for years regarding the Levine family, the feeling that I had survived when their son hadn't, didn't entirely vanish, but the sharpest, most painful edge of it finally released its grip on my chest. Lorraine patted my cheek, her tone abruptly shifting from maternal comfort to practical, forward-looking determination. Now, she said, nodding toward the massive, dark stone archway of the yarn lighter. Are we going to open this damn thing or not? Levine took that as his cue, joining us. We're close. The dwarven techs who did the calculations agree with our preliminary testing. With you back, Lopez, we have the magical resources to get this done. The colonel had pitched his voice loud enough to be heard by the others, and the hopeful faces around the table conflicted with my last attempt to activate the artifact when I was thrown across the room in defeat. But I didn't want to burst their bubble. The sense of momentum building in the room was palpable, and I figured Hunding wasn't the type to blow smoke up their ass. If he'd run the numbers, I trusted them. I'm in, I promised, looking between Levine and Lorraine. But I need to check on Leylandir first. The healers rushed me into the inner sanctum before I could follow up on his medical state. Give me an hour, and then I want to see everything. Take your time, Lopez. Hill needs to get in that weird dwarf testing box before we can start anyway, Levine said with a nod. Dismissed. The physical pain came roaring back by the time I stepped out of the deep-level elevator. The dwarven painkillers were wearing off rapidly, leaving my battered muscles and aching ribs protesting every step. I limped heavily through the wide stone corridors, forcing myself to put one foot in front of the other. The atmosphere in the upper levels of Azogrim had shifted dramatically. I passed several squads of harried dwarven guards jogging toward the armories, strapping on heavy helmets. I took that to mean that the meeting was finished in the inner sanctum, and orders had been delivered to prepare in case the Elven Council changed their minds about an incursion. A growing, heavy knot of concern twisted in my stomach. Leylandir had taken a severe blow to the head, and I had immediately subjected him to the brutal force of an interdimensional transition. If he was severely injured, was that the best move? I'd brushed Hunding off when he'd said stasis required preparation, but surely Robbo hadn't been prepped given the state he arrived in. The weight of responsibility for Leylandir's head injury gnawed at what little nerve I had left as I finally reached the medical wing's iron doors and slipped inside. The chamber was incredibly quiet. The ambient light dimmed to a soft glow. At the far end of the room, Calathil and Hunding already stood beside Leylandir's stasis tube. Hunding was rapidly adjusting a series of brass dials beneath a floating, complex holographic readout of dwarven script projecting from the tube's control panel. Calathil stood perfectly still beside him, his hands clasped behind his back in thoughtful, grim contemplation. Leora hovered near her grandfather's elbow, her face pale. Curled into a miserable, tight ball at the very base of the heavy iron framing was a small patch of sky-blue scales. Dimrin hadn't left his master's side, drawing comfort from Naza as the lavender Sirion draped a protective wing over his trembling form. They looked up as my boots scraped against the stone floor. Calathil offered a brief, strained nod. Hunding paused his adjustments, with a lingering glance at my pronounced limp. I bypassed the pleasantries and approached the glass. Leylandir hung suspended in the thick, translucent blue mist. He looked frozen in time, but even with the bruising forming behind his ear where I had struck him, he looked remarkably peaceful compared to Robbo in the neighboring tube. "What is his status?" I asked, my voice tight. "Is he stable?" "Physically, yes," Hunding replied immediately, tapping a sequence on his brass panel to alter the holographic display. "The blow you delivered caused a concussion, but the stasis gas halted the biological progression immediately. There is no cerebral swelling. His vitals are operating at 1% of their normal capacity." Calathil let out a slow, measured breath, providing the much more nuanced assessment. "His physical state is not our primary concern, Asha. His magical signature is turbulent." I leaned heavily against the control console. I had to do it. The contract stated that Leylandir agreed to obey Nerianthus. I figured if he wasn't awake for it, escaping Lumenfell didn't count. It wasn't his decision. It was mine. I had to make him an unwilling victim of a kidnapping. The tension of justifying hitting the man I loved hung heavy in the air. "I understand," Calathil said softly. "It was a brutal, but necessary decision." "You can sever it, right?" I asked, cutting directly to the most crucial, terrifying question. I looked between the ancient elf and the brilliant dwarven scholar. You can break the contract while he's asleep? A profound, suffocating silence followed my words. Calathil and Hunding exchanged a glance that spoke volumes, a shared recognition of an intractable problem. That depends entirely on the method undertaken, Calathil finally said. Describe the ritual. Precisely. I closed my eyes, forcing myself to mentally return to the circular, shadowy ritual room in the Shadarian citadel. It was a blood pact, I recited, opening my eyes to look directly at Calathil. Nerianthus cut his palm first, then Lady Cylindra of House Uldwin added her blood to the silver bowl. Then Leylandir. I swallowed hard. And then mine. Nerianthus said my blood was required as the anchor, the collateral for his oath. Hunding sucked in a sharp breath. He pulled a piece of parchment from his robes and made frantic notes. The official poured the mixed blood over the contract, I continued, tracing the memory of the terrifying magic. Then the script turned into this glowing gold light. The words burned into the page, and Leylandir and Nerianthus signed it with the remaining blood. And the terms? Leora pressed. He had to acknowledge Nerianthus as his liege, obey all commands, marry Cylindra, provide intelligence to the council. I looked at Calathil, my voice dropping to a whisper. And he had to show public support that House Telcassiel, including Leora, were declared rebels against Earendor. Leora released a soft, horrified gasp, covering her mouth with her hand. I bit my lip, hating that I had to bear this news, but Leora quickly covered her reaction by gently scooping Dimrin from the stone floor. Naza let out a low, mournful hum, pacing anxiously around Leora's boots as the young elf cradled the despondent, softly whining Sirion tightly against her chest. Her trembling fingers absent-mindedly scratched the soft spot behind his ears. And the consequence? Calathil asked, his face a mask of absolute, terrifying stillness. Failure to uphold the terms results in my immediate execution, I said. Violation by Nerianthus voids the contract entirely. His obligations were to keep me in a pretty box in his palace and not hurt me. Hunding stopped writing. The charcoal snapped in his grip. Calathil slowly closed his eyes, delivering the verdict with the weight of a falling executioner's blade. We cannot sever it. The bottom fell out of my stomach. What do you mean you can't sever it? Surely you can bypass it. You can break it. Blood contracts of this specific magnitude cannot be simply broken by countermeasures, Calathil explained, his voice heavy with ancient, grim knowledge. They do not merely bind the body or the mind, they bind the very essence of the soul to the words on the parchment. If I attempt to forcefully sever this magical cord, the unbound energy will instantly rebound onto those it holds. It would kill you, Asha. Hunding nodded in miserable agreement. The stasis tube merely suspends the binding, Asha. It does not negate it. The moment Lord Leylandir wakes and regains his conscious agency, he will still be absolutely bound to return to his father and fulfill those exact terms. Potentially worse, Calathil added, his green eyes darkening. He may experience a compulsion to fulfill the oath after being artificially suspended and coming to terms with what has transpired. He would not be able to resist it. The situation's stark, unapologetic reality slammed into me. We hadn't won. I had just trapped him in a glass box. By saving me, Leylandir had permanently forfeited his own life. Initial disbelief rapidly boiled over into desperate, clawing frustration. No. Unacceptable, I snapped, pushing off the console and pacing a tight circle. There must be an alternative, a loophole, something we haven't considered. Could we alter the connection it has to me? Erase his memory of the actual contract or something? Standard evasions will not work, Calathil replied patiently. The magic lies deep within both of you. My emotions finally spilled over. I whipped around, pointing a shaking finger directly at Robbo's stasis tube on the far side of the room. "Look at him!" I demanded, my voice echoing loudly off the stone walls. On Earth, that man would be dead. A magical explosive shattered his chest, and your healers kept him alive when it was medically and biologically impossible. You make the impossible happen every day. I turned back to Calathil and Hunding, my chest heaving, issuing a direct, desperate challenge to their expertise. You are two of the greatest magical minds currently breathing in the multiverse, I stated, the unyielding weight of my words hanging heavily in the quiet air between us. If you two can't figure this out together, no one can. Calathil and Hunding shared a long, uncertain look as the gauntlet landed squarely at their feet. They didn't have an answer, and for men who lived entirely within the realm of magical theory, not having one was terrifying. I looked back at Leylandir's peaceful face sleeping inside the blue mist, incredibly vulnerable and entirely dependent on us. "Find a way," I whispered, the command dropping into a raw, broken plea. "Please." Chapter 24. I woke to the heavy, oppressive silence of a dwarven guest quarter. My sleep had been deep and totally devoid of dreams, but it felt like I had only closed my eyes for 5 minutes. My body ached with pervasive soreness, every muscle fiber protesting the abuse of the last week, but my mind was mercifully sharper. The brain fog had receded just enough for the crushing reality of my situation to rush back in and take its place. Leylandir was trapped in a glass box, suspended in time to pause an unbreakable soul-binding contract. I was on an alien world, and I was supposed to crack open an interdimensional superweapon today. If I could go back in time and tell my past self that, she would have thought I was completely insane. I sat up, swinging my legs over the edge of the low spongy bed, and winced as my bandaged calf gave a sharp, icy twinge. Sitting perfectly centered on the small nightstand beside the bed was a dark glass vial. A fresh dwarven medicinal tonic. I debated it for a fraction of a second. I hated the idea of relying on magical stimulants with what I was up against today, but I couldn't afford any physical discomfort distracting me. I uncorked the vial and tossed it back, swallowing the thick, chalky liquid in one go. Almost immediately, a wave of cool, clear energy washed down my throat and radiated outward. The lingering ache in my shoulder dulled to a whisper, the throbbing in my leg subsided, and my senses honed to a razor's edge. Humans could learn a trick or two from the dwarves when it came to pharmaceuticals. I rested my elbows on my knees, staring at the empty vial in my hands. The physical pain was managed, but the tactical problem remained entirely unsolved. "We cannot sever it," Calathil had said. The contract was a metaphysical lock with no key, but as I sat there, a memory floated to the surface of my remarkably clear mind. The vision I'd had in the sterile, white confinement cell on Lumenfell. You seek to bind your will. You build walls of stone and iron in your mind in an effort to hold on to control. But the mind can only be convinced to sleep. Wake it up, and the chains become suggestions. Rushka's cryptic, mocking advice. I placed the vial on the nightstand and took a deep breath. Calathil and Hunding had analyzed the contract from a purely structural academic standpoint. They were looking at the magical mechanics, but I was the anchor. The magic was literally inside me. If I could map the terrain like I had with the torque, maybe I could find a vulnerability they couldn't see from the outside. I pushed myself back onto the center of the bed and shifted into a seated meditation posture, crossing my legs loosely and resting my hands on my knees. I closed my eyes. My mind instantly rebelled against the forced stillness. It wanted to keep turning over all the variables, the threats, the vulnerabilities. I firmly visualized a heavy steel door and shoved the tactical noise behind it, locking it down and forced myself to focus inward. I slowed my breathing, searching through the dark, quiet space of my own consciousness. I wasn't looking for my magic this time. I was looking for the intrusion. I was looking for the parasitic presence of Nerianthes's blood magic, The meditation deepened. The physical sensation of the bed vanished, replaced by an abstract visual representation of my internal spiritual landscape. To my mind's eye, it looked like a vast series of pathways. My own magic pulsed there, a steady current that felt familiar and grounded. But as I waded deeper into the visualization, another texture emerged. It felt wrong. It felt invasive. There, wrapped tightly around the glowing core of my own magical essence, were threads of blinding, molten gold. I mentally reached toward them. They didn't feel like energy. They felt thorny and unyielding. This had to be the contract, the force binding me to Leylandir's actions, acting as the collateral for his obedience. I tried to follow one of the golden threads, attempting to isolate the specific pathway to follow it back to the roots. But the moment my focus touched it, the golden energy shifted, weaving in on itself in a complex, recursive knot. The harder I tried to trace the binding, the more elusive and convoluted the structure became. I felt a primal urge to just rip and tear at the mental effigy, to apply brute force where finesse had failed. Conceptually, I knew what it was doing, but practically it was completely beyond my grasp to untangle. I was stumbling in the dark, and I needed a guide. Rushka, I called internally, projecting the thought into the deepest, shadowy recesses of my mind. I know you're still in here. I need you. Flashes of memory strobed behind my eyelids, the chaotic escape from the climate summit on Earth, the blunt force of the Yarnleader as it threw me across the chamber, the overpowering smell of burning sage at the orc funeral in Gashak Tor. The ancient shaman's essence hitched a ride in my psyche and only chose to resurface when she wanted to. An uninvited guest who occasionally offered profound, maddening insight. "Show me how to fight this," I pleaded softly to the void. A subtle, creeping shift altered my consciousness. The abstract visualization of the pathways didn't change, but the atmosphere within it did. A heavy, suffocating scent of dried herbs and ash flooded my senses. An impression of immense, weary age settled over my shoulders. I didn't hear her voice. The connection wasn't that clear, but I felt the heavy, mocking judgment of her presence. It was an impression pushed directly into my thoughts, delivered with a wet, rattling laugh. "You fight the smoke, little warrior. You claw at the shadow of the fire, wondering why your hands do not burn." The golden threads pulsed ominously. "You cannot overcome what you cannot see," the impression continued, absolute and unyielding. "And you are blind to what binds you to this magic." What binds me to... A sudden lightning bolt of insight struck me. I stopped looking at the abstract golden threads as external, invading structures, and instead looked at where they were deeply rooted. They weren't just tied to my magical core. They were rooted right into my chest, into my heart. Nerianthus hadn't just used my blood as a convenient magical placeholder. Blood was just the medium. The ancient elven magic had anchored itself to the most powerful, undeniable tether that already existed between Leylandir and me. Our love for each other. The magic wasn't just a set of coded instructions written in my veins. It was a parasite feeding entirely on my devotion. To break the contract, I couldn't just snap a cord. I had to fundamentally understand how my own deepest emotion was being weaponized against us. A profound clarity washed over me. The path forward had to be as dangerous as hell, but it made more sense to me than any golden script on a page ever could. Sinking deeper. Rap, rap, rap. I jumped violently, my eyes snapping open as the sharp, urgent knock on my door shattered the meditation. The heavy scent of sage vanished. "Lopez?" Gunther's muffled voice called through the heavy timber. "You decent?" I sat on the bed for a moment, gripping the blankets, completely disoriented by the sudden, harsh return to physical reality. My lungs seized, and I drew a sharp, ragged gasp as if I had just surfaced from underwater. I tried closing my eyes again, trying to grasp the fading tale of that golden revelation. But the mental door was already shut. The fragile internal connection was completely lost. "Damn it," I muttered, digging the heels of my palms into my eye sockets as if I could physically push the frustration back into my skull. I had been so close. I swung my legs out of bed and grabbed my boots. I shoved the frustration down into a tight box. All the certainty I'd felt just moments before seeped away, and I wondered if I'd been about to make a huge, desperate mistake. Quite possibly. "Come in, Gunther," I called, rapidly lacing my boots. The heavy door opened, and Gunther stepped inside. He wore his black tactical gear, clearly ready for action. I wondered if things had gone to hell on Azogrim while I'd been sleeping. "Sorry to wake you," Gunther said, clocking the fresh dwarven tunic I wore. "But the Colonel wants everyone below immediately. Hill's genetic testing is complete. She passed muster, apparently. We're assembling at the Yarnleader." "I'm ready," I said, standing. My leg felt entirely manageable, thanks to the dwarven tonic, even if my mind still spun. I followed Gunther out of the quarters, falling into step beside him as we navigated the grand halls. I was right. The atmosphere in Azogrim had rapidly deteriorated while I slept, but not in the way I assumed. The corridors were heavily congested with civilians, families. Dwarves were moving briskly toward the elevators, carrying luggage and bundled supplies. Merchants frantically shuttered their stone alcoves. The rumbling hum of anxious whispers and scuffled boots seemed almost alive. "Looks like an evacuation," I murmured, keeping my voice low. "It is," Gunther confirmed, his brow furrowed as we dodged a gnome carrying a laden basket on their head. "Half the board ring are convinced House Shadarian is going to march an army through a portal by nightfall. The king ordered non-combatants to fall back to other Dwarengal worlds temporarily, just in case." "And Hill?" I asked, steering the conversation back to our operational variables. "Her genetics checked out?" "Passed with flying colors." Gunther chuckled humorlessly. "Though Hunding almost had a stroke reading her genetic lineage. Turns out she has trace amounts of goblin DNA woven into her magical signature." I blinked, looking at him in surprise. "Goblin? How does a human wind up with goblin heritage?" "Beats me," Gunther said, and shrugged. "Levine doesn't care about her family tree, just that her magic is stable enough to interface with the archway. Not everyone has a decent mix, but all in all, the team should be fairly balanced." We reached the heavy iron grating of the deep-level elevator headed in the opposite direction from dwarf civilians. The long descent into the bedrock was silent, and with every floor we passed, the air seemed to grow heavier, pressing in on me. I found myself unconsciously checking the fit of my boots against the iron floor, grounding myself for the impact to come. When the iron gates finally hauled open, we stepped out into hive of activity. Levine's new recruits were strapping into their tactical harnesses, checking cables on the ground and reviewing readouts with a team of dwarven technicians. Jennings and Lewis stood near the glowing command table, their expressions uncharacteristically serious. A few paces away, Lorraine quietly organized a tray of supplies alongside a pair of dwarven techs. Colonel Levine stood at the forefront, his arms crossed over his broad chest, talking with Hunding. It was really happening. After 15 years of a stagnant, grinding war, we were going to turn the key on this thing. 3 out of 4 gates open. Then it should be a hop, skip, and a jump to the Kreg Jorak on Gashak Tor. I took 2 steps toward the command table. "Halt the operation!" The shrill, imperious voice echoed across the cavern. Everyone froze. I turned slowly toward the eastern archway. Queen Hildrun of Gromdal marched into the cavern, her face purple with absolute fury. She was flanked by a full, heavily armored squad of royal guards, their hands resting menacingly on the hilts of their battle axes. "By order of the boardring, this unauthorized suicidal operation is terminated immediately," Hildrun said, her heavily ringed hand pointing directly at Colonel Levine. "Step away from the artifact." The tension in the room spiked instantly from 0 to 100. The dwarven guards moved forward, fanning into a tactical half-moon to secure the perimeter. The AFOs reacted. Jennings and Lewis stepped in front of the command table, their hands dropping naturally to their sidearms. Gunther picked up a blaster from a crate and stepped forward to flank the colonel. Levine subtly shifted his broad stance to completely block Lorraine from the dwarven guard's line of sight. He didn't move another muscle, but his dark eyes locked onto Hildren with the cold, lethal assessment of an apex predator. "I don't report to you, Your Majesty," Levine rumbled, his voice dangerously low. "You are operating on sovereign Azogrim rock." Hildren spat, closing the distance. She glared fiercely at me. "Your presence here has already driven our people from their homes in terror. We will not allow a band of reckless humans to interfere with an ancient artifact while an elven army prepares to slaughter us. Guards, apprehend the humans." The Gromdal dwarves drew their axes, the heavy steel sliding free with a chorus of terrifying metallic scraping. Cortez and Vance unholstered their weapons, the loud, precise clack-clack of standard-issue safeties clicking off, echoing ominously in the cavern. The room balanced on an absolute knife's edge of bloody, irreversible combat. If a single dwarf stepped forward, Levine's team would light them up. But a grating sound in the background grew louder. The deep-level elevator grumbled loudly as the gates parted. King Modsvarter Jarnkrona stepped out onto the granite floor. He was in full ceremonial battle armor, his ancient crown gleaming securely on his brow. "Stand down, Hildren." Flanking him to his right was Nazgra. The ancient orc elder stood perfectly straight, leaning heavily on a gnarled wooden staff, her gaze tracking the Gromdal guards like a hawk watching mice. Jarnkrona strode purposefully past the Earth soldiers' raised weapons, his presence parting the tension like a physical wedge. He stopped directly in front of Queen Hildren. "You countermand my direct authorization in my own citadel?" Jarnkrona demanded in Dwarven, his voice dropping an octave, radiating absolute, terrifying authority. "You draw steel on my invited guests?" Hildren stood her ground, seething, pointing a trembling finger upward toward the ceiling. "Your guests are a plague. You are a fool, Modsvarter. Our people are packing their belongings and fleeing because of the decisions you have made. This human has brought the wrath of elves upon us, and now you let them tamper with the Yarn leader? It is madness." Jarnkrona didn't flinch. His expression remained carved from pure granite. "I am the Hrockvalder," Jarnkrona stated, his voice as cold as ice. "If you believe my leadership has fractured the safety of our realm, Hildren Malmux, you have a legal recourse. Draw your own axe, summon the bordering, and challenge me publicly for the crown. Here. Now." The entire cavern held its breath. Even if I suspected most of the humans didn't understand what was being said, the tone was an absolute challenge all on its own. Hildren stared at the High King, her chest heaving beneath her robes. She looked at Jarnkrona's unyielding posture, then at the terrifying, quiet violence simmering in the eyes of the human soldiers surrounding her, and finally at Nazgra, who looked perfectly happy to watch a royal execution. Hildren's bravado finally cracked. "I will not shed dwarven blood for human idiocy," Hildren sneered, turning her back on the king. She looked over her shoulder, leveling a look of pure venom at me. "When Earendor marches on Azogrim, I will take my forces back to Gromdal. I leave you to your fate, Modsvarter." "See your way to the surface, Queen Hildren," Jarnkrona replied evenly. Hildren snapped her fingers. The royal guards reluctantly sheathed their weapons and followed her rapidly out of the cavern, their boots echoing into silence. The suffocating tension slowly drained from the room. Safeties were engaged and weapons were holstered. Jarnkrona turned, his dark eyes meeting mine. He gave a single, slow nod. "Do not prove her right, human. Proceed." Levine moved swiftly, organizing the positions of the AFOs. Captain Miller and Lieutenant Vance took up defensive spots near the perimeter, while Cortez, Hill, and my Fort Hood teammates arrayed themselves in an arc along a chalked, curving line in front of the massive stone gate. "The procedure requires exact synchronization," Hunding shouted over the hum of the portable generators, pointing at the specific runes projected over the command table. "Officer Hill, because of your unique genetic baseline, you will contribute exactly 1/10 of the magical volume that will be directed toward the center." Hunding turned to me, his eyes wide behind his spectacles. "Asha, your genetic chemistry is the true key. You must stand at the exact center of the focal matrix. You will draw from your counterparts, anchor it with your own, and direct it into the keystone rune. I estimate your magical capacity will equal all of the others combined, so we will not need to recalibrate the volumes further." I nodded, and a strange, sharp stillness settled over me. The calm that comes in the final second before a breach, with every nerve ending alight with a mix of terror and absolute focus. Everything I had fought for over the last 15 years had led to this exact subterranean room. No pressure. As Levine pored over the numbers with Hunding, I discreetly pulled away from the main group. I caught Calathil's eye where he stood quietly near the back of the cavern with Leora, and tilted my head toward a shadowy, quiet alcove behind a stack of supply crates. The ancient elf excused himself from his granddaughter and followed me into the dark, away from the acoustic range of the others. "We need to be brutally practical about what is about to happen," I said quietly, skipping the pleasantries. "The last time I tried to interface directly with this artifact, it threw me across the room like a rag doll. There is a legitimate non-zero chance that this activation finally overloads my system." Calathil's sharp face tightened. "The resonance stabilizers should prevent a catastrophic feedback loop." "I'm not after reassurances, Calathil," I interrupted firmly. "The blood contract requires me to be alive to hold Leylandir. If I stand on that focal point and the Yarnlighter blows up in my face, if I die—" I had to stop, my jaw working for a moment before I forced the next words past the sudden, crushing weight in my own chest. "If I die, does that release him? Is the contract completely voided?" Calathil closed his eyes. For a man who prized logic, being forced to calculate the tactical value of my sacrifice clearly caused him profound distress. He was terrified for his grandnephew, but he wasn't cruel. "Yes," Calathil answered softly, his voice heavy with sorrow. He opened his green eyes, meeting my gaze with absolute honesty. The anchor would be completely destroyed. The magical tether would sever immediately, unable to bridge the gap to a soul that has crossed the veil. If you perish, Nerianthus's hold over Leylandir evaporates entirely. He would be free. A strange, dark sense of actual relief washed over me. It was a terrifying silver lining, but a silver lining nonetheless. If I failed today, if everything went to complete hell, Leylandir still got to live his own life. My failure would buy his freedom. "Thank you," I whispered. "Asha." Calathil reached for me, his long fingers gently resting on my shoulder. "I will continue parsing texts I have to hand. I will search for a loophole to his binding until my final breath. Do not seek martyrdom today as an easy exit. Leylandir would never forgive me if I allowed you to welcome death for his freedom." I managed a weak, lopsided smile. I promised to try and keep all my limbs attached. "See that you do," Calathil replied, releasing my shoulder. I turned and walked out of the shadows, making my way back into the harsh, bright glare of the floodlights. I limped past Levine, giving him a firm nod of readiness. Lorraine caught my eye from beside the command table, offering a tight, encouraging smile that steadied my frayed nerves as I stepped up to the chalk marker directly in front of the artifact. I looked at the ancient runes, then back at my team. It was time to wake this thing up. Chapter 25. I stood on the perfectly centered chalk mark that was my designated station, staring up at the towering, dormant archway of the Yarnlighter. The ancient artifact was entirely silent, yet the air around it felt dense, static, and strangely anticipatory, like the atmosphere right before a lightning storm. We must test the output first to ensure that we have achieved complete balance before Asha takes the load, Hunding shouted, his voice echoing off the cavern walls as he adjusted the brass dials on his control console. He pointed a piece of chalk toward a brass testing cube the dwarven technicians had mounted on a tripod just a few feet ahead of my position. Target the matrix! Do not let any excess energy disperse into the bedrock! The human soldiers arrayed themselves on their own chalk markers in a semicircle fanning out to either side of me. Hill, Vance, Cortez, Miller, and my Fort Hood teammates squared their stances, faces set with absolute concentration. Colonel Levine was positioned directly to my right, having already ordered Lorraine to take shelter behind the heavy canvas supply carts at the rear of the chamber. "You've got this, Lopez," Levine rumbled in a low, steadying voice, cutting through the dwarven technical chatter. "Once the dwarves say shoot, you fire. We are right here beside you." "Copy that, sir," I breathed. I stood motionless on my chalk mark, closing my eyes for a fraction of a second. I centered myself, pulling my own magic to the surface of my skin, allowing the power to build tightly as I braced my body for the imminent impact. "Initiating buffer!" Hunding barked over the hum of the portable generators. "Captain Miller, Lieutenant Vance, ignite!" My new comrades unleashed their magic, directing their streams of raw power straight into the brass box. The matrix flared with a harsh, erratic white light, whining loudly under the sudden pressure. "The frequency is too volatile," Hunding yelled, his eyes glued to his spinning dials. "Miller, wind it down 15%. Cortez, Hill, feed your magic into the stream." The cube flared brighter as more magic joined the fray. My eyes watered against the sudden brilliance, and I forced myself not to look away as the whine of the testing box pitched higher into a frantic screech. "Better. The core is stabilizing, but the output is entirely uneven." Hunding frantically twisted a brass valve on his console. "Cortez, you're overpowering. Pull back. Jennings and Lewis, we need more from you both. The rest of you must hold steady." I took a deep breath, planting my boots firmly against the stone, my muscles coiling tight. Suddenly, the jagged whining and light inside the brass matrix smoothed out, locking into a blinding, perfect cube of humming, synchronized power. "Resonance achieved," Hunding shrieked in absolute scientific ecstasy. "The circle is perfectly balanced, opening the forward conduit, funneling the resonance to the anchor. Brace yourself, Asha!" Hunding threw a heavy brass lever on his console. The testing box clicked as the side facing me popped open. I didn't have enough time to really inspect what the inside of the thing looked like, though, because I knew the combined, harmonized surge of power was heading right toward me through its forward port. The stabilized beam of pure magic hit my chest, and there was no way that any amount of bracing would have prepared me for it. I gasped, throwing my arms forward to catch the massive current, acting as the absolute focal point. I gathered their perfectly harmonized power, adding it to my own until the end of my fingers sparked. "Fire!" Hunding called out. Thick, glowing tendrils of pure white energy shot from my hands, aimed right toward the deeply carved keystone rune at the exact apex of the massive stone archway. The last time I had attempted to open the yarn leader, my palm had barely touched the cold stone before the artifact had turned into a black hole, sucking my magic dry and hollowing me out in greedy gulps. This time, I wouldn't be touching the thing physically, I reminded myself. It couldn't drain me or throw me across the room, not with the combined power of 9 adepts funneled at it like a battering ram. The moment the energy contacted the stone, the yarn leader responded. A deep, bone-rattling vibration shuddered through the soles of my boots. A low, droning hum, like the sound of shifting deep beneath us, filled the chamber. Deep inside the archway, the space itself seemed to warp, the empty air flickering with a strange, oily iridescence. But because I wasn't acting as a passive biological conduit this time, the artifact didn't try to draw from me. Instead, strangely, it raised its defenses against the assault. A fierce, crushing pressure pushed back against my magic. It felt like what I imagined trying to force a raging river backward through a dam would be. "Push!" Hunding shrieked. "The lock is resisting!" A low groan escaped my lips as I locked my jaw, pouring everything I had into the stream. The other AFOs fed the current, their collective energy vibrating through my entire torso with a force that threatened to shake me apart. The cavern's chaotic noise narrowed to a sharp, singular tunnel of focus. The runes along the base's left and right pillars began to glow with a blinding, molten gold light. "We're doing it," I realized, and the thought was so overwhelming I drew a sharp, ragged gasp of air. We're actually cracking it. But suddenly, the energy pattern shifted. Someone behind me cried out in pain. Cortez's magical signature abruptly stuttered, his power stream dropping by half as the physical strain finally broke his concentration. Instantly, the brass matrix behind me shrieked, a jagged, high-pitched scream of destabilizing energy. "The resonance is lost," Hunding yelled, his voice barely piercing the chaos. "We must stabilize." I heard the panic in his voice. I heard the alarms whining on the dwarven consoles, but I couldn't afford to divert a single ounce of my focus to look back. The magic cocktail feeding into my chest had switched recipes, and it appeared that it hadn't gone unnoticed by the Yarnlighter. The blinding light of the keystone rune I was targeting abruptly hardened. Its glow dimmed to a dull, defensive iron gray as the ancient gateway recognized the fluctuating frequency not as a key, but as a threat. The door was slamming shut in our faces. The artifact's natural defenses spiked, throwing up a crushing, physical wall of deep-sea pressure that slammed straight back down the beam toward me. A sharp, tearing pain lanced up my arms. My knees buckled slightly. I was losing my grip. The archway was seconds away from completely rejecting the unstable energy and throwing the entire magical payload right back at us in a lethal feedback loop. I wasn't having it. To bridge the sudden drop in our power and force the keystone back open, I had to completely overcompensate with my own reserves and wash out the discrepancy. I needed an output of raw, unfiltered magic that I had only ever naturally achieved when my life was in imminent, terrifying danger. And this time, it wasn't even my life that needed saving. The image of Leylandir trapped in that glass tube fueled the need to give the artifact more. More than I could handle. More than anyone should be able to handle. The elf had sacrificed everything for me when he condemned himself to the damn contract, all to give me the chance to keep breathing. If we didn't open this gate, if we didn't finish the mission, Nerianthus would likely get Leylandir back, and after leading a charge to Azogrim. And the thought of watching him die a slow death under the weight of his father's expectations was worse than being in that tube. There was no way I would stand for it, and Calathil had as good as told me that I held the keys to the cage Leylandir was in. So really, this was life or death. A guttural, furious scream tore from my throat. I completely dropped every wall inside my soul and tapped directly into the deepest, most desperate reserve of my love and terror. The magic flared into a blinding, incandescent white. I shoved the surge directly into the keystone. There was a sickening, cosmic crack. The Yarnleader's frame lit up like a Christmas tree with all the runes flaring to life. Then a deafening roar ripped through the chamber, accompanied by a massive, concussive shockwave. I was thrown violently backward, hitting the granite floor hard alongside Levine and the AFOs. Blinding light flooded the room. I scrambled to my hands and knees, blinking away the spots in my vision, and stared at the archway. It was breathtaking. The empty space between the stone pillars had vanished, replaced by a perfect, liquid mirror-like sheen that rippled with mesmerizing silver-blue energy. The ancient runes bordering the gate pulsed with blinding, triumphant light. The portal was open, but the victory was instantly overshadowed by absolute chaos. The ground beneath us heaved violently. Deep, terrifying cracks spiderwebbed across the polished granite floor. Heavy dust and chunks of stone rained down from the cavern ceiling. The seismic reaction tore the foundation of the subterranean chamber apart. The readings! Hunding scrambled from behind his overturned console. His spectacles hung off one ear. He stared at the spinning brass dials in a state of simultaneous horror and scientific ecstasy. Incredible! The magical influx is massive! But oh no! What do you mean, oh no? I shouted over the rumbling. It's too powerful! Hunding cried, his hands hovering frantically over his console as if he could physically push the spinning dials back into submission. The cavern cannot contain the ambient magic. Around the room, the dwarven technicians scrambled to their feet. Several pressed 2 fingers tightly against their temples, their faces going pale as they appeared to be receiving telepathic signals from the upper levels. Seismic instability in quadrants 4 and 7, a tech screamed. The structural supports are groaning. I pushed myself up, my chest heaving, and looked at the portal. The liquid silver surface swirled lazily, humming a low, beautiful note that seemed to sink directly into my very bones. A profound, seductive pull tugged at my mind. The ripple on its liquid surface felt incredibly inviting, washing away the panic and the noise of the collapsing room. My feet involuntarily shifted forward. It wasn't a voice. There were no words whispering in my head, just that same overwhelming silent song I had felt on Eldaland. The answers were in there. I didn't know how to explain it, but I just knew it somehow. Everything about the gates, the war, myself. It was all waiting just on the other side of that shimmering expanse. My fingers actually twitched, itching to touch the silvery surface. Just a touch, that was all. One more step. Oh, shit. The memory of the Erlen Galad sent a jolt through me so powerful, I almost felt the phantom grip of Leylandir's hand on my arm, yanking me back before I could walk blindly into the unknown. It was the exact same trick, except this time I knew what was on the other side. The place in between portals was empty and gray. There was nothing resembling answers inside that thing. I actively forced myself to break eye contact with the gate, snapping my head to the side. The human AFOs were getting to their feet, but they weren't reacting to the chaos of the room. Jennings, Lewis, Hill, and the others were staring dumbly at the mirror-like sheen, their eyes completely glazed over. Even Colonel Levine stood completely frozen, his normally sharp, dark eyes locked blankly on the shimmering expanse. They were entirely at its mercy. Jennings took a slow, shuffling step toward the artifact, drawn helplessly toward the anomaly. "Guards!" I screamed, lunging forward and physically shoving Jennings back by his tactical vest. I pointed frantically at Levine and the rest of the team, looking toward the dwarven soldiers who seemed unaffected by the artifact's lure. "They're in a trance. We have to break their line of sight and get them away from the artifact." The dwarven guards shared confused glances, but didn't argue the point. Clearly accustomed to physical brawls, the heavily armored soldiers surged forward, bodily tackling the entranced humans to the ground with little resistance. Levine blinked rapidly and shook his head violently as a guard hauled him backward. His commander instincts abruptly sparked back to life through the lingering haze. Lorraine was at his side a second later, gripping his arm tightly as she pulled him further away from a shattering chunk of masonry. As the dwarven soldiers hastily corralled my team to the edges of the room amidst the falling debris, King Modsvarter Yarnkrona pushed himself up from the heavily cracked floor, brushing a fine layer of pulverized stone from his ceremonial armor. He must have been watching all this in real time behind me, and unfortunately for us, he was currently bearing witness to the exact destruction Hildren had just prophesied. "Hunding!" Yarnkrona roared, marching directly through the raining dust and pointing a thick, armored finger at the terrified scholar. "You told me the structural integrity of this chamber was absolute!" Yarnkrona looked around at the deep, terrifying structural fissures climbing the ancient cavern walls. His jaw worked beneath his braided beard, and his eyes, wide with a horrified disbelief, were fixed on a massive crack spreading above us. "You have endangered the entire city," the king bellowed, his voice laced with the painful sting of political humiliation. "You have validated the Bordering's worst fears. You will bring the entire mountain down upon our heads." "There is indeed too much force, Hrockvalder," Hunding interrupted, waving his hands frantically. "The Yarnleader is a conduit, not a storage vessel. It is drawing magic from the void, but there is nowhere for it to flow." "Then shut it off," Yarnkrona demanded. "We cannot," Hunding cried. "We must instead equalize the pressure. 3 of 4 artifacts are now open. We must travel to Gashaktor and open the Orduk Gate immediately to achieve stability, and we must do it quickly." The reality of the situation crashed over the room. The multiverse was successfully unlocking, and it was threatening to completely annihilate the dwarven stronghold in its path. For a moment, I wondered what was happening on Earth at this very second, and whether Eldaland was quaking in response to our actions. The gamble that Hunding's theory was correct never felt as perilous as it did in that moment. Yarnkrona raised his hand, and I was fully prepared for him to order his guards to drag us away, regardless of Hunding's assertions. I ignored the screaming pain in my muscles and stepped directly between the furious king and the panicked scholar. "Your Majesty," I said loudly, meeting the king's angry gaze dead on. "I apologize. The damage is entirely on me, but we cannot afford to point fingers while the ceiling is literally falling." "I stood against my own bordering for you, human," Yarnkrona snarled, stepping closer, his voice vibrating with a dangerous, deeply felt betrayal. "I risked war with Earendor to grant you safe harbor. I staked the absolute honor of my crown on your success, and you repay my trust by cracking the foundation of my kingdom?" I squared my shoulders, lifting my chin to meet his furious gaze without flinching, fully accepting the truth of his words. He had put everything on the line for our team, and right now, it looked exactly like Hildren had been right all along. But guilt wasn't going to fix the rapidly expanding fissures in the cavern walls. The dwarven king flashed his teeth in a bitter sneer, waiting for a defense I wasn't going to give. I took a deep breath instead, summoning the words to offer the monarch the only practical way out. "You're right," I asserted calmly over the rumbling rock. "And I am not going to let your sacrifice be for nothing. Hunding is right. We just proved we can open a gateway, so now it's time to finish the alignment. We will leave for Gashaktor immediately and proceed to the Krag Jorak. We have clearly overstayed our welcome on Azogrim, and we will not let our mission destroy your home." Yarnkrona's gauntleted hand clenched into a fist, the sound of grind-eating metal barely audible over the rumbling cavern. I thought he would refuse and order us all to be thrown into a cell. He looked at the cracked walls, clearly calculating the terrifyingly fast timeline of his own city's destruction. "We need a team to help us haul these supplies with us," I pressed, offering a forward-looking approach to diffuse the immediate lethal conflict. "Keep us under guard if you have to. I don't care so long as you give us clearance to leave. And if the elves come around asking for me and Leylandir, you can hand to heart tell them we aren't here." Yarnkrona stared at me for another long, heavy second. A large chunk of granite shattered on the floor 10 feet away. The king gave a single sharp nod. "You have your clearance, human," Yarnkrona growled. "Get out of my mountain." Chapter 26. King Modsvarter Yarnkrona's heavy boots echoed against the cracked granite floor as he marched toward the deep-level elevator, leaving a suffocating, heavy silence in his wake. The dust still rained from the fractured ceiling in a fine, powdery mist, coating the subterranean cavern in a pale gray pall. I stood amidst the chaos, my chest heaving as my adrenaline crashed, and reckoning with the immediate, disastrous aftermath of our success. The Yarnleadir stood fully open behind me, its liquid silver surface rippling with ancient, mesmerizing energy. And at any moment, The roof might just collapse and bury us all alive. Some victory. The human team was still scattered along the perimeter, thoroughly disoriented by the magical backlash and the hypnotic pull of the portal. The royal dwarven guards who had tackled them to safety were now forming a rigid physical barricade between the American soldiers and the artifact, their hands resting menacingly on the hafts of their heavy axes. Levine was already moving, his commander instincts overriding the lingering daze. He barked orders, trying to rally the AFOs, but the aggressive posture of the dwarven guards was quickly escalating the situation. Jennings and Lewis, still shaking off the mental fog, instinctively reached for their sidearms in response to the wall of dwarven steel. "Stand down!" I shouted, limping toward them with my hands raised in a universally placating gesture. I pushed my way through the dust, deliberately keeping my own hands far away from my weapons. Levine pinned me with a sharp, assessing gaze, his eyes flicking from me to the wall of dwarven guards and back again. "Lopez, they're caging us in." "Let them," I told him, dropping my voice to a calm, practical level so the guards wouldn't mistake it for a threat. "Colonel, that artifact does weird shit to your head. It will lure you in, and if you step through, I'm telling you time will blink past faster than you can say snap. By the time you figure out how to get back, there might not be an Azogrim to return to. Last time I stepped inside one of those, 3 months disappeared." A muscle ticked in Levine's cheek, the only outward sign of the tactical calculations spinning behind his eyes. He looked past the line of guards at the mesmerizing, swirling silver gate, then gave a sharp nod. "Keep your weapons lowered, soldiers," he ordered the team. "Nobody looks at the gate. Keep your eyes on the deck." As the AFOs complied, my eyes drifted down to the floor. A deep, jagged fissure had torn through the stone just inches from my boot. But it wasn't empty. A strange, coppery, metallic substance had welled up from deep within the bedrock. It bubbled thickly like molten blood and filled the crack. As the air hit it, the substance instantly cooled and solidified into a dark, metallic scar. I stared at it, my brows furrowing. I didn't have time to investigate it because the panicked shouting of the chief scientist abruptly pulled my attention away. "I must get to my laboratory," Hunding cried, scrambling around his overturned brass control console and grabbing whatever loose instruments he could carry. There was a manic, wide-eyed terror in his gaze, his thinning hair covered in stone dust. "The telemetry hub. We must monitor the effects across Azogrim to assess the structural degradation." "Go," I told him, possessing a pragmatic acceptance of our wildly diverging priorities. My job was getting this team prepped to leave. His was keeping an entire kingdom from collapsing. I knew which one I would have preferred to take on. "We'll handle our people. Get your readings, Hunding." Hunding didn't pause to say goodbye. Accompanied by 3 terrified dwarven technicians clutching armfuls of gear, the scholar sprinted toward the far end of the chamber, leaving us completely isolated at ground zero. I turned to Levine, spotting Calathil and Nazgra carefully picking their way through the rubble to join us. The orc elder leaned heavily on her staff, but her eyes were sharp and alert. "Okay, what's the play?" Levine demanded, his voice a low, gravelly rumble. "We evacuate," I said firmly. Yarnkrona gave us clearance to leave. We take the team, assemble at the medical level, and figure out our exact fallback plan to Gashak Tor. Levine turned to a dwarven engineer, who was nervously inspecting the deep-level elevator Yarnkrona had just vacated. The heavy iron grating was bent, and the stone archway housing it was aggressively fractured. "Is the lift still operational?" Levine asked the engineer. The dwarf grunted, wiping sweat from his brow, his eyes darting toward the humming portal. "The main cables held. The counterweights are groaning under the seismic shifts, but they remain on their tracks. It will lift you. Once, maybe twice if the mountain favors you." "Good enough," Levine said. He turned to the team. "We move in shifts. Gunther, Cortez, Vance, Hill, You're up first with Jennings and Lewis. Secure the perimeter on the medical level." He placed a heavy, protective hand on his wife's shoulder. "Lopez, you, me, Lorraine, and the VIPs are on the second lift." Once the first wave of soldiers was safely up, I stepped into the cramped iron cage alongside Levine, Calathil, and Nazgra. Lorraine pressed securely against her husband's side as the dwarf engineer joined us and threw a heavy lever, and the elevator ground upward with a terrifying metallic shriek that echoed off the sheer rock walls. The ride was claustrophobic and tense. The adrenaline crash had settled deep into my bones, making my bruised shoulder and bandaged leg throb in painful unison. I leaned my head against the cold iron bars, watching the subterranean layers of Azogrim slide past in a blur. More fissures streaked the walls of the vertical shaft, and every single one wept that same strange, coppery metal. It was as if the mountain was bleeding out. But as the elevator climbed steadily higher, passing through the massive, cavernous residential and commercial levels, I caught brief, shifting glimpses of the dwarven evacuation. It was awe-inspiring. Where I expected to see panic, I saw straight lines. I had seen how humans handled magical apocalypses, with chaotic screaming stampedes and absolute societal breakdown. The dwarves, however, moved with grim, stoic efficiency. Tight, organized formations marched toward what I assumed were emergency portals. When the elevator finally shuddered to a halt at the medical tier, the iron grating scraped open to reveal a scene of intense, controlled activity. Dwarven medics in crisp white tunics hurried back and forth carrying supplies and trays of sterilized instruments. Before I fully stepped out of the cage, Jurga was striding down the corridor toward me. The tall, muscular orc's fiery expression was softened entirely by the small bundle she held securely against her chest. She was gently rocking baby Cora, the human orc infant completely sound asleep despite the literal earth-shaking events. "What in the ancestors' names did you do down there?" Jurga demanded, deep lines forming around her mouth. "The entire mountain is screaming. The stone is vibrating under our feet." "We opened the Yarnlighter," I said, keeping my voice steady. "There was a massive magical backlash. We have to leave for Gashaktor immediately to open the Crag Jorak, to stabilize the flow of magic. How are the stasis pods? Were they compromised?" Jurga adjusted Cora and shook her head. "Both occupants are stable. When the first tremors hit, the power systems in this wing fluctuated, but I assume there were backup sources of power. There has not been so much as a flicker of change to the pods themselves." A massive wave of relief crashed over my chest. It was the single piece of good news in a sea of absolute chaos. "Let's see them," I said. Jurga led us down a quiet corridor to the stasis chamber. The circular room was lined with towering glass and iron stasis tubes built directly into the curving stone walls. Only 2 pods were currently active, humming with a low, steady thrum. My eyes were immediately drawn to Leylandir suspended in the thick, translucent blue mist. His handsome, elven features were perfectly slack, his white blonde hair falling motionless around his face. He looked frozen in time, the stasis gas holding his biological progression at an absolute standstill. On the other side of the room, Robbo's chest remained hollow-looking, locked away from death by the same magical mixture. I went to the thick glass, placing my hand flat against Leylandir's heart. Dimrin remained huddled on the floor and let out a soft, despondent whine, his sky-blue scales dulling as he pressed his nose against my boot. Beside him, Naz's lavender scales rippled in distress, her wider telepathic range broadcasting a low, steady thrum of shared mourning directly into my mind. "I know, guys," I projected to the little Sirions. "Trust me, I'm trying to figure this out." Honestly, though, the complexity of our situation made me want to whine, too. Moving a whole team along with all their gear across worlds was one thing, but transporting 2 highly delicate, magically powered stasis tubes through an interdimensional portal was something else entirely. "We have to figure out how to rig these things for transit," I muttered, staring at Leylandir's frozen face. We need to detach them and bring power and gas. Then maybe... I felt Calathil step up beside me. The ancient elf ruler looked at his grandnephew with a profound, quiet sorrow. Asha, Calathil said softly, his voice measured and patient. We must be logical about this. Azogrim's defenses are ancient and formidable. Even if Nerianthus marches his armies into Azogrim, this mountain will not fall quickly, taking Leylandir through a raw tear in reality while his physical form is suspended between life and death. It will likely shatter the stasis entirely. I slowly turned to look at Calathil, feeling a sudden, hot spark of defiance ignite in my chest. We should trust the dwarves to keep him safe here, Calathil suggested gently. Leave them secured in this wing. We go to Gashaktor, open the Kragjorak, render all 4 worlds safe again, and return to ponder the question of this contract further. No, I said flatly, the refusal leaving no room for debate. Asha, the risk to his physical form? I am not leaving him behind, Calathil, I interrupted, my voice hardening. I don't care how thick these walls are. If I leave him here and Nerianthus breaches this stronghold, he'll rip him out of this pod, wake him up, and force him to fulfill his end of the contract. He will turn him into a weapon. I looked back at the glass. I would never forgive myself. Where I go, he goes. Period. Before Calathil could formulate a counter-argument, the door swung open. A severely dressed dwarf official marched into the room. The tension rolling off him put me in mind of a new recruit running like the hounds of hell were nipping their ankles over some order. Had the situation in the city fundamentally shifted? I hadn't felt a single tremor in this room, but that might not be the case everywhere. The official looked directly past the others in the room, locking eyes with me and Calathil. The Hrockvalder summons the leadership of your delegation to the inner sanctum, the messenger announced, his voice tight and formal. Immediately. Levine crossed his massive arms. We're currently orchestrating an evacuation. The king already gave us clearance to depart. The situation has changed, the official replied stiffly. The bordering demands your presence. It is not a request, human. A heavy silence fell over the room, the immediate, practical urgencies of our exit planning just seconds before slid away. Our ticket out just got revoked? As much as I wanted to tell the dwarf to leave so we could get the hell out of this place, I knew we couldn't afford to ignore a direct summons from the entire Council of Monarchs. Hildren would be an absolute delight given the situation. Okay, Levine said, running a hand over the back of his thick neck in a gesture of pure weariness, his mind clearly assessing the board while I stood there dumbly. He looked at me, Calathil, and then Nazgra. The 4 of us will go. We'll handle the politics. Levine turned to Gunther, who stood guard near the doorway. You're in charge of the others while I'm gone. Keep Lorraine and the team secure and prep to move out. Find a dwarven technician, bribe them if you have to, and find out exactly what the risk factors are for pushing these stasis pods through a portal. Have a transit plan ready for when we get back. Lorraine gave Levine's arm a firm, reassuring squeeze before stepping back to stand with Gunther. Yes, sir. Gunther nodded. I cast one last glance at the stasis pods, watching Naza curl her lavender body protectively around Dimrin before we fell in behind the dwarf messenger, leaving the quiet hum of the medical bay and stepping into the chaotic reality of the upper residential passages. As we moved swiftly through the grand corridors toward the inner sanctum, the environmental details of our actions became starkly apparent. The upper levels hadn't suffered the massive, foundational cracking of the Yarnleader chamber, but the hair on the back of my neck stood on end at the amount of ambient magical energy up here, which was apparently altering the architecture. The metallic substance I had noticed below was significantly more prevalent here. Large clusters of deep cracks ran along the polished granite walls, bursting with the glowing coppery metal. It spread in branching, organic patterns, looking less like structural damage and more like a network of glowing metallic veins wrapped around the stone. It would have been completely fascinating if not for the faces of the dwarves we passed in transit. Where previously we had been looked upon with wary curiosity or guarded respect, we were now the recipients of absolute, naked hostility. Dwarven mothers pulled their children behind them as we walked by. Sentries glared at us with undisguised venom. We had officially overstayed our welcome. We were the disease that was infecting their mountain. We paused momentarily near an intersection, forced to wait as a particularly large clan crossed the main thoroughfare. Right next to where we stood, a massive cluster of the coppery veins pulsed faintly with a dull ambient warmth. I couldn't ignore it any longer. "What exactly are we looking at here?" I asked, gesturing to the glowing metal veins filling the shattered granite. "It's everywhere." Calathil stepped closer to the wall, his scholarly curiosity overriding his political anxiety for a brief moment. He reached, his long fingers stopping just short of touching the metal. "Benduzil," Calathil whispered with a gleam in his eye which told me that I hadn't been the only person to notice. I have only ever read about it in the most ancient of texts. It is an extremely rare alloy, entirely unique to the deepest bedrock of Dwarengal. It is their geological equivalent of lodestones on Earth, or Ethereum in Earendor, but its properties are entirely different. Nazgra hobbled forward, leaning on her heavy staff. She pressed her calloused gray-green hand directly against a pulsing vein of the metal. "It does not just hold magic, elf," Nazgra observed, her gravelly voice filled with quiet awe. "It feels like magic itself." Calathil nodded slowly. "Precisely. Ethereum acts as a primarily conductor, amplifying magical currents from deep underground. But Benduzil is different in that it is the primary source of power. I can only assume that with such overwhelming magical radiation, it is forming at rates never before seen. On a world as old as Azogrim, deposits of Benduzil have long since been depleted." I looked at the vast network of coppery veins wrapping around the corridor. This stuff was performing the dwarven equivalent of an autoimmune response. The mountain is healing itself, I realized aloud. "Yes," Calathil confirmed. "Azogrim is literally metabolizing the catastrophic influx of magic you unleashed. The structural damage is immense, but the structures are adapting to contain it. The situation might be significantly less catastrophic than Hunding initially feared. So, as it turned out, I may not have doomed millions of dwarves to be crushed by their own ceiling. We had wounded the mountain, but it wasn't going to die. If only the general populace who still glared at us like vermin would catch on." "Let us hope the bordering shares your optimism," Nazgra grunted, pulling her hand away from the warm substance and gesturing for us to follow the messenger who scowled impatiently at us. We resumed our march, the corridor gradually widening until we approached the heavily fortified entrance of the inner sanctum. The atmosphere here was distinctly different. The royal guards stationed outside the massive doors were far more numerous than before, but it wasn't just tension that made their stances so rigid. As we drew closer, I clearly saw the whites of their eyes. I smelled the sharp, metallic tang of genuine, uncontrolled fear rolling off them. They weren't looking at us with hostility. They were actively avoiding our gazes, their hands gripping their weapons with white-knuckled terror. A cold sense of dread pooled in my stomach. Something was incredibly wrong. The messenger didn't announce us, simply urging us forward with a frantic, uncharacteristic wave of his hand. "Quickly, do not keep the Hrockvalder waiting," he hissed, stepping aside. The doors swung open, and I went to step forward into the magically warded room, but my boots abruptly seized to the floor. I froze completely in shock. The entire board ring was assembled. The kings and queens of the dwarven worlds sat rigidly around the long translation table. King Modsvarter Yarnkrona stood to the side of the table, and from his posture I figured he'd been pacing the room as he waited for us to arrive. But it was the center of the room that drew my attention, because hovering above the polished stone slab was a massive, flawlessly rendered magical projection of Neriantha Shadarian. The Elven High Lord's face was projected in terrifyingly high resolution, his sharp, aristocratic features glowing with holographic light. His deep blue eyes were frozen, but carried a look of such absolute, icy fury that it felt as though the temperature in the chamber had dropped 20 degrees. My breath caught in my throat. If Nerianthus had managed to convince the council that an invasion was now warranted, right as the entire populace was in the midst of an evacuation. As I stood paralyzed on the threshold, Yarnkrona slowly turned his head. His dark eyes locked onto mine, completely devoid of the camaraderie or respect we had fought so hard to build. There was only the cold execution of political survival in his gaze. The High King's voice cut through the magically silenced room, heavy and damning. "Tell me, human," Yarnkrona demanded, his words echoing terribly in the vast chamber. "Why did you neglect to mention that you slew the heir of House Shadarian as you escaped Lumenfell?" I stared at the king, then up at the terrifying projection of Nerianthas, my mind reeling as the absolute horrifying reality of my actions finally caught up with me. Oh shit. Chapter 27. There was a split second where my brain simply failed to process the scale of the disaster waiting for me in the inner sanctum. I stood completely frozen on the threshold, staring at the massive holographic projection of Elven High Lord Nerianthus Shadarian hovering above the translation table. My mouth moved before my tactical filters could engage. "In my defense," I blurted into the agonizing silence. I had no idea if Malornith actually got out after the explosion. A collective, horrified gasp rippled around the circular stone table. The sovereign monarchs of the Boardrings stared at me as if I had just proudly confessed to eating a live infant. King Yarnkrona's heavy expression shifted from furious condemnation to something far more calculating. The muddy sense that a key asset had just delivered him a political shit sandwich that he now had to deal with. I looked back at the hovering face of Nerianthus, expecting the Elven High Lord to seize upon my confession. But his expression didn't change. His massive blue eyes remained utterly frozen in their mask of icy fury. He didn't react to my words at all. Right. I realized belatedly that this must have been a pre-recorded message, which didn't do a lot for the lurching feeling threatening to upend my last meal. I had just voluntarily confirmed my guilt in front of the united rulers of an entire interdimensional empire before the prosecution had even finished making its opening statement. For a single, terrifying second, it felt as though the bottom had dropped out of the world, a cold, dizzying void opening up where my tactical instincts should have been. But not before the political restraint in the room completely vaporized. The Boardring erupted into chaotic, deafening arguments. "She admits it!" Queen Hildryn Malmux of Gromdal shrieked, slamming her fists onto the granite table. The acoustic wards amplified her shrill voice until it vibrated in my teeth. "She openly confesses to the assassination of a royal elven heir. We are harboring a fugitive terrorist. She must be handed over to Earendor's justice immediately before Nerianthus reaps retribution upon all our worlds. We have greater concerns than elves at our feet." King Dolgrim Eldjarta roared back, his red beard bristling. "Did you not feel the bedrock fracture, Hildryn? The city is facing collapse, and we sit here discussing the affairs of those who mean nothing to us." "She has committed Azogrim to ruin on two fronts," Hildryn countered viciously, pointing a stubby finger at me. "The Yarn leader cracks our foundation from beneath, and her diplomatic blunders invite an elven incursion from above." I stood rooted to the spot, feeling entirely untethered as my fate was bandied about like it was simply a nuisance. The panic threatened to paralyze me. Then I felt a familiar, steady hand drop onto my uninjured shoulder. Calathil stepped up beside me. Without a word, the elf noble exerted a gentle but firm pressure, guiding me fully into the room and away from the doorway. It felt exactly like walking to the gallows, but retreating wasn't an option. "A Shadarian brat means nothing," Nazgra's gravelly voice suddenly boomed over the yelling. The orc elder hobbled forward, her eyes blazing with fierce emerald fire. She lifted her heavy wooden staff and slammed it violently against the polished stone floor, silencing half the table. An elf lordling played a dangerous game and lost to a human. That is the natural consequence of arrogance. Do not presume to act as executioners for Nerianthus's bruised ego while your own halls are actively crumbling. "You dare address the bordering in such a tone, orc?" King Baldrek Yarnblad sneered. "Silence!" the High King roared. I swore that the sheer dominating presence of the Hrookvaldur must have been magically amplified by the enchanted table, as his command forced the bickering monarchs back into their chairs. Yarnkrona turned his dark gaze toward me, pointing to a solitary, high-backed wooden chair positioned directly in front of the massive projection. "Sit, Asha Lopez," Yarnkrona ordered. My boots felt like lead, but I forced myself to walk to the designated seat. I sank into the chair. It was agonizingly placed. Nerianthus's colossal glowing face literally loomed over me, an intentional, physically intimidating setup designed to make whoever sat here feel as small and powerless as possible. Yarnkrona tapped a sequence of runes carved into his armrest. "You and your delegation will hear this message in its entirety. And then, human, you will answer for it." The massive projection rippled. The frozen image of Nerianthus dissolved into a swirl of blue and silver light before snapping back into perfect animate clarity. The recording reset to the beginning. Nerianthus Shadarian stood in the center of what looked like a grand chamber. He was draped in severe, heavy ceremonial robes of deep violet silk. Every inch of his bearing was perfectly calculated to project absolute, unassailable authority laced with deep, righteous grief. "Honored monarchs of the Dwarengal bordering," Nerianthus began, his voice smooth, cold, and echoing. "High King Modsvarter Yarnkrona, I send this message not merely as a lord of the Elven Council, but as a grieving father." The High Lord slowly lowered his head. 3 days ago, my heir, Maelornith Shadarian, was murdered within the very heart of my own palace on Lumenfell. Nerianthus paused, allowing the weight of the statement to hang in the air. Maelornith was a humble servant to the Earendor realm. He was a skilled commander, a fiercely loyal son, and the future of House Shadarian. He recognized the threat that Earth's magic wielders posed to our stability, and he gave his life attempting to protect our people from their reckless brutality. Sitting in the chair directly beneath the projection, I realized my mouth hung open as I reckoned with every word of bullshit that left Nerianthus's mouth. The things the elf was saying were absolute political fabrications, but watching this man mourn a son he clearly valued, while simultaneously treating his other son, Leylandir, like a tool for his own ends, was a deeply sickening contrast. "The assassin," Nerianthus continued, his voice hardening into a blade of pure ice, "is the human female known as Asha Lopez." Nerianthus looked directly into the recording matrix, his blue eyes seemingly burning straight through the projection and into my skull. "This human operated as a spy and a terrorist," the High Lord declared. "Her intentions were to wreak significant damage to our city. When her plot was discovered, my son valiantly attempted to apprehend her in the subterranean utility levels of our capital. In her cowardice, Lopez unleashed a catastrophic, unfiltered magical detonation directly into our primary Ethereum generators. The resulting explosion claimed Maelornith's life and inflicted devastating casualties upon our engineers. Fortunately, Maelornith's brave actions have spared our city's infrastructure from complete destruction." I felt Calathil's eyes on me and swung my head to stare at him dumbly. In elven law, causing the death of an heir is classified as an act of high treason, he projected. It carries the mandate of immediate, unquestioned extradition. My hands clenched the wooden chair's armrests. Narionthus had complete control of the narrative, and I'd been too damn impatient when I'd arrived here to give a thorough account which may just have saved me. A brief, sharp flashback of the actual event rushed through my mind. I hadn't been trying to destroy Lumenfell. I had been escaping captivity, and Maelornith hadn't been valiantly defending shit. I had literally caught him with his pants down in a maintenance alcove, having a clandestine affair. He had literally thrown his arms over his head and dove for cover behind a pillar before the Ethereum blew. For all I knew, he was still alive, and this was all just legal leverage. There were strategic omissions, and then there were blatant, calculated lies. And I didn't believe that Narionthus considered himself above either of those things. Yarncrona tapped the table to pause the projection just as Narionthus drew breath to continue. The High King leaned forward, his dark eyes boring into me. "Is this true, Lopez?" Yarncrona demanded. "Did you detonate an Ethereum core and murder the elven heir?" The silence in the room was absolute. I looked around the table. Queen Hildryn was looking at me like I was already a corpse, but King Dolgrim and King Rangvid were watching me with calculating, weighted interest. I had to thread the needle perfectly. I couldn't lie, but I couldn't let Narionthus control the board. "I blew the generator," I stated clearly, keeping my voice utterly devoid of panic. Hildryn made a whooping sound of vindicated triumph, but I immediately raised my voice over hers. "But I did not go down there to commit terrorism," I continued, looking directly at Yarncrona. "I was attempting to escape Lumenfell. I was forced into the utility levels to avoid the palace guard. I did not hunt down Maelornith. I accidentally stumbled upon him in a maintenance alcove." I paused, allowing a touch of dry disgust to enter my voice. "He was in the middle of a deeply compromising sexual encounter with one of his father's guests." I allowed myself the tiniest bit of affirmation when stunned murmurs tore through the boardroom. I didn't really know what kind stock dwarves put into sexual deviancy, but I had to hope that exposing a lord's heir for the slimy asshole he was had to at least knock a dent in his alleged heroism. "He drew his blade to recapture me," I said flatly. "I was unarmed. I blew the generator's pressure valve to create a physical barrier so I could climb into the ventilation shafts. The last time I saw Maelornith Shadarian, he was diving for cover. If he died in the blast, I am genuinely sorry for the loss of life, but it was self-defense." Yarncrona's thick eyebrows furrowed as he weighed my words. Beside him, King Rangvid let out a low, thoughtful grunt. The unified hostility in the room fractured. I just hoped I'd introduced enough reasonable doubt regarding Narionthus' narrative to make the monarchs pause. Yarncrona gestured toward the projection and hit the rune on his chair. The uncanny, frozen face of Narionthus instantly snapped back to life, resuming his speech precisely where he had left off. "I formally invoke the terms of the standing blood contract held between Leylandir Shadarian and I, his father." Narionthus lifted his chin as he spoke. The air in the sanctum suddenly felt thin and sharp, and a cold, prickling sensation spread across my skin, starting at the back of my neck and washing down my arms. "Leylandir is hereby commanded to return to Lumenfell immediately. Furthermore, he is ordered to bring the terrorist, Asha Lopez, to my court to face execution. Should he fulfill this singular task, his debt to House Shadarian will be considered paid in full. Failure to obey will similarly result in the death of Asha Lopez, and the contract will, again, be forfeit." The cold, unforgiving terms caused a wave of dizziness to wash over me. Leylandir was free either way, even now that Narionthus had lost his heir. I was sure Iolanthe would hate that. I broke out in a cold sweat, my fingers digging so hard into the wooden chair that I felt splinters. There was only one saving grace in all of this. Narionthus clearly believed that Leylandir was simply exploiting an unforeseen loophole to get around the contract. He had no way to know that he was really in a stasis tube. But even if the words he'd just uttered were effectively useless in recalling his son home, the people around the table were another matter entirely. They could very well order him into this room right now, and there would be nothing I could do about it. And even now, Nerianthus was offering Leylandir a way out. A perfect, clean slate. All he had to do was hand me over to the executioner. It was a terrible, impossible choice, designed specifically to tear us apart from the inside out. Should the boardring choose to harbor these fugitives, the projection of Nerianthus warned smoothly, shifting to his next bombshell. I must insist you recognize my absolute resolve to see justice done, to prove the reach of my house, and to ensure that Earendor's enemies have nowhere to run. We have already moved on known friendly territories to Asha Lopez. The holographic image of Nerianthus shrank slightly, sliding to the corner of the projection space while the center filled with crystal-clear, magically captured footage. It was a sprawling landscape of deeply carved red volcanic canyons and blue grass. It was a depiction of Nargakash, except it was teeming with elf soldiers. A grim line of females stood with their hands behind their backs, the circle of elders, the orc matriarchal leadership. My armies have successfully secured the primary city located on Gashaktor, Nerianthus stated over the footage. The Orduk resistance was predictably primitive and quickly pacified. Liar! Nazgra shrieked, her voice cracking with visceral, unbearable rage. The orc elder violently threw herself forward, striking the granite table with her staff so hard the wood splintered. Yarnkrona immediately paused the recording. Gashaktor does not fall so easily, Nazgra roared, baring her teeth at the frozen projection. Our warriors would drown them in their own blood. Elder Nazgra, Calathil said quietly, stepping forward and placing a gentle, restraining hand on Nazgra's shaking arm. The ancient elf ruler's green eyes were locked on the circle of elders clearly held hostage with a deep, sorrowful recognition settling over his face. I am sure your people did all they could. Levine looked at me, his dark face grim. This occupation stands between us and the Crag Jorak. I pinched the bridge of my nose, a deep pressure behind my eyes causing my head to throb. Hunding had just told us we had to go to Gashaktor immediately to execute the last leg of our mission. And now Nerianthus has an army placed exactly between us and the objective. Continue the message, Yarnkrona ordered, his voice tight. Continue? I managed, throwing a look over my shoulder in confusion. What else has that bastard got up his sleeve? The monarch didn't respond, and instead gestured with his chin back at Nerianthus's floating head. The projection snapped back. The footage of Gashaktor vanished, and Nerianthus's face completely filled the space once more. He looked directly at the invisible audience, and for the first time, a cruel, supremely confident smirk touched the corners of his mouth. Finally, Nerianthus said softly, I have a message for Leylandir himself. Should he waver in his duty to deliver his human lover to justice? Before my son's untimely death, May Lornith secured critical intelligence during his operations on Earth. We have successfully located the human female known as Amelia Hancock on Gashaktor and have now secured her on Lumenfell for her impending birth. No. Our healers have examined her and confirmed the rumors, Nerianthus continued, his voice dripping with false, magnanimous warmth. We are ensuring she receives the utmost proper medical care during her confinement, for she carries within her the unborn child of Leylandir Shadarian, my own bloodline, my grandson. I shot up from the wooden chair so fast it tipped over backward, clattering violently against the stone floor. I couldn't breathe. I was actually panting, a high ringing sound overwhelming my ears as the sheer, unadulterated evil of it fully registered in my mind. Yarnkrona hit pause again, his eyes widening slightly at my intense physical reaction. Amelia, I whispered, the name tasting like ash in my mouth. I desperately tried to do the math in my head. Amelia had been placed into that terrible, coercive relationship with Leylandir by Dr. Shaw months ago. How far along was she? 6 months? 7? But that was back when I'd gotten her out of the research facility. She could be well and truly ready to give birth by now. And I'd counted her as safe when I convinced her to stay at Gashak Tor. I cursed under my breath. He's a clever bastard. I'll give him that much. Levine breathed, a low curse more than a compliment, dragging a hand over his close-cropped hair, his military pragmatism cutting through the horror. If Leylandir doesn't deliver you to your death, Lopez, Nerianthus takes the baby the second it's born and then executes Hancock. Calathil remained quiet, but his jaw flexed as his eyes sharpened, like they could rip right through Nerianthus's face if he stared hard enough. The members of the board ring watched our exchange with varying degrees of discomfort. Even Queen Hildren remained silent. There was, thankfully, a universal, cross-cultural revulsion to the tactical use of unborn children in warfare, it seemed. "Finish it," I choked out, gesturing to the projection. "Let's hear the rest." Yarncrona nodded grimly and released the pause. "The terms of this crisis are entirely transparent," Nerianthus projected, drawing all the terrible threads of his trap together into a singular, inescapable knot. "Surrender Asha Lopez to me, and my armies will withdraw from the Ordok realm. Leylandir will be freed of his contract, and the human carrying my grandchild will be returned to a place of her choosing." The asshole paused, and I couldn't help noticing that he didn't implicitly say she would be returned with her baby to a place of her choosing. "Refuse me," he stated coldly, "and I will consider any world harboring this terrorist an active enemy of the Earendor realm. You have exactly 48 hours to make your choice." Nerianthus performed a sharp, formal elven gesture of farewell. The magical projection rippled violently, then dissipated into mist, vanishing completely from the center of the translation table. A suffocating, unbearable silence rushed in to fill the inner sanctum. My internal state was a chaotic war zone. The shock of Amelia's capture, the rage at the blood contract, the terrifying timeline of Azogrim's collapse, they were all screaming for dominance in my head. I forced everything down, ruthlessly compacting my emotions into a tight, hardened box so I could properly assess the tactical reality. Yarncrona raised his hand, anticipating the inevitable eruption of arguments from his council, and commanded absolute silence. The High King turned his dark, weary eyes toward me. The weight of the entire multiverse seemed to press down on his armored shoulders. "Your actions have backed this council into a corner, human," Yarncrona stated heavily. "If we protect you, we guarantee a war with Earendor while our mountain collapses from the inside out. I expect you have thoughts about this." All eyes in the room turned toward me. I had plenty of thoughts, all right, but right there and then they mostly involved recovering my lost dwarven sword and parting Nerianthus' head from his body. Drawing a measured breath through my nose, I slowly righted the fallen wooden chair. I didn't sit. I stood tall, squaring my shoulders, and met the High King's gaze. "Nerianthus thinks he's given us an ultimatum," I said, my voice ringing with absolute, unyielding calm, quite at odds with the maelstrom inside. "He thinks he's trapped us, but all he's really done is put himself directly between us and our next target." I looked around the table, locking eyes with Queen Hildren, and then back to Yarncrona. "We need to activate the Kragjorak to stabilize Azogrim," I stated flatly, "and Nerianthus is standing on top of it. So if we want to save this world and liberate Gashak Tor, we're going to have to go through his armies to do it, or give him what he wants." Chapter 28. A suffocating, unbearable silence hung in the room for barely a second before the political dam broke. The sovereign monarchs of the board ring erupted into chaotic, deafening arguments, the acoustic wards of the massive granite table amplifying the shouting into a barrage against my brain. "The Elf Lord has given us our salvation," Queen Hildryn Malmux shrieked. "He requires only the human. Hand her over immediately. We cannot sacrifice all the dwarven worlds for the sake of one terrorist whose actions are actively tearing this mountain apart." "You would bend the knee to an elf who threatens us in our own halls?" King Dolgrim Eldjarta roared back, his thick red beard bristling with outrage. "We are the Bordring. We do not cower before Earendor. We deal with the crumbling of this stronghold first, then we answer the insult." "There will be no stronghold if we do not comply," King Baldric Yarnblod sneered, his voice cutting through the din. "The structural integrity of Azogrim is failing as we speak. Are you too blind to see that Nerianthus offers us the only viable route to survival?" I stood near the designated chair, my boots rooted to the floor as the political factions violently divided right in front of me. The shock of Amelia's capture, the rage at the blood contract, and the terrifying timeline to capitulate all swirled in my mind like the eye of a terrible storm that had finally hit. "You sniveling cowards!" Nazgra's gravelly voice suddenly boomed over the yelling. "Nerianthus has invaded the Ordic realm. He holds the Circle of Elders hostage. I swear upon the bones of my ancestors, any world that cowers before the elves and does not lift a finger to liberate Gashaktor will face the absolute, unending wrath of our horde for 1,000 generations." "Do not threaten the bordering orc!" Hildryn snapped viciously. "Your little gaggle of old ones are not worth the complete annihilation of our people." King Mudsvartur Yarnkrona held up a hand to call for silence, but before the Hrockvaldur could speak, the doors to the inner sanctum burst open, and Hunding skidded into the room. The chief scientist's scholarly robes were covered in pulverized stone dust, his spectacles hung askew off one ear, and he clutched an armful of spinning, ticking brass dials to his chest. "The readings!" Hunding shrieked, his voice cracking with a high manic joy that was entirely disregarding the intense political tension in the room. He ran straight to the translation table, shoving his brass instruments onto the polished granite. "The telemetry from the upper mantle, it is unprecedented." Yarnkrona scowled deeply. "Hunding, we are in the midst of a council crisis. Unless you hold casualty estimates from the structural collapse in your hands—" "There are none!" Hunding cried, his hands waving frantically. "The structural collapse is halting, Hrockvaldur. The bedrock is not dying. Instead, the rock is metabolizing this new source of power." The scholar waved his hands and threw up a massive three-dimensional holographic map of Azogrim's subterranean structure. "Look at these fissures!" Hunding pointed excitedly at the glowing blue projection of the mountain. Vast networks of deep, jagged red fractures ran throughout the lower levels, forking into more and more as they reached upward. The catastrophic influx of pure magical energy triggered a massive geological response. But all of these cracks are filling at unprecedented rates. The stone is bleeding Benduzel. Calathil, standing beside me, nodded in solemn confirmation. "Veins of the alloy are rapidly replacing gaps and cracks caused by the seismic response," Hunding continued, his eyes wide with scientific awe. "And it will turn the raw power of the Yarnhleder directly into new, ambient magic sources. The mountain is not only healing itself, but it is providing an abundance of magic stored within our very walls." The threat of invasion apparently forgotten, as the monarch stared at the projected red lines which slowly morphed into pulsing, coppery veins. A collective, audible exhalation of breath filled the sanctum as shoulders slumped and monarchs sank back in their thrones. Azogrim wasn't going to collapse. Millions of citizens who had yet to evacuate were safe. This was no longer the dwarf equivalent of an apocalypse. But as I watched the monarch's expressions shift into wonder, I realized with a sudden, sickening clarity that Hunding's salvation had just completely doomed me. "See?" Queen Hildryn seized the opportunity instantly, her voice ringing with vindicated triumph. She gestured grandly to the holographic map. Our world survives the humans' recklessness. Now we must protect it from elven wrath. We have no need of the Craig Jorak to vent magical pressure. We hand her over to Nerianthus, and Azogrim is not only secure, but prosperous once more. The ironic effect of the good news settled over the room. Before, the dwarves had to balance the elven threat against the immediate destruction of their mountain. Now, with their home securing itself, the tables had turned. They had no reason to risk a war for us anymore. "You hypocritical, stone-hearted fools!" Nazgra roared, her jaw trembling with sheer outrage. "My world remains under occupation while you celebrate your own survival. Your honor is as hollow as an empty barrel." "We must weigh the survival of our people against a single human life, Elder Nazgra," King Rangvid stated softly, his voice heavy with political pragmatism. Yarnkrona met my eye, and the weight of his gaze confirmed what I already knew deep down inside. He had risked everything to harbor us, and now his council was overwhelmingly demanding my head to ensure peace. I recognized the look in his eyes. It was the exact same look my COS got right before they made a ruthless utilitarian sacrifice. "The board ring will recess to formally assess this new information, and the ultimatum presented by Nerianthus Shadarian," Yarnkrona announced, his voice carrying the heavy, inescapable weight of an impending guilty verdict. He looked up, his dark eyes meeting mine. "Asha Lopez, you and your delegation will return to your quarters. You will remain available to this council while we deliberate Nerianthus's terms. Do not attempt to leave." The implicit shift was unmistakable. I wasn't an honored guest anymore. I was leverage. Levine drew a breath beside me, and I could tell he was going to argue the point, so I got in first. "Understood," I said flatly, refusing to give them the satisfaction of panic. Guards stepped forward, their massive axes held at the ready, and escorted us toward the doors. We moved in a tight, tense group. As we crossed the threshold, I threw one final glance back at the council. The weight of everything, Leylandir's freedom, Amelia's life, the Orduk homeworld, hung balancing on the edge of a knife, and the dwarves were fully preparing to let it drop. It was a shame that it was right on my head. "Jurga," I projected the thought outward the moment we were clear of the inner sanctum's dampening wards, pushing the telepathic message directly through the deep, fierce sister bond I shared with the orc. "We need to talk. Right now." By the time we cleared the elevator and stepped back into the secured medical wing, Jurga was already striding angrily down the corridor toward us. "What happened?" the orc demanded. "I felt your anger from 3 levels away. What did the king say?" "It wasn't Yarnkrona," I said grimly, leading her into an empty triage room adjacent to the stasis pods, gesturing for the rest of the core team to follow. Calathil, Levine, Nazgra, and Leora filed in, joining Gunther, Lorraine, and the remaining AFOs who had been anxiously awaiting our return. Lorraine immediately gravitated to Levine's side, her expression tightening as she read the grim defeat on our faces. "Nerianthus Shadarian sent a message to the board ring," I explained bluntly, ripping the Band-Aid off. "With instructions for Leylandir to hand me over for execution. May Lornith is dead. And in response, well, that elven bastard. Tell me the dwarves laughed in his face." Jurga bared her teeth in a low growl. "I wish they did," I said, folding my arms, trying to find the words to tell my orc sister about her homeworld. I opened my mouth, but Levine cut in ahead of me. "There's been developments on the structural status of Azogrim," Levine rumbled, stepping forward to address the room. "Hunding reported that the mountain is absorbing the influx of magic and is rapidly developing an alloy called benduzel. Spontaneously, apparently. This substance is filling in the cracks, which means that Azogrim isn't going to collapse. Which is great for the dwarves, of course, but it also means they no longer need our help to save their city. Instead, they're staring down the barrel of a war with the elves that they don't want." "Nerianthus has delivered an ultimatum," I continued, looking directly into Jurga's fierce eyes. The personal and the political were about to violently collide for her. He has occupied Nargakash, and he's holding the Circle of Elders hostage. He's parked his army directly on top of the Crag Jorak. Zhurga went completely rigid. Her hand drifted instinctively to the hilt of the heavy dagger strapped to her thigh. A mixture of absolute fury for her homeworld and horror at the look on my face was the only thing that stayed her hand. He's agreed to stand down so long as I'm delivered to him for execution, I finished. The room went quiet, and Zhurga's eyes widened as her face fell. The only sound was the scuffling of boots from the AFOs who lurked at the back, clearly out of their depth and probably wondering why they should care about any of this. I'm sorry, I projected to my orc sister. I never meant to bring harm to your people. Zhurga didn't respond right away, and blinked when Levine took the opportunity to continue briefing the room. Narionthus Shadarian and his army stands directly between us and our objective, Levine summarized, his military assessment crisp and unyielding. To open all 4 of the artifacts which govern magic across the realms, we need access to the Crag Jorak, which is located within proximity to Nargakash. It will no doubt be heavily guarded by an elven army. There is one more thing, I said quietly, looking at Calathil before turning back to the group. Narionthus captured Amelia Hancock. She's on Lumenfell. He knows she's pregnant with Leylandir's child. If Leylandir doesn't bring me to him, he's going to take the baby. Zhurga made a sharp, guttural sound in the back of her throat and took an involuntary step back, her eyes wide with horror. Beside her, Lorraine let out a ragged gasp, a mother's instinct recoiling violently at the thought of a child used as a pawn. Then, as if pulled by an invisible string, Zhurga scooped up baby Cora from her basket to clutch her tight in response. It was a reaction I couldn't fault. The sheer scale of Narionthus's ruthlessness was staggering. He had boxed us in from every conceivable angle. Strategic options, Levine demanded, breaking the silence with ruthless efficiency. Talk to me. We fight, Zhurga snarled. We march through the portal, we slaughter the elves occupying my world, and we take Narionthus's head. With what army? Gunther asked practically, adjusting his glasses. We have 9 AFOs, including Asha. The Shadarian forces have been idle since the ceasefire with Earth, and they've likely pacified whatever orc forces were in their way when they arrived. It's suicide without an army of our own. The dwarves are actively preparing to surrender us to avoid the fight, Calathil added gravely, his pale face drawn. We cannot rely on their forces. Negotiation, Leora suggested softly from the corner of the room, her beautiful elven face pale with shock. Perhaps if we parleyed with the Elven Council directly on Athelis. You did not see his face, young one, Nazgûl grunted bitterly. The man will not be directed by his council peers. He has lost his son and seeks retribution. The collective eyes in the room swung toward me and I pinched the bridge of my nose, closing my eyes for a brief second against the sudden, crushing weight of their expectations. Every option seemed entirely impossible, leading directly to mass casualties, slavery, or the execution of a pregnant woman. So, Jennings said slowly, sitting heavily on a medical cot. He looked around the room, finally giving voice to the deeply uncomfortable, obvious question hanging in the air. Do we actually hand Lopez over? A sharp, incredibly tense silence followed. Eyeballs slid to the floor. Gunther visibly flinched, his face paling as if he'd just been struck, while Zhurga fiercely shook her head. But the tactical math was undeniable. My life for the freedom of an entire world, an innocent child, and the man I loved. I looked around the room, taking a deep, shuddering breath. Yes, I said finally, my voice remarkably steady. If we have to, that's what we're going to do. Lopez, no, Levine started, taking a half-step toward me, his voice a low, dangerous rumble. Lorraine grabbed his arm, her face stricken as she looked at me like she was about to lose a second child to this war. "We evaluate all options, Colonel," I interrupted firmly. "Especially the ones that result in fewer casualties. You all proved today that you could open the Yarnlighter. You don't need me to open the Crag Jorak. The mission is the priority." Before anyone could argue further, I turned and slipped out of the triage room. I walked down the quiet corridor, ignoring the distant, muted sounds of the shifting bedrock, and headed toward the stasis chamber. I walked slowly toward Leylandir's pod and sank heavily onto the cold stone floor, pulling my knees up to my chest. I pressed my fingertips against the pod's cool, smooth glass and stared up at Leylandir suspended in the thick, translucent blue mist. His handsome, elven features were perfectly slack, his white blonde hair falling motionless around his face. Dimrin chittered softly as he crawled onto my shoulder. A second later, Naza materialized out of her stealth camouflage from the shadows near the base of the pod. Her lavender scales shimmered into view as she draped herself gently over my drawn-up knees. I stroked the little blue Sirion's scaly chin absent-mindedly, letting my other hand drop to smooth down Naza's chest. "I think the universe finally said no to us, Leylandir," I whispered, the raw emotion finally cracking through my tightly controlled facade. The one-sided conversation felt utterly pathetic and incredibly necessary all at once. He was right there, inches away, completely oblivious to the fact that his father was currently tearing the multiverse apart to break him. "He's got Amelia," I choked out, a hot tear escaping the corner of my eye and tracking through the stone dust on my cheek. "He's got the Circle of Elders. He's got the Bordering ready to hand us both over to him. And I'm sitting here trying to figure out if I can actually let you wake up to witness me stepping onto the executioner's block, or if it's kinder to leave you here sleeping until it's done." I closed my eyes, the exhaustion pulling deeply at my bones. While meditating in the days leading up to this disaster, I had been closing in on a profound, terrifying truth about the contract. It was anchored by our connection, not by our magic, but our love for each other. I wondered now if severing that love, if it were even possible, was the only way to void the contract ahead of the terms playing out. If it would erase the grief he would carry over me. But sitting here now, feeling his silent, steady presence through the glass, I knew the bitter truth. I was too much of a coward to break what was the only shining light in the darkness. Death was no stranger to me as a soldier. I'd lived on the line between life and death for half of my life. But even soldiers needed something to die for. Back when I was fighting for the gates to be closed, my sacrifice for that greater good was enough. Now, with everything that had happened, I knew the only thing that would give me the courage to deliver myself to the father of the man I had murdered was the love of his other son. Chapter 29. I don't know how long I sat there mired in the hopelessness of it all, but Dimrin was snoring in my lap by the time the pins and needles in my legs eventually coerced me into confronting the only plan that we had available to us. I kept him tucked into my arms as I stood. Naza uncoiled from my legs with a soft trill, her lavender wings fluttering as she opted to follow us rather than remain alone in the quiet medical bay. And I carried the little guy back into the room where I left the others. I paused by the door, knowing that once I stepped over the threshold, the plan would be set. There would be no turning back. A pitcher of what I assumed was Durmouth sat on the table, with my team nursing mugs like this was awake, rather than a strategy session. A few had left. The only AFO at the table was Gunther, and while Jurga was there, I thought that Nazgra had likely taken baby Cora off to their apartment for some sleep. I wasn't surprised that Hunding wasn't seated beside Calathil given the relative chaos within Azogrim, so all in all, it left Leora and her grandfather, Levine, Lorraine, Gunther, and my orc sister at the table. "King Yarncrona has a strong sense of honor," Leora was saying, leaning forward earnestly. "He bristled at Hildren's cowardice. If Calathil and I were to formally request his support in petitioning the Elven Council on Athelis, we could go over Nerianthus's head. We could have him censured, forced to stand down. I stepped into the room. The conversation died. 6 pairs of eyes snapped to me, a mixture of dread and a desperate, flickering hope that I was about to hate myself for extinguishing. I ignored them, walking to the table. I picked up a clean mug, filled it from the pitcher of Durmalth, and downed the fiery liquid in 3 long swallows. It tasted like brimstone and broken promises. I set the empty mug on the table, the sharp crack echoing in the sudden silence. Dimrin continued dozing in the crook of my left arm. My gaze landed on Leora. There was a time, weeks ago, when I would have given anything to feel the kind of hope she still possessed. Now, it felt like a liability we couldn't afford. "It won't work," I said, my voice rougher than intended. I moved to stand behind her chair, resting a hand briefly on her shoulder. The gesture was for my benefit, not hers, a way to ground myself before I tore down the last of our defenses. "Your heart is in the right place, Leora, but you're thinking in weeks. Nerianthus moves in hours." "We evaluate all options, soldier," Levine snapped, throwing the words I'd used earlier squarely back in my face. Lorraine put a hand on her husband's forearm with a frown, but Jurga spoke before I could reply. "The realm of Orduk is not limited to Gashaktor alone. There are a dozen warrior clans on Gormash, on Urthak, and even Vahsel. They will answer the call. Give me a week, and I can have an army at the steps of Nargakash that will make the ground tremble." "We don't have a week," I huffed, and handed Dimrin over to Leora so I could stretch my arms overhead. "And as soon as Nerianthus sniffs out an army, the circle of elders are all dead. He has all the leverage, and he sure as shit isn't giving it back." "Well, what do you propose instead?" Jurga snarled, slamming the base of her mug down so hard the stone tabletop rang with the impact. Dimrin sat up with a disoriented chirp in Leora's lap. Instantly, Naza bristled, projecting a sharp telepathic hiss of warning that flashed across all of our minds. Leora quickly stroked both of their scales while making soothing sounds until the Sirion settled. "Your execution?" Jurga continued. "You forget, sister, that you belong to the Orduk people now. You do not get to decide such things in isolation." I held Jurga's eyes. A treacherous sheen had filmed them over, and I knew it was mirrored in my own. Her jaw was a knot of solid muscle. The words I wanted to say, of apology, of love, of despair, were a pressure behind my sternum, a solid weight I couldn't move. Before I could force a single one past my teeth, Levine pounced on the silence. "A frontal assault is a bloodbath that sacrifices the very people you want to save, Jurga." He stood and pressed his fists on the table, staring at the jug of Durmalth like it contained the answers he was looking for. "And playing the diplomacy card with the Elven Council won't work either. This Nerianthus isn't stupid. It was a bold move to occupy a foreign realm without sanction from his counterparts. He will have thought through the consequences of that and chosen to act, anyway." "So you would deliver her to him?" Jurga's teeth flashed in a rictus. "Or do you have another plan, Colonel?" "Perhaps," Calathil interjected, his quiet voice no less commanding than the other leaders in the room. "We have something he may value in place of Asha Lopez. Nerianthus Shadarian may have considered his choices ahead of time, but grief and anger over the loss of his son is something I can understand. It can obscure sense for a time." I chewed the inside of my cheek as I recalled a time that felt like an age ago, when I sat in a stone chamber looking at maps of a cave system leading to the Aerlin Galad. It was maybe the first time Leylandir and I had an open conversation about his family, and about Leora's father, Delandir Tulkasiel, who died early in the war with Earth. Calathil took a slow breath before continuing. "Nerianthus will not back down without a prize, but let us consider that we perhaps have more leverage than we think." "No," I said quickly before he could continue. You're not handing yourself over to him. Calathil pressed his lips together, his brow furrowing. I am an old man, Asha. Narionth's quarrel with me put us on this path, albeit many years ago now. No, I repeated. You don't have to convince me that he wants you dead. But now he probably wants my head a lot more than yours. I killed Milornith, Calathil. I killed his damn heir. If we send you as a peace offering, all he's going to do is have an extra head to put on a spike. Grandfather, Leora said, shaking her head. She is right. You cannot deliver yourself to... execution? Calathil gave a mirthless laugh. I am old, Leora. There is little sense sacrificing the young to save those whose candles have burned so low that their light will extinguish soon regardless. Why is nobody in this room talking about the mission? I folded my arms over my chest. The actual reason we're all sitting together in this room? What? Because some magical substance is filling in the cracks on Azogrim, we suddenly don't care about what might be happening on Earth or Eldoraon. They could be crumbling for all we know, and we're sitting here chasing dead ends. What's happening right now? I leaned over the table and pressed my finger on the solid stone slab. Is that there is an army between us and the fourth piece of this puzzle. We haven't finished the job yet, and until we do, Narionthus doesn't even matter. You're suggesting we ignore him then? Levine said with a dry huff. Just mosey on over and ask for a day pass to visit this so-called sacred site? Watch your tongue, human, Zhurga growled. I held my hands up to halt any further arguments. What I'm saying is that we need to get a team on the ground with the capability to open the damn gate. I lifted my gaze to meet Levine's eye and pointed to the ground. Look at what we achieved down there. Together, as a team. Hunding said that there was enough balance among the AFOs to make it work. You don't need me to open the Crag Jorak, Colonel, which is why we need to take 2 teams to Kashak Tor. I sucked in my lower lip, waiting for someone to shoot me down, but the collective faces in the room just stared at me with confusion. I made a derisive noise in the back of my throat and started pacing around the table. Team Alpha. That's me, Leylandir, and any dwarves Yarn-Krona chooses to send along to hand us over to Narionthus. That gives us enough cover to deploy a second team. Team Bravo. That'll be you, Colonel, with all the AFOs and Hunding's people, who can rig up the equipment you need to achieve the activation. Zhurga, we don't need an army, but I wouldn't say no to a small unit of orc soldiers to accompany them if you can arrange it within the next 12 hours. But I'm betting that once the elves report back to say that I'm in custody, they'll start pulling back and abandon the Crag Jorak. I will not agree to forfeit, Zhurga spat. Listen to me, I snapped back, pausing long enough in my circuit of the table to level a glare at my orc sister. Nobody said I was dying, did they? For fuck's sake, I have managed shit over the past few months that I never dreamed was possible. I held my fingers up to start counting. I single-handedly shielded against an orc superbomb that nearly leveled a fortified military prison on Earth, and then evaded a whole squad of AFOs to escape with a high-value target. I let that sink in for just a moment before tapping my index finger. Then I accidentally switched on an ancient gate that the greatest minds in Earendor couldn't crack for millennia, and evaded Milornith's team to escape through the damn thing. I extracted a pregnant woman from a high-security research facility under the very noses of the people hunting me. I smuggled a princess from inside her castle to safety on another world. And just yesterday, I broke a damn torque that prevented me from touching magic at all, and managed to drag an unconscious Leylandir back to Azogrim without even voiding the blood contract he signed to keep me alive in some stupid pretty prison on Lumenfell. I realized that my breathing had become a series of harsh, deep intakes of air, fueling the fire in my chest. I stopped pacing, my hands clenched into tight fists at my sides. I'm not some damsel in distress, and I have a plan, so how about you all calm the hell down and let me lay it out? Just because you got lucky doesn't mean you're invincible, Levine said. Hank, Lorraine chastised her husband with a click of her tongue before turning her attention to me. Asha, None of us want you to give yourself up, but if you've got a plan up your sleeve here, then I'm all ears." The look on Lorraine Levine's face cut right down to the marrow. The hopeful gleam in her eye and the tremble in her lips she couldn't quite rein in as she waited for me to outline the plan that didn't end in death. It had to be hard for her to sit and listen to all this after losing her son to this war. So I told myself that the lie I was about to deliver was so that no more parents had to live with the deaths of their sons and daughters in this conflict. Once all the gates were open, magical resources would balance them out, and there wouldn't be any excuses for the war to continue. I poured another measure of Durmouth and gulped it down as I organized the pieces in my mind. For any of this to work, I need to make it explicitly clear that Leylandir can't know about any of this. I ran my tongue over my teeth. He can't know that Maelornith is dead, or that Nerianthus is demanding my execution. He has to think that he is delivering me back to the original agreement. Otherwise, this all goes to shit. "Well, it isn't like he's got a lot of choices, does he?" Gunther piped in. He drummed his fingers on the table, his gaze unfocused ahead of him. "Either way, you'd end up dead. The contract breaking or the executioner's axe. Unless the contract wasn't an obstacle anymore." Instead of Gunther, I stared at Calathil, who, by the look on his face, was one step ahead of the rest. "Nelwyneth Enethiel," he said flatly. "Nelwy who?" Gunther's cheek twitched in confusion. "Honorable suicide," I explained. "If I'd died when we opened the yarn lighter, the contract would have dissolved with no collateral to attach it to. If Leylandir dies, the contract falls apart." Gunther nodded slowly. "Exactly. So if anybody goes flapping their gums and Leylandir finds out about this, they're going to answer to me. To preserve the contract, we need him to believe he is obeying his oath to Nerianthus, and that his father doesn't want me dead. Got it?" Grim nods around the table gave me the breathing room I needed for the rest. I held Calathil's eye for a moment, the rest of my gambit relying on him keeping his mouth closed. "I don't want to hear a word from you about what I say next. Understand?" I projected at him. He didn't answer right away, and I was about to demand an affirmative when his voice laced into my mind. "I understand, Asha Lopez." It was a struggle to keep my shoulders from slumping in relief. Instead, I forced attention into them, a deliberate act of control, and started pacing again as I chose the next words carefully. "This contract is a connection between me, Leylandir, Nerianthus, and Cylindra, Leylandir's supposed fiancé. I can feel it inside me, the same way I felt the Torse's hold on my magic. I've also got the benefit of an orc matriarch living inside my head who helped me figure out how to break free of the Torque and can help me weaponize the contract against Nerianthus." The only tell from Calathil was a slight widening of his eyes, but he kept his mouth shut, even though he was the one to tell me that any attempt to sever the contract would kill me. That much remained true as far as I was aware, and while I would certainly try to prove the old elf wrong, I'd already decided that the life of one soldier was what it took sometimes to save many thousands more. So I forced the lump in my throat down and clenched my fists at my sides. I'm not going to Gashak Tor to hand myself over to Nerianthus. I'm going there to kill him. My voice held steady, and I paused to stare up at the ceiling. Now, if anyone is going to tell me that I can't do that, I'm going to refer you back to my exploits and ask you to tell me that I'm wrong. It's risky, sure, but it's more plausible than half of the other things that I've managed to pull off lately. I expected Jurga to be the first to call BS on me. I'd held my thoughts and emotions close since entering the room, but I couldn't be completely certain that I'd managed to keep anything bleeding through the sister bond. But my orc sister only pressed her lips together and gave a tight nod. "May my grandmother keep you, sister," she said, her voice thick with emotion, "and her guidance deliver you to victory." "You're sure you can do this?" Levine didn't sound half as convinced, but Lorraine wrapped her hand around his on the table, and her lips curved up with a tight smile. "Of course she can," she said. I'll need some proximity to make it work, I lied smoothly. To be certain, the magical blowback goes according to plan. And I'll need Leylandir with me to convince Nereonthus that we've surrendered. Once he's dead, his army will default back to Elven Council command. They will become impotent and be scratching their asses waiting for orders. Then perhaps my plan can still be of some use. Leora tilted her head. To explain events to the Elven Council with a suitable dwarven representative? Otherwise, the council will simply order your execution anyway. Leora was sharper than people gave her credit for. I took a breath and then nodded. It couldn't hurt. So does that make 'em Team Charlie? Gunther asked. I gave a one-shoulder shrug. Sure, why not? I imagine Hildren will be at the front of the line of dwarves who volunteer to deliver me in person, so if Leora can convince Yarncrona to stand with her in Athelis, it may very well vindicate her in the council's eyes. Calathil stood slowly, as if every joint protested the movement. It is an ambitious plan. But the only one we have, I said, then headed for the door. I'm going to leave you to work out the particulars for Team Bravo and Charlie. I need to find Hunding. Why? Levine asked. I halted at the door and looked over my shoulder. Because I need someone to help me wake Leylandir so I can brief him in on this. Chapter 30. The guards who had us penned into the medical wing didn't let me go searching for Hunding on my own, but they finally agreed to send for him when I made it clear that I wasn't above making the kind of scene that would end in blood if they didn't cede to my demands. So as I sat in the stasis chamber waiting for the dwarf to arrive, I wasn't surprised when Calathil quietly approached and sat on the stone bench beside me. Thank you, I said, for not ratting me out. What you said in there was true, he said, reaching to rub his knees while keeping his eyes on Leylandir's pod. You have achieved a great many things I might have called impossible before I met you. You know it's a lie, I said. I can't weaponize the contract, not without consequences anyway. Calathil gave a snort. It is a story a soldier tells to get her comrades to safety before she holds the pass alone. I will not be the one to call you a liar. And you may perhaps prove yourself wrong. There is something you have not yet considered. Oh? I lifted an eyebrow. Sometimes there is a singular thread that works its way into the fabric of time which shines brighter than the rest and influences the pattern around it. You cannot deny that your role in the affairs of billions of lives is simply happenstance. You may find that you make the impossible happen again, Asha Lopez. You sound like Ishar, I grunted. And here I thought you were a man of science. The very individual you haven't considered in your plans. Calathil glanced at me from the corner of his eye. I cannot shake the feeling that I know this woman, from somewhere or something. And she certainly has uncanny abilities. There may be time yet to retrieve her. She may hold the knowledge you need to manipulate this contract in ways that elves and dwarves cannot fathom. I wanted to brush the old elf off and tell him we didn't have time, but I frowned instead, trying to recall the exact words the hedge witch had used in the dwarven inner sanctum. Do you know what the Keeper of the Severed Veil is? In some place starting with, Kirilleth. Calathil snapped his fingers. Yes, it is something of an obscure religious order among the Gaian worlds. Ancient, really. There are some connections between some of the writings at Eldaland and what is described in... Calathil turned to face me fully, his face falling. What do you know of this? That's what she called herself, I said slowly. The Keeper of the Veil. Ishar, when she was convincing the Bordering that they were basically idiots. She also said that she'd been to Azogrim before it was even a city, but that would mean... I didn't know what it meant. Not really. As far as I knew, there weren't any immortal races, but the sharpness to Calathil's features told me I might be wrong about that fact. Little is known of them, really. I made inquiries, of course, and visited the archives in Nyasthana, but was met with resistance at every turn. It may explain Ishar's unique magical approaches. Asha, I believe we must seek her out. Before you hare off to seek Nelwyneth and Ethiel when there may be another way to remedy this situation. I puffed out my cheeks and lifted my chin. Of course, I'd already thought about Ishar. But she wasn't a warrior, and bringing her along to assassinate Nerianthus with her unconventional magic would jeopardize the other teams that had work to do. Besides, I doubted she would agree. As much as she liked hearing stories, there wasn't much that could convince her to leave her damn cave. The dwarves aren't letting us go. You know that, right? My eyes flickered to the pod on the other side of the room where Robbo remained lifeless. Maybe after we leave, you can take a trip to Earth to ask her if she will come and heal Robbo, as a parting gift or something. The back of my throat burned, and the corners of my vision prickled. I locked my jaw, forcing the feeling down with a single, harsh intake of air that was more command than comfort. I looked at Leylandir, so still and peaceful under the blue light, and Calathil's hope felt like a special kind of cruelty. It was a fairy tale I couldn't afford to believe in. You sent for me? A low voice said from the doorway. The quiet hiss of the door sliding open had been lost in the hum of the pods. Hunding stood there, his face a study in grim professionalism. But his eyes, when they met mine, were filled with a deep, weary sorrow. He gave a short, formal bow of his head towards Calathil, effectively severing our private conversation. I tuned them out. While Calathil went to meet him, explaining the horrifying calculus of our plan in low, urgent tones, I stood and moved to Leylandir's pod. I pressed my palm flat against the cold, curved glass, right over his still heart. It was a foolish, sentimental gesture, but I needed the anchor to apologize for the lies I was about to tell him. I caught fragments of the conversation behind me, and then a deep silence fell. I risked a glance over my shoulder. Hunding's gaze was fixed on the floor, his broad shoulders held in a posture of immense, reluctant weight. When he finally looked up, his eyes met mine, and in them I saw the grim acceptance of a man about to break an oath. A silent, reluctant understanding passed between us. He would do it. Very well, he said, his voice a low rumble of defeat. He moved to the main stasis control panel, his thick fingers flying across the holographic interface with a precise confidence that was at odds with the deep-set weariness that seemed to pull at the very corners of his eyes. Lord Calathil, I suggest you stand back. He initiated the sequence. The pod clicked outward from its mount and swiveled down, so it lay horizontal like a bed. The pod's soft blue light flickered, then intensified to a brilliant, almost blinding white. A deeper hum vibrated through the floor, and I had to push the emotion that was clawing its way up my throat firmly down into a place where it couldn't betray me. The revival sequence is threefold, Hunding said, his voice steady and clinical, narrating the procedure as if lecturing to students. First, the system is purging the cryopreservatives and reintroducing oxygenated saline into his circulatory system. The mist inside the pod swirled violently, obscuring Leylandir from view for a moment before it thinned. Now comes the neural stimulation, a series of low-frequency pulses to restart synaptic function and prevent cognitive shock. The hum rose in pitch to a high whine. The pod gave a loud pneumatic hiss, and the thick panel on the front retracted, sliding smoothly down into the base. The cold mist billowed out, pooling around my boots like a phantom tide. And he was there. Pale as bone, with a sheen of frost on his hair. He was utterly still for a terrifying second, and then his whole body shuddered with a deep, gasping breath. A racking cough followed, and his eyes fluttered open. Unfocused at first, they darted around the room, wild with confusion, before they landed on me, and held. The world narrowed to that single point of contact. Let us give them a moment, Calathil said, his voice a low command from somewhere behind me. I heard the quiet shuffle of feet, the soft hiss of the door closing, and then a profound silence descended, broken only by Leylandir's ragged, uncertain breaths. We were alone. I took his hand gently in mine, his cold fingers like claws, and rubbed them with my thumb. I didn't know how long it would take for him to wake enough to get out of the tube, but I wasn't in a rush to leave this room. He would have questions. I would have lies. But before all that came, I just wanted to drink in the relief of seeing him breathe again. Asha? His voice was a dry rasp. The single word held a universe of questions. I'm here, I murmured, my voice breaking on the simple truth. I had to force the next words past the stone in my throat. It's okay. You're safe. Just breathe. I brushed a few damp strands of his hair from his forehead. My movements were slow, gentle, part of the performance. The loving partner, not the commander signing his deployment orders. He closed his eyes for a second, a flicker of pain crossing his face as memory trickled back in. The attack, he croaked, his brow furrowing as he tried to sit up. I came to find you. Shh, easy. I pressed a gentle but firm hand to his shoulder, easing him back down. You took a bad hit. We all did. We had to put you in stasis, Leylandir. The contract. I thought I could get around it. But I was wrong. He relaxed slightly under my touch, the explanation seeming to satisfy the immediate panic. Where? Azogrim, I supplied softly. We opened the yarn leader. Just one more left and we would have stabilized the multiverse. But Nerianthus. This time I couldn't keep Leylandir from lurching up to sit, even if he only made it halfway before sagging, his hand propping him up. I wound an arm around his neck and he leaned into me, and I kissed the top of his head. The contract, Asha. We must return at once, before... I know, I said, and my voice fractured around the words. I took a ragged gasp before continuing. We're going to surrender, okay? Our part is done now. Now that 3 gates are opened, I'm sure the rest of the world will take it from here, and we can go back to Lumenfell. It won't be perfect, but at least we will have each other, okay? Leylandir's head lolled back, and I peered down at him with my eyebrows raised. What? He lifted his hand, the lines around his mouth twisting in effort. His fingers brushed my lips, then settled to hold my chin. What has happened, Asha? Tell me. I let a breath out through my nose, figuring that he wouldn't buy my words at face value. He knew me well enough to understand that giving up wasn't my style. Your father won, Leylandir. He has Gashaktor. He wants us back where he can keep us like toys before he backs down. He also has Amelia. Amelia? Leylandir's eyes became unfocused for a moment before he struggled to slide his legs over the side of the pod. How? I held his shoulders to make sure he wouldn't fall over before answering. He figured out she was carrying your child. Who knows, probably from General Rind himself now that those two are buddies. Which means we don't have a choice anymore. He won. We lost. And the dwarves are more than happy to hand us over to him now that their magical supply issue is fixed. Leylandir's body went completely rigid. I felt the familiar, terrifying spark of his magic flare to life, crackling across his skin as his instincts overrode whatever drugs Hunding had pumping through his veins. He didn't sag, but surged forward, his bare feet hitting the cold floor as he sought a weapon he didn't have. He will not have them, Leylandir snarled, his eyes burning with a lethal emerald fury. I will burn Lumenfell to its foundations. We do not yield to him, Asha. We fight. A sudden gasp of air was my only outward reaction, but inside, a freezing, dizzying rush swept through me, as if all the blood had just drained from my head. The contract. Nerianthus had bound Leylandir to obedience. If Leylandir actively declared war against his father right now, if his rage hardened into genuine, defiant intent, He could trip the claws while he was still too muddled to realize that the magic was anchored to my life. That I could drop like a stone right here on the medical wing floor, and then everything would really go to hell in a handbasket. I had to stop him before the magic interpreted his protective instincts as treason. And I couldn't do it with logic. Leylandir knew me too well. He knew that normally I would fight a god with a toothpick before I surrendered. If I tried to argue tactics, his bullshit detector would go off immediately, so I had to give him the one thing that would short-circuit his suspicion. I had to break. I let my knees give out. I sank onto the cold stone floor, completely surrendering my posture and dropping the fierce armor I'd worn for 15 years. I allowed the tears I'd been fighting finally spill over my eyelashes, letting my voice crack with utter, devastating defeat. "I can't," I choked out, looking up at him from the ground, making myself as small and terrified as possible. "I can't fight him anymore, Leylandir. I'm so tired." Leylandir froze, swaying slightly above me. The lethal fury in his eyes faltered, replaced by a deep, defensive confusion. His brow furrowed as he stared down at me, trying to reconcile the weeping woman at his feet with the soldier who had never balked at an impossible situation before now. "Asha," he slurred a little on the words, his eyes narrowing as he fought the grogginess. "You seem resigned." "I've had a minute to think about it," I said, deliberately hitching my breath in the middle of the sentence. "I risked a lot of lives escaping Lumenfell, yours included. If we fight now, he'll kill Amelia. He'll slaughter the Audiobook. I can't have that blood on my hands, too. Please, I just want it to stop. Maybe if we surrender, he won't punish me by keeping us apart. At least we'll have each other, okay?" It was the most brilliant, despicable performance of my life. I watched his body go slack, the rigid lines of his fury dissolving. The anger didn't vanish, but it fractured, shifting instantly to agonizing concern. His need to protect me overrode his suspicion. He dropped to his knees in front of me, his cold hands coming up to frame my face as he pulled me into his chest. "Okay," he whispered, his voice ravaged as he pressed his lips to my temple, holding me tightly against him on the floor. "Okay, Asha, we leave. I am with you." I closed my eyes, burying my face in his neck so he couldn't see my expression. It felt like a knife twisting between my ribs. We had fought so hard to build this trust. He was finally relying on me, trusting me implicitly, and I was weaponizing his love to lead him straight into a trap. I was breaking his heart to keep it beating. "Forgive me," I prayed to whatever gods were listening. "Please, forgive me." "We'll leave just as soon as a medic looks you over," I whispered into his hair. "I'll go get the team organized." I pulled away, letting him go as I pushed myself up from the floor, keeping my expression entirely hollow. Calathil stepped fully into the room beside the dwarf, and Leora skirted around the pair to rush to Leylandir's side. I allowed her to take over, helping him up as I stepped back, swiping at my cheeks with the back of my hand. Dimrin and Naza swooped in together, their blue and lavender wings fluttering as they settled beside Leylandir, trilling with confusion. I turned away from the group and placed my fists on my hips, forcing my chaotic breathing back under control. What was done was done. Using the sleeves of my tunic to dry my face, I turned back toward the doors. Levine and Jurga stood in the threshold watching me. I schooled my features and wrapped the surge of emotions into an ironclad ball inside my mind to shield them from Jurga. "Well," I said, my voice dead flat as my gaze locked with Levine's. "I guess someone needs to tell the dwarves we're surrendering." I let my hands drop to my sides, my fingers curling against my palms. Let Nereonthus think he had won. Let him think he had stripped away my magic, my dignity, and my will to fight. Let him believe I was just a broken human girl walking willingly to the slaughter. And in a way, he was right. I'd run the numbers. I knew exactly what severing this contract was going to cost, and I knew I wasn't walking out of this situation alive. My life was the price of Leylandir's freedom. I had accepted the math. But I was going to make damn sure I dragged the Elven High Lord into the dark with me. Thank you for listening to Unlikely Allies, Book 5 in the War for Magic series. I hope you enjoyed the story and are looking forward to what comes next for Asha and Leylandir. Until next time, happy reading.